create your story. We'll radiate our glory. This is it, this is it, this is it. Gonna do it right now. How'd you know, how'd you know, how'd you know? The sky's the limit, the future will fly by. Feel the rapture, here's the breakdown. We couldn't do this better on our own. A declaration to our rivals that we will overcome. There's no avoiding as we storm into the daylight. Unaware, we're so strong, we'll be victorious. We'll dominate your story. We'll radiate our glory. There's no avoiding as we storm into the daylight. There's no avoiding as we storm into the daylight. There's no avoiding as we storm into the daylight. Unaware, we're so strong, we'll be victorious. There's no avoiding as we storm into the daylight. Unaware, we're so strong, we'll be victorious.
Scrutiny, people twisting up the truth. This ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity. Soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I find my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite.
pressure's building, I can feel it coming up. The tension's rising, can't you see we've had enough? There's no controlling us, we're never backing down. The revolution's coming, you can hear the sound. Destruction's calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant, now we're bringing the pain. There ain't no stopping this train. You lit the spark and now it's fanning to flame. Let's get fired up, let's get rowdy. They don't ever seem to learn, time to let them feel the burn. Get fired up, let's get rowdy. Let's go. You will never bring me down. 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 You pushed us up against the wall and now we're swinging. You tried to silence all our screams but now we're singing. You thought we'd go along with everything you say. I'd rather take my honor straight to the grave. Destruction's calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant, now we're bringing the pain. There ain't no stopping this train. You lit the spark and now it's fanning to flame. Let's get fired up, let's get rowdy. They don't ever seem to learn, time to let them feel the burn. Get fired up, let's get rowdy. Let's go. You will never bring me down. 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 On pushing us past the breaking point, you know you just give us energy, electricity. I promise you will see a generation coming, unity. Prepare the eulogy and watch the mighty fall as the people stand tall. You will never bring me down. 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 You will never bring me down.
welcome back, trainers, to the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals. Yesterday, we witnessed an absolute thrill ride of action-packed matches, with teams hailing from across Asia, each with their own unique playstyles and strategies. The stage is set for an intense international showdown. Without further ado, let's dive right into the exciting plays from day one. After day one of the finals, Team MYS, True Gravity, Zoro Tigers Gaming and E-Arena have dropped into the lower round 1 bracket. Even in defeat, they displayed great sportsmanship, showing that they can compete amongst the very best teams at the highest level of Pokémon Unite. Uniteholic started off their day facing the powerhouse Team MYS. Both teams went neck and neck and we saw some insanely close moments. Game 3 was the series decider and Uniteholic played as patiently as they could. At the 2-minute mark, Wafu hit a clutch skill shot on Yang, knocking out the support of Team MYS and eventually winning the Rayquaza fight with a numerical advantage. Despite their best efforts, Uniteholic were taken down by Talent PH in the next match. With perfect coordination, RBX and Sync1 managed to find a game-winning knockout on DLR when he was left alone in the central area. Rise's run on day 1 was equally intense. They brought both Zoro Tigers Gaming and Kabi-chan's to a full series, eventually losing to Kabi-chan's. In Game 3 of the series, Rise played their early to mid game almost perfectly, but Kabi-chan's were just too strong in the team fights. Rom saw his opportunity and went in on both Dev and Eluna, catching them off guard. This play resulted in Rise joining Uniteholic in the lower round 2 bracket. Talent PH had a close run on becoming the first grand finalist of the Asia Champions League 2024. They swiftly took out both the India and Southeast Asia high flyers, and despite being a rookie team, they showed their versatility in playing different Pokémon and capabilities, executing them to perfection. Last but not least, Kabi-chan's have shown us the importance of having great team communication. They put on a near-flawless performance to become the first grand finalists of the Asia Champions League 2024. Stay tuned as we witness the best teams here in Asia battling it out to be the champions of the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
พบกันในวันที่ 2 แล้วนะครับกับการแข่งขันของเราครับ Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 Day 2
โอ้โหนะคะเป็นยังไงบ้างตั้งแต่เมื่อวานนี่เรียกได้ว่าสนุกนะคะวันนี้เนี่ยเราก็จะยังคงความสนุกเอาไว้และที่สำคัญเนี่ยวันนี้เนี่ยจะต้องมีอะไรที่น่าตื่นเต้นมากมายอย่างแน่นอนนะคะ
ใช่แล้วนะครับตอนนี้เราก็อยู่ที่ True Icon Hall ไอคอนสยามเช่นเคย
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
ผมสันวัชรครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะมิพงษ์สุดาพรประภานะคะวันนี้เราทั้งสองคนก็จะรับหน้าที่เป็นโฮสต์เป็นพิธีกรสำหรับงานวันนี้ด้วยเหมือนกันนะคะเอาเป็นว่าเนี่ยวันนี้เนี่ยของเราเนี่ยก็เช่นเคยนะคะเรามีแขกจากหลายประเทศที่มาเข้าร่วมในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้นะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเช่นเคยค่ะมิมจะขออนุญาตทักทายเป็นภาษาอังกฤษด้วยละกันนะคะ
ได้เลยครับคุณมิม
ค่ะ so สวัสดี to everyone all distinguished guests ladies and gentlemen and everyone who is watching us online and right now we are True Icon Hall Icon Siam Bangkok Thailand and we are broadcasting live from here and of course today is the day 2 of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 and today we're gonna find who will be the most champion of all within today
นั่นเลยครับก็เป็นการแข่งขันกันต่อจากวันที่ 1 นั่นเอง
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
วันนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นการเล่นใน lower bracket นะครับหรือว่าสายล่างนั่นเองตอนนี้ยังอยู่กันครบทุกทีมเลยนะครับผมรวมถึงทีมจากประเทศไทยด้วย E-Arena นะครับงั้นก็ฝากเชียร์กันด้วยนะครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and today will be the competition in the lower bracket and of course we know that the one team that's going to be waiting in the grand final is Kabi-chan and let's see who will be the one who will be competing Kabi-chan today
ครับตอนนี้ก็เรียกว่าทางทีมคาบิจังจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นนะครับได้ขึ้นไปรอในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลแล้วโอ้โหต้องบอกว่ายิ่งเล่นยิ่งโหดนะครับสำหรับในฟอร์มของเมื่อวานสำหรับคาบิจังนะฮะส่วนทางทารอน PH นั้นอยู่ใน lower bracket final นั่นเองนะครับและแน่นอนว่าคนที่อยู่สายบนครับคุณมิมครับมีโอกาสในการได้แก้มืออีกครั้งหนึ่งในการที่อยู่สายบนฮะเพราะว่ารอบชิงชนะเลิศเนี่ยพวกเขาทำการเล่นแล้วพ่ายแพ้ไปพวกเขาจะมีโอกาสในการเล่นอีกครั้งหนึ่งเป็นผลประโยชน์จากการอยู่สายบนนั่นเองครับ
ต้องรอติดตามนะคะ and of course everyone, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue all the excitement in all the battle. So please stay tuned for that and stay until the end of the day until we know who will be the champion of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
ใช่ครับผมและในแมตช์ตั้งแต่ตอนเช้านี้นะครับจะเป็นการเจอกันนะครับระหว่างทางด้าน MYS กับ Sora Tiger Gaming ใน lower bracket นั่นเองนะครับสายล่างตรงนี้มีความสำคัญมากคุณมิมครับเพราะพวกเขาไม่มีโอกาสแก้มืออีกแล้วครับ
Okay ค่ะ and for the first battle will be the competition between MYS and Sora Tiger Gaming and I think everyone is about to be ready for it
ครับตอนนี้ทุกคนก็น่าจะพร้อมแล้วเดี๋ยวเราส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ของเราครับคุณฟโนวาและโอเวอร์บู
Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. It is day 2 and it's also championship day. We're going to find out who is going to be the champion of the 2024 season. My name is Danelie and of course joining me is the wonderful Yololee, aka Leonard. Good buddy Leonard, I'm so excited for these games. We are in the losers bracket, as some people would say. It could be the end of the road. Well, technically the end of the road for everyone, minus the team that makes it to the grand final. But I want to hear your thoughts. What are you looking forward to?
Well, let's be honest first things first, I'm really excited. But just want a quick reminder for all our amazing fans who's been joining us for the very first time. This is going to be the road to Pokemon Unite ACL. We started things off with the opening qualifiers for each of the respective regions. Their top teams moving forward to the regional stage for East Asia, Southeast Asia, and India. However, for Thailand, they have a little bit of a nice thing with the fact that the champion for their Thai opening was already given an instant access to the actual main stage. This was our top 8 teams for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Final 2024. Starting things off, we are from our East Asia side, Yololee, Kabi-chan, also known as KS, Zora Tigers Gaming. Southeast Asia, we have Team Rise, Talent PH, and Team MYS. Following up, we also have our ACL from India. It's going to be Team True Gravity. And last but not least, defending on their home ground, it is E-Arena.
And though we are in the losers bracket, everyone is still in the competition.
Yep.
Nobody has been eliminated as of yet, but today is going to be elimination day.
I'm so sad about it because, okay, I get it right. I get it, Danelie, because it is the nature of the competition. Only one shall rise and only one shall rise and rule while someone has to fall here. But to me, in my heart, I feel all these teams are champions in their own right.
Yes. Now let's just have a quick rundown of what happened in yesterday's matches as we did complete the complete upper bracket run. So we started things off with Uniteholic taking out Team MYS in their first round of matches. Team True Gravity also going to be dropping down to Talent PH. Rise beating out Zora Tigers Gaming and E-Arena unfortunately dropping to Kabi-chan's. The second round of matches, Talent PH were able to best Uniteholic 2-0 in that matchup, putting them into the upper bracket finals. And then, of course, Kabi-chan's eliminating Rise 2-1 in their matchup, putting them into the upper bracket final. And as you can see for the result of that upper bracket final, Kabi-chan's is our first grand finalist, managing to clean Talent PH up in a 2-0 fashion. Now, regardless of what's happened in the upper bracket, we still have the rest of our competitors ready in the lower bracket. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail to make it through for that grand final slot. And unfortunately for the teams that lost earlier yesterday, they have a much longer path to that grand final.
I mean, definitely for sure. It is going to be a very grueling climb for all of this team, particularly for the teams that's actually starting from the first round of the lower bracket, right? Talent PH, although yes, there's still that risk of the fact that if they were to lose, then that's pretty much the end of their journey here. However, they are not as pressured compared to most of these teams here from round 1 and round 2, as they had to battle in various series to climb all the way back to that grand finals here.
Yeah. And of course, depending on where they dropped in that upper bracket, a lot of these teams have much longer paths than others, right? So in particular, our teams in the first round of lower bracket games, for them to make it to the grand final, they have to play the most games out of all the teams competing today. And not only do they have to play all those games, they have to have enough juice in the tank to be able to win that grand final series, which for a lower bracket team to win, you have to force the reset, and then you have to win that second best of 3 as well. And of course, we're still playing the exact same format, the new single draft format.
That is absolutely such a thrill as well. But of course, once again, just a reminder, all of our series will be a best of 3 notes. That even the grand finals will be the best of 3 as well. And at the same time, we will also have a bracket reset in the case where dear Team Kabi-chan were to ever lose out to the winner of that lower bracket finals. So there is still another opportunity for that to really go toe-to-toe. Following up, we also have our general rules here. Of course, classic 10 minutes 5v5 tournament. The stadium they're going to be using has always been one of the best tier Sky Runes. And of course, for Hell Item, there's no use limit or level limit. Pokemon that's currently being banned in this tournament is still the same from the regional stage, which is Zacian and any of the Pokemon EX here.
Yes.
Pokemon Boost emblems is also not allowed, and I'm really happy about this. So, Danny, we have come so far. Now is the time. I know you did mention, yes, some of this team will have a loss series to go through to get to the top here. Can be quite exhausting mentally and physically at times. But I also like to see it from another perspective, right? With the fact that teams that actually gone through all these things actually are a little bit more warmed up than usual.
Well, speaking of warmed up, let's just introduce the draft mode for anyone that might be new to competitive Pokemon Unite. So these two teams, before they jump into a game, we do have our drafting phase where both teams will be given an option to ban a Pokemon each. Anything that they don't want to play against, they can remove that immediately from the pool from both themselves and their opponent. Now, after that, they will take turns to pick their Pokemon. The team on the left side will always get first pick. The team on the right side will always get last pick. As they take turns picking their Pokemon, after they've selected their draft of Pokemon to play for the round, we have the preparation phase where the teams will be allowed to switch Pokemon amongst their teammates in case they've tried to throw their opponents off a little bit and decided, okay, we were going to go Central Area Tyranitar, but yeah, we're going to change our mind. We're going to go for Central Zoro instead, as we have last pick Zoro from our top lane teammate. Now, we do have the final specific rule exclusive to the offline finals. So what has happened is that both teams will be allowed to play a normal game of Pokemon Unite for round number 1. But round 2 onwards from the best of 3, the Pokemon from round 1 will be banned from your team, moving from game 2 onwards. And the same thing for game 2. Once you've picked the Pokemon from game 2, you are also not allowed to pick those Pokemon in game number 3. So ultimately, if you go to a full 3-game series, you will not be able to play any Pokemon that you chose from game 1 and 2. And you also have to deal with the additional bans from the first phase of picks.
Yeah, as the thing is, the wonderful thing about this rule that we witnessed yesterday is the fact that it definitely is really testing the mettle of all these players, right? That kind of thing. They're no longer in their comfort zone. They no longer have this kind of feeling like, okay, if things didn't work out in the first round, there's something we can fall back to in the second round, where as we make that slight adjustment. That doesn't really happen anymore because you literally have to come into that first game of your first series with a very strong start. But of course, before I continue, I would like to give a big shout out to all of our amazing sponsors who have been supporting for the PUBG Unite ACL 2024. Our official partner is currently supported by IS Esport 5G and Twitch, sponsored by You Treasure and Republic of Gamers. Seriously, thank you guys so much for giving such an opportunity to so many great talents here around the globe. But of course, Danny, with that being said, we have also an amazing prize pool for all of these teams. Not only are they winning with the honor and pride, but they're also walking away with some massive monetary prize. First place is going to be walking away with 40,000 USD. Second place is going to be 20,000 USD. Third will be 10,000. Fourth will be 7,500. Fifth and sixth, or I guess you could say, yeah, fifth will be 4,000 USD, and 7th and 8th will be 1,500 equally. Let's be honest, even if they're not able to walk away with the championship trophy, everyone is still going to be able to walk away with a little something for themselves.
Yeah, so today is going to be the day where we start to see where this prize money is going to be allocated to the teams.
Groceries.
Because, yeah, nobody has locked in their placements for money. I mean, in some cases you could have, right? Like Kabuchans have already secured second place at least because they're in the grand finals. But of course, you want to aim for that top prize, right? First place. We're not going to find out about that until much later on, but we do have to start focusing on our first matchup of the day for the first round of lower bracket matches, folks. And we're going to kick things off here with Team NYS and Zora Tigers Gaming. But before that, though, I think we should have a quick rundown of some of our MVPs from yesterday's games. And in particular, we're going to talk about Rom, because this man has been making his rounds on Twitter just for the fact that he is an incredible player and he plays handheld mode.
Oh yeah, and that's really insane, right? Because because of how heavy the device is, and the fact you're going through this long series while doing it as well is absolutely insane for most people as well. But then again, Rom has been an absolute insane backliner damage dealer, right? The kind of thing. He has a huge pull, but so far he's been making quite strides with both the Inteleon and the Mew as well. He did show a little bit of Espeon, but yesterday really is the icing on the cake as he brings in Serena.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting watching Rom just go absolutely ham in those matches yesterday, and I'm really excited to see him again today. But we kind of have to wait. Kabi-chan's are in the grand finals. They're fine, but definitely a player to look out for. I think in particular coming into the next season of the World Championships qualifiers, and there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on Rom. I think a lot of players might even consider analyzing his style of play, like what makes him so successful compared to the current pool of bot lane attackers, because like not only is he playing handheld mode, like he's playing snipers as well. He's playing Snipe Shot and Teleon, he plays Mew, and to be able to play at that high of a level in a mode that people would argue is probably one of the most difficult ways to play Pokemon Unite, that's incredible.
I mean, of course, as well, and like, honestly, like, I love they did bring out Rom because of the handheld thing and everything, but I also want to give a big shout out to I Am Tomato, right? He's their defender, their initiator, absolutely unhinged, especially when he gets onto that cross zone. But you know, first things first, let's quickly get back to the matters of hand, right? Kabi-chan is currently resting as they're one of our first grand finalists as they watch all this battle unfolds as they wait for their potential opponent. But let's quickly get to the matter of hand. Team MYS versus Zora Tigers Gaming here.
Yeah,
the last two teams here.
This is their last
their
chance.
region, yes.
Yeah, so the last chance for these two teams to make it through. We are actually going to switch on over to EO, it seems. So a bit of a highlight for some of these players. We are going to be seeing Rise play later on today. So that will be the third matchup of today. Rise will be playing against the winner of this next upcoming matchup, which is MYS versus Zora Tigers. Regardless of the opponent, I do think this is going to be, again, another really exciting matchup as it comes later today. But EO really showcasing some pretty interesting stuff. I have to say, being somebody that has been following the Southeast Asia scene, just to see this player being able to adapt and learn all these different styles of play. He's not somebody that has pigeonholed himself into a particular archetype of Pokemon. He has tried to expand his pool of playable Pokemon and play styles as well. Because for people that might not watch competitive Pokemon, players, even though they are delegated roles, there are additional requirements by those players, and some teams require certain aspects more than others. So let me give you an example for mid laners, because we are looking at Eeyore. Eeyore can play that carry style central laner, where if he needs to scale into the late game and to be a huge factor to carry the team, he can do that. If he needs to pivot to utility, we have also seen him be able to pull up that style of play. Of course, he does do the standard things that central laners do, which is pressure the side lanes to ensure that his teammates get that they win their lanes. But he has really come into his own as a player in Pokemon Unite, considering that he only really played, I think, Unite seriously, as in Rise came together late 2022.
Right.
And the team stuck together since then.
I love how you actually brought up him as a mid lane player, but I actually see Eeyore in a more different light, right? Him as a team captain and also possibly even the IGL of the team, his protocols, his strategy, can-do attitude, and literally helps to bolster morale among his team members. And he truly is the backbone of his team as he gives them really swift and really decisive call-outs, has been really comfortable for his team, and as the team captain, he's also carrying on the burden and the responsibility of giving out the necessary command. That alleviates a lot of burden on the rest of the member.
Actually,
and also
I want to talk about that
ideals.
because I did speak to Eeyore and I asked him like, hey, I know you're the captain, but you're also the central laner. And in classic games like Pokemon Unite, it's usually the supports that are the captain. So I asked him, are you really the one that actually makes those calls? Because he has to not only worry about the central lane, but he's thinking about other things. And how Rise functions as a team is that it's not just Eeyore that actually makes the call, it's actually Aluna and Zoe. So Aluna and Zoe play a pretty pivotal role for Rise in that they have to tag team and relay that information to Eeyore and indicate to him where he needs to be. Are their lanes okay? Do they need his assistance? Are they maybe expecting a potential rotation from the enemy central laner in their lane? And so it's a very communicative team actually, and I think in the recap we saw earlier today, talking about the communication skills of Kabi-chan, I think Rise has a very similar level of communication to Kabi-chan's, because Kabi-chan's style of play, we've seen them, the decision making as a team is flawless. I think Rise is, I'm not sure if they're at that exact same level as of yet. They can get a little bit scrappy at times, but Rise, like, the communication is a very big factor for this team.
Then it looks like I really need to go back to the drawing board again when it comes to EO, because with that new intel that you just passed to me as well, then it just feels like he's more like the impersonification of a true team player alongside with both Zoe and Ilona. That way, sharing both burdens as well, and trying to really give really decent call-outs as well. I think that's really important because when you come into a team battler like Pokemon Unite, communication is pretty much key here. Sure, sometimes having only one person give the call out does alleviate the burden, but if everyone is really in unison, I guess you can say that's the right term, in unison in terms of communication, then I think everyone will not have any conflicts of ideals. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we just got a call from our major production team as we will provide with you an interview video for some of our teams. Do check them out.
Hi, my agent is Ice and I'm from Team MYS. So for Team MYS, Regionals was pretty much a success for us because we pretty much defeated every team that we wanted to defeat, excluding Talent. And we trained for many hours per day. And we are honestly quite happy that we qualified to ACL offline stage. I think Team MYS' greatest strength is our team fighting, especially at 2 minutes. We pretty much excel at team fighting in 2 minutes, and we have a very aggressive playstyle to match that. So that's how we get our strengths. Another thing outside of the game that is our strength is our attitude. I think that's very important. We are very lighthearted, not in the way that we treat losses very jokingly, but very seriously. But the way we resolve conflict is very peaceful, in my opinion. For C teams, I think it's us and Rice. That's the best. MYS will do our best, and we will use our one-trick meal to carry us through to win ACL. Thank you, the MYS family, the family and friends for supporting us. We always do our best to play, and we love Pokemon.
I see what Ice is doing there.
It's
He's
always
like,
a pleasure to hear his interviews, really. It is always an absolute thrill to hear his interviews every single time.
look, I think Ice is trying to mind game us and their opponents as well, because nobody comes in and says like, oh, we'll just win ACL with the one trick. No, I actually think Foxy must have something up his sleeve that he's saving up. It's like, there's no way it would just be the Mew.
The thing is this, right? You must remember, Team MOS is a team that's very not only formidable, tenacious, and aggressive, but they have a very solid foundation when it comes to fundamentals as well. But of course, with that being said, we also have another interview. Let's quickly go check things out for Zora Tigers.
저는 소라 타이거 직가이밍의 ST 쫑이라고 합니다. 2023년 월드 챔피언십 때 한국 2등을 한 다음에 진출했는데, 그때 1등을 했던 에스포일이라고 하는 선수의 팀을 ACL 한국 예선에서 그 다음에 물리치고 1등으로 이제 리저널 스테이지에 진출한 다음에, 저희가 원래 지금 저희 리저널 스테이지에서 2등을 한 카비짱즈라는 팀한테 원래 저희가 스크림을 10판을 하면 이제 9판을 지고 한 판을 이길 정도로 원래 엄청나게 밀렸었는데, 결국 다시 리저널 스테이지 파이널에서 카비짱즈를 상대하게 될 때 저희가 전략을 준비했었는데, 근데 거기서 다시 다른 전략을 들고 오게 되면서 그걸 이긴다고 이제 저희가 다시 전략을 짰는데, 저는 팀 카비짱즈의 코카타 선수가 제일 견제된다 생각합니다. 왜냐하면은 그 선수가 이제 16살인가 17살이기 때문에 피지컬적으로 제일 가장 단련됐다고 생각해서 제일 견제된다 생각합니다. 저희가 ACL 파이널을 최초로 한국팀으로서 진출했기 때문에 한국 분들이 저희한테 보내는 기대가 좀 있다 생각하기 때문에, 그래도 좋은 마음으로 바라봐 주시고 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
Oh, so sweet.
Love the enthusiasm coming from Jong. Still a very insane Basel player. Just gotta say it right here now. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, currently this is our teams head-to-head. It's Team MYS versus Zora Tigers Gaming, as these two teams will fight to keep them staying alive as they move up through the lower brackets to that grand final spot.
Yeah, and as you can see on the screen right now, this is Team MYS. They are getting ready to go for this first matchup, and there's a lot of tension there, it seems, right? Lots of straight faces. I'm so used to seeing this team just be very happy-go-lucky, lots of smiles, but at the same time, Zora Tigers Gaming, it seems like the atmosphere here is pretty similar as well. Both teams on the brink of elimination. This is their only chance to continue on through the lower bracket. If any of these teams drop this series, they are going home. They'll be sitting in 7th place. Their journey in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 will come to an end.
Yeah, the thing about like Zora Tigers or any Korean teams that we have been seeing so far, right, is the fact that they're literally very methodical and also very mechanical, and to ensure that all those areas are really checked out for us here, right? And even from that interview, so I love the fact that John actually pointed out, every single time, whether they win or lose, they still will go back to the analysis, going back to the drawing board, understanding what really went wrong and how should we really tackle it. They did come up with various policies, various protocols. Even though if it didn't work out, they still didn't really like panic about it. They still decided, all right, we just need to try something else, and hopefully that will bring us through. This time, this is the very series that we'll see whether that research from yesterday's game would be enough to really keep them staying in this game here. But Team MOS, on the other hand, we are coming in shots with a lot of great teams here, right? And the crazy thing about it is that it speaks volumes when you have a team like Unite Holic making a statement in their interview saying like, you know, we hope they actually get to the grand finals. And just seeing all of Unite Holic's past games, right? You never see this. I mean, sure, maybe there's a possibility because of this new new drafting rules that we have, right? But it feels like you just don't see Unite Holic coming with this kind of tactics, this kind of composition with any other team. It's specifically designed just for Team MYS because fundamental-wise, MYS is an absolute monster, literally all across the board.
I think that strat would confudulate anybody. That's not even a word. But I don't think any team would have ever anticipated that play from Unite Holic.
Yes.
Nobody would have been prepared for it at all. That was a insta-win strat. But they also did pull it out very early, so it's no longer a hidden strategy. Also, for anyone wondering, I'm very sure there are some viewers that are very curious to know what are the players in MYS holding. Those are actually hand warmers. So I'm not sure if the venue is cold, but especially for handheld games, players are usually given hand warmers to keep their fingers and joints warm. You don't want to get cold joints. I played with cold joints. Mine just don't function. So yeah, they've got some hand warmers just to keep their fingers and
I remember there was time I got cramped up as well sometimes too.
Cramped.
Gotta get blood circulation going sometimes.
Now we are going to see a stat comparison here for Zora Tigers Gaming. So I did take note of the difference between these two teams. Now, the major difference is that MYS, they do generally do more average damage per match. As a very aggressive team, I think it's without a doubt so much respect for MYS. They're a team to really worry about in those games because they are hyper aggressive. However, Zora Tigers Gaming, they've actually a much higher average damage taken statistic, and the reason being is that they love to run compositions with very tanky Pokemon. They love to fight into you, and they also have a lot of sustain, and on top of this they also actually had more average recovery. They also prioritized healing as well, so they'll face tank the damage, they'll be able to recover it. I'm wondering, just looking at these two different styles and the way that Zora Tigers and MYS, like, how would you sort of approach this? MYS being this extremely hyper-aggressive team wanting to get these quick pickoffs, but you're up against a team that historically loves to just get in your face.
I think it's mainly because I think the really difference between these two teams mainly it depends on their composition. Because like you said, MYS is a very aggressive team as well. Their composition really revolves around the fact that, okay, we like catches, we like situations where we can really get the jump on them, whether it's in terms of hyper flanking maneuvers or composition or not. Whereas Zora Tigers, they're, like you said, they take a lot of damage mainly because of the composition they had. They usually like to play this double poke composition lineup, but at the same time they also like to have additional versatility as they bring in additional all-rounders here. There are times where if they feel like, okay, if we can get the Inteleon, we can get the Glaceon, then we'll run it with double defenders, with both the Crustle and maybe a Blastoise. But if we can't do that, then we'll bring in either the Espeon or the Glaceon, and then on top of that, we'll ask Jong to bring in his classic Buzzwole, or he plays the Blastoise here. It's either one of these two as they play around with this composition. However, with this new drafting rule, and we saw that from yesterday's game as well, there was not really much opportunity because you either get it or you don't get it at all.
I mean, there's two ways of denying a Pokemon at this stage, right? So the first one is to ban it during first phase, which you can guarantee, but that means every other Pokemon afterwards, you're going to let that through.
Yes.
Additionally, it is deny picking, where you pick a Pokemon so that your opponents exclusively exclusively cannot use it for that round. So the question here is, what is the play for Zora Tigers and MYS? Like, what are the key Pokemon that they're worried about? What do they want to get their hands on? Maybe now we're going to be seeing these teams really dig deep into their pockets of Pokemon. Is there something that they've been saving yesterday that they didn't get to use and they're going to have to pull out today to stay in this tournament? If we want to do a comparison between the two teams, MYS, I think, definitely has the much deeper Pokemon pool, but this is general knowledge as well across the scene.
Correct.
I feel like Zora Tigers, they are probably hiding something, and this might catch MYS off guard, being a team that is pretty secretive when it comes to their strats and the Pokemon that they do decide to play, because following up the before they even made it to the finals, they more or less played the exact same draft of Pokemon. They didn't ever feel the need to draft away from their standard choices, which was, if Buzzwole was available, Zhong always played Buzzwole. If Espeon was available, Sabine always played Espeon.
Yes, of course. I mean, it is one of his usual go-tos. I'm more concerned the fact that just in case if MOS decides to tackle that one particular player on the side here of Zora Tigers, and that
it'll be
actually,
Zhong. They would focus Zhong.
I mean,
We've seen
Zhong for
how
sure.
important he is to this team. Like, if I mean, we saw Zhong in the interview, and he just looks like this very nice, friendly guy. But then you meet him in a game of Pokemon Unite, it's like, whoa, who are you?
I know, but like, yes, Zhong, if you look in terms of performance, sure, you want to look out for Zhong and try to target it down as much as possible. However, I feel like they might, especially this is the lower bracket as well, I feel like MYS might try to look at a very different angle this time.
What, you think they might target Mew?
Yes, I feel they might actually try to look out for Mew, because so far, if you go by research alone, even in regional stage, he only played literally the Glaceon. He only spammed Glaceon back in the regional stage. Sure, that would, it's like you say, it could be very secretive. You're not sure what's his kind of pool like. But after yesterday's games against Rise and with this new drafting, you can't keep having that Glaceon. You start seeing Mew started picking up other attacker backliners to join them in the mix here. I really want to see how he's able to really bounce back into this. Are there more secrets that Zora Tigers is possibly having, especially on the side here of Mew? Or maybe today, we might even see Mew bring in his classic speedsters here, if required.
Well, it looks like for our first phases of bans, we're going to be seeing Buzzwole taken off the board here by Team MYS. I think a very smart choice coming into game number 1. You do not want to give him a signature choice, but Zora Tiger is going to be eliminating Ice's Umbreon. Now, this is not just for Ice. Umbreon has been a pretty important Pokemon for some of these teams. Just being able to get their hands on it and having the option to have Mean Look or Snarl or even Foul Play, really depending on the situation. Umbreon is just very versatile as that defender that can also pivot to a support. Speaking of supports though, Team MYS going to be locking in the Hooper there for Yang, so they've got an amazing support to kick things off with, but Zora Tigers, Blastoise, Eldegoss. This could be a Zhong Blastoise, or this could be a support Blastoise. I think they're keeping their options open, but MYS going to be going for the EV strats again. So Leafeon and Sylveon on the board here for Team MYS. They want to move fast. They want to hit hard as well. And Zora Tigers, I think their draft so far, it's going to deal with this quite reasonably well. Again, going super tanky. They've got two defenders in that Slowbro and Blastoise. Lots of sustain, although not going to have as much healing in that Eldegoss. But Sabine is happy. He's got his Espeon, and Espeon is a fantastic counter to some of these squishy Pokemon because it's probably going to be stored power. It automatically locks onto its target, and if it's a 1v1, Espeon can deal quite a bit of damage to some of these evolutions. So you do need to be very mindful of your position around ward, but let's not forget the Dodrio as well. Dodrio, I think this is a fantastic Dodrio game. If he isn't within range of that Glaceon and he doesn't get smacked down by a Solar Blade, he's going to be able to just chunk through these evolutions.
No, it's fantastic as well, right? Because especially when you have all this kind of EV evolution, or at least or in another term, backline damage dealers, you do want to have someone to at least be able to dive into it. Although, yes, I do love the existence of the Blastoise, especially going to be in the hand of Zhong. It feels like there's going to be a lot more of an initiator, or at least a very aggressive all-rounder Blastoise playstyle, as we already have the Slowbro to really be that defender for Sabine as the Espeon. Dodrio coming in is going to be in the hands of Mew. I did mention it. I love it. It is one of his usual go-to Pokemon as well for the side here for Mew.
Yeah.
And you, like I said, you needed a diver. You got that diver. He's really great. His Unite move, Triple Trample, is going to allow you to really just bypass a lot of the CC control abilities as he really gets to that back line. And don't get me started with the back capping, right? You have that 3 stages, that unique unique goal scoring with the three stages, right, which is relatively unique as well. You get a couple of goal points here and there. You can reset, get back to the fight whenever you can. There's going to be a lot of pressuring. Hopefully, this hyper flanking ability coming from Mew may pay dividends as they will try to get an edge over MYS, because you know for a fact once they get that level 4s, I'm pretty sure they're going to be grouping up, getting objectives, try to seize advantage and control across the entire map.
Yeah, so multiple objectives here need to go right for both of these teams. This match could definitely can go either way. You have that early game prowess from MYS. They want to win their lanes. They want to hit you hard. They want to hit you fast, and they want to beat you down all game. That is the whole purpose of the Evolution draft. It's one of the main reasons why the Evolutions are considered so strong. They are amazing from level 4 onwards. They don't really fall off as that game goes into the later stages. But I do worry about MYS when we do reach that final 2-minute mark, because if we do compare these two drafts, I would say the AoE crowd control is in favor of Zoro Tigers, and we always know how important it is to have the advantage with initiation in those 5-on-5 engagements. Yeah. For MYS to win those engagements, you're going to have to try and you have to force premature unites so that they're not going to land together for Zoro Tigers. But for Zoro Tigers, you just need your moves to connect. If it connects onto any of those evolutions, that should be enough setup for Sabine and Mule to come in and clean up.
Yeah, but then again, looking at the top side as well, it's going to be relatively difficult, especially for Dioscordo as well. He's got that leaf here already as well. Going to be coming with Solar Blade, bottom lane on the other hand, especially now with the Espion. Thankfully, that Hyper Voice range isn't that far, so our dear friend War is definitely going to be able to live to fight for a couple of few minutes as well. But again, here comes rotation coming from the Dodri here, trying to do significant amount of damage, but quick reaction and defensive plays allows him to fall back all the way to the goalpost to keep him nice and well. No simple pick so far, a couple of skirmishes as well, but now let's see who will be able to get the party for the Starteria family. But unfortunately, this is an EV Evolution lineup as well, so I really believe damage-wise and securing-wise will be in their favor for now until we see a little bit more levels and max evolutions.
Yep, so we do have both of the Pokemon for MYS fully evolved in that bottom lane. Crustle and Sylveon, a amazing combo. You can just set up with the Rock Tomb, follow up with that Hyper Voice, just dishes so much damage as well. Unfortunately, not connecting onto the Eldegoss there. Down bottom though, because the Sylveon is alone, just pressured by the Scald coming out from that Slowbro. Just got to be careful. This is one of the things you do need to be careful of as MYS. You are running a very, very squishy comp. So you don't want to feel too safe on the hyperspace hole. We've seen multiple times team capitalizing on that safety net people feel when they're standing on the hyperspace hole, even if it's about to teleport. And I hope these teams are ready for a potential triple trample cancel, because that does happen. We saw that in the Southeast Asia qualifier, Eeyore doing this to Talon PH. And actually, that was the main reason why they won that matchup altogether. So MYS have to be extremely careful with their position, trying to go for a bit of a burst there onto the Auto, almost getting it. They do get that finish off. Here comes Dodrio though. They do get the KO onto the Hooper, so it's a 1-for-1 so far, but for MYS, it's just a Hooper. As long as your evolutions are up, you're A-okay.
It's going to be really difficult, right? AV Evolutions, they will definitely have the better part of that trade and that engagement as well. They can even force it if they want to as well, and there's no way for on the side here for Team Zoro Tiger to really try to answer back. They can try. That's pretty much why you see Mew still sticking around that top lane a little bit longer as well, just to try to remind us like, hey, you know, sure, you guys are stronger than us in terms of damage. You have the damage spike at the current moment here, but I am here to just to remind you, just to show presence at the fact that you can't be so aggressive. And guess what? Despite him doing this, he's also still keeping with the necessary level and is the highest level Pokemon trainer here.
Unfortunately, Yang gets taken out there just a little bit too deep on that Hooper, feeling a little bit too excited. Regieleki though is up on the top lane, and both of these teams, they have grouped up so far. We've got most of the EVs here, and gets locked in by that Glaceon. So MYS going to be happy with that top objective, and now probably thinking about pivoting to the bottom, or maybe they want to punish Zora. Zora thinking that they've gone. They have stuck around though at half health. Regieleki still standing. Psychic Solaire being committed as well. They're going to insta-KO onto the Sylveon. That's not what you want, but look at that. MYS going to counter KO on that Blastoise. They have forced the Regieleki Emerald 2-step. The animation does not finish, but they do get the commitment onto the Espeon in that process. But oh my goodness, what a heavy cost for that fight.
It really was, but of course now here comes round 2 as he currently has been respawned and come back into the fray. Completely respecting it, will slowly fall back. Although yes, which I'm totally fine with this, because at this current moment, Mew is just maybe maybe 2 wild Pokemon away before hitting that level 10, and he just got it as well. very fast on that level race as well. They got the Blastoise too, just need to get a couple of more, and then finally you get that really massive team fight Unite move. This is the part where now Team MOS really need to fight, really need to pick their fights really carefully as well, because such a big team fight CC ability, right, can be quite disruptive, as it will create quite big openings for Mew to really dive to the backline. It's already quite simple for him to dive into the mix as well. Don't get me wrong, the combination coming in from both the crosser does enhance, but great rapid spin into the backline, really bothering them out for the rest of the team. Beautiful timing with a 3-man Hydro Tapu to really set things up as they really shred them all one by one. They're so soft, they literally melt like a hot knife through butter as they melted all the way.
This is actually not looking very good for MIS, because you're running an evolution comp like this, but you are not ahead in levels. You're actually behind Zora Tigers. And again, I'm going to quickly reiterate this. Zora Tigers' late game looks much better than MIS's at this point of time. There's just not enough scaling and not enough crowd control to make your EVs feel that safe. It really comes down to Ice. If he can get those rock tombs, he gets a nice one, but the eject button keeping Eldegoss in a very safe space, safe distance. MIS are actually starting to hesitate in some of these fights. They're supposed to be the confident ones. They're supposed to want to fight into Zora Tigers, but they're hesitating. They're double guessing these decisions. And when you're running a comp like this that requires perfection, this is not an ideal situation.
It's not just perfection as well. When you're having all this kind of Pokemon as well, you really need something to really lock down all of your opponent's Pokemon to allow you to set up and maximize a lot of this damage. That's where the Cross actually comes in, one of the best, enabling all this kind of combination. However, but he was handling the bottom lane instead. Now with a quick switch up as well, which I was preferred definitely for sure, as he sent the Sylveon to the bottom lane and allowed Cross to go to the top instead. But now a quick confrontation. So Glacial Sage also has been committed as well. No such pickup so far, unable to find the opening, but Ice popping the Rumble Rouser here just to keep it alive as well, because that additional shield, it'll be pretty great for now, because I saw a lot of damage being dished out by the Dodrio here by Mule. But guess what, Danelie, he's level 12. He's happily having a ball in the field there. He's doing a couple invasions, was able to snipe a couple of those buff camps as well. And now they're just really keeping up with the level game here.
Man, MIS are just barely keeping up with Zora Tigers. I am really shocked at the macro game coming out from the third place East Asia team right now. Zora Tigers really impressing, and they've had a lot of support online so far from what I've seen. And I think if anything, Zora Tigers, I think they actually have more support here. Looks like we're going to be seeing a Unite coming out from Yang, bringing the entire team in. Now, Zora Tigers, they have backed up a little bit. Dodrio is not there with the team, actually wanting to punish that Leafeon in the top lane. But Espeon gets the secure onto that Registeel, meaning the attack buff is going to go in favor of Zora Tigers. That's a 1-to-1 so far. Crusto and Slowbro off the field. But look at the Sylveon just melting Sabine. I'm the better Eevee, he says. And Foxy looking to do a little bit more. We do have a very low Blastoise. Almost cut down, does get taken out there. He thought he was able to rapid spin in, but no siree. And as well, the icicle shots doing a lot of damage to the Dodrio too.
Great, this is fantastic. Just readjusting positioning wise, prioritizing targets. Don't even think about trying to get to the backline now. Just melt anyone that really is currently easier access to you. And let's be honest, they have the damage to actually melt anyone at this point here. Let's be honest, yes, Blastoise is pretty tanky once he pops the Unite move. But before that, prior to that, he has no surf. He's a rapid spin. So not really any way to disengage from any of this frontal assaults here. Easy way for him to really go for the picked up on John.
2-minute 10 mark. Now, if they give this Regieleki away, I think this would be a massive mistake by MIS. They've got to figure out a way to delay this or to stop them. They do have a few Pokemon here, but it looks like the Regi is not going to be completed at all. Both teams looking for their positions for this Rayquaza as the legendary King of the Sky has come down. His presence, waiting to see who he's going to bestow his gift of shielding to. And at the moment, point advantage is in favor of MIS, so for them, they're going to have to play defense. They are playing extremely far back, worried about those back caps, but Zora Tigers, I don't know if they're going to go for back caps. They understand that their team fight is superior to MIS, especially with the constant threat of that Hydro Typhoon. Leafeon is far from the team, so MIS, they're not going to be in a comfortable position to fully engage into Zora Tigers until a full-blown fight has kicked off. Now, they are going to be throwing those portals for Ice just to get the resets in. Mule trying to scout out and find one of these EVs, but he can't quite see anybody. He just sees Yang at the moment, and Ice, Rumble Rouser pop, catching two Pokemon, thrown up by Rayquaza as well. Looks like Rayquaza not going to be cheering for anybody but Blastoise. First Pokemon to go down, and Hydro Typhoon wasn't even committed.
This is great because right now they're choked out for choices here, right? And with the presence that Ice really has here, really nice rock tomes can literally mean pretty much the end for any of these players. That's why they're playing really passive and but really defensive at the same time. But they are pressured for time. 40 seconds, and Rayquaza is still going to be the win condition for them to flip this game. Hoopa Unbound, they're coming in with all aggression and all positioning as well. They think they have the advantage, especially since Blastoise was fall, but he was able to respond and suddenly come to the mix as well. But look at Mew, just couldn't find the necessary amount of opening. He just gone onto the leaf here, but will the damage be enough? Unfortunately, he couldn't do it as well. They managed to back off. Full fall. 3 members remain. Who secured the Rayquaza? It will be in the hands of Mew. They got it back as they turn things around with the return of Zhong with the Blastoise here. Now they're making their way to get the necessary goalposts as well. I can't believe it. Despite the disparity, Zora Tigers Gaming will bring the game back as they secure Game 1 of the series.
They found their opening, and I have to say, that dance that we didn't see on screen, we had Mule constantly threaten a backstab from that lower bush, whilst the rest of his team was slowly chipping away at Rayquaza, forcing MYS to eventually engage into them, because MYS, they don't want Zora Tigers to finish that Rayquaza.
Correct.
They tried to go for the full commitment. Foxy went for a very wide backstab on the right side as that Sylveon, even committing his Unite, did not manage to land onto Espeon, and instead was caught in the Psychic Solaire, was bursted down by the Blastoise, and everything just collapsed. They tried to go for the last hit steal onto the Rayquaza as well. We did see Leafeon charging up, but it just wasn't enough. They weren't able to out-sustain, and game number 1 going in favor of Zora Tigers. MYS are now officially backed into a corner.
It was so back and forth, right, that kind of thing, because of the fact that they had it was a real I guess you could say confidence booster for the side of the MIS, especially when they were able to really remove Zhong from the equation initially, right? They thought like, okay, we have the advantage. He's going out for the count for at least 15 or 30 seconds, right? So let's see if we can get a couple more pickoffs. Can we get a couple more KOs in the mix? That's why they like really extend themselves a little bit further down, despite having already the advantage of points. They didn't really need to try to contest what that Rayquaza too much. But like you said, a little bit pressure when you saw the damage numbers was happening onto the Rayquaza. They didn't want to allow them to get it as well. They saw Zhong also going to be responding quite shortly as well. They did try to make that play. However, they couldn't really find any opening. Like you said, someone got caught out from the Psychic Solaire, and that's when things really started falling apart, because now Zhong respawned, he jumped back into the scene, and now suddenly out of the blue, he's just like, alright guys, I'm here. They're not really they're not in their most ideal positioning as well. Let's try to steamroll them. We're talking about defender, like a very, remember, although yes, Zhong is playing a very all-rounder kind of playstyle with this defender, Blastoise is still a defender, still dishing a decent amount of damage. And don't forget Mew, he's just waiting for that prime moment to really just dive back into it. Yes, he's been doing this hit and run playstyle, but once Zhong got to the fray and the positioning wasn't ideal for members of Team MOS, that's when he said, this was my time, this was my moment.
Oh gosh, this late game dance, MYS, I think this has just been one of the multiple times that we've seen in their matches today.
Correct.
Well, this match today and also their matches yesterday. Rayquaza has been a huge enemy for this team. I will mention as well the composition that they decided to run, the lineup of Pokemon that they chose for this game. It was not easy to run. It actually required a lot of I'm going to keep mentioning this. They needed to execute this to a certain degree to feel comfortable as the game got later and later. They were supposed to apply the pressure to Zora Tigers. They were supposed to make them sweat bullets, make them feel unsafe, and to have those level advantages. That didn't happen. They actually fell behind in terms of levels against Zora Tigers. So to come into that final Rayquaza fight at the same experience level, or roughly the same, you're not confident enough to make that aggressive play into Zora Tigers. You're waiting for a mistake. You're waiting for a misstep. You're waiting for somebody to cast a premature Unite move. And so the pressure on Ice this particular game was immense. They were purely relying on Ice to initiate for their entire team. They didn't have anyone else that was going to be able to do this. Whereas on the side of Zora Tigers, you've got 3 ways to initiate and 3 ways to counter-initiate. You have Psychic Solaire, you've got the Slowbro, and you have a Blastoise.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? Because like, if you look from the game itself, right, literally for the first, okay, not really the first, but 3 minutes onwards until the 6-minute marker, right? Ice has always just been at that bottom lane or going toe-to-toe with the Slowbro. This kind of lineup composition, when you have all these backline damage dealers, you really needed Ice to really set things up, or at least be aggressive with Ice, because with the Rock Tomb on top of those combinations that they had, it's a very devastating combination and very scary. But just like you said, Ice just was not present in that earlier phase, so that damage output wasn't really at its most optimum level here.
No. I'm seeing this a different way.
Right.
It's just, it was too much for Ice alone to be able to do all of this for the team. Like, he had to be the initiator, he had to also be the counter initiator, and for him, let's say he fumbles or he's caught out by Zora Tigers, who's gonna save him?
I know, but the thing is, it's not about him. I don't know. Ice wasn't really fumbling. I think he did a really great job. But the problem was, he just wasn't there. That's what I was just trying to say. In that top path, he just wasn't there. Like whenever they tried the hyper voice, they tried the solar blade. All they had to do was just really something simple. Just back off. They didn't have a slow beat. They didn't have anyone to really like lock them down. That kind of thing. It's not like an Umbreon was on their sides. They have a lot of damage, but nothing to really just keep them in place here. They could just very swiftly fall back if the damage was just too much.
I actually don't think they could have fallen back, because you're up against a team that has initiation. So even if they fell back, the issue is you commit into a team like Zora Tigers. They are a team that wants you to retreat because they have multiple ways of catching you out. In particular,
oh no, I was talking about Zora Tigers retreating, not them. Sorry.
It's fine. Yeah, but in particular, like Zora Tigers, they want to fight. They want to force you into a fight, and they're going to lock you into a fight. Whereas MIS, they only have one option. You either go in or you go in. You don't have an option to back out. So next matchup, I do think there are still plenty of options for MIS. Maybe they were hoping that they could get a bit of a quick one for game number 1, use the evolutions, get the 1 game advantage, and then see what happens for game number 2. But to be now put on the back foot with none of the evolutions available for you, now I think this is when you're going to have to start pulling out the big guns for MYS. You're going to have to start consider Foxy either being the Inteleon or that Mew. You're going to have to start thinking about HT going back to his classic Zoroark. Are you going to pick up that Clefable as well, because Clefable was available? Do you think Ice will be able to get his Umbreon?
I feel they just need a Pokemon that really can help enable them in this way, especially if Ice, if you don't really have any of your defender players to really help set things up or lock things down for you while you're doing damage, then you need to have various options. Like for example, I like to give an example, right? Gardevoir, for example, she has an ability called Moonblast, for example. It's also an attacker. Moonblast, just a second of a stun or just to keep them or displace or keep them in place can be quite immense and quite helpful in a lot of this fight, especially against speedsters like Dodrio as well, or maybe any other speedsters to be example for them as well. Sure, Umbreon would be fantastic, but of course, as you saw, Buzzwole and both Buzzwole and Umbreon has been banned from the sidelines here. And that's really, especially with this early game comp, there's really not much Pokemon that does have that kind of versatility that you want to bring into it as well.
I'm actually just keen to see what this next draft is going to be. So a couple of signature Pokemon won't be available. Let's talk about those. So Zora Tigers, they've already used Jong's Blastoise. That won't be available for them. Espeon for Sabine, also not going to be available. So Sabine will have to compete with Foxy to get that Inteleon. And even Mew, surprisingly enough, actually, Sabine and Foxy share a pretty similar pool of attackers. Pretty cool if I do say so myself.
Right, it's really back and forth here between the two sides here. So it's really not really like a big hit. It's not really like a big miss for both of them. They're very comfortable with this at any kind of composition here. By far, I think MYS has one of the most very flexible kind of team members as well, where at any time if the composition doesn't work, they can just shift it to either the Poke competition or maybe one person, one backliner and 2 all-rounders at any given time of their choosing as well. But yes, coming to the mix as well, like you mentioned, some Pokemon's not available for TMOS, same goes for Zora Tigers. No Blastoise, but there is an option for John to go for, to traverse into other territories. There's Lucario, Sylveon. If you need a diver, you can give Lucario to Jong, and then we can have a Leafeon being picked up by Sabine. That way you have really great answers to really dive into that backline. I think it's still one of the few best ones we have, and it's also a really early game comp and running composition as well. They both really play off pretty well. Those two Pokemon. Could
be. I definitely think we need to consider what are the first 2 picks as well to see what kind of draft is going to evolve, because I'm not sure if MYS want to play that aggressive again. They might want to play more of that late game or invest at least more into that late game this time. Not just hope that they would be able to blow up for the first 5 minutes and then just keep beating down Zora Tigers. Because I think Zora Tigers, they did a really great job last game being able to just stay on MYS. They didn't let MYS run away with the game at all. The Mule's rotations on the Dodrio were great.
Yep.
He was always there. So it was always 3v3, never a numbers advantage at any point. And he even surprised MYS multiple times, just suddenly jumping onto them in moments where they just weren't expecting a Dodrio to be coming.
Of course. The first round was really like both teams have their own sets of win conditions, but if you were to compare between the two, there's a lot more flexibility coming for Zora Tigers gaming as well with the composition that they have. They have great team fight, great control. If the fight gets a little bit too dicey, they can always back up, especially since Ice was really present most of the time during that early or at least early to mid game transitioning as well. So now this game here, understanding from that first game, TMOS is very quick to adjust and very adapt. This is, by the way, all early game composition isn't their only composition. Just want to remind all the fans and viewers as well. They are very flexible, very versatile. If they want to go late game, they definitely have those kind of compositions as well. They're also very flexible. I love the composition that they run the last time where they were able to pick up the Intelligent for Nightmare Foxy. Then we see a little bit of early game as they bring in the Leafeon. They also have the Trevenant or Crustle. On top of that, we also have the Bustle. But that was the dream. That was the dream lineup for most teams as well. And at times, pretty difficult to achieve too. But of course, finally we're entering to our second drafting here. What's going to be the call? A respect ban. A very respect ban. But what about this guy? Still going to be the exact same ban with the Umbreon. Does that mean... No, they still cannot... TMOS has no access to the Crustle this time. So the remaining defender that they have would have been the Trevenant here. But of course, just to secure for Nightmare Foxy,
actually,
they
MYS
will bring in
also...
Inteleon.
So MYS also have options for picking up Blastoise. Because Zora Tigers, they've already used it, they can't pick it themselves, so it will be available to them in the pool as well.
I think it'll be great for them too.
I am glad that they've managed. So MYS have picked up Inteleon. I'm actually very happy that they've been able to lock this in for Foxy. They want to make sure that he's on a great attacker. To be paired up with the Blastoise and the Slowbro, this looks like a much more stable game here for MYS. They have options to be aggressive, they have options to be defensive as well. They're keeping everything open. I'm curious to know what HT is going to play. Is he going to be playing on his classic melee speedsters? Because that's what HT's known for. But we are seeing a Delphox coming into play after Zora Tigers have picked up a Clefable.
This is actually going to be his third Delphox here in the ACL as well. He picked it twice back in the regional stage as well. It's pretty great against the healers as their abilities really slow down those healing.
It's amazing against Trevenant, Lapras, and Clefable, because all of these are self-sustaining Pokemon. And even to a certain degree, Glaceon, because Glaceon also has the Lifesteal passive.
But think of it this way, right? Now you have the Delphox with her natural abilities already slows down healings. If you add on top of Pokemon items like the Curse Incense...
Oh, definitely Curse Incense
That's
is on.
a lot of healing they're going to be able to mitigate for these guys, especially from the Clefable here. I think at this point, at least coming from the support side of Zora Tigers, they're going to be wondering like, it's like, hey bro, where's my moonlight? He's like, I am already moonlighting you, but you're burning!
I'm cooking!
You're on fire! You're literally being baked here.
Oh gosh, so this is really exciting. So this will be one of the few times we see HT not playing a melee Pokemon. It's going to be the Delphox, and this is a very rare occurrence as well. So I am keen to see if Delphox, if this is successful in this matchup, are other teams going to realize that, okay, hang on a minute, Delphox is still a good Pokemon. So one of the issues back in the day when Delphox was considered OP, overpowered, was the number of times that you could trigger her fireworks.
Yes.
The main idea behind Delphox is you stop the healing, but you also have a really annoying ultimate, massive AoE, massive slows, great initiating ability, and even to a certain degree, a counter initiating ability. You can even zone people out with it as well, just because of how quickly it comes off cooldown. And I'm not sure if Zora Tigers are going to be prepared for this, because this is a Pokemon that rarely makes an appearance. Most people don't even practice to deal with the fireworks. And now that it's here, how confident is Zora Tigers playing into this Delphox?
Now, my real concern is going to be the fact that it's more like, because there's no divings, okay? There's no diving competition for Boston. There's no speedsters. There's no one that's really going to be able to get all the way to the back
I
line.
would say half Lapras. Lapras would be like the main quote-unquote diver on the side of Zora Tigers. But outside of that, though, MYS are pretty well protected.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like is really just because we're talking about like two composition who's going to be literally dependent on your backline damage dealers, right? It's really will come down to who's able to melt who first, that kind of thing. Although yes, there are more smaller factors like flanking maneuvers as well, who's able to get really better positioning, who's able to catch that backline first. There's a lot of variables coming into the mix as well, a lot of decisions. I guess you could have a really small early game macro decision that will somewhat dictate the pace of the game. But such early aggression, and they will manage to punish that for TMYS support who's coming in for that invasion.
Yeah, they did slow down the Glaceon's progress by a few seconds, just allowing HT to have a little bit more freedom in his central lane before anything happens. So we're going to see the Glaceon consider going for possibly a bottom rotation just to secure that lane there for Sabine's Mew. You really want to try and prevent Foxy from getting those levels. Foxy is going to play a key role in this team alongside HT. If anything, Foxy is going to be the win condition for this team. HT is just going to try and drive this game for as long as possible and keep that level balance between these two teams. So we'll see if that's going to come out into play. Both central laners back into the central lane, and I think Glaceon might be considering that top lane. I have to say though, up top, not looking too good there for Yamu. He's just hit Ward Portal at that level 5. He wants to have a better lane if possible, but it is a little bit difficult, especially going up against that Lapras.
Definitely for sure, and it's also the same applied to our dear Phantom here as well. Like one of the few disadvantages about the Traveler is the fact that you only will get the Traveler when you hit that level 5. So it's going to be taking quite a while. Thankfully, not massive burst happening towards that bottom path. However, a quick rotation coming in from the sidelines here. They want to try to get the first KO, and they will. They needed to break the tie here. They needed to create a little bit of a breathing room here for Yamu to really get things started here, to get the ball rolling. Now with that nice KO will be great. Now they're slowly transitioning to that central area securing. However, it's a little bit too late as Zoro Tigers is a little bit fast on the up there. But woo!
Foxy
Big
coming
damage,
in.
yeah.
Gets the snipe, but he will get counter KO'd. What a setup coming in from the Trevenant. Lines it up, and Sabine just sends him back to base with that Solar Beam. Fantastic play. No counter KOs there, but oh my gosh, Zoro Tigers are on fire today.
You know, it's somewhat forgotten as well. Like, it's just not Night Mew Foxy as well. But Sabine also really knows how to really line up those Solar Beam with the Mew as well perfectly. But a great competition as they try to seize control of the Arteria family. Back it out, it's a classic 4v4. But the burning coming in from Hasty is relatively significant, and they have to respect that. Not really committing the Moonlight, totally understanding that that damage is a little bit too much for them to handle. Saving a little bit, falls back, heals the whole team to prep for this first objective, the Reggie Rock here.
Yeah, so the play here for MYS, they want to try and draw this for as long as possible. They're hoping for HT to get his fireworks. Once the fireworks are ready to go, I think that's when MYS is going to be very patient in engaging into Zoro Tigers. So they do manage to set up so far onto the Slowbro. They do not get that follow-up Solar Beam though, so they will get the recovery off with the soft-boiled eggs. Yang just staying close with Ice, just trying to keep them topped up. Solar Beams flying left and right though. HT getting connected there. Mew almost going down. Sabine thankfully able to just waltz on out of their Glaceon though, trying to dish out some damage onto that Blissey. There's the fireworks connecting onto that Glaceon, and they managed to pop him down, and the Trevenant as well. There's not much you can do. There's no recovery for you.
There's just no way for them to confront it at all. Now they have the advantage. They also have the buff as well. They want to see if they can try to assert it as much as possible. But remember, this is Mew, a very slippery Pokemon, really hard to get your hands on it as well. They won't be able to get anyone into the mix as well. Not much pokes, but just in case, reinforcements for the top path, it has arrived. John comes in just to keep them in check, to say, hey, you know, I took turn, the Traveler subbed in for me. Now it's his turn to get the necessary amount of farm and defend that top half. Now it's time for John to get a little bit in the action here, but will it be enough? With the threat of the Intellium, who's been very comfortable, by the way, he's absolutely having a Nightmare Fox is having a ball with the Intellium with the snipe shot. No one has really able to disrupt him at all in this entire confrontation.
No, they have a really tough time. Zoro Tigers are going to really struggle to even catch Nightmare Foxy. It's just so elusive. They need to be also careful of those snipe shots, because if they get too soft, MYS will dive onto them with no issues. They're even going to pressure there with Yang throwing soft-boiled eggs. And to Zoro Tigers too. Just pushing them away. They're looking to try and go for a bit of a quick rip here. Do they have the final hit? Blastoise will secure that last hit too. So it's going to be a big win. And they even committed the Glaceon Unite for that too. So unfortunately for Mule, he's not going to be battle ready for this next fight if one kicks off.
It's fine because now they're popping the Unite mode because they totally understand as they defend against the Regieleki. This is the prime time for them to really try to get this punish. They get a couple of pokes in here and they will succeed. One KO secure, make that two at the same time. Absolutely making use of the situation, and they know for a fact once they secure the Regieleki, they will all group up for the goal post. They will try to defend it, and while they're all compact and grouped up, it's perfect for that Hydro Typhoon into the Unite move of the Intellion here. Absolutely well done and executed.
It was a very tough fight too. We did see the Trevenant try and go for a Horn Leech connect onto HT. He even committed the Phantom Forest on it as well, but a Bliss Assist coming in, just keeping that Delphox topped up. And I mean, there's not much you can do as a tree. Like once you throw your combo, you're basically donezo. And so much poke coming in for MYS. And even though they're running this Clefable, all this negative healing is causing them a lot of grief. If anything, they're probably thinking, hang on a minute, I think we should have picked something that doesn't actually have so much healing that's being negated by this annoying Delphox. Jong, they're going to try and zone away MYS sitting on top of that Registeel, but he's at half health. He's away from the team, and Clefable needs to reset down to half health too. Jong still sticking around. He will take quite a bit of damage there, and the Registeel going to go in favor of MYS yet again. This Lapras just trying to slide away, but the rest of the team will pay the price.
They just really can't withstand the amount of damage. The Clefable that was supposed to come in to give them the sustain was just not there. And now one by one, priority target has been set in stone here. And the rest of the squad will go for the rest of the pickers here. They will all fall like dominoes one by one. As they try to defend this goalpost for as long as they can, whatever they can actually in the first place here, while they wait for the rest of the reinforcement. But still another pickoff and the priority target 5-on-1. There's no way you're going to be able to withstand that kind of damage. No choice, we'll lose out the first goal post in that bottom lane as well.
So both tier 1s are down here for Zoro Tigers. This is actually turning into a nightmare game for this team after what a fantastic run they had in match number 1. MYS hungry to force this to a game number 3, especially with the surprise last pick Delphox for HT. A Pokemon whose style we very rarely see for this player, and he's executing it so well. But it's not over yet for Zoro Tigers. They still do have that late game that they can look at. 40 seconds to go before Rayquaza will be hitting that field, and it might have to come down to some of the AoE crowd control on the side of Zoro Tigers. They still have access to Phantom Forest. They're also going to have Jong who can come in with the Lapras Express. If we can get a multi-man Ice Beam, that might just be the setup that they need to hopefully get the damage out there for Sabine and Mule. These two, the game is on their shoulders. You're relying on Glaceon and Mew to do the heavy lifting, but I just don't know if they're going to have enough opportunities with the Tree and Lapras.
This is the kind of fight where a frontal assault is not very ideal for Zoro Tiger. It's actually quite costly, and the chances of success is not that high.
But they can't backcap. They have no backcapping capability.
So this is what I'm thinking, right? They have to go for flanking. Someone has to take the brunt of it while someone really gets to that back. Like, sure, yes.
Jong's trying, but he's about to run into a Blastoise. That's going to be scattered out.
That's why I'm saying that's a really well positioned coming from Ice. He understands their win condition is to really disrupt their Night Mew Foxy. That's why he's standing up there. Despite being so far from the rest of the squad, he's keeping his distance, but also giving the necessary intel, giving them the call out. Guys, they're here. I'm nearby. Don't worry. I'm keeping my distance. They can't really catch on me unless they really fully commit.
Got to be careful there, Yang. You're all alone. You're not really supported by your team. In the backlines, though, we still have Yemu trying to get into position, being pushed away by Jong, threatening with that Ice Beam. If that freeze connects, that might just be curtains for him. Ice, though, continuing to provide vision for his team. And Zoro Tigers struggling to find an opening. Yes, they have this Moonlight, but when this fight kicks off and the fireworks get thrown down, that Moonlight is going to mean absolutely nothing. This Phantom Forest might just have to be a game-winning one, or if we can get the flank coming in from Jong, that might just be the play here, but it looks like Phantom Forest connecting. No damage fall off. The team is too far away. Jong coming in for the backstab, but beautiful jump coming in from HT. No connection onto the Delphox, but they've lost the Blastoise though, so maybe this is what Zoro Tigers needs. They use their Unites though, but can they deal with that damage? Horn Leech going to completely whiff. The Blissey's still hanging around for the team. They're still trying to go for the rip, but they can't. The Glaceon is gone. The Espeon is gone. It's just the two defenders, and HT say, I don't care. Your healing means nothing.
Oh man, like he doesn't care. He absolutely love it. And having an absolute ball here. Sure, you lose Night Mew Foxy, but the damage has already been done, Danny. constant poke, constant aggression, so really cement their win in this round. A pick such as Delphox really excel in this case, especially when you don't really have diving composition to really pair with alongside with your team. It's just that difficult here for them. So really well done. The drafting was, I guess you could confidently say that it was pretty much set in stone from before the game actually really happened.
That was an ace. That was 100% an ace card coming in from NYS. They have been hanging on to that for the longest time, and to bring it out here, it's a desperation pick, and it worked out so well for them because now they don't have to worry about Clefable, Trevenant, and Lapras going into this next matchup. And if you know Zora Tigers, it's a team that loves to pick those very big, fat Pokemon. They're starting to run out.
Yeah, I mean,
they are running out of options.
Definitely for sure. Oh, man, and I think also at the same time, if you look for the drafting, and I believe the order of the drafting as well, Danny, is that the fact that I felt like it was a little bit of a really fantastic read, right, that kind of thing, because understanding like what they have and what they is potentially trying to go for as well, I think they just decided, you know, there's a lot of healings, we'll just go bring in the Delphox. Although yes, the last picks was still in the hands of Zora Tigers Gaming, but the fact that they didn't really go for any diving Pokemon here, no species, no nothing, it just really cement their composition. They're like, great! They're just only going to be able to get to our face. Sure, Lapras can get all the way to the backline with the Lapras Express, but that's all he can do. He's not an all-rounder. He's not a speedster. He's a nuisance. He's annoying. Sure, but that's all the Lapras is. And it doesn't matter. There's a lot of, I guess you could say, disengagement abilities on the side of their backline as well. You've got the Fell Stingers, you have the Unite move on top of Night Mew Foxy. So even if the Lapras gets a little bit too annoying, he has ways to get out of the situation.
Yeah.
So,
and I think the damage numbers, I just want to quickly point this out
I
as
know.
well.
Ice.
The Ice, yep, Ice stood 33,000. But I think this also tells the story of how this game was really difficult for Zora Tigers. So on average for Zora Tigers, you're looking at like 90k damage for Mule and Sabine. This game, even though they were running Glaceon and Mew, they just struggled to poke NYS because it was relentless from NYS. They were constantly poking, prodding, forcing those attackers on Zoro back to sit next to the Clefable because they were just taking so much damage every time they stuck their face out.
And the worst part is they were already naturally outranged in this case. Usually you see teams when they play into or against an Italian, they usually have to try to bring in like the Venusaur Solar Beams, they try to bring in another Speedster Leafeon because not only sure, you got the range, it may not be as far, but you're still Speedster, you're still quite the threat to such a backline like Italian.
I also want to point out, this was just a really tough game for Trevenant and even Lapras because they couldn't gap close on any of these backline attackers. But right, because again, as you mentioned, there's no speedster, there's no Pokemon that can find an easy access point into the backlines to pressure those attackers. And for Trevenant and Lapras, unless someone can do that to force attention back and they can push the team forward, like these two Pokemon were unfortunately just the wrong choices. Now, you can't blame them for this as well because they didn't expect the Delphox to come out at all. These two Pokemon also rely a lot on self-sustained healing, which Delphox ultimately hard counters this as well.
I think this is pretty much what they were trying to go for, right? Because of the fact that when you hear, sure, like exactly what you said, but also adding on, that's where the Clefable comes in. When they locked in that Clefable, say, all right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna sustain, walk through them, and then the Moonlight is just gonna keep you guys nice and toasty. But in the end, it was Delphox will be the one that's gonna be toasting them all here. Although,
look at this, right? Like HT, he doesn't. There's nothing that can touch him. He's just dancing all over the place, and he's running into his fireworks because they know that they can't touch me in here. You're a Trevenant. You're melee. You can't come into my fireworks because that's my domain.
Yeah, and the worst about it is like you don't have. It's not a composition where if you pick up one, if it's a composition of one backline damage dealer, and you pick him up, that's like pretty great for you guys. But however, there's two people doing the damage here. There's two people that's going to be an absolute threat. However, I felt there was one particular Pokemon defender, if they had in their hands, the game could have been a little bit more different here, particularly Crossel. I think if they bring Crossel, sure, he is still going to be diving, but he's a little bit different compared to the Lapras, right? He has his values to the fact that once he pop that Unimind Rumble Rouser, right? You have a lot of the shields, you're able to tank a lot of damage, you're able to just dive back in, and there's no Umbreon to steal those shields. So he's going to be able to run in. You got that Rock Turn to really like either force eject button, force them to, or displace them in the center, and control here. I think if they had that, then maybe the game could have been a little bit more different. It actually might make this a lot more easier for the Trevenant. But like I said, like you said as well, they didn't anticipate the possibility of a Delphox mix here. That really did mitigate a lot of their plans here. Or I dare say, they throw a wrench into their plans here.
I mean, that's a pretty big wrench. We've got to talk about game number 3, though, right? This is the X Factor. This is the last game that either MYS or Zora Tigers Gaming is going to play. Unfortunately, the loser will be ending their run here at the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League, but the winner will be playing against Rise in their next matchup, which is going to be match number 10. It'll be after our next matchup. It's going to be a very exciting one, but also a really stressful time for these players because everything is now on the line. These small mistakes are now going to start to matter.
Yeah, one mistake, like not intentional mistake or anything, but maybe just the fact that there's just not much option left can really create massive waves in this round to really dictate how the pace of the game is going to be like as well.
Let's talk about those options because I think it is something that we do need to talk about. So let's talk about supports first.
Okay,
supports for both teams. MYS have already used Hooper and Blissey.
Now,
they still have Clefable, but Comfey is also something that I have seen MYS play in the past.
True.
Alternatively,
Sableye.
Sableye. We have seen Yang play that Sableye. I hope everyone remembers from the Southeast Asia League, the double invade, Ice and Yang, Lucario, Sableye, Central Area invade. That was absolutely crazy. It could be something to consider for this third game if they want to try and throw their opponents off. Zora Tigers, in the meantime, they have already used Eldegoss and Clefable, meaning that Hooper as well as Blissey will be open in the pool, and of course, Comfey and Sableye as well. The reason why we're not talking about Mr. Mime is, unfortunately, I don't think a team has really found that perfect niche for Mr. Mime. Like, the meta at the moment just doesn't really suit the Pokemon.
Of course.
But who knows, maybe someone for Zora Tigers proves me wrong. They bring it in, they say, okay, we know how to play this Mr. Mime, it fits our composition perfectly. Good luck.
Like I said before, right? Like there's a few Pokemon that's currently, especially with these new rules, we might see a resurface of certain Pokemons, right? And like Pokemon like Mr. Mime and all this, sure, they may not have the same values as currently the meta supports that we have, but they should have their own strengths here that can really make use on this competition. It really depends on what's your condition in those drafting. Can you really set it up to get those kind of support? But of course, right now I feel in those drafting, support-wise, really bouncing back and forth. We'll have to see what's the team really try to draft for. However, I'm looking at the top lane. I feel that top lane draft is going to be pretty crucial here because there's certain Pokemon picks that you can actually go to that top lane that can really help ease how the flow of the game can actually really turn out, right? That kind of thing. Where, think of it this way, right? If Yemu or any of these two teams were to choose to bring like either a Machamp or a Lucario to the top side, because let's be honest, all-rounders, we don't really have a lot of all-rounders. We see a couple of Mimikyus, but it has been pretty, I don't say pretty rare, but I felt like Mimikyu's presence has either works or it doesn't, that kind of thing. But Lucario, on the other hand, whether is it in a tough game or a very simple game, he still has such really big impact depending on what's the build you're trying to go for. Even against the Buzzwole, it's also been pretty great for them. But this is the last game. This is the third game as well, Danelie. Will they decide to let this Buzzwole slide?
I don't know.
I know he's a very massive threat. I've also been talking about it as well, but
it depends, right? It really depends because you also have to consider what else is in the pool that you don't want to deal with. So I want to talk with defenders. Zora Tigers have so far run 2 double defenders.
yes.
They're running out of options for those double defenders.
I believe they have used the Trevenant, they have used the Blastoise, and also
so Slowbro, Blastoise, Trevenant, and Lapras.
there's still the Crustle.
There is still the Crustle, but there's a good chance that it might also be banned by MYS, or MYS are anticipating the Crustle, and they're going to pick a composition that might not worry about a Crustle.
Which is why I'm saying, if they choose to go for the Crustle, I'm waiting for you, HD. I'm waiting for you to lock in that Absol. I don't care. Because look at it from the point of view, right? He's a great diver. He answers certain angles in the game composition as well. And when you have such a tanky Pokemon like Crustle, with those shielding, there's a skill called Psycho Cut on the hands of Absol, right? Where any Pokemon that he marks, right, with the Psycho Cut, any allies that hit that marked Pokemon will actually deal with additional damage. That will really aid them to really shred such a very tanky frontliner, especially since you don't really have the Umbreon. But like I said, I'm just throwing it out there, HD. Just throw it out.
I'm also going to throw it out there that Mew has not been banned or touched by MYS, and Zora Tigers have already played us in game number 2. So I think that's also another Pokemon you're going to have to think about if you're Zora Tigers. Do you want to give Nightmare Foxy his Mew? You have to consider that bottom lane matchup for Sabine. What Pokemon would you give Sabine that would actually do reasonably well up against a Mew?
The thing is, I don't see, like, it's very, very rare to have a Pokemon like Mew. I feel Mew is in a very similar category to some Pokemon, like, to some Pokemon where, like, oh, they're great, they're strong in the hands of this player. But is it still a debate to actually go for the ban out? Because there are still more stronger bans here. Like, it's very, like, we have been seeing, like, some dedicated bans, some respectful bans so far. But because of this new drafting style as well, that is somewhat possible too.
Well, the bans, right, have been Buzzwole for MYS
Yes.
and Umbreon for Zora Tigers. Can you afford to ban something else? And I think if you're Zora Tigers, you can't, because we've seen Ice play that Umbreon, and it is
Insane.
It's insane. He is a nightmare to deal with. And we're gonna get a HT Zoroark ban. Big respect from Zora Tigers, but that does mean that Mew is available. That means Umbreon is available. And Buzzwole, the respect ban will continue for MYS. They do not want to play against Zhong's Buzzwole. So what options are we looking at for Zhong, and what is Yenmu going to play?
Okay. So Zora Tigers not only did get the priority ban, but they also got the priority pick. So
They also got priority pick, yes.
So they will be able to lock in that Umbreon. But there's still the cross on their hands. So if Zora Tigers still want to play with that double defenders lineup, they still is possible for them. But for the side, you mentioned it, you love it, everyone loves it. Nightmare Foxy will get his Mew here once again, and this time going to be taking their hands on the Clefable, and Teleon is going to be will be the answer here for the side for Sabine as he brings it in alongside with the Blissey. But so far, double defender lineup again for the side of TNYs as he brings in both the Lapras and the Trevor. A little bit of a switch up here because this was the first 4 Pokemon was very relatively similar to what Zora Tiger utilized in the last round. But I love the idea with the Venusaur. Zhong actually plays a really mean Venusaur.
Look, I'm looking at HT and I'm saying, what is this man playing? Because he's not getting access to Zoroark, so what else? Is it the Mimikyu? It has to be the Mimikyu.
Yep. Oh man, I'm so sad, but okay, you know
Why
what?
are you sad?
I was hoping for Absol, but you know it's fine. There's no Crustle here anyway, so that's totally
Okay,
fine.
no, because there's Umbreon.
Yeah.
There's no way you play Absol into Umbreon.
That's true, exactly.
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
Sad days for Mr. Leonard. But I have to say, this is a pretty cool comp coming in. So HT Central Area Mimikyu. We're going to be seeing Yenmu on that top lane. Lapras, it's great to see Lapras coming back in. I mean, we saw Zhong play it just now in the top lane, so now Lapras top lane might be coming back into the meta here, ladies and gentlemen. Great defender, not going to do as much damage as it used to, but still plenty of utility. One of the great things
Very
with
self-reliant,
Lapras,
yes.
self-reliant, loves to be in the middle of those fights when you can get those multiple procs for the water pulse, and in particular being able to control the terrain with your ice beam. You can threaten the terrain, throw down the ice beam, and suddenly Leafeon is going to have to double think whether or not they want to run onto the ice beam. Will they get frozen? So
And
lots of things to think about.
And I like from the last round as well, when you had the Lapras in the hands of Zora Tigers, at least this year you have an option to bring someone else with you with the Lapras Express here. Particularly, if you're able to pick up HT with the Mimikyu, you're going to be able to do not only be a nuisance with the Lapras, but now suddenly at the blue, you have someone to really finish up these fights here with HT with the Mimikyu in hand here. Although I do want to mention, this is actually going to be the second time HT actually played Mimikyu here in the entire ACL here. He only played it once back in the regional stage, but that's only because of the fact that, you know, when you got like, when he has other Pokemon options as well.
Hold on, I remember him popping off with his Mimikyu as well.
I know, yes, and that was that one game only. That one game alone.
Oh gosh.
So,
Oh,
a
gosh.
very hidden card here. He did show his strengths, but that was pretty much it. He basically gave us a teaser in the regional station before coming to this finals.
So I'm just looking at these two teams. So you've got Nightmare Foxy for your burst damage and some secure. You've got HT for the sustained damage and also for the pop in case he can jump on top of something like the Inteleon or that Leafeon. Like maybe even to a certain degree the Venusaur if the Venusaur is going to be low enough. And then you have Yenmu playing more of that utility top lane in that Lapras. We'll do sustained damage, but most importantly just wants to stay in the front lines and constantly slow and freeze. On the other side though, I think there's definitely a lot more damage, a lot more burst. You're dealing with Inteleon snipe shots and solar blades from a Leafeon, and also a Venusaur. But the Venusaur, we're not 100% sure if it's going to be Solar Beam or Petal Dance. I presume it's Petal Dance, but we don't get to see either, so we don't get to choose when things do or don't happen. But I'm just looking at the team, and I'm kind of leaning towards Zoro Tigers. Like, they've got really great supports. You've got Umbreon and Blissey. Blissey in particular is amazing when you're trying to save one ally. If someone gets jumped on, Bliss's shields in a lot of cases are going to be able to save your teammate, and that gives you enough time to turn things around and maybe even force that fight in your favor.
Well, I mean, it's understandable, right? Because like you have so much options. You have so much versatility. You have the range from the Inteleon. Solar Beam, just in case if you choose to go for it. But Petal Dance is also pretty great because you're currently going to be in your face with a lot of these Pokemon. You're going to be in your face with Lapras, the Mimikyu, the Clefable, the Trevenant, right? So the Petal Dance is going to be helpful to able to reset that Giga Drain, or at least get it out a lot more faster than usual here. But if you choose to go for the Solar Beam, it's also really great because you're going to be able to pressure out a lot of these Pokemon here to really keep their distance here. Leafeon with the Solar Beam, of course, without a doubt, an insane ability. Mean Look. Basically, it's a very strong lineup. You couldn't ask for a more better lineup composition coming out for Zoro Tigers to really try to bring this game back into their favor here for
I'm
sure.
actually concerned because Mean Look synergizes so well with the
everything,
entirety
right?
of, yeah, Zoro Tigers. Like Mean Look synergizes with Zoro Tigers so well, and for MYS, a Clefable, like there's only so much you're going to be able to do with Clefable healing. So you need to be very mindful of who's going to be in front, who gets caught with the Mean Look, and finding openings and saying like, hey, they're going to jump on me because they've Mean Looked me. Can we counter jump? Can we surprise them before they actually try to finish me off? Lots of things to think about here. The game is still relatively early, but we are getting a bit of a jump here. It's actually going to be play rough on this Mimikyu, instantly taking out both Inteleon as well as that Blissey.
Well done.
MYS are mad. They want to win this game, and Zoro Tigers, you can tell they were not prepared for that.
Well done. I don't know whether you noticed it as well, but Ice actually did this really nice rotation all the way to the back and really cut off their field of escape here. Sure, they only got 1 KO out of it, but it was just really enough to really try to tip the scale slightly back. They just really needed any form of openings here, any kind of pick off here to try to get some form of advantage. With that opening, they get a couple of nice points into the mix as well, and just sort of remind them that, for a fact that, hey, we've been hit by all kinds of flanking maneuvers by all kinds of teams in this tournament. We can also do the exact same thing as well here.
Top lane so far has been an absolute big win here for MYS. They are just scoring points for free. They're getting free experience for Yamu, so he's actually going to try and aim for that level 9 to get the Lapras Express. But it's like Leafeon on the side of Zoro Tigers will be getting the buff for the team. It's just the Regice buff as well. It's not an attack or defense buff at all, but the experience will pay off, especially with how things have been a little bit difficult in that top lane for Jong. He does hit level 8 because of that experience though, so things are starting to look a little bit up for him. It's going to be Petal Dance, his choice of move for this matchup, and the Giga Drain as well. So lots of sustain, lots of in-your-face capabilities for that Venusaur. But I'm curious to know what's the play here. It looks like it's going to be a 5-man rush for that Regieleki in that top lane. At MYS, the team's not really in position. It just gets sniped.
It is so difficult for them as well. There's just so many abilities on the side here for Zoro Tigers for really great secure moves, in this case on a lot of these objectives as well here. So pretty tough for them to really get into it. They really need the Trevenant. They need all hands on deck here. And I think this is why I really like Venusaur, right? They're very flexible, very versatile.
Ice is trying to get level 9. He wants Phantom Forest, but he's not going to be given the opportunity. Doesn't get it.
It's so hard. Like, there's just too many ways to really secure like objectives here as well, and these wild Pokemons here. But then again, the fact that they're still able to keep up to date with the level, that's been pretty great. Managed to lock them down here, but like I said, Mew, it's so, like I said, he is such a slippery Pokemon here. It's just so hard for them to really get into it.
I think we're going to be seeing a battle up top. We are seeing the rotation here for HT, and the team is ready to go. Lapras Express committed. They're going straight for the Inteleon, forcing out the eject button though, but they're going to keep on going. Bliss Assist does connect, and they're going to be able to keep the Inteleon going, and Jong wants to help finish things up for the team. They do get 1 KO, 2 KOs, Mimikyu, as well as that Clefable go down. Ice coming in from the back lines, but the team is not really in position. Phantom Forest, the bonus damage. Maybe this is what they need, but we're seeing the Leafeon jump on Nightmute. Foxy deletes him before any follow-up comes through. But hang on a minute though, the fight's still going on. They tried to go for ward, instead wanting to turn on to that Leafeon. They just don't have the connections though. The follow me, they're saying, Chobo, we are hungry, we need some experience, give us experience.
This is going to be great. Now the full team is back at full frontal here. They'll definitely be able to break this first goal post as well, and they will succeed into it here. A lot of points, they have the lead here. Sure, that frontal part was a little bit difficult, especially since, you know, when you have all your frontliners already so far extended forward, you leave your dear friend Mew, especially without the Mirage here. He has no way to really escape into the face of the lead here. However, decent amount of trades, but in the end, MYS will feel better for that one for sure. On leads to try to secure some of these wild Pokemon will not be able to get any here. On the other side, all teams are really grouping out. Lapras still trying to get the necessary farm and levels in as much as possible before the big fight that comes in. Nice KO, nice isolation on the Clefable. That just means they don't really have any support for the heals here. Can they hold this goal post against them here? That's the real question. Lapras a threat, pretty great. He was able to hit all the way to the back line. The position wasn't really that great. Even Nightmare and Foxy completed the ultimate just try to get close in the gaps here. They will succeed on both the Inteleon and the Venusaur, and they will get another one in the process, but it's not done yet, Danny. They want a couple of more. They're not satisfied with 3. They want to get 4, possibly a 5. Unfortunately, not enough. Burden Anger with a massive amount of damage to try to isolate the rest of the team. Unfortunately for the fact here, our dear friend Trevor will fall here, but the rest of the squad are very satisfied with that earlier engagement.
Yeah, unfortunately, both supports going down for MYS in the tail end of that fight, and it looks like we're going to be seeing Zora Tigers continue on with this as well, even forcing out the Unite onto Sabine, trying to dish out that damage. Lapras caught with the mean look, they will get it, then they also use the commitment. Unite there from the Blissey just to deal that extra damage, to zone them off the goal zone. Nightmare Fox, they're doing lots of damage. The AoE cancelling the score lines, and it looks like they might be losing some more Pokemon here, but they are still trying to defend. There's only so much you can do as a Mew and a Trevenant. These scores are going to finally go through. No, the constant solar beams. Oh gosh.
It feels like forever because we're just seeing this massive fight with this bottom path back and forth for so long. It literally went for 2 minutes long, by the way. 4 minutes and 30 seconds we saw the fight initiated, and now we're already slowly transitioning into that Rayquaza fight. Such a long fight, but this is the problem right now. If they get pressured out with this Regieleki, I think it's going to be quite the pinch here for Team MYS. But then again, let's see who's going to be able to secure it first thing. Nice time with the mean look to try to ensure this Trevenant, the Ice, was not able to get to any of their line to try to disrupt them in any way. They should be able to secure the Regieleki, and I believe they have enough damage to actually pull it out. See, there's no more aggression coming out from Zora Tiger.
They got 18 seconds to go, and with these final moments, Zora Tiger's just going to finish up leveling up, getting all the experience on their side of the map. Lots of yellow dots here. But we're down to the last 5 seconds before Rayquaza's going to make his descent from the sky. And might be the game-winning condition for some of these teams. Everyone's getting into position. So far, everyone for Zora Tigers is grouped up. Leafeon going to be sitting in that top lane protecting just in case someone wants to go for that potential back cap.
Oh, yes.
Now, here's the advantage here. MYS are currently in the lead for points, but they have lost a few of these engagements when Yemu hasn't successfully come in with the backstab Lapras Express. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Yemu to somehow find that opening and to yet again set things up for Ice and Co. Maybe they can still win this game. HT going to be sneaky in his own right, sitting in that bottom lane bush.
The winning condition for Team MYS is very simple as well. It's just merely positioning as well. Just get as much intel as possible. I love the placement where they're currently standing because that just gives them a really general view of the whole situation. And by the way, they're not pressured for Rayquaza as well. So at any time, they can try to go for the punish or any secrecy. They manage to get on top of the Leafeon, and that's pretty much all they need. But then, by the way, there's still the Lapras Express, and now they're trying to dive into the mix as well.
They use the Midnight Prance, so there's going to be no Umbreon Unite coming into this next fight. That's
well.
what MYS want. They want to force out these Unites if possible, force them out prematurely so that they lack these countermeasures. If a fight happens, they're going to come in this time. Trevenant healing so much. Phantom Forest on the whole team. They found the choke point, but do they have the damage? They've only lost the Trevenant Umbreon as well. Both defenders down on both sides, but Inteleon goes down as well as the Leafeon. Jong all on his own, isolated by MYS, and this might just be it. MYS going to be locking in their points for the game, not bothering with Rayquaza at all. And with 25 seconds to go, and all these knockout timers being so long, this might just be it, folks.
No, it's not might just be it. It is it, Danny. Team MYS finally, from the brink of defeat, they brought things back despite the disadvantage, despite the back and forth. They will be the one that have the final say. They already set up the foundation. They set up the game until this very moment. They ensure they have the points. They ensure they're not going to be the one that's being pressured out. They got the positioning, they got the timing. And by the way, and the best part about it, like you said, the fact that they were able to force out a couple of Unite moves before the actual big thing, that was a huge bonus for them here. The best part about it, they were able to slowly keep pushing them towards the top side, very close towards the Lapras as well. And once they got really nice close and got back, that was the choke point. That was it. That was the final blow.
Perfect choke point for Ice, because Ice came in, saw them hit the bottleneck, and he was like, insta Phantom Forest. Easy peasy. There's no way you missed this. And it was curtains.
And the worst part about it is, well, you also, because you have to play defensive, right? Kind of when you get caught from the Phantom Force, you instantly see the antenna popping into the Unite move. And it's because since he popped it out relatively early, he just decided, you know what, this fight is not really massive. He needs to go find Nightmare Foxy. By the time he got to the Nightmare Foxy and they started a confrontation, he popped the Unite move first, so it didn't really last that long. And by the time it ended, Nightmare Foxy said, "You are currently at the mercy. You are currently at the mercy of me." And that was pretty much it.
Oh, what a 3-game series we saw here, ladies and gentlemen. But unfortunately, as this set concludes, we are going to also have to say goodbye to Zora Tigers Gaming. This team put up a massive fight against Team MYS, arguably one of the strongest teams to ever come out from Asia. And to be able to force the 3 games and not make it look easy at all. I hope we see a lot more Zora Tigers in the future. I want to see them in the World Championship qualifiers, and most importantly, I want to see this team at Worlds.
The thing is their potential is really immense, right?
So much, yes.
The way they really process the game here, how they match the resources, and this doesn't just apply to Zora Tigers Gaming, it applies to most of the Korean teams as well. I'm looking forward to see a lot more Korean teams really coming into the mix as well, but of course, this is the competition, so not everyone can really push through it. Now we're going to have like 100 teams coming into this competition. But of course, with that being said, Zora Tigers, you did a phenomenal journey for us. Such amazing road as well as you showed your paralysis, really showing the might and pride of your countrymen. And now, with that being said, we bid you for all adieu. But then again, you did show us your strive. Now TMOS will be moving forward. It is a long road for them to go to the grand finals itself. And eventually, if I guess you could say if fates align, Team MOS might even have their rematch against Unite Holic.
They might. It is very possible in this day and age. But this also means that Team MYS will be facing up against Rise later today for the next elimination matchup for these 2 teams. Now, what we do know already for Rise and MYS is that historically, MYS have been able to best Rise, but under some circumstances, Rise have also been able to surprise MYS. I think just off the top of my head, I don't have the clear statistic, but I think the odds are like 40 to 60, 40 Rise, 60 MYS. I think in most cases, MYS would normally beat Rise. But things are different. We have the new drafting format, and it has thrown some of these teams off, and I feel like Rise have really stepped up and shown that they have really adapted to the new drafting mode.
Oh yeah.
MYS, I feel like there's still this feeling of discomfort for this team when they're trying to go for these drafts. They don't seem wholly comfortable, because for some of the players, they have to step out of their comfort zones to accommodate and actually go for counter picks rather than comfort picks.
Right. The thing is, for me, it didn't feel. Yeah, sure, they may feel discomfort especially with this new drafting, but they don't really show it as much. That kind of thing. I feel
in game it's different.
Yeah, I feel MYS so far has been showing their resilience for sure. But most importantly, it's the fact that they are not really phased by most things. Right? I think that's something that Team MOS would have the edge over Rise. It will be the fact that they're not really like surprised by normal means. You need to do something really drastic, like what Unite Holic did to them in that 3rd game, to really catch them off guard. And because of what Unite Holic did to them, now it's already a mental note for MOS. They say like, all right, this is not going to surprise us. We've seen this competition. Do not be phased, even if it's weird. No defenders, no supporters. Do not be phased. It's currently in our memory, and they're currently prepped for it. Because let's be honest, it's not the first time that they see other cons being utilized in other regions, right? And once they see it, they straight away will tell themselves like, okay, guys, this is a team that likes to do hyper-flank competition. They like to go for back caps. That's why you see the positioning being set for MYS side. They know when to defend goalposts. But what Unite Holic did really was quite drastic and quite relatively fresh. For not just
Whoa.
MOS, but for everyone as well, actually.
I'm pretty sure everyone that played against Unite Holic, I think if you put any team in that game 3 against as MIS, like everyone probably would have lost to that strat. 100%.
I know. But the problem is that's what I'm saying. That's how crazy it was, right? Okay, I know it feels like I'm like creating like this grand story, right? But you just don't see Unite Holic doing this to other teams. That's what I'm saying, right?
Well, I think they haven't felt like they needed to
see,
because in
that's
their
what I'm
game
saying, right?
yesterday they didn't even get a game 3. They got 2-0'd, remember? That strat that they used was, I think in most cases that's a game 3 strat. You do not save that for game 2.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So look, we might see it again for Unite Holic today because they're also on the brink of elimination. But we do need to focus on our next matchup. And that next matchup is True Gravity versus E Arena.
That's going to be also a very exciting one as well.
But I have to say, their opponent is Unite Holic, so I'm not sure if I'm excited after this matchup.
I mean, it is like, you know, that's the nature of the competition, right? Like, all these players are here to answer the challenge. And while, yes, some teams might be here for the monetary prize, some teams are here to leave their name in history. But I also like the fact that to know that there may be a team right there among our top 8 team are here in this competition merely for the fact that they just wanted to challenge themselves, to really understand where do they truly stand among all these titans here in the Asia scene here. Then once they understand that, then where will they stand in the global scene against NA, EU? Because let's be honest, Pokemon Unite is growing in everywhere across the globe here, right? We have so many great talents in the other regions as well. Their own styles, their own tactics, their own play styles, and their own ideals as well. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, our first series of the lower bracket has finally been concluded, and Team MYS will secure the round in the 2-1 fashion as they move forward to go toe-to-toe with Team Rise, which we'll be seeing that later towards this day here. But of course, with that being said, our next broadcast will be Team True Gravity versus E Arena.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting one as well. I know a lot of our Indian viewers are very excited to see their homeboys play up against E Arena. And unfortunately, only one of them will be able to make it through, and somebody is going home. So everything is on the line for these two teams. The team that drops here will be taking home $1,500 alongside Zora Tigers, as they are at both our 7th place teams at the tournament. And do you have on mind the prize pool for the teams one step up 5th place? Was it 2,500? I don't remember off the top of my head.
3,500.
3,500. A big step up.
Yeah, big step.
A big step. Well, I honestly, you'd want to be first, but as high as you can go, that's going to be the goal.
top 3 is actually pretty great as well, let's be honest.
Top 3 is wonderful, definitely.
But you know, besides the monetary prize, right, I think, like, seriously, a big shout out to Zora Tigers. I think, like, guys, don't take this to heart. Actually have really great pride as well. Like, you went through really great teams here. The best of the best on each of this region has to offer as well. Although yes, it's sad to see you guys go this early, but your potential is immense, and we can't wait to see you more in the future for sure. Especially not being biased, okay? Half Korean, but Korean pride, yes. Great.
Well, sure. Okay. So I do believe we may be getting an interview for our latest matchup as well. And actually, it is true. Our interview is ready with Team MYS. Let's see what they have to say after their victory.
สนุกค่ะ
นะครับเพราะว่าเรียกว่าพลิกไปพลิกมาตลอดเวลา
ใช่สูสีมากเลยทีเดียวนะ
และสุดท้ายก็เป็น
ค่ะ
MYS ครับผม
ใช่แล้วค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen please give a big round of applause to
ขอเสียงปรบมือให้
MYS
MYS หน่อยครับ
โอ้โห
สุด
นะ
ยอด
คะ
มากๆเลยนะครับตอนนี้เราอยู่กับ Ice
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and here's the player of the team Ice is with us and we are going to do the short interview with him
ครับเราสัมภาษณ์กันนะครับ
ค่ะ
ผมโอเคคำถามแรกเลยกันคุณมิ้มค
ได้
รับ
ค่ะ
ยากแค่ไหนแมตช์เมื่อสักครู่นี้
อ๋อ
เพราะว่าเราเห็นก็สวิงพลิกไปพลิกมาตลอดนะ
อ่า
มันยากไหมในแมตช์เมื่อสักครู่นี้
Okay, as we saw from the last battle, what do you think? Was it difficult to win, or what do you have something to say about the last match?
I think XCG is a very good team. We scrim them often, and they played to the best of their abilities today, and they got a game of us. So that, I think, their picks in particular surprised us, and that caused us to have a bit of difficulty in the games.
ก็ต้องบอกว่าไม่ง่ายเหมือนกันนะเพราะ SCG เนี่ยเขาเตรียมแผนซ้อมมาค่อนข้างดีทีเดียว
ใช่
นะครับ
แล้ว
แล้วในเกมที่2เนี่ยเขาก็หยิบตัวแก้ทางมาด้วย
เอ
เนาะ
ก็เซอร์ไพรส์เหมือนกัน
ก็โดนเหมือนกันนะครับผมทีนี้คำถามที่2ครับผม
ค่ะ
ในแมตช์ถัดไปพวกเขาจะเจอกับ Rise
โอ้
ก็เป็นเพื่อนบ้านเขาแหละเนาะ
ค่ะ
นะครับรู้สึกยังไงกับการเจอกับ Rise ครับในแมตช์ต่อไป
Okay,ค่ะ so the next match you will be in the battle with Team Rice. So what do you think, or do you have something to say to them?
Against Team Rice, we dueled them in the regionals before, so I'm fairly confident that we'll do it again, especially if we play to the standards we usually play. So to Team Rice, you guys better watch out because we're coming for you.
โอ้โห
ระวังตัวเลยเพราะว่าเขาเคยข่มมาแล้ว
ใช่แล้ว
ก่อน
ค่ะ
หน้านี้แล้วรอบนี้คิดว่ามั่นใจพอที่จะจัดการได้อีกรอบหนึ่ง
เออ
ดังนั้นระวังตัวให้ดี
นี่กำลังไปหา นี่
โด
I'm
นแน่
coming for you
นะครับ
นะ
แล้วก็คำถามที่ 3 กันเลยดีกว่าท่านผู้ชมคุณมิมครับ ก็อยากให้ฝากถึงแฟนๆ ครอบครัวนะครับ ที่ให้กำลังใจทางคุณไอซ์และทีม MYS อยู่ครับ
Okay,ค่ะ so the last it's not a question but I want you to say something for your family, friends or fans that has been supporting to you, or if you have something to say.
Firstly, I would like to thank the family of MYS because a few of them came over to support us in alive, so that I'm very grateful for that. For my friends, I believe they are in a Discord server somewhere watching me play, probably watching the interview and commenting on how bad I played. But I'm still grateful for it. Yeah. Thanks for friends for watching the stream as well. It means a lot to us.
Okay, thank you Ice
ค่ะ
Ice from MYS
โอเคค่ะ big round applause เดี๋ยวให้ไป
ขอบคุณครับ
ก่อนนะคะ
Okay,
โอ
thank
เค
you
thank you
ก็เมื่อกี้เขาก็บอกไปว่าขอบคุณทางครอบครัวนะครับแล้วก็เพื่อนๆที่ชมอยู่ตอนนี้ถึงแม้ว่าบางคนอาจจะแซวเขาอยู่
ใช่
นะครับว่าอาจจะเล่นพลาดเล่นอะไรไปบ้างฮาไปบ้าง แต่ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่เชียร์และให้กำลังใจมาตลอด
ใช่แล้วนะคะ ก็จริงๆเนี่ยมีเพื่อนๆครอบครัวนะคะมาให้กำลังใจกันถึงที่นี่ด้วยนะ
ใช่
คะ
น่ารักมากเลยนะ
อบอุ่นมาก
อบอุ่น
เลย
จ
ที
ริ
เดี
ง
ยวนะ
ๆ
คะ
นะครับแต่ความดุเด็ดเผ็ดมันตรงนี้ยังไม่จบครับคุณ
ใช่แล้ว
ผู้ชม
ค่ะ
ครับในแมตช์ถัดไปโอ้โห
อืม
สงครามเครื่องแกง สงครามเครื่องแกงจริงนะครับเพราะว่าเป็นการเจอกันระหว่างประเทศอินเดียและประเทศไทย
ใช่แล้ว
นะครับ True Gravity เจอกับ EA หน้าในแมตช์ถัดไปครับคุณมิ้ม
จะเอาแกงหรือว่าจะต้มยำนี่นะคะ so
ค
the
รับ
next battle will be the match between True Gravity and E-Arena from Thailand so I hope everyone is going to enjoy this exciting match
นะครับตอนนี้ก็น่าจะพร้อมกันแล้วนะครับ เดี๋ยวเราส่งต่อให้กับนักพากย์บนเวทีของเรากันเลยครับ
ค่ะ
That's right, folks. Welcome back to the English broadcast. We have True Gravity going up against E-Arena next. And welcome back, Professor Flava, to the desk. It's good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Black and red, you're on theme today.
Oh yes, most definitely here. And of course, it's truly a pleasure to actually be back here again on the casting desk. And hopefully you guys are having an amazing time here because we are about to enjoy some more Pokemon Unite. If you think yesterday was insane, today we're going to be having more styles, even better stuff I would presume because we're going to be overseeing all the lower bracket matches and of course the grand final later on. And these matches are quite scary because I believe this was mentioned early on between Leonard and Danelie that right now none of them have any form of lifelines, meaning that they are required to win all the way if they want to make their way to the grand finals itself. And yeah, so basically of course we're going to be witnessing True Gravity up against E-Arena. These two teams, they were knocked down by some of the teams in the upper bracket and then now they're here.
So True Gravity lost to
Talent Esports.
Talent, and then E-Arena lost to
Cabbage
Cabbage Hands. Yeah, so they got really, look, these two teams, they got very tough matchups. It wasn't easy at all. And now down here, last chance. But here's the problem, and there's a big problem. Even if they win this matchup, their opponent is Uniteholic.
Oh yeah,
So-
Uniteholic's waiting for them, yeah.
So it's like, you think this game is going to be tough? Wait till you see the next one after this. Like, I think you might need a little bit of therapy before you jump into that matchup. Just like,
I don't think
mental
that service is
fortitude.
provided here at the venue.
So, you had a pocket. We need to hire a therapist. Before that, though, I do believe we actually have an interview video to show you. So let's see what our players have to say.
สวัสดีครับผมSCG SGC นะครับอยู่ทีม E-Arena ครับก็กว่าจะมาถึงตรงนี้นะครับก็ผ่านการฝึกซ้อมหรือแบบทั้งบางทีทั้งแบบการเล่นหรือการแข่งมันก็ประสบความสำเร็จแล้วก็ไม่ประสบความสำเร็จแต่ก็ยังสู้แล้วก็ยังฝึกซ้อมต่อมาเรื่อยๆจนมาถึงตรงนี้แหละครับผมค่อนข้างมั่นใจว่าจะได้ที่1ครับทัวร์ของในประเทศไทยที่คัดเลือกมาที่นี่ครับจุดเด่นของทีมผมคิดว่าเป็นการช่วงเลนครับช่วงเลนแต่ว่า ถ้าถามเอาจุดด้อยด้วยก็อาจจะเป็นช่วง 2 นาทียังทำได้ไม่ค่อยดีครับ ถ้าเตรียมตัวยังไงก็ฝึกซ้อมด้วยกัน 5 คนครับ แล้วคอว่าคุยกันในเกมอะครับ แล้วก็คือหลังจากเล่นเกมแล้วกันครับมานั่งดูคลิปด้วยกันครับว่าพลาดจุดนี้เพราะอะไรแล้วก็จะแก้ไขที่จากที่ดูในวิดีโอครับ อยากจะบอกอะไรเหรอครับ ก็อยากจะบอกว่ามาที่นี่แค่มาเที่ยวก็พอครับส่วนแชมป์ผมขอครับ
Oh my goodness, this is going to be what a series, Farouq! So excited. Team True Gravity going up against E-Arena. I was just telling Professor Flava here that E-Arena has some really nice looking uniforms. Like their pants look super comfy.
Especially the pants. I believe that the design's a traditional design.
I think so too.
Highlighting the beauty of Thailand
I
over
love
here.
it.
And not just being portrayed in the pants, but also on the shirts as well. And of course, in their gameplay here that we're about to witness here in this lower bracket round 1 match, the E-Arena, the Thailand champions, up against the India League champions, Team True Gravity. Now, of course, this is definitely a battle of pride over here. Interesting enough, these two teams are basically, like for E-Arena, they hail straight from the open qualifiers themselves. They didn't have to compete in the regionals, as this is home ground. But Team True Gravity, they are champions of the India regions. So basically, this is India's best and what India has to offer here at the regionals finals.
These numbers, I'm not sure if these are average numbers, but these are big numbers coming in from True Gravity. I just have the comparison here for MYS, and they deal more damage, they take more damage, and they heal more damage than MYS. So Team True Gravity, I mean, to be fair, MYS also played that game, that very score compy game against Uniteholic, so maybe that turned their stats down, but man, True Gravity stats are popping, just absolutely crushing it.
Wow. Okay. So, but of course,
I need to see E-Arena's stats now. I want to make that comparison because it's just
it's
such
not
a
fair.
big
We're
difference.
just looking at Team True Gravity here, and we compared to the other side. So.
Okay, here we go. And very big difference.
Very small compared to what you're about. But I'm guessing that because you have to understand, because I believe that for E-Arena,
They played 2 games.
they played 2 games,
Yes.
and plus in the other game, remember they only played 1 series so far. But like if you see the supports that they're running, Hoopa doesn't offer any
They
form
played
of
Kabi-chan too. We have to remember that.
exactly. So yes, and they played the Clefable, which is the only recovery they have for the first one, and then they don't have any for the other
Hoopa.
game as well. Okay.
Yes, they played Hoopa. So Hoopa and Clefable, but we also remember, yes, those were some very tough games. I mean, Kabi-chan's in the grand final, so that might explain why it was a 2-0. But for E-Arena, I think this team is definitely looking for a bit of a redemption arc for themselves. They are the home country's team. They definitely want to represent Thailand very well at the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League. And for them to do that, the first step is going to have to be beating out True Gravity. But True Gravity is in a very similar situation. True Gravity are wanting to be a team that can put India on the map. Because at this point of time, I've spoken to a lot of people and very few of them regard India as a very competitive region, and I just don't think that's a great representation of India. I think there's a lot of potential coming out from India. It's just people aren't giving them the respect that they deserve, and I feel like after their game yesterday, if you aren't already starting to change your mind about True Gravity, I don't know what to show you anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I believe that that showed superbly that they are worthy of actually being here as well to represent their nation. And of course, they went through a tough, I still remember their regionals was insane. I mean, like, I saw the open, I saw what they had to offer, but the regionals was just remarkable gameplay. They didn't really have like a clean run in the competition, but the things they brought to the competition itself was just amazing coming out from them. And I believe that this is going to be quite a tough one because I saw more of what Team True Gravity has to offer in the competition because E-Arena only competed in their own open qualifiers.
That was last year as well.
Which was last year.
So they haven't played in a competitive format up until now. All they've been able to do is to scrim, maybe play some local leagues, but it's nothing like this. Whereas, at least for True Gravity, they had that true competitive experience. Again, yes, this was last year, but they had their full league. So this would have been enough preparation for True Gravity to be prepared to participate at the offline finals. But best of luck to both of these teams. I want both of them to go through, but unfortunately we only get to choose one. Excited to see what these drafts are going to look like for both of these teams as well, because they do have their own distinct play styles. True Gravity, we got to see more because we had that full 3 series. E-Arena, we may have only had 2 games, but E Arena is not a team that came out of nowhere. So E Arena, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but I will quickly reiterate in case anyone missed this. E Arena is actually the same team as UD Veswan at Worlds last year. So E Arena isn't just a bunch of nobodies that qualified and don't deserve their spot here. They are a Worlds team. They qualified fair and square through the West Asia qualifiers.
Yeah, and actually that definitely speaks volumes over here. Being able to actually be there on the world stage, you've already tasted what the world has to offer. But right now, coming back to the Asian side, so we will see whether or not can they translate well up against some of the best what the region can actually offer over there, especially when they run in the World Championship. But the thing about World is that it's literally like a mix of regions when it comes to playstyles, drafts, and more.
Yeah.
But when you come back to your own region, somehow the things that you play during Worlds don't really work out well because you're trying to adapt to others, but this time you have to come back to your grassroots.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dynamics that happen when you go to Worlds and then you come back and you have to play your own regional meta. The good thing that does come out is that you bring back that new knowledge and you start bringing that into scrims. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But if it does work out, the fact that you're scrimming with everyone within your own region, like the region is going to get better because of that experience.
Exactly.
Yes, your opponents didn't play at Worlds, but they're playing against someone such as you who has this knowledge and now have this experience to, whether you want to share it or not, that's up to you. But if you play the games, like somebody is benefiting from this. And so for a region to get better, you have to play against somebody that has played on the world stage. Now, speaking of stage, we are here for the draft. Flava Team True Gravity versus E Arena. Game number 1 of this best of 3 series. What are we looking for bans here?
Wow, I believe that they have similarities when it comes to interest here, especially when it comes to the defenders. Players. Oh, so basically Gravity decides to actually ban the Leafeon here. Somehow E Arena did not. Nothing has appeared at the current so far, but they do have similar interests in terms of what they want for the draft. Both teams actually ran Cleavable. Both of them actually run Blastoise themselves, including Dragonite. So both of them do take interest in this. Team True Gravity, they are running the Talon, which they actually ran in game number 2 when they went against Talon PH. So we will see, because for that game itself, it didn't work out well. So for them, they won their game 1 when they were actually running themselves with the Dodrio, with the Crossowl, and together with Sylveon. And this time, the E Arena with Buzzwole as well as this Glaceon as their opening pick. And I think it's just great for them to actually have this. Look at the response from Team True Gravity. They have that Blastoise. Does someone have that Buzzwole to actually handle this Blastoise here for this game?
I mean, that's the classic counter in Asia so far. If you see a Blastoise, there's a Buzzwole. Sometimes you pick the Buzzwole and say, if you want to pick Blastoise, you're going to have to deal with this lane matchup. It's not fun at all. So it went through. I don't think True Gravity are going to be too worried about this. They've got some great support to help that Blastoise if necessary. Hooper is a really great lane partner with that Blastoise, can keep him protected from that Buzzwole. But the one thing you are going to have to worry about is the chance for this Dodrio to come in for top rotations. Dodrio is great for these early rotations. And Dragonite being the choice for Team True Gravity, he's going to need a couple levels. He's going to need to hit Dragonite to hit his full stride. Dragon Air rotation are not that threatening, especially if you're against the Dodrio.
Yeah, and I think that looking at Team True Gravity's composition, they have 3 double evolutions Pokemon here. They have the Blastoise. Basically, they also have the Dragonite as well as the Inteleon. That's going to take a little while. Will this be an opportunity for E Arena to actually punish them? Because they do have the Glaceon on there, and they also have the Dodrio as well. We'll see whether or not you actually want to run this in the middle. And they also have the Buzzwole. This could be a huge opportunity for E Arena to actually dominate this early game as well as the mid game itself, to ensure that basically Team E Arena is not able to snowball from all this. My apologies, Team True Gravity to snowball from all this.
I'm just looking at this. So Gravity don't have a lot of options for catching and controlling Dodrio, unfortunately. They've got AoE, they've got Blastoise Typhoon, that's always going to be threatening. You've got the Crustle that can potentially catch with the Rock Tomb X Scissor. But outside of that, that's really your only options if you're trying to catch the Dodrio. He's more or less going to have a free time running around the map doing whatever he wants. The lanes, top lane should be in favor of E Arena, unfortunately. Buzzwole generally has a better lane matchup up there and is going to be supported by a Clefable, so Buzzwole shouldn't lose the matchup unless mistakes are made. Sometimes it does happen. And then Slowbro is great. Like, you can just catch the Dragonite, and that's going to be it going into those late game fights. So I'm kind of curious to know, like, what's the plan here for Gravity? Are they going to play it slow? Are they going to ramp? Are they going to play defensive? Because how they approach this laning stage, if they can somehow get past the aggression that's going to come their way, their mid to late game should be really good because they have the advantage when it comes to crowd control.
Yeah, I totally agree on this. Now, we'll see how this will transpire, Danny, because the game has begun, and of course the laning phase has been revealed over here. So meanwhile here, we're looking at the bottom lane, constant pressures coming up from both sides as well, running the EV together with the Slowpoke here, which means that we'll be having the duo here in the Wild Pokemon area in the middle segment. Meanwhile, at the top lane, we will be having this Clefairy together with this Buzzwole going up against the Hooper as well as the Squirtle. In a few short moments, we might be seeing this rotation coming up from Dragonite together with the Dodrio into respective lanes at the top lane to put a little bit of pressure and see if they're going to be clearing that the first Altera family bring here in this map.
Yeah, trying to guarantee this in that top lane, it seems. So Dragonair sitting in the bush, but looks like Dodrio is going to be flushing him out, spotting him out as well. So both teams are aware that both central laners are in that top lane. Let's see who's going to get it. We won't see that top lane, unfortunately. We will see this bottom lane instead, and it should be going in favor of True Gravity. Inteleon usually having the advantage when it comes to the last hit secure as well. And actually pushing out that Glaceon. Unfortunately, the Rock team does not connect, but on the other side, we're seeing quite a lot of pressure being applied by Team True Gravity, pushing E-Arena back and actually catching Dodrio and the Clefairy.
Oh, that's going to be a big win from Team True Gravity, especially when you're only a Dragonair, you're able to actually punish that Dodrio up to this certain level as well. So basically, they have the opportunity to do a little bit of scoring on the enemy's goalpost from E-Arena side, on the top side. And they're just going to snowball a little bit from here. You're looking at quadruple, or should I say, one of them at level 7 Dragonair at the current moment. You have level 6, triple level 6 Pokemons as well as level 5 on the Hooper. Meanwhile, only one level 6 coming on from the side of the Arena, which is going to be that Dodrio over there. Meanwhile, the top lane, it seems that there's going to be a little bit of smackdown action here. The duo Dodrio together with a Buzzwole hanging up on that Wartortle, slowly possessed a little bit. Meanwhile, Hooper doing a little bit of poking here, and of course provide a little bit of assistance together with Intel on the back line, providing a little bit of sniping action upon the team members of E-Arena. But they're going to be managed to juke out some of those snipes coming on from him.
Man, this top lane, they really want to try to shut down that Blastoise, and they're actually managing to catch out the Hooper. Does manage to jump on out, instead going for an aggressive jump, so Buzzwole's going to have to back up, but they do get the KO eventually onto that Hooper. Very big commitment. Buzzwole coming back into the fray, taking a little bit of damage there. Mark God, got to be careful of that position. But with the Glaceon here, this does scare Team True Gravity back. With all this firepower, things can definitely go in favor of E-Arena if they don't take care of how they fight. And they actually managed to pull back that Dragonite. He will go back to safety, and Mark God dropping a little bit too low, almost getting caught. He will be eliminated by that Hooper, and now we get the full evolution for that Blastoise.
Yeah, and of course, all of this continues as we do see the team members from Team True Gravity trying to take down this Reggie. Like, I believe that there will be no commitments coming on from the side of Arena as they're trying to shift their focus towards the Reggie happening off at the bottom lane. But even with that also, there's not much going on there as well. It's only going to be the crossel together with this. Oh, it does seem like it's going to be the crossel together with Talon over here. Dragonite trying to put a little bit of pressure, but unfortunately the serve ride coming on from that will not be able to actually connect in time to actually secure that Reggie for the side of Arena. Meanwhile, the top lane, things are looking quite a party over here on their side of Arena from Thailand as they're putting a little bit of pressure on the top goalpost. Meanwhile, it's going to be Blastoise together. They were not able to stop this assault coming on from their opponents trying to destroy the goalposts.
Yeah, good thing they actually broke that too, because the Dragonite was considering going through the hyperspace hole just then. So great stuff here from E-Arena, but I will say they are behind in levels. They do only have a level advantage on that Dodrio and maybe that Glaceon, but the rest of the team is trailing True Gravity. I hope this team is keeping up with their macro at some point. They got to think about things. I have to say, by the way, we've got Stealth Rock coming in for that Crustle. That was definitely a bit of a surprise as Inteleon knocks out that Dodrio, and now we're going to be seeing a big push coming in from True Gravity, wanting to break that goal zone. It's just the Glaceon and the Slowbro. They catch out the Glaceon, just walks out of there, out of range. No snipe shots for you. But the goal zone is broken.
Well,
Mission
quite-
successful.
Quite a commitment over there, but quite unfortunate they were not able to actually catch that Glaceon on the back line as well. They did try to actually trap him, but he was still able to actually make an
Special?
escape. Over here, of course, discharge
Ooh.
coming up from Dodrio as well. They managed to actually secure the intel coming up from the back line as well. They believe that this Blastoise is being sandwiched in between 3 Pokemon from the side of Arena. He will not be making his escape in anyway. That's going to be a 2 Pokemon down on the side of Team 2 Gravity here on the Wild Pokemon area. A little bit of overextension, I would say.
Yeah, a bit scrappy. I'm actually quite surprised that they decided to go for the 2-man rotation. Glaceon spotted them out for ages, so the team had plenty of time to come in for that rotation. Like, yes, Glaceon for Inteleon, but Blastoise ended up going down too. They have to be very mindful of some of these rotations. If you want to slow somebody down, if you want to prevent their progression, you also need to be pretty careful about not giving away resources to the enemy, because it's a give or take relationship here.
Exactly.
So you can't just go for one.
And they literally capped the Inteleon first. And back then, when Blastoise turned around, wait, my Inteleon's gone. So I'm like, too deep. They were expecting that, hey, probably Blastoise going to be, the front line for all this. But it's okay. But coming out once again, it's going to be Team 2 Gravity securing the Reggie at the bottom lane for a second time over here. But we do see some rotations happening here coming up from the side of E-Arena, trying to clear out this Inteleon family on the bottom lane. And of course, rotations together with assistance from the Hooper. Inteleon managed to snipe off that Slowbro from all the way downtown and going for a little bit chase. Meanwhile, on the back end, Marka trying to do a little bit dunking on this Dragonite. Probably a little bit too much to chew. Commits with the Unite as well and will be cleared out instead.
Unfortunate for Mark God, he's trying to go for these cheeky little pickoffs on his Buzzball, but he's just fallen behind in levels that he's just not threatening unless he catches someone like the Hooper or the Inteleon, which is going to be quite difficult to get those two. And oh my gosh, the Dodrio gets caught! Oh, runs into both defenders. True Gravity, great coordination to lock him down, because that's also a level 13 Pokemon feasting on all that experience. But speaking of experience, I think I've been seeing this all game. True Gravity have really done a fantastic job in making sure that they've kept up their macro, getting all their experience, preparing for that late game. E-Arena, they have focused so much on aggression in the early game that they have started to fall behind in those levels. Very early on, we were looking at 1 to 2 level differences between these two teams.
I think that's what they're expected to do, with the kind of draft they actually have.
Sure, but now it's feeling very top-heavy for E-Arena. They're giving all of the experience to their cores, and they're sort of letting their support starve. And especially during the last 2 minutes, you kind of want to make sure that your supports are also getting the bonuses for their moves, right? So you can't just sort of leave them at level 10 unless that's going to be the levels that they need. Most of them need level 11, some of them level 12 to go into full function mode. So maybe for E-Arena, the play here is that we're going to focus on our cores. They're going to start this fight here, trying to go for that KO. This Crustle is tanky. He's one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game, and they will get it, thankfully unpunished. And True Gravity are just going to back out instead.
Yeah, but all those experience is still insufficient to actually bring that Clefable together with the Slowbro up into level 11, at least at this point in the game, so they can actually have a really nice entry into that Rayquaza attempt later on as well. And this time, after getting themselves with that Crustle, they will also get themselves with Hooper as well, committing Unite over here, coming from Inteleon as well. They sniped off on that Buzzwole, going for chase together with the Hydro Typhoon as well, committing on the top side. We do see this Dragonite going off on the chase, and unfortunately, the damage output is still insufficient to actually clear him out as well. And the chase still continues here, blocking out all the Glaceon's paths from escaping. Does not have any form of escape on his own at this current moment. And look at this, Danny. Team True Gravity looking fresh while still 13 seconds on the clock here for the side of E-Arena's Glaceon.
Melon pulling off some fantastic rock teams for the team. Triple Trample coming in though, but it looks like Dodrio may have been caught trying to go for that Inteleon in the back lines, and he will actually get him. Inteleon is gone for True Gravity, trying to go for another one. Dragonite's been picked off as well. E-Arena turning things around, even though True Gravity had a fantastic fight leading up to the 2-minute mark. They've used a lot of their Unites already.
Yeah, the only ones available right now is going to be that Dragonite. The only one that can actually rely on the Unite move, and the opponent themselves, they are having a 4v5 situation current moment. It's who's going to be getting the skirt here? It is going to be
True
Gravity. They do have the buff at this current moment, and they are currently leading into some points, and this could be a huge opportunity for them to actually dunk it in some points. Meanwhile, Team E-Arena, they're struggling at the current moment, they need to find an opening for them to actually do some scoring of their own. And while all this is happening here at the bottom lane and the top lane as well, we do see the Hooper being a little bit cheeky, decides to actually go back to the Pokemon Center. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, they managed to secure on the Inteleon, going on for more. This time, going to be in our front line, going to be Blastoise, grab out of the berry, chasing on with more. Moonlight there, Ricky Philpoke on the back end. Now all this Surf Ride from the Blastoise, but it's still not enough damage to clear out on the Buzzwole.
Typhoon connecting onto 3. Is this going to be enough? They will get the knockout onto Mark God. Buzzwole is gone. And even though they have the Clefable, the healing is just not enough from Nodizaz doing his best, but Glaceon gets set back to base by a big Hydro Pump, and True Gravity, in true Gravity fashion, managed to win the game after sniping E-Arena's Rayquaza and defending their goal zones with their point lead.
No goals, no points being scored after that Rayquaza gets on number. Just solid defense coming on from Team True Gravity over here in this game. Number 1, Danny, that was insane. And of course, do you want to highlight that if you guys pay close attention to the Rayquaza attack, even before Rayquaza actually appears on the map itself, we do believe that teamfight has begun. They've already committed the Unite, starting off with the Inteleon there on the back end. I believe they knew that at that moment that would be the best time for them to just commit and just completely wipe out all these assaults coming out from E-Arena. So
it was a great game. I have to say, True Gravity, they did really well dealing with a lot of that early game aggression coming in from E-Arena. E-Arena drafted a very fast-paced lineup. They had Dodrio, they had Glaceon, they had Buzzwole, 3 very strong and very early activated cores that can apply pressure from the get-go. Even though they have 3 2-stage evolutionary Pokemon in the Inteleon, Dragonite, and that Blastoise, True Gravity stood their ground during the laning stage, were able to get a couple of counter knockouts, and most importantly, throughout their game, they did a really great job at keeping up in those levels, always getting all of that leveling up experience, because I noticed something with E-Arena. In all this aggression, E-Arena did kind of lose sight in that experience race. They weren't really sending anyone back to farm any of those wild Pokemon to catch them and to get that experience. They were hoping that they would get their levels with constant back-to-back knockouts, and that just wasn't happening. And as they were falling behind in those levels, they did catch up eventually. But I feel like if the game was a little bit more even, if they had kept up in levels or accumulated some kind of lead, getting those knockouts with the aggressive plays probably would have been a reality for E-Arena.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that Team True Gravity can anticipate that much aggression coming out from E-Arena, knowing the draft that they're about to bring as well. So decided to actually slow down the pace, trying to winding up between their spacings from the lanes itself, and especially when you have a Hooper in your draft. Basically, these resets would punish E-Arena heavily because E-Arena wants to commit in a full-on team fight. But then Team Gravity allows that to happen, but at the same time as well, putting on this reset is going to hurt E-Arena a lot. And I was quite surprised when they actually had the big team fight in the Rayquaza pit. Instead of disengaging and knowing that Team True Gravity was committing their unites early, I thought they were just going to disengage and allow all this to go down the waist. But E-Arena decides, you know what, if you guys are going to commit, we want to commit too as well. We believe that we can actually come out on top in terms of it. If the unites have been committed, mostly come from Team True Gravity, E-Arena can actually come back with fresh unites from there and probably have a much better outcome in the Rayquaza, but also have the Rayquaza for themselves.
It's a really tough game. I don't blame the players for making some of these scrappy movements. They're feeling a lot of stress. They're in the lower bracket, and having this first win would put them at a very big advantage in the series because they don't have to worry so much about their survival in game 2. They only have to worry about, or really worry about, that game number 3. So for True Gravity, they're probably feeling a sigh of relief after that matchup, right? Yes. They've got the 1-game advantage. Now they just have to try and beat E-Arena in game number 2 without expending all their resources. And now it's down to E-Arena. Do they have enough to take out True Gravity in games 2 and 3? What have they held back so far? Because they've picked up 3 strong Pokemons already. Heck, I'd even say the Clefable and Slowbro were pretty strong picks for this team. So they went all out in game number 1. With these Pokemon now out of the pool, what are they looking for game number 2? Because historically, E-Arena, aka UD Vest1 as they were known back in the day, they were one of the most aggressive teams I had seen coming into Worlds. I'd even say to a certain degree on a similar level to MYS. The only thing that really kept these two teams apart is that MYS, in their aggression, it's much cleaner. You can see that there's a lot of really, lots of thought put into their movements. Whereas for E-Arena, definitely much more scrappy, very messy, and that style can catch some teams off guard because most plays are calculated. But for E-Arena, I think for them it's sort of like they fight in that moment. They're not thinking ahead, they're not thinking about what's already happened, they're fighting then and there.
I'm guessing adrenaline is kicking in, and especially in the heat of all these moments, people do question like, oh, you guys are doing this scrappy, you guys are, not organized on all this. But it's not that simple, especially when in heated competition, and there's a lot of things at risk as well. There's a lot of things going on through their minds, and decision making is not going to be as clean as usual. But of course, these are some of the things that they need to clear out. They need to regroup and rethink about how they want to approach these games, or should I say, these remaining games, if E-Arena is able to actually win this game number 2 and force a game number 3 in this best of 3 series.
I want to give a big thumbs up, a big props to Melon. I think he caught out so many players from E-Arena with his Crustal Rock Tubes. Many great ones. Even that 2-minute 10-second fight. 3-man Rock Tomb Stealth Rock. And then after that, he was catching player after player after player with all these rock tubes. Like, I would hate to play against him in any of my ranked matches, but I feel like he played a very important role for Team True Gravity in a lot of those team fights because he was able to set up for the rest of his team, for Dragonite to come in with the follow-up. And for even Inteleon, in some cases, to just slip away, set up for Inteleon to throw down those snipe shots. So for Melon, Crustal, great choice. Blight, on the other hand, having a bit of a harder game today.
Yeah. Also, although we did give a little bit of highlight that he was able to actually run. Basically, does have a little bit of CC on their end, and despite Team True Gravity was actually lacking, but still, in terms of execution side, it was a little bit iffy coming on from E-Arena side, and probably a little bit of polishing needs to be done here. I think they got an idea how to do things out, but I think execution-wise, it was just a little bit lacking. For example, when I highlight things like if you see, like, we're having this low bro here, it's just that he doesn't have a good point of entry to actually catch out some of the main ones that he wants to catch in this kind of team fights. For example, like catching up these Blastoise, and even with that, you still need to pay attention with the Crustle, who's going to be very disruptive in all these team fights happening on the front lines.
I mean, his job was really to set up for the team, and it's kind of hard when you have a Crustle coming in and just being like, no, Rock Tomb.
If Crustle was not there, I mean, like, then you have quite a big opening, meaning that Blastoise is going to be at the front lines anyway. So that's basically the guy that you want to catch before he actually executes Hydro Typhoon. Or
I just want to mention, I'm very glad that Crustal's come back into the fold, because for the longest time, people have always been saying like, oh, Crustal's terrible. He's a bad defender. He's not as good as all the meta defenders.
Wasn't this way back before regional started?
It was even during regionals. I think some people were sort of giving this Pokemon some flap, and I was like, have you not seen the Asian teams playing Crustal? It is a bread and butter here. People are starting to realize that Crustal is a fantastic choice as a defender, especially for your support players, because he's there to set up, he's there to be a nuisance, he's tanky as heck. The Rubble Rouser, I think a lot of people underestimate the power of Rubble Rouser. He's just a fantastic Pokemon, and I'm just kind of hoping the rest of the world sort of wakes up and realizes that, okay, hang on a minute, Crustal's kind of good, and it's not that he's just good, but he is also a pretty big counter to one of the most popular supports in the game, and that support's called Hooper.
Yeah, that's true as well. And so basically, we've seen a lot of players. I mean, like, there's a lot of ways you can actually show Evolve enemies away, and one of them is the Crustle, and you pair that together with the Rock Tomb. If well executed, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, so there's like multiple things you can do up against a Hooper as that Crustal. So like the first one is that, of course, X's a people, off of the hyperspace hole.
You want to go back home? No.
You want to go back home? No. Alternatively, if you want to set up for your team, you can even use the hyperspace hole as setup. You throw your Rock Tomb on the hyperspace hole, so when the players come back, you're setting them up to just get KO'd. Like, we have Solar Beam, we're just gonna beam you down, nuke you down, and you can't go anywhere, and you can't do anything about it.
And we know where you're gonna pop up anyways.
Yeah, so hyperspace hole, like, as amazing as an ability as it is, teams in Asia are starting to realize one of the major weaknesses of it being that you can't just simply place it anywhere. You have to put it in a place where you're not gonna get knocked up, you're not gonna get caught out, and if possible, try not to put it somewhere where the enemy team can see it, because you're giving them a lot of intel on like what's happening with your team.
Yeah.
And you can't feel too comfortable. I think we've seen a couple teams yesterday, they thought that they would be saved by the hyperspace hole. but
It could be- it could be
false
used
sense of
against you.
It was the false sense of security, like they got KO'd. I think what was one of the great examples we saw? I think it was Uniteholic. We saw Mamoswine wanting to go back on a hyperspace hole,
Oh,
and
but
then
it was
he
denied.
got denied. He got horn leeched off off the hyperspace hole, and he got KO'd, and that was the reason why they won.
I think that's just one of many. If we saw in the regionals as well, we saw surfing people away from
Surf,
because
yes.
people know the timing of using the space hole and also the timing of people returning from the space hole. So that's the thing. So if people actually have a good gauge on how to run it, so there's so many Pokemons out there, but Crossel is definitely one of them that can actually run it. So
Crustal's great.
Crossel's great. Yeah, but execution side, of course, timing-wise, if you already utilize Xyz's in any way, basically you can't use it anymore by the time to show people away from the space hole. You still have a Rock Tomb to screen people away from even entering the space hole as well. So yeah, but remember, it all boils down to execution. It's not as simple as just listening to this. Like, hey, if I pick a Crossel, this is a natural counter to Hoopa. No, it also boils down to how you do your executions on the skills.
Man, I love the sassiness coming out from True Gravity. I love it. Love seeing the players come out with their personalities on camera as well. But the draft is ready, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience as we were waiting for the draft. Game number 2 between True Gravity and E Arena. True Gravity are up 1 game. So for True Gravity to proceed through the lower bracket, all they need to do is win this next matchup. But for E Arena, they have to win 2 games back-to-back. This one and game number 3.
Oh yeah, and of course, we've had this conversation so many times, and knowing that Team True Gravity has gained that game number 1 winning themselves, they're just looking for one more win. It could be here at this game number 2, but of course, E Arena wouldn't want to get one win under their belt to force that game number 3 so that they can actually still stay on in the competition here at the lower bracket, force a game number 3. And now this is going to be the opening. Now E Arena, they open up with this Trevenant followed by Hooper together with Dragonite on their end. They've run this before, so come to no surprise except for the Trevenant pick for their end. Meanwhile, Team True Gravity, they're starting off with something a bit more on the defensive side of things. So they picked up with the support Blissey together with the defender Slowbro. And of course, the follow-up's quite massive if you're bringing in some power to their lineup. It's going to be this Urshifu together with Espeon as the 3rd and 4th pick.
Wow, I'm just looking at these drafts here. Pretty interesting choices. And True Gravity are going to pull out the Metagross and an Urshifu together. I was going to say, look at this, guys. Lucario and Dragonite on the other side. It's an all-rounder party here, but the first Metagross we're going to be seeing at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. So excited to see what True Gravity are going to be able to do with this, because up until this point, there has been a lot of mixed opinions on Metagross, its function, how effective it is for the team, whether or not it's a burden or a carry. And I think for True Gravity, I think they're here to prove to us that Duck, this man knows how to play Metagross. It's time to learn.
Yeah, it's time to learn, and also an opportunity for him to actually show off how it's done here at the competition. E-Arena not looking too shabby as well. Now, they have their hands on it in Talon for themselves. Now, how will they be running this? Will it be run as well as how the other teams have already done it before? We will see. And of course, they're also running the Dragonite for the end at this current moment. They also have the Hoopa, which is also being run by the opponents. 3 of the Pokemons from E-Arena are actually the Pokemons that are actually being run by Team True Gravity in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're very strong Pokemon. In particular, the Hoopa, I think it goes without saying, if Clefable or Hoopa are available, most teams are going to try and pick either of those supports if possible. And for E-Arena, they've already used Clefable, so Hoopa was the next best thing, but curious to know what they're going to be doing for game number 3. I feel like it could become Faye, just because they do like to pick that, especially if they compare that up with a strong Pokemon for Mark God. But let's focus on game number 2 here. Not going to get too carried away with game number 3.
Really?
Well, the thing is, E-Arena have to also think about game number 3, right?
Exactly.
Whereas for True Gravity, they can just stay in the moment, focus on game number 2. If things go awry, then they still have that game number 3. But I am keen to see what Duck is going to be able to do with that Metagross. I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, this is its first experience here at the finals. We do see 2 Metagross games during the regionals for East Asia as well as Southeast Asia in combination. I believe that it didn't work out so well. I believe that in original Metagross play, it was a little bit iffy.
Actually, no, we've had some good games and we had some not so great games,
Exactly.
right? So I remember, unfortunately for Rise, they tried to play it against MYS. That didn't work out. There was another matchup. I think it was Loading versus Get Together, where we saw the matchup of Tyranitar versus Metagross. Exciting series, by the way, folks. Do recommend if you go back and watch that. But Metagross actually won in that matchup, I believe. But I'm not sure if I was convinced after watching that game. Like it was very clear that there were some weaknesses in Metagross that people haven't been able to iron out, or fundamentally it could be wrong with the Pokemon. We kind of don't know at this point. So again, all eyes on True Gravity and this Metagross. Let's see what they're going to be able to pull off with this, because right now Hooper's trying to apply some pressure. Eject button gets committed by both sides though, and Cupfu's saying, give me the experience.
Oh
Thanks.
yeah, he's going to be getting it for sure, having mano encounters together with the Hooper, and he's going to be getting the much better outcome from that trade-off. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, of course, we do see both sides try to do a little bit of micro scoring for the end. Meanwhile, Dragonair is already here at the top lane, so to connect a little bit more, but managed to get the shields within the goalpost and grabs himself with a berry to do a little bit of recovery. Charging up here is going to be Lucario, but instead it's going to be doing some scoring here in front of the eyes, but unfortunately, Chansey gets picked up as well, and Gifu tries to make an escape here behind the second goalpost on their side for Team True Gravity.
Oh, the wild Pokemon got stolen away, so neither Cubfu nor Beldum were able to get any of their evolutions off. That is so unfortunate. They do finally evolve their Urshifu. It's going to be the Dark variant this game yet again, so lots of secure ability and also possibly threatening some of these squishier Pokemon with that Unite and Throat Chop. Wicked Blow always going to be super important, although we are seeing some aggression coming in here from E-Arena, wanting to pressure these very weak Pokemon on the side of True Gravity, because True Gravity, Beldum's not going to do anything for you, and a Dark Urshifu by himself, he's not that threatening in a 3-man jungle invade.
Yeah, and this is not going to be the run that he's actually looking for. In the meantime as well, it's going to be slow roll between 4 Pokemon from the side of E-Arena, and of course the outcome is definitely expected over here as he gets picked off in the hands of E-Arena. Meanwhile, a little bit opening for this Urshifu currently being the only Pokemon, I wouldn't say the only, it's together with the Espen, I would say. Being online at the current moment is not able to actually do much until the other remaining team members from Team True Gravity to actually come back and also do a little bit something. And quite unfortunate for him, gets picked off in the hands of this level 7 Lucario at the top lane by E-Arena.
I think it might have been a tag team with Inteleon as well, just a snipe shot, softens him up and lets Lucario finish things off. E-Arena are playing incredibly aggressive, much more successful than last game. Last game it was very hit or miss, but now hit or miss, but the fact that they're capitalizing on this weak point of of True Gravity, this is a really great game where they can apply this pressure. They just got to keep things up, keep those levels up, suppress those lanes, and make True Gravity not feel safe in their central lanes. And they're going to continue with the push here. Lucario just being a nuisance, Eject also being committed, tried to catch the Throat Chop, but Espeon using its own Eject button and finishing with the stored power. So no more pressure coming in from Lucario, a bit of fresh air, and in fact a team rotation in that top lane gets rid of the Inteleon, who just stuck around for 1 second too long.
Oh, we're being served non-stop action here. Meanwhile, commits with the Unite as well. And Urshifu's going to be the one getting the last hit in with the Reggie. And of course, quite a little bit too close over here. They managed to actually make an escape with assistance coming on from Hooper, but gets rated off at one point in his commitment. Would hammer in the face, hitting up on three.
The
but all 3 members, it's going to be losing out. All 3 members come from Team True Gravity here at the top lane. Gets cleared out by the team members of E-Arena.
Oh, what a setup coming in from that. Trevenant, Dragonite just reeling, backing up for the team. Trevenant came in, Noddy's setting up with a fantastic Woodhammer and a multi-man Hyper Beam follow-up, deleting True Gravity. So unfortunate. It looked like it was going to be a successful push, and because of that, they take the buff from the Regice as well as that experience, and it looks like the aggression will continue for E-Arena in that bottom lane, wanting to get rid of that tower, that tier 1 goal zone from True Gravity. The team is coming, but they're going to be a little bit late. The Metagross is not going to come in time, actually being chased away by that Trevenant. E-Arena, they just get away with all these objectives.
Yeah, but Team True Gravity, they do have the Metagross here at this point into the game itself, but for the first 4 minutes of the game, it has been E-Arena's game. They have been dominating and snowballing as much as they can here in this game, making no mistakes. I would say very minimal mistakes so far, but is this the opportunity for Team True Gravity to actually shine? Is it their opportunity to actually come back for themselves. Meanwhile, they do an invasion here at the bottom goalpost. Gets themselves with Intello. That's going to be a huge win for themselves. And this time, a bit of above from Hooper coming off from the backline as well. They do have assistance. Getting it left as well. Dragon Knight tries to make an escape. Meanwhile, we still see Mark God pushing forward. Clear around 3 of the Pokemons coming from Team True Gravity with no trade-offs from their end here from Team E Arena. And they're not done yet. It seems that Zaxel trying to make an escape here, but leech off its life. Gets a little bit of shields here from the goalposts.
Again, we're just seeing these big pushes coming in from True Gravity, but they're just not getting the results that they're looking for, unfortunately. I think at this point, you might just have to sit back and relax a little bit. Just say, guys, we need to continue to level up. We are definitely a more late game oriented lineup because we need to be in their face. We need to be as big as possible, especially when you're going up against something such as that Inteleon. The snipe shots are going to cause us so much grief. So sit back, get your experience. Don't get knocked out. Don't let E Arena assert control on that map because that's what's happening right now. They're invading the central area, and because of this, True Gravity are just stuck in their lanes.
Yep, don't play into their hand. Don't play the way they want it. Throwing bodies over here is going to be the slow roll, but unfortunately, they immediately got themselves with Espeon, which is going to be one of the main Pokemons here from the side.
Dragonite!
And of course, chasing out, running it down. Of course, not going to be allowing this guy to actually make an escape. Intello gets picked off here in the hands of Team True Gravity, going up for more chases over here on the top end. Meanwhile, Registeel has appeared, and Lucario, what was happening? They managed to grab himself on that Blissey, making it 4 seconds here back in the Pokemon Center. Espeon gets himself with a counter here on the Lucario from the side of E Arena.
They're still fighting in that bottom lane as well. Dragonite wanting to apply some pressure with that Hooper, maybe steal away that Registeel. They can with the Hyper Beam, but the Wicked Blow. Oh, they've actually managed to get it there with the Wicked Blow. So thankfully for True Gravity, they keep their objective, but they did lose both Pokemon in that fight. If E Arena got that buff, it would have been a big, mega loss, but I think for True Gravity, just take whatever you can get. Zesh, although, he got the KO! Snipe shot, Jukes can't get it, just a tad too slow on that Espeon.
Oh man, I mean the Jukes was just good enough at that point in time itself, but of course that snipe shot coming from Intello secures that takedown upon an Espeon. But that bottom lane encounter, Danny, I believe that is a small win that we're looking for. They were scavenging around for something over here because they've been using a little bit too much here in this game number 2, and we do hope that will be enough to get that back up on their feet here. But it does seem that if we look at the map control coming out from E Arena, they definitely have a more dominant stance here in this game, and we're just moments away before Rayquaza actually appears here at the Thea Skyrwinds in the central area, and everybody's raring to go, getting in positions. It may look like Team Arena is actually doing exceptionally well here in this game, but if you look at levels, we have 3 Pokemons here on the side of Team True Gravity. We have the Metagross, we have the Urshifu together with Espeon at level 13, whereas E Arena, they only have Lucario to offer at level 13 at this current moment.
It's the same thing as last game, so again, True Gravity, you have to give them props of being able to keep up in that macro game. They're ensuring that they're getting those key levels on their key Pokemon. They know that Espeon, Metagross, and that Urshifu will play major roles in being able to get those knockouts. And in particular, for the Metagross, he needs to be big enough to be able to set up and not get deleted in these immediate fights. He's going to try and look for his Unite move, but the question is it going to connect on the person that he wants it to connect on? Dragonite still in that top lane, Psychic still being used, Bliss Assist as well. Lots of health being drained on that Trevenant Unites as well. He manages to get the heal back up. Lucario going down, but Urshifu is also taken down on the side of True Gravity. It's a 1-to-1 trade so far, but a lot of Unites have already been committed by both sides. The only Unite left is actually on that Urshifu because he was the first Pokemon KO'd.
Yeah, he was not able to actually utilize Pokemon himself, so basically in this next encounter in between these 2 amazing teams, E Arena and Team True Gravity, he's going to be the only one with the Unite, and of course it is going to be defense from Team E Arena and offense for Team True Gravity. They need to poke this Rayquaza. This could be the option for them to actually snap it for themselves and actually go in for a little bit of scoring to make it a win for them.
Dragonite, got to be so careful being pursued by 2 Pokemon.
But he's luring 3 Pokemons away from Team True Gravity all the way to top side.
He might be luring them away, and E Arena looking to go for some backcaps, but because of this, 2 Pokemon are here. Is it time to rip for True Gravity? It looks like there is. No one is here for E Arena. They're just going to go. They're just going to go for a race. But can they afford to race? Dragonite has been knocked out. If you're E Arena, you've got to go on defense. They're scoring in the base here, but True Gravity, they're starting to score 277 to 595. If Pokemon get knocked out, they're going to drop points as well. Not as yet. Be careful of those buffs. It's an attack buff as well as a score shield for True Gravity. Pokemon are going down. Points are on the floor. Can they score those points? 25 points, a 100-point dunk from that Slowbro. 595 to 487.
108 more to go over here. Do they have the points right now to actually go for even scoring? They don't have enough, Danny. 90+7. They need at least 54 points here in hand to make an equalizer. And I believe that time is not on their side. And even the points are also not in their grasp. So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to be...
14 points were deployed, yeah. So I think that might have been it here. Oh my goodness, what a play. The score will finally be calculated here, folks. But as you can see, E-Arena gonna win the set with 595 points.
Great mathing. I mean, they must have, we would assume they did some calculations. Hey, I think we're okay. Let's just go with the scores. Let's let go of Rayquaza.
They have a Hooper.
Yeah, they have a Hooper.
Hooper enables them to do this. And they also had that Dragonite if they really needed to, but they really mathed it out.
They mapped it out, yeah. It's either that or they were just scrambling around. But it worked. It worked. The most important part is it worked for them. And Irina wins this game number 2. And you know what that means, Danny.
We're going to be
getting game number 3. Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited. We're getting a game 3. I was a little bit worried this could have been a 2-0 situation. But E-Arena and True Gravity, they both want to make it through that lower bracket run. They want that match, whether we want it or not. They want that match against Unite Holic. They want to beat them down and they want to continue on through that lower bracket. If there's one thing teams need to be able to perform at such a high level in a lower bracket, there's this thing called hope. If somebody has hope, anything can happen.
Oh yeah, I truly believe so as well. And this game definitely shows it. Now, of course, still not a positive outcome here from that pick with Metagross. Still looking for that win. I think...
I don't think I was a fan of Metagross this game, to be completely honest.
I didn't see the fit into it.
Well,
I mean...
I kind of could. So Duck's role, essentially, Duck is the top laner for the team, so his role is pretty similar to that of, I guess, a Blastoise or a Buzzwole. He's supposed to be an initiator for the team. He's also quite tanky because Metagross can generate a lot of self-shields. He's supposed to be self-sustainable. The only issue is that I feel to try and play Metagross in that style, you're probably better off picking a whole bunch of other Pokemon that come online, are much easier to execute, and aren't so punishable in that early game. Because Beldum and Metang, they're very punishable Pokemon.
Oh yeah, and it's shown here in this game.
We did see it.
I mean, E-Arena was taking advantage of the whole situation. Like, hey guys, I kind of forgot that they were on the left side because they were playing around too much on the right side and deep wild Pokemon area, and they were just all there. So most of the time, like, most of the wild Pokemons on the left side, which is on the E-Arena side, were untouched compared to the True Gravity side.
It was a lot. It was a very right-heavy game, and I got really concerned for E-Arena. I thought with the back caps that they were not going to have enough points to be able to outscore True Gravity, but they got the points in. They knew how many they needed to do, and I think at the same time they looked at how many points True Gravity actually had, did the calculations in their head. With the extra 15 that they would have gotten with Rayquaza and whatever they had, would it have been enough to overtake them? And as long as they didn't lose too many of their own Pokemon whilst defending, it wouldn't have been too much of an issue. They also had some really great choices as well for breaking those shields, right? You're dealing with an opponent that has the Rayquaza shields. As long as the shields get burned out, you can also prevent them from scoring that way. You don't have to go for the complete knockout. Just get rid of the shield.
Just stop them from scoring.
Yeah,
that's
and then
all.
you don't have the scoreability anymore. Or at least it's not as fast anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And especially when trying to score big points, like 50 points, the scoring animation is actually very extensive.
Oh, it's very long.
Oh, yeah. I still remember this play when Espion actually managed to achieve count and Trevor also get a kill for himself. He could have just been taken out just easily. It's quite unfortunate for them. This team fight, I believe that we highlighted this earlier as well. Urshifu got cleared out super early in encounter. It was a 1v1 trade-off between him together with Lucario. I think the outcome worked out a little bit well for E-Arena because Lucario was also able to actually expand his own Unite during that encounter. In this whole thing, I think that Arena had the right approach on how they want to play the game. Early game, they were snowballing all the way to mid game. Very small amount of mistakes. I believe that there were times when I think that because of the constant pressure coming out from Arena, like their opponents were feeling like there must be a point where we need to actually do a little bit of pushback. I mean, like we're all fully evolved. We're at a good enough levels, and they tried to push in the bottom, but somehow the outcome didn't side with them, and they still lose out with that, and then they had to retreat back again.
Yeah. Well, I think this is probably the best time for us to reset mentally, and also for the teams to reset, because now, if you think about it, we are at the checkpoint for both of these teams. This is the last hurrah. This is the last chance to win, and only one team is going to go through. Somebody is going to go home. It's time to pull out your best Pokemon. If you've been hiding something, it's time to pull out that ace from your sleeve. And what is that going to be? Now, what we already have seen from E-Arena, very aggressive team. True Gravity, we've seen this team play twice. Very close games as well. Quite versatile in their approach to the match. They are not a team that is locked into one particular style, whether it be slow and steady, fast pace in your face, lane domination. They've played a variety of play styles depending on what they have drafted. And so looking at game number 3, I expect this team to play the style that they are most comfortable with. And I hope it's something that's going to be able to match the speed that E-Arena has been playing. Can they play something that's going to have a very reasonable early game that won't get crushed? Can they maybe try and go for a central area invade? Is Sableye on the table for this team? Are we going to be seeing something absolutely bonkers? Is someone going to pull out the Magikarp? I am still waiting for somebody to whip out the Magikarp.
I'm surprised you brought that topic up.
Why
It's like, yeah, we
not?
haven't seen it yet, but I thought we did have a discussion about this yesterday. It's easily
that's
punishable.
It's not enough to encourage the Magikarp. We need
It's not enough to discourage the Magikarps from actually being there. Yeah.
Encouraging, not discouraging.
Yeah,
Encouraging the Magikarp. I really think there's a lot of potential with the Magikarp. I just think teams have not really spent enough time experimenting to see how to get a Magikarp online. I definitely think it's doable, but after all of this solo pub experience that people have been playing in their ranked games, I feel like some people might just have some PTSD playing with and as a Magikarp. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping someone brings out the Magikarp, says like, hey, this is viable. Good luck.
I know we're at game 3 where people have loads of limitations. I mean, I totally agree. I think we've reached points where...
Limitations. I mean, look at the Pokemon that have been picked from both sides, okay? What is not available now?
What is not available? What is available?
What's not available?
Not available. Okay, so for E-Arena side, they basically, if we were to compare to what they've actually ran before as well, they ran this tutorial together with themselves. I think whatever they ran in, they played some out of pocket, which is something they didn't play out in upper bracket matches. They ran this Traveler, which they didn't run as well. I think most of the Pokemon they've already ran before because they played so little games. I would assume that they've already ran most of the things that they've already ran before, so we believe that this could be the surprise that we're looking for from them. Meanwhile, for Team 2 Gravity, they haven't played the Urshifu this time. They played it out. They have not played the Buzzwole for themselves, and they have actually played with the Sableye. So although it did not translate into the win for them when they went up against Talon, but this could potentially be one of the support picks they can actually replace with because they've already run the Blissey. They still have the option to actually run that Clefable because they didn't get it for themselves for game number 1 and game number 2 so far. It's all options.
I'm looking at this here as well. Glaceon might be something that Team True Gravity are going to be looking at too, right?
Yeah, they ran the Espeon already.
Yeah, we've seen the power Glaceon.
They ran Sylvia before.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I think Glaceon might be the key here for True Gravity. I mean, we've seen the power of Glaceon for a lot of teams. It's just a very strong evolution, lots of long-range damage, locks onto Pokemon, prevents a lot of speedsters from being able to have free roam in those fights. So I think Glaceon might just be a really big one here for Team True Gravity. Maybe even Lapras might make an appearance again as well, because they did bring out Lapras for game number 2 and they won that game against Talon.
Yeah, they played the Eldegoss together for that particular game. No more Dragonites, no more Inteleon, and they also played out the Slowbro, so we're not able to actually be like, yes, actually you're right, Lapras could be an option. But Beyond all that, since they already ran the Blastoise together with the Slowbro, Lapras is actually the third option which they've ran before. If you combine together with, if I'm just looking at the other defenders here, they were not the ones actually, or they ran the Crustle. Yep, so they ran the Crustle. Actually, the only defender that they have not run, which they have run before, is Lapras. There's another one, which is actually Umbreon, but we believe that both sides actually banned them. When E-Arena was actually on the orange side, they actually banned the Umbreon, and when Team True Gravity was on the orange side, they banned the Umbreon to prevent E-Arena from actually gathering it from themselves.
Yes, so for these two teams, if whoever is second pick, they will always ban Umbreon. From this matchup, from what I have seen, we could possibly see a change for game number 3 here, but I just feel like Umbreon, it's too good to not ban.
Too good to not ban. I agree.
Yeah. So I do expect this Umbreon to be banned again. If it does go through, though, whoever gets... so first pick should actually go in favor of True Gravity because they lost that second matchup. So if E-Arena is not going to ban the Umbreon, it's probably going to be first pick material for True Gravity.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, also looking at attackers. When you point at Glaceon, yes, I look at the other available Pokemons for attackers. Like for example, the Venusaur, which is something that none of them runs. So I would assume at this current moment, it's not something that they are much favorable with. Not just with reference to what they ran so far, but also with the match they had yesterday in the upper bracket.
Draft is ready.
Yeah, Gradient Ninjas, Intelon, all that has already been run as well. But all that will be answered here in the next few minutes as the draft has begun here. Starting off with the banning phase. Urshifu for Team True Gravity, that's going to be the ban.
Is it Umbreon for E-Arena? And it is going to be the Umbreon ban. So no Umbreon for this matchup or for this series at all. And for E-Arena to not get Urshifu, this has to be a bit of a nod to Mark God.
They have not ran a Leafeon so far here in the ASL Finals, and basically this is an option for them to actually showcase Leafeon in their hands as the first pick. Instead, E-Arena are going to be the ones running this Lapras together with the Mew. So they ran this Mew in game number 1 in the upper bracket. It didn't work out so well for them.
Whoa, they're bringing out the Zoroark Comfey. I had a feeling this might be something E-Arena brings out. They brought it out last year as well for the West, I think it was like APAC West qualifiers. And this was one of the combos that made E-Arena quite well known in the region. So to bring it out here, I hope Team True Gravity is ready for this. But to be fair, they do have a pretty good comp to deal with a Zoro. They have a Glaceon that can lock onto Zoroark. They also have a Mamoswine. If this Pokemon is able to freeze this Zoro, bye-bye. Gravity could also be an option here for Clefable if that is what they want to go for. Otherwise, it'll just be Follow Me as well. I don't think this is going to be an easy Mark God Zoro game at all. If anything, if he can somehow make something work and actually be able to execute, even though True Gravity have so many things that can really counter a Zoro, this could be game-winning.
Yeah, this could be definitely game-winning over here. Of course, we do foresee this. We've seen this multiple times yesterday during the upper bracket matches as well. The combo between Comfey together with Zoroark here, which could actually empower him a little bit more as well. And you have some really good frontliners here. You have the Lapras together with the Blastoise as well. And on the back line, you do have the Mew. Now, do they really have anyone here to actually catch that Mew on the back line? Mobility-wise, of course, you did a little bit of work. They do have the Buzzwolf, can actually do a little bit more catching. I think it's the most mobile. If you want to consider Speedster Leafeon as well, I do hope that basically he's able to actually get on the back line to actually chase out this Mew.
This is actually a pretty tough game. I'm kind of leaning towards True Gravity. I kind of like the Pokemon that they're running, and they have a pretty comfortable time catching out a Zoro. I actually think I'm leaning towards True Gravity for this game.
Yeah.
Even though E-Arena has the signature duo.
I mean, Team True Gravity has that Clefable support as well. So if you do look at a 5v5 encounter, Clefable is going to be very, very crucial in the presence. It's not going to be so easy to actually, even if Mark God actually goes on for the Buzzwole as well, he could sustain a little bit. He's durable to a certain level, but with the assistance coming on from the Clefable, can I sustain even better? And plus, you also have a Mamoswine just in case. On the back line, you also have this Glaceon to support assistance, and Zaxel with high burst damage from that Solar Blade as well. But anyways, guys, we will see what the outcome will be. This is game number 3, the deciding match here for this lower bracket. Round 1, game number 2. Or should I say, match number 2 of the day here between True Gravity versus E Arena. One of them will continue the run here in the lower bracket, while the other will stop their journey here in the competition finals. Danny, the game has begun.
Game has begun, and both of our junglers, we've got one up top, Mark God sitting in the top lane, and also Glaceon's going to be up top, just going for a bit of a combo there onto all of the Swablues to try and lock them in for his team. He didn't really get too many of them, unfortunately, so the majority of them going into True Gravity's pocket, I believe. Got to be super happy with that one, but hang on a minute. Maybe threatening the Glaceon here. Even Mew showing his face, forcing Vulcan to be nearby just in case Akul runs into quite a number of issues. But Sunzage, because he revealed himself, look at this, just getting punished by the rotation from True Gravity.
But that creates an opportunity for the Zoroark to actually make an escape together with the Comfey. I guess if any one of them gets rid off, it's better for it to be the Mew rather than the Zoroark here. Of course, this gives a little bit of spacing for the Squirtle to become a War Turtle at the top line, as he needs that level to actually get himself at level 7 to become a Blastoise. And of course, we do have more and more rotations here coming on from the side of E Arena at the central area, and I believe that Zoroark should be the ones clearing most of them. He says got himself with 24 at this current moment.
Mark actually got most of them, so he's going to be happy with that mid-lane engagement. But speaking of levels, though, he's actually tied in levels with that Buzzwole, because Buzzwole's had a free time up here. Like, Duck has had a free lane, and I'm a little bit worried about this, because for E Arena to let a Buzzwole have a free lane up against the War Turtle, sure, War Turtle's not being that pressured.
It's not like he can actually, put any form of pressure to a Buzzwole.
But Buzzwole can absolutely threaten a Zoro if he gets his hands anywhere near him, so you have to be super careful. Clefable is here as well, just going to go in the opposite direction. Vulcan trying to draw them away from his teammate. Here we go. Buzzwole's still there, still trying to take those wild Pokemon.
Both of them misses each other.
Okay, Duck, he does manage to get the throw there, and they actually managed to catch out the Zoroark and the Comfey. This was the thing I was worried about, Flava. I said from the get-go, there are a lot of options for True Gravity to catch out a Zoro, and E Arena just did not respect it.
I think that he didn't actually have a plan at hand, because he was just running out together with the Comfey, and even with the Blastoise over there, there's not enough cover for him. Meanwhile, he didn't anticipate there's going to be a two-man rotation to the top lane, making it a 4v2 situation, or should I say 4v3 if we consider together with the Comfey, put him at a huge advantage, and with the catching ability you highlighted as well. It was an expected outcome, or should I say the worst possible scenario outcome for him to actually happen, especially when you're running mid and you're getting caught off by someone who's actually plays top. That is going to be a devastating loss for him.
This is a very bizarre style coming out from E Arena, because after these first two games they played hyper aggressive, and now they are playing a much more passive game against True Gravity, and you picked a Zoro Comfey. The whole reason you picked this duo is that you want to pop off. You want to get in there, you want to just pop Pokemon, and that's it. But looking at the comparison, you're losing the level game, and you're up against a composition where you only have two Pokemon that you can reliably KO from 100 to 0. So what is Mark God's role here? Is he simply here to backcap? Is he just trying to keep up in levels? What is the objective for the Zoro? Because he's just going to continue to fall behind unless they find an opening and they can somehow punish True Gravity.
He's trying to go for the Leafeon instead, but
it's a
Cabaret has
5-on-5.
arrived. Buzzwole has arrived here from the top lane, going up to the central area to provide a little assistance. Zoroark is not finding the opening that he wants here in this game, and he is in fear of being a mid lane, or should I say wild Pokemon era Pokemon at this current moment. He is in fear of this Buzzwole, who is a top laner Pokemon. So
not just that, even Akul on the Glaceon, if he locks onto you...
Exactly. And we haven't seen him for a while. It's like, hey.
Well, he doesn't need to. I mean, he's just free farming. Again, like, look at the level difference. You've got two level 11s and a 10 on the side of True Gravity. And Zoro has only just hit level 10 on the side of E Arena. The macro game on E Arena is just not happening. And if the game is going to continue like this, if a fight doesn't break out, if E Arena doesn't win a major engagement anytime soon, they're just going to continue to fall further and further behind. And in the late game scenario, True Gravity, they've got a well-rounded comp. They've got Pokemon that can frontline. They've got their damage dealers in the back as well. They have somebody that's going to be able to provide those heals. They do have the Emerald 2-step. It does not get the KO onto that Blastoise. They do finally pop that Hydro Typhoon, but everyone just leaves. They don't care at all. So there's no more counter initiation. True Gravity say this is time to go. We get the Blastoise. We want the Lapras as well. And we have the Mammoth to push him back. They don't quite get him, throws him back, and they will finally get both of the defenders. Took a while for Lapras. Zoro, in the meantime, he ran up top lane to get those points scored. But that's it. You don't really get anything else out of this team fight.
I believe that's not what you expect from Izorok in any way, especially when you have a counter latch on for you. The counter is like following you, like we need to do something.
Leafeon might even get the steal, Solar Blade. Doesn't get it.
Doesn't get
Perfect
it.
timing.
Perfect. Okay, so at least he can actually manage to secure the Reggie here at the top lane. But while all this is happening, Team True Gravity is widening up the gap even more for the side. For their side at this current moment, and of course we do see the Glaceon there securing this Regirock for the team, which means that they have additional defense as well as special defense here for the game. This is not the E arena that we saw earlier where they're putting on the pressure where they needed to. I'm not sure whether you want to highlight this as
I think
Zoroark at this point it was like, unfortunately he was not able to actually put the aggression early game, therefore right now he's stuck.
He is stuck. It's just such a difficult game for him to be able to really execute anything. Gonna try and go on top of the Clefable. Vulcan will finally go down, but it did require 4 Pokemon to fully execute. But look at that though, Mark got half health already eliminated with a Solar Blade. Trying to find that opening. The team is grouping up. They do have a Hydro Typhoon, but no Lapras Express. So if anything happens and that Typhoon misses, things can go awry for the squad. But E-Arena playing it safe, going to go back, farm some more of those wild Pokemon, get that experience on those levels, and hopefully turn things around. It looks like it's going to have to be that late game comeback for the team from Thailand.
Yeah, and this is not something that they want to play with, because I think in terms of point of entries, it's not like they have anything great other than relying on the Blastoise with the Hydro Typhoon. Lapras Express, not really, I would say. Probably you can play around together with Comfeast Unite at the same time together with the Mew, but I believe that Team True Gravity has more to offer. They have huge openings here coming from Mamoswine. They also have the Glaceon together with the Clefable. So this is going to be a very tough one. 10 seconds before Rayquaza actually appears over here. This is an all-in or nothing here for the side of Vivir. There's no way they're gonna do any form of backcap to do any form of scoring. It has to be here. It has to be done here at the Rayquaza pit, Danny.
Yeah, just got to watch Melon. Melon's going to play a big role for the team with those initiations on that Mamoswine. Going to be healed up by the Clefable as well, paired up with Vulcan. So, E-Arena, what is the game plan here? Leafeon is in that bottom lane protecting that top goal zone. Glaceon is up in the top lane protecting the goal zone. So no open goal zones for E-Arena to get those sneaky scores. It might have to come down to the Rayquaza or just hoping that the Leafeon abandons the lane. Coming in from the bottom side of the bush, they managed to catch out that Blastoise. 3-man Typhoon. Team's coming in. Can they finish them off before the rest of the evolutions come in? They do get one so far, and it's going to be the support. So no more Moonlight, but here comes the Leafeon wanting to delete the Blastoise. Emerald 2-step committed. It's 1-1 so far. Support for Defender, but it's not over as of yet. They're still looking to fight. Very low on that Buzzwole. Actually going to teleport home and go back for a base heal. No. Duck is sticking around. He wants to fight. He wants Mark God. Can he get him? Solar Blade being charged up, wanting to connect. They will finally come in with Melon on that Mamoswine. They don't actually get them with the connection on those basic attacks. They do freeze that Lapras. Lapras is down. One of the defenders are gone. Blastoise is coming back, but there's no frontliner, and it's going to go towards the True Gravity. It's going to be the Rayquaza's shield. Oh my goodness, that was a very long fight, but E-Arena, they just couldn't find that opening. They couldn't break them apart. They couldn't force those premature unites. True Gravity gonna continue to represent India in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
Yeah, they had a great idea how they approached that Rayquaza pit, because they knew that at that point, the moment they cleared out at least 2 of the Pokemons on the side of Team E-Arena, they didn't have to pay attention to Rayquaza. Even if E-Arena does secure Rayquaza, they were actually low in HP. They had no ability to actually do any form of scoring. If they catch out yet another one, even if they had double 100 points being scored, it will not be enough to actually overtake what Team True Gravity has offered here for this game number 3. Now, here you have, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the series, your champions here from the India Regional Qualifiers. Team True Gravity making a win in this best of 3 series, 2-1 up against their opponents, Team E-Arena, the champions from the Thailand Urban Qualifiers.
Oh man, It's so sad to see E Arena dropping out of the competition. I mean, they did the very best that they could have, and they even picked their iconic Pokemon in that final matchup. It just wasn't enough. The stars didn't align. They just did not find that opening. Props to Team True Gravity. I feel like their positioning when these team fights happened, they never spread far apart enough for Mark God to get on top of somebody, but they never stuck around so close together that there was going to be a multi-man Blastoise Unite, a multi-man Lapras Unite. It was a really, really difficult game for E Arena to just get their moves to connect together. So moving on, Team True Gravity. Their next opponent is going to be Unite Holic.
Oh, yes.
And that's a matchup that I don't think anyone envies. But I kind of think, maybe it's not a popular opinion, I actually think True Gravity is going to give Unite Holic a run for their money. And maybe, just maybe, could surprise them and take the series.
But it's kind of tough, yo, because we're looking at Team True Gravity. They did put a little bit pressure on the opponents in the upper bracket, which was Talon. Are they really able to? Because Unite Holic did had a really good run in the upper bracket. Quite unfortunate for them, they did get dropped there in the semifinals. Yeah, and looking at their run, it's kind of tough. I mean, like, Team True Gravity didn't really had like a really convincing win against E Arena here at the lower bracket itself, but I guess we will see how they fare against Team Unite Holic later on in the round, or should I say the quarterfinals here at the lower bracket.
Yeah. Total match 11 later today.
Today.
That's going to be... We're going to have a bit of a break before that, though. We need to give True Gravity a moment to just rest, relax, give them a chance to do a little bit of studying, because there are going to be some things to look at moving on today. But before that series, we are going to be jumping into a Goliath matchup between Rise and MYS.
Oh, yes.
Only one of these two teams is going to continue their journey through the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, and then the other, unfortunately, will be dropping out of the competition. And this series hurts me, because Rise and MYS, two representatives for APAC last year at Worlds. Anyone that follows the Southeast Asia scene would love to see both of them move forward.
Yep, I
But
agree.
we've reached that point where both lower bracket, one can go through, and only the most deserving can go through.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, this is definitely a battle of pride. You're looking at the champions, as I would say, the champions of Indonesia here, Team Rise. Now, these two teams, Team Rise and Team MYS, they know each other to the T. They have been up against one another so many times.
They're neighbors.
Yeah, they're literally neighbors.
They
neighbors,
play with each other.
Like every time there's a tournament, they see each other all the time.
Not just that, though. I mean, even in just normal ranked matches, like, you'll see players from Rise playing with like someone from MYS or vice versa. It's
Just
very,
another day in rank.
Yeah, so like they really know each other, not just on a competitive level as an opponent, but they also have a deeper understanding of the players by playing with them in those ranked ladders. Like, sometimes just those matches, it can help you understand how a player functions, rather than just playing them through one way, which is always against them.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, I do believe that results-wise, I think MYS has it slightly better compared to what Rise has to offer in a competitive scene. But with this given format, I am very curious on what they will bring to the table, because back then, draft is a little bit different. But now with the format given here for the finals, this is an opportunity for them to go a little bit crazy here on the first game draft, but at second and third, it's going to be different altogether. Now, you don't have to worry about going up against...
Crazy. Very crazy.
Very crazy. Now, you don't have to worry so much about going up against multiple Mews from the opponent's side. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the updated bracket, specifically on the lower bracket. The reason is because all the matches today will be all the lower bracket matches, and of course, then they will be winners in the grand finals. And after the conclusion of that match between Team True Gravity up against E Arena, Team True Gravity makes it to the next round. They'll be going up against Team Unite Holic later on at the lower bracket quarterfinals 2. And of course, later on, we'll also be witnessing, before all that, we'll be witnessing the match between Team Rise, the Indonesia champions, up against representative from Malaysia, Singapore, which is Team MYS.
Going to be a very exciting one coming up next, but I'm not sure if we're going to be getting an interview with True Gravity. We should be getting it in a moment. Really excited to see what the players have to say on True Gravity, being able to win this set and to continue on in their journey through the tournament. I want to hear their thoughts going up against E-Arena. I want to hear their thoughts about the food in Thailand. We always hear that, but I want to hear their favorites. What have they been up to? What have they been doing? How long have they been in Thailand for? How much time did they get to scrim against their opponents, right? Because
Or probably didn't scrim at all.
well, that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
We don't really know what the player schedule is for these teams because sometimes it's very brutal, sometimes it's very generous. It really depends on the tournament format and how quickly the players can get into the country, or whether it's a thing like they fly in the night before and then they immediately start competing. That has to be one of the toughest formats. But I can't say for certain what's happened with the players here for the Asia Champions League, but they've definitely been scrimming. I mean, they did mention it in a few interviews that they have been playing against some of their opponents in the tournament so far. But the most important thing for me, at least, for all of our competitors, when they are playing those scrims, I hope that those scrims and those experiences are shaping them to be better esports players tomorrow. To experience all these different things and to help them learn, to adapt and be prepared for what's going to come at them in the future.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I think that with this scrims, my only concern is that I understand that probably they will scrim. Let's assume that if Team Rise did scrim against Team NYS, I believe that they truly didn't reveal their real hand. They're still holding on to some of the cards and most definitely going to be bringing in their level best. And this is not the time to be keeping anything because these two teams are, as mentioned before by Danny, they're Goliaths, and meaning that it could be anyone right now. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue on with that match itself, we're going to be passing over to our host on the main stage for the interview segment.
ผู้ชนะนักกีฬาจาก True Gravity คุณอากูนั่นเอง
Yay.
the next round โอเคนะครับ
And now we are with the winner of the last match between E-Arena representative from Thailand and True Gravity representative from India. And this is Akul with me. May I have a big round of applause?
ครับขอเสียงปรบมืออากูด้วยครับวินเนอร์ของเรานะครับสุดยอดมากๆจาก True Gravity นะครับผม
ค่ะ
เริ่มเลยจากคำถามแรกครับ
ค่ะ
ในแมตช์ที่ผ่านมาเจอกับ E-Arena นั้นโอ้โหก็รู้สึกยังไงอันนี้เขาพูดถึงความรู้สึกของเขานิดนึงครับหลังจากจบแมตช์
Okay,ค่ะ. So first of all, I have to say congratulations to you. And the first question I would like to ask, how you feel about the last battle with E-Arena? Was it difficult, or you have any confidence after winning them, or whatever you want to say?
I think the match was pretty easy for us, but because of the tournament pressure, we are playing a little bit sad. But I think winning this match has given us a lot of confidence, and we think we will perform better from now on. We need that boost. We needed that boost playing one match, winning one win, like yeah.
โอเคเขาบอกว่าก็ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่
อ่าน
นะครับรู้สึกว่าผ่านมาไม่ยากมากนัก แล้วก็หวังว่ามันจะเป็นสิ่งที่ทำให้เขาได้รับความมั่นใจเพิ่มขึ้น
นี่
หลังจากนี้
โอเค
เพราะว่าของจริงอยู่หลังจากนี้
โอเคค่ะ
นะครับผมแล้วก็คำถามที่2นะครับในรอบถัดไปโอ้โหต้องบอกว่าเขาต้องไปเจอของแข็งเหมือนกันนั่นคือยูไนท์โฮลิกนะครับจากประเทศญี่ปุ่น เป็นไงฮะมีอะไรจะฝากบอกยูไนท์โฮลิกไหม
โอเคนะคะเป็นคำถามที่อยากฟังมากเหมือนกันนะคะ so the next question we would like to ask because the next battle you will have to be in a competition with Unite Holic which is very well known for the performance. What do you feel about going in the battle with them? Are you feeling confident?
I think Unite Holic is we are excited to play against Unite Holic, especially Mame, Wafu. They are very great players, especially Mame. We are excited to play against them in like international stage, and we'll beat them.
Do you want anything? Do you want to say anything to them?
Best of luck, guys. We are going to flip the Rayquaza. Don't bring Sableye and Dodo Comp against us. We'll win.
โอ้โหผมเหมือนกันนะ
ก็จะมั่นใจนะครับฝากถึงทางตัวของทีมยูไนท์โฮลิกเรียบร้อยว่าเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งแหละนะครับแต่พวกเขาก็จะทำเต็มที่
ค่ะ
นะครับผมแล้วก็ต้องบอกว่ามีอะไรจะฝากบอกถึงแฟนๆไหม
อ่ากั
กับครอบครัวกับเพื่อนๆที่ซัพพอร์ตเขาถึงตรงนี้ครับ
โอเคค่ะ so the last thing I would like you to share something or if you want to say something for your fans, your family, your friends that has been supporting for you from the first day until now.
Yeah, all the people from India who are doing the watch party on the YouTube, cheer for us. We'll do better. We'll secure a good spot. And to my family, cheer for us. Thank you.
โอเคค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ big round applause ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะคะ
ขอบคุณครับ thank you
Thank you so much.
thank you อาคุลนะคะ
Cool ใ ใช่ฮะก็เมื่อกี้ก็ฝากบอกขอบคุณนะครับ
ค่ะ
ถึงแฟนๆที่อินเดียนะครับว่าพวกเขาจะทำให้เต็มที่ นะครับผมรวมถึงคนที่สนับสนุนเขาด้วย
ใช่แล้ว
นะฮะ
ค่ะ
คือต้องบอกกันก่อนเลยว่า True Gravity เองเนี่ยก็ฝ่าฟันมาไม่น้อยเหมือนกันนะครับยังคงฮึดสู้อยู่
ใช่
นะครับเราต้องดูผลงานรอบต่อไปเพราะว่าโอ้โหของแข็งเลยแหละ
ใช่
นะครับแต่หลังจากนี้ก็แข็งเหมือนกันคุณผู้ชมครับในแมตช์
ค่ะ
ถัดไปนี้เป็นแมตช์ระหว่างทีม Rise นะครับมาเจอกับทีม MYS ครับ
โอเคค่ะ น่าสนใจมากเลยนะคู่นี้อยากดูอีกเหมือนกันนะคะ
ใช่
นะคะ
ใช่
So ladies and gentlemen the next battle I would like to introduce to you and I would like to invite everyone to watch this is the battle between MYS and Rice
ครับแล้วก็อย่าลืมนะครับบ่าย2 ครึ่งเรามีอินฟลูเอนเซอร์ของเรานะครับ Chicken V กับ JOP
โอเค
นะครับด้านนอก
ค่ะ
ด้วยอย่าลืมนะครับ
ใช่ค่ะ and one more thing I would like to say at 2:30 there will be an influencer outside of the event hall so I would like to invite everyone to participate in this activity as well
ครับแล้วตอนนี้เราส่งต่อกับนักพากย์บนโต๊ะของเราด้วยนะครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope you are ready, and I'm not kidding here.
I'm ready.
Like, I do hope you are ready, because what we're about to witness in a few short moments is going to be a battle of giants. My name is Flava, together with my good buddy over here, Yololee. We're about to be jumping into our next series of day, our third series of day, featuring the lower bracket quarterfinals. One featuring the Indonesia champions, Team Rise up against represented from Malaysia, Singapore, Team MYS.
Oh, this is. Look at me. I'm shaking, man. I'm trembling. Not in terms of fear, of course. It's just in terms of excitement, right? Because
Like what's about to transpire from this engagement.
exactly. So we're talking about the very team that is going to be like has been having quite the history. There's a lot of talks about it, like who really comes up into the mix. You have a really super aggressive team, and then here you have Team Rise. Eeyore leading the charge among his members as well. Really, and he's really the pillar of his entire team here. So a lot of contrast in terms of play style between these two sides here. So it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top. But first things first, let's quickly check out a quick interview video of Team Rise. Oh no,
no, it's okay. But of course,
we got scammed.
Yeah, we were anticipating, but it's okay. But continue with the conversation. Team Rise with Team MYS, and of course, any Pokemon Unite lover within the East Asia as well as Southeast Asian region would know these two teams.
Oh yes, of course.
They're neighbors. They know each other to the T. They have been scrimming and going up against another in ranked games for the longest time. And of course, with this knowledge at hand, it is more exciting than ever knowing that they're going to be playing in this particular format. Now, the only difference between these two teams is that Team MYS, they got dropped early on in the competition through the round one of upper bracket segment. Meanwhile, Team Rise, they did manage to actually conquer their first round, but they did drop from the semifinals upper bracket segment. And now they're going up against one another, which means that MYS had a much longer route, making it to this point of the competition here. They've had more opportunities to actually play out with the current format compared to Team Rise. I'm guessing it's the same, it's just that Team Rise played in an upper bracket, whereas MYS played on 2 days lower bracket match.
The thing is just to me, right, the way I see it, right, is the fact that like the way you put it out, right, is definitely true for a fact. But MYS had possibly one of the most strongest start, right? Like strongest starts into this ACL final. Like, they went against Uniteholic as the first series to start of this competition. It's a very rough beginning. I mean,
it's a very rough.
Don't get me wrong. Players like Ice and all this, they're definitely welcome into the challenge for sure. But it is still a very tough opponent. The outcome, of course, it will be the fact that they actually end up dropping to the lower bracket. Yes, they have succeeded against Team Zora Tigers Gaming. It was definitely not a very simple series for sure. The scoreline was 2-1 if you guys actually missed out the very first.
And it was a very tight
series.
one as well.
Very tight.
Very tight.
Very close, really. And it really came down to that, like either for that one particular drafting or that individual skill play coming from their various players. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, quickly getting back to the matter of hand, it is Team MYS versus Team Rise. Let's quickly introduce them to our fans and viewers. Flava.
Yeah, and of course, Team MYS. Now, both these teams, together with Team Rise, hail from the Southeast Asia League themselves. Of course, Team MYS placed in third, whereas Team Rise are the champions for that one. Starting with Team MYS, we have Yamu, Yang, HT, Nami, Foxy. Of course, we're going to be making sure making the Foxy, and of course, we have Ice in the lineup. And for Team Rise, we have AXQ, Luna, Eeyore. You also have Dev, and we have one more. Just now, check this stuff. For Team Rise. Yeah.
But here's the thing, right? I'm really excited because of the fact that this, particularly between all those two teams are going head to head with each other, right?
Yes.
I'm very excited to see who is the stronger hooper here, because When you look, yeah, exactly. Because when you look between the two supporters here, right, you see Yan plays. He's one of his go-to supporters, or Hooper. Same goes for Zoe for the side of Team Rise. He has played an insane amount of Hooper games here. 1,001 Hooper games, by the way. Just for a little bit of specifics there as well. So, and when you come into this kind of drafting, into this game where you can only play Hoopa, like for both sides, you can only play Hoopa once, like literally once, because of this new drafting. Once the team has already selected a particular set of Pokemon in one of the games in this best of 3 series, they will not be able to be accessible for the next 2 games in that series. So, in a way, I guess you could say a team could somewhat deny you that Hoopa twice, at least in this case here.
Exactly. Actually, you can actually deny it. You can actually deny it 3 times if you actually apply it to the ban. You're going to do it twice. So basically, if it's, yeah, you can actually just do it throughout the whole ban itself.
Right.
If you actually want it, it depends. If it's really a crucial piece for your opponent. But what you mentioned is correct. So basically, drafting out those Pokemon for yourself in game number 1 and game number 2 makes it to a point where you actually ban them for yourselves.
Yes.
For the next game they're about to play. So if you, whatever Pokemon you pick for game number 1, you're not able to actually play them for game number 2 as well as game number 3. And whatever Pokemon you pick for game number 1 and 2, you will not be able to actually play for game number 3, including with the ban that is originally being placed by your team and together with opponents during that particular draft, and not accumulated through game 1, 2, and 3.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. And like this is exciting in a way where, in terms of ideology, right? Because we're talking about 2 teams who has composition who is relatively similar in some sense and in terms of ideals as well. Both teams really like to ensure there is a little bit of versatility and a lot of options for them to really play. And it's very reflective inside of their drafting as well. You see them making sure who will be able to prioritize an Italian, whoever didn't able to get an Italian, they try to match with that Italian. And then at times, we see a little bit more drastic selection and drafting coming from Team MYS in the sense where, oh great, if the opposing team is playing with this double poke composition with the Italian as their main hyper carry here, that's when you see coming in with like really unique picks. You see the Scyther coming to the lineup, you see a lot of diving composition that's going to be playing alongside with it, but also there at times we see even the Venus are coming in to incorporate into their playstyles as well.
Yeah, and we've seen a number of that being run in multiple drafts coming from others as well. It could just become a staple over here, and most definitely with the ability to actually run Petal Dance, because you have the mobility in games as well. It's highly unlikely that we do see a Solar Beam being played out, because you can actually have better backline attackers that can actually utilize that.
That is true.
Yeah. So I think both this team, one of the main things that I think you highlight, which is actually very important, is that both of them emphasize on their ability to on their offensive abilities,
yes,
not really on the sustain side as well. They don't really have quite a balance when it comes to drafting, but of course their ability to actually put aggression on their opponents. Both of them has this. This is not something where this is not something like on a general use for most teams. They actually highlight and emphasize on this particular kind of things. Now, which one's going to come on top? I believe that it should be Team MYS when it comes to aggression, because they have always been the more aggressive team compared to their opponents on this summer ball. But Team Rise, they know this. They played this so many times. They know ways that we understand that you excel in certain areas, and we know how to tackle and handle you in these situations.
I think that's pretty much where Team Rise is relatively similar to Unite Holic in that sense as well, because when it comes to their team lineup, besides communication, who's been pretty each member is pretty communicative and pretty in sync when it comes to decision making, but they have a lot of protocols being set before they enter each game. Where when they see a particular team they'll be possibly going up against, they do the research, they set the protocol, they set the policies to prepare for that particular team here. Whereas Team MYS here have very confidence in their fundamentals. They are very ferocious with their picks, and even their play style is at times it's really hard to really break that momentum and flow. You really need to do something really drastic, or at least have the necessary Pokemon to really slow things down. But of course, speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally entering to the drafting phase. Our first 2 bans for both sides will be the Glaceon and the Italian, which is relatively unique as well. That's going to be a very respectable ban coming in from the side of Team MYS with the Glaceon here.
Yeah, and actually they have not been able to actually run any of this, except for, I think basically they only had the chance to actually run the Umbreon in only 2 days lower bracket match itself, because it has been denied multiple times by the opponents Unite Holic in the upper bracket segment. And of course, Team MYS is going to be starting off strong over here. They got their hands on that Hoopa Zorwarg, Buzzwell together with Mew for Night Mew Foxy. Meanwhile, Team Rise completes that draft here with picking out themselves that Slowbro for themselves. So it's going to be Slowbro, Dragonite, Sylveon, Eldegoss together with Blastoise for them.
That is such an insane...
Looking so durable from Team Rise. They're looking solid, like literally solid.
I won't say it's a super safe kind of competition. It's just more like you're somewhat prepared to what potentially is coming in. Whereas on the side for Team MYS, drafting very early game, very fast pace, a lot of damage, decent scaling towards the late game here. And you know for the fact that especially with the Zora being picked up here, I believe that's going to be definitely in the hands of our brother HT here. One of his classics go to no comfy here, but look at it on the bright side, right? With the Hoopa itself, it's going to be allowed to save HT if he gets a little bit too deep into enemy territories or into those lineup. I think there's going to be a switch here, I believe. I don't think this is going to be the
Oh,
call,
they didn't
right?
switch?
Hold on, wait.
It can't be. I truly really, it would be HT actually running on this Zora. Probably the switch will actually happen later on. Because I think because so far what we saw from regionals is that they have been playing they have been trying to play around HT being the main core for the team.
Yeah, this is going to be great. Like, we're seeing a lot of really strong picks, right? TMOS is starting strong. They're coming in with one of their most comfortable and also, by the way, best meta Pokemon in the current scene at the moment here. Whereas Team Rise, let's be honest, Blastoise is still an incredible pick, still an incredible top player, top laner as well, to go toe-to-toe with the Buzzwell. Of course, that is in the case where without any interference. And don't even get me started with scaling. So you have a massive team fight Unite move with the Hydro Typhoon, and let's be honest, there's a lot of synergy you can really play with. And with the Slowbro being the secondary defender here, that just means this Blastoise has the option to actually run with that rapid split to really pile on the damage. There's not a lot of beefy players on the side here for Team MYS here.
Yeah, and I think if I would say, I think that Team MYS is definitely bringing their level best here for this game number one. And after all the teams have understand the importance of actually securing this game number one, which resulted in the MYS going with this approach. But when I look at Team Rise, I understand they did pick some meta Pokemons for themselves here for this game number one, but I don't think this does not look like their best hand at the current moment. I believe they're trying to play it smart. They are ready for whatever the outcome may be for this game number one, but Team MYS are definitely going straight for a win here for this game itself. This kind of strategies do happen in competitions like this. Very excited to see what the outcome will be for this particular match itself. Now the game has begun, Leonard, but this game number one in this best of 3 series. The first team that actually gets to win and the series will become the winner series. One of them will proceed and crawl their way through the lower bracket, continue their crawl, whereas the other will be eliminated from the competition, being 5th or 6th place here in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals.
Honestly, Flava, I'm going to tell you right here and right now, one shall rise and one shall fall. It is a battle to decide which of these two Southeast Asian teams is going to be going home and moving forward up the lower brackets here. So far, we started off with not too much of a skirmish here, just a couple of taps here and there, highs and buys, how's the wife, how's the kids, get a couple of points in here, and of course, with all this EV evolution here, you start to see a little bit of an edge towards that bottom part, but of course not for too long here, as the rest of the squad is getting that necessary leveling to get to that power spike. But they do need to find a way to really escalate Yambu's power spike here, because he hasn't really hit the level 5 with the boss move just yet here, and they want to try to be detrimental to this Squirtle before he actually get even more levels.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea on how to approach it itself, because right now the Squirtle is almost level 5. You can actually punish him at this point. You'll prevent him to actually become a 1 total 2K in the game. Slow his progress to actually make it into Blastoise as well. Meanwhile, we do see this Hooper together with Buzzwell combo up against the Squirtle together with Eldegoss. Still awaiting this rotation coming on from the mid laners into a respective lane to see which lane they're going to be putting on pressure. A little bit of support from the Umbreon as well, rotating towards the mid segment, leaving that Mew getting a little bit levels for himself on that Foxy, going up against a Sylveon and that Slowbro. And they're definitely going on to the middle segment over here. Of course, another rotation from Zoe as well, as they're getting ready for this Altaria family, together with Swablu's being here on the central area. No commitments, and while all that is happening, this created an opportunity for 2 of these Pokemon from central area as well as the bottom area to rotate the top lane and put it under pressure and clear out that war total away from lane, and option for them to actually do a little bit scoring for themselves.
No, I'm totally fine with this, right? The thing is this, right? They know for the fact they're not really too pressured for EXP at the current moment because they're all currently max evolution here. So might as well just take the chance, especially spotted and understanding the fact that EXP is currently a little bit more a priority for the side for Team Rise. They're not going to contest with the central arterial family initially and decide to really try to keep this water in check. Look at the level difference right now. Basel is level 7. He's currently in a position where if there's not enough interface with that top side, he's going to really have an absolute roll on this war turtle here. But then again, to the bottom side, a little bit of push back and forth here. Really nothing much happening but complete respect and understanding. However, the fight for this objective here, and we already see HT getting ready to pounce on his unexpected prey, and he does succeed as well. He dives in the mix as well, but he does spot the Dragon Knight, respect the damage from the Hyper Beam, and he will manage to punish the Umbreon in the process.
And while a little bit of disengagement coming up from both ends here, creating an opportunity as we have 5, the full village members from Team Rise here, taking an objective of Reggie Rocks, going to be in the hands, special defense as well as defense, but for a period of time, and also opportunity for them to actually do a little bit of scoring. Meanwhile, it's a 1v5 situation here. Umbreon is not able to actually do much, and he has to disengage from all this. And meanwhile, since all that's happening at the bottom lane, they get themselves with the Reggie. We're going to grab themselves with Reggie. It is going to be Regieleki here from the top lane for Team MYS. I do believe they are committed to actually screen out team members from Team Rise to actually do a little bit of scoring for themselves upon this tier 2. Up into the sky, here goes the Hoopa Port as well. Distract the mix it is going to be the Buzzwole together with the Zoroark, going to be returning back fresh and strong here. Continue that assault. Unfortunately, they don't have enough to actually push the team members of Team Rise away from the goalpost, and Regieleki will not be able to actually make any form of entry and providing any form of assistance into scoring for Team MYS. And the game continues here. We're closing in to the halfway mark here, Leonard.
The thing is, usually, right, there will be a little bit of cause of concern when it comes in terms of damage output coming from the side of Team Rise. However, if you look at the majority of the line of Team MYS, not the most tankiest players in Sweden, especially since most of the damage is going to be mostly outputted from your Speedster HT here, and of course Nightmew Foxy. He does have his own way to disengage out of the fight with his Unite move. That's definitely without question. However, you can only get out for so long, and if you get CC'd out pretty hard, and there's a lot of CC coming in from the side here, Team Ryan, Slow Beam, Fairy Frolic, you even have the Hydro Typhoon. There's a lot of things you really need to deal with, and don't even get me started on the Dragon Knight. Decent amount of damage, not nuking damage unfortunately, but still massive damage as long as the fight really prolongs, and this is something that allows it, and it's pretty durable as an all-rounder. But nice timing with the Hyperspace Portal, really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map, really well done, coming in from Yang. But on the side here for the Blastoise, unfortunately, he will not have the exact same assist or support and will fall, but don't worry, he won't be alone for too long as Dragonite will join him at the Pokemon Center.
Oh, that's going to be a big way for them. They managed to clear out the Blastoise together with Dragonite. Meanwhile, here at the bottom as well, they clear out together with the Eldegoss, making it a 3-man takedown from the side of Team MYS, and they definitely have to do a little bit disengagement for a little bit of survivability. Hit, commits together with Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise, holding Yemo in position, and they manage to secure this takedown on that Buzzwole at the bottom lane, and they will decide to actually return back to their respective Pokemon Center and meet up with Nurse Joy. And this could be an opportunity for Team Rise to actually secure themselves this Regice for themselves. And meanwhile, while all this is happening, look at the Sylveon trying to do a little bit of scoring, but unfortunately,
you denied it.
Get caught a little bit while doing the animation for that scoring. Too close to call for the Sylveon.
I mean, definitely for sure. And also getting the nice pick off towards that bottom defense goalpost on the Zoroark and even the Buzzwole was pretty great. They were their 2 highest level Pokemon for Team MYS at that time. Even though, sure, they couldn't punish the rest of the members, they did suffer quite a lot of losses before they actually got those takedowns. But getting those takedowns on Chaos on those 2 highest levels initially was still really great EXP necessary for their side. Although, yes, they're not in terms of leads, in terms of initiation, or in terms of points. But this is the part where flipping the Rayquaza would be the chance, would be an opportunity. They just need to find their opening. They're still lost CC, but they was not able to take all these team fights on their own terms so far.
Oh, yeah, a little bit too late here for Team MOR as they did try to actually commit to that Regieleki, tried to put a stop on him in the hands of Team Rise, but unfortunately they were able to actually secure it before they actually arrived. All commits, but yet another Unite is going to be that Blastoise, but unfortunately even if Blastoise not enough damage Big connecting cover from their side as well. They managed to clear out only Zorwa, one of the main cores for himself. Lecky makes an entry, making it easy for them to actually clear out and destroy that goalpost. And this time, it's going to be a counter coming up from Team MY as they cleared out the Grand Knight, going for a little bit of chase. Eldegoss gets cleared out here in the hands of Mew. Solar Beam once again, but did not manage to connect as it just misses a few hits on that Slowbro. But of course, it's going to be a very tankful Pokemon over there. This engagement comes from both ends, and I believe that that is a okay win coming up from both ends. You do get the goalpost for Team Rise managed to get the goalpost, and meanwhile Team MOS was able to actually get their revenge upon their opponents.
But you see what I mean? That fight was a lot more better. It was literally on Team Rise's terms. So far, we see Team RS always trying to dictate the terms of the battlefield here. They're always initiating. They're always trying to catch fight in those 4v5. They understand there's true power coming from the lineup from Team Rise here. Team Fight could be a little bit of a slippery and dicey situation for them here. They just need to find that chance. And guess what? They managed to spot the Umbra here. Can they try to melt him out in time? But thank God, there's nothing to really displace him at all here. So the Hyperspace Spawner will be able to save the Umbra. But guess what? Rayquaza is here. The Umbra suffering a little bit too much damage and control. Zoro managed to get all the way to the back, succeeding in getting rid of the supporter here. Nonetheless, they have no absolute healer, but he lost HT in the process. But the damage is significant. Nightmew Foxy, without any more damage to him, without the Dragonite, he dies all the way into the lineup. He says, I have no fear of anyone else in this lineup, in this composition. Let's keep this fight going.
I think there's a lot of commitment coming up, but you have to remember, Rise, they still have the Unite on that Blastoise.
I know, that's insane,
online.
right?
Eldegoss also has his own at the same as well. Zormark, quite unfortunate for him that he was actually getting picked on too early during that particular engagement, but he still also has his own Unite as well. Making 1v2 situation now, making it a 5v5 at the moment. Here comes an entry from the Umbreon as well, but it's not having the damage in any way, so he has to sustain all the damage on his own. Also commits, and is not able to actually mitigate this fight. He's going to say, oh, here comes the eject together with the Hydro Typhoon, but there's no follow-up coming from teammates as well from the side of Team Rise, but they're going to be managed to get the Umbreon together with the Hooper. Right now, Blastoise trying to make an escape here on the downside. Meanwhile, looking on the right side as well, Zora trying to make a little bit of plays, but unfortunately gets traded off here, leaving this Buzzwole to get the Mew are the only ones here surviving here at the Rayquaza pit. And of course, Umbreon returns back from the Pokemon Center, jumps back into the fray. Meanwhile, Dev does not have the Unite anymore at this point, but team member Slowbro together with Sylveon is returning back into all the heated action. Lord Rayquaza at the current moment, Slowbro was not able to actually sustain all that damage coming from their side as well. Mew getting a 2 KO streak right here and clearing out to get the Eldegoss from the enemy side. Now it's a 2v5 battle right now. Team Rise not looking good for them, and creating an opportunity here for scoring coming on from the side of Team MYS, despite them not being the ones getting that Rayquaza, Leonard.
No, but then again, they didn't manage to secure it. They just need to break the shield. If HT can do it, then they'll be fine. And he succeeds! He broke the shield, so it is already not able to get that instant dunk in with the 100 points. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one. Team MYS comes in with one of their best composition, their best lineup, an absolute thrill, and they succeed on all levels. Unbelievable game coming in from side.
Oh man, this is an insane battle. It was non-stop action at the Rayquaza pit, and only one could actually come out on that, and it so happened to be Team MYS here for game number 1. And in all honesty, I think that I didn't mind it so much because Team MYS, it's very obvious. They came in hard for this game number 1. They brought in their best. They brought in all their metas here on the table, and they were in it to win it. And meanwhile, if you look at Team Rise, even if they did lose out here for this game number 1, they still have plenty of options at what they can play out for game number 2 as well as game number 3.
That is true.
Which creates a lot of options for Team MYS. They can go hard again for game number 2, put it all on the line, and just make it a 2-0 win against Team Rise here on this lower bracket quarterfinals, or they can actually take it easy for game number 2 because they understand that the burden, the responsibility of winning right now falls upon Team Rise to force that game number 3. So you can go try hard because you don't have a choice, or they can capitalize on the whole situation and just allow that to actually happen, and then just go hard again on game number 3 for the Team MYS side.
But you see, here's the thing, right? I felt that game was a lot more on MYS being controlled, not because of the not because I made sure, yes, definitely comfortability of the composition that they entered this round with, but they always kept ensuring that Team Rise is always playing according to their tune. It's always dancing at the palm of their hands, right? They never really give enough breathing room for the side of a Team Rise to dictate the how those fights are going to turn out. They always ensure that's the fight. Hey, if we're ever gonna have a team fight, we're gonna be the one to lead this dance. We're gonna be leading this tango. All you have to do is follow and play by our tune, and that's pretty much what really makes this really comfortable for Team MYS. And what's even worse is that the fact that they currently reach at a certain level where even if they do manage to pick up HT, he does so much damage already. He already peppered them up for Nightmare Foxy with the need to go for the snipes and go for the last minute pickups. And even if you didn't get rid of HT, there's still 2 other damage dealers. This is not a composition where they are solely dependent on 2.
Yeah.
There is 3 players as a threat. Maybe if the all-rounder was a little bit different, then sure, you could have a little bit of a breathing room for their side. But this is Boswell, one of the few favorites to go through. Sure, maybe on Southeast Asia, East Asia, we've been seeing quite the flow, but his win rate for Boswell pick so far hasn't been like, okay, it's not really like a 90% win rate so far when he's been picked. But it's still a high percent win rate compared to the other region where Boswell is currently just dominating in the scene. And what's even better, that first ban of Glacier. Sure, yes, it's a very respectable ban. But if Glacier were to be selected into this round, there's going to be so many levels of pokes, which something that HT would not be able to withstand. HT was able to tank out most of the damage because Hyper Voice is a skill that you still can try to juke out of. But ice skill shards coming in from Glacier, you just can't.
Yeah, it's homing. It's literally a homing over there. And of course, with all this inspired for this game number 2, that's the thing. If given the opportunity, are they really going to be running that Glaceon? If they are bringing their A-game draft, probably they put in the Glaceon over there. But I believe that even if it was not being banned, they will not be running it. They will still run with the Hyper Voice.
I mean, of course.
Yeah.
But the thing is, here's the thing. Next game, second game, I don't think, for Team MYS, I don't think they're going to ban the Glaceon. I mean, sure, they can.
I would assume that because it's first pick. So maybe experimenting team.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But they didn't want the ban. I feel they won't ban it. I feel they will switch their targeting ban from their backline damage dealer to their supporter now. Ban out the Hoopa. I mean, of course, it's depending on who gets first pick and who gets priority pick and priority ban, right? There's a lot of options for them to do bans. You can ban out the Umbreon, you can ban out the Boswell, but I feel Eeyore's Hoopa is a little bit too flexible here, right? He's really well timing. It gives too much options for how the team can really tackle around the round. And the ability to reset your team members or saves in this kind of situation is a little bit too much for them, especially in the hands of a player like Eeyore. So if they feel Eeyore is a little bit of a threat, no longer looking at the Pokemon, just seeing at the fact now that it feels like right now in this game, MYS is more targeting banding, more focused on players. If they feel Eeyore is a little bit too much with the Hoopa, I feel they can actually opt to go for the Hoopa ban here. They can no longer play Hoopa. That first game, that's all they got, and they really succeeded in it, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Whereas for the Cyber Team Rise, Hoopa's available for them, and although yes, there's still a lot of great defenders, still fantastic defenders. Unfortunately, Blasters would not be in the pool, but still there's the Trevenant, there's the Crossel. So many things that really pair well with the Glaceon here, or the Inteleon if they choose to go for it. But of course, XQ coming in strong here with his various picks, and I think he has been phenomenal so far as their backline and damage dealer.
Yeah, the thing is, it's quite difficult for this kind of run that I think they just didn't have enough to clear out most of the Pokemons coming out from the side of Team MYS. Just for that game number 1, it's just a different composition altogether. I get the idea where you want to sustain compared to dishing out damage. You don't want to become the offensive team. Instead, you become a more defensive kind of a lineup. But I'm guessing that if it was a different scenario, this Sylveon will be would actually dish out even more than what you're seeing here on screen. Of course, we try to ignore the numbers and the percentage because from the lineup as well, we do expect these kind of numbers coming up from him because most of the numbers cannot be dished out from the other Pokemon. It's more on the sustaining side, right? Well, see, I think there's more to this. I think Team Rise is going to be a different kind of beast here for this game number 2. Team iOS, all I can tell them is that they have to be careful because Rise, knowing them, they're definitely not going to go down without a fight. They will try level best to actually win this game number 2 and force this game number 3 upon them. And of course, before we dwell on even more on that, I'll highlight his score, of course, upon Nightmare Foxy, or in the game actually call him Foxy, here for shorts for Team MYS. Now, he plays a mean Mew, and that's literally a reason why his name imbues the name Mew inside over there, and you let him have his way. There's a very high chance that the team is winning because it is in the hands of a master.
I mean, of course, because like although Mew has been receiving his nerf and some teams has already dropped the usage of Mew, the name Night Mew Foxy is even being broadcast in the other region. You hear Dude Snacks also talking about it when the discussion about Mew came into light. Instantly he already called out Night Mew Foxy for Southeast Asia, and that speaks volume, right? We have a lot of great Mew players, but we don't really have like really amazing Mew player. And Night Mew Foxy is one of those really amazing Mew players that we have here in the scene. So, but the thing is, now you don't have the Mew, you don't have the Zora, but guess what? Zora is just one of those speedsters where it's quite conditional when it comes to this competition, right? Because there's really ways you can play around it. There's also like a lot of counter plays they can really set up for it here. So the fact that they did really, for MYS was able to make all the stars align for this kind of competition is really fantastic for them. It's a very strong start. And don't forget, MYS Pokemon pool is relatively significant here, relatively large. So even with all these prime Pokemon not being available for the next 2 games, they still have a lot of tools in their toolbox to utilize here. But the same goes for Team Rise. Team Rise came in with an idea here, but they're definitely not lacking of abilities at all. For sure, the next round, you're going to be seeing a lot more close contact plays with that selection, and I can't wait for it as well because Crustle is still there, Glaceon is still there, Hoopa not sure whether it still be in the pool. Buzzwole is also available if they choose to go and pick it up.
I think they will prioritize. I mean, like, it's either Hooper or Umbreon here for the side of Team Rise. You can't ban both of them anyways. It hasn't been picked up for them, so I say there's a very high chance that those two will be the secure pick for them for the first pick.
Oh yes.
And then they will just do a follow-up in between them. So we've already had our talks on the Hooper where there are ways for you to actually counter them. There are Pokemons, because you have to understand the hyperspace hole, dimension hole is that the idea is you need to actually be within inside the hole for you to actually teleport back to Pokemon Center and actually return back. If you can actually shove away the enemy team members from entering the hole during that time, within the timing itself, then basically they're not able to actually make their escape. So they are ways for you to actually go counter as well. One of the main highlights is of the cross hole that you mentioned earlier as well. We can actually use the Rock Tomb to screen out enemies from actually entering, or you better be prepared knowing that there's a very high possibility that they're going to return back into the hyperspace hole. You can actually set it up for your team to actually land some really nice grounded AoE for the enemies itself. So it could work against them actually.
I actually love you actually brought up the Crosser being in a way in countering those hyperspace portal. It's not just the Crosser, even the Trevenant also just do it just as
even
well.
Slowbro can, even Blastoise can, even the Mew as well, as long as they have the surf ability, sure, drive them away.
I mean, definitely for sure. And then with that thought in mind, there could be an option that maybe even Hoopa doesn't have to be banned. I think with that thought, like since you thought of it, I'm pretty sure they had thought of it first. So I think they will feel like, okay, maybe we can tackle this Hoopa. Maybe he doesn't really have to be their priority ban. Unless, after visualizing, delegating resources, and really thinking hard about it, whether Hoopa is still going to be the priority ban.
Are they really going to expand all that just to counter the Hoopa?
What do you mean, Flava? This is the very game that decides who goes forward and who goes on right. If you're not thinking hard enough, let me tell you something, that is not right. But honestly, thinking, this is MYS we're talking about, this is Team Rise. They are definitely going to be brainstorming like crazy. Even before this drafting phase, even before this very series, they have already begun this brainstorming for the longest of time as well.
They've been brainstorming during the game too, while playing the game. So, I mean, I do hope it's okay for me to actually think it this way, but I wish that we do go for a game tree. I'm not saying that Team MYS shouldn't just make it a win, just proceed further, but if there was a game tree, that would be something that the people would want to see, because after these two teams have expanded most of the resources. I mean, think about it this way. You will be eliminating 10 Pokemons out of the 60 plus Pokemons available here in the game, and you can only pick from that 50 plus pool, plus you minus with the ban that you have for that particular, and including with the picks that are already being picked by the opponent itself. That is definitely going to be a challenge, and this could be the opportunity for us to actually witness a different draft, not only from one of the teams, but also from both teams, Team Rise and Team MYS.
This is going to be great now. We're finally getting into our second game's worth of drafting. I do agree that this is the two last Southeast Asian teams in the lower bracket. We have one already, currently, sorry, not the last two. We still have Talent PS down the line, but currently these two are one of the last two Southeast Asian teams. It is definitely a Game 3 worthy series. But of course, once again, respecting again the Glaceon, still going to be locking it down, still going to be banning it out. But the priority pick and ban is still going to be on the side here for Team Rise here. They ban out the slow bro. They're going with the Intelligent, which someone tells me the fact that they possibly might try to either lock in a couple of defenders, or they might even bring in their speedsters here.
This could be opportunity. I was surprised. Okay, before that, right? I was just surprised about it. Team MYS. Let me see here. I thought it was gonna be Rise running this, but yeah, Team MYS securing themselves with this Mimikyu. We saw Rise going rampant on that Mimikyu before in 2 games, and I believe that it should be given a little bit of respect. But instead, Team MYS running it. They have the Clefable, Lapras, and Sylveon here for their draft. Meanwhile, Team Rise, they're in it to win it here. They secure themselves with that Intellion for themselves. Now it's Espeon and the Garchomp. Now, me and Danny, we saw this Garchomp game yesterday. Yeah, and it was up against this Gudra as well. It didn't work out so well to a certain extent.
I mean, it was a Gudra. So.
Yeah, it was a Gudra, yeah. It's a Blissey versus Clefable battle here. So Blissey for Rise. We also had this conversation where Clefable has more to offer when it comes to regeneration-wise, because he heals a lot. And it being an AoE is just insane. But of course, the opponent has already picked it up before, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Not yet, yeah.
Which is fine for them, right? Like, especially since there's not a lot of. I guess you can see, maybe you're coming in with the curse to try to mitigate a lot of this healing, because Clefable is one of the few best supports that we have in the scene with an insane amount of heals from the Moonlight as well. Bliss Assist, let me tell you something. I already can picture in the sense where, I'm sure, you can utilize Bliss Assist to try to save some of your allies in a very tight spot, and it could be the game-changing saves as well. But at times, if they are in control and if they want to, Bliss Assist into a Rumble Rouser, you have the tankiest Hermit Crab running against you, and there's nothing you can do about it. He could just bypass the whole front line just to get to your back line, and there's nothing you can do about it. And guess what? Besides being a very tanky Rumble Rouser with the crossbow, he stuns as well, by the way. Just reminding everyone, he stuns too. So yes, an amazing and of course an incredible Pokemon defender that we have in the scene.
And even without the Blissey as well, he's already durable to begin with. So you're gonna struggle him with or without the Blissey. It's just gonna be just additional trouble just for you. And we will see. And I think always been favoring Crustle picks in the competition. You see Wonders being played out as well. I do want to see how well, if it's actually playing Rock Tomb here, how well it actually being planned out, if it's going to be putting any form of pressure here towards the enemy. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, draft is complete over here. I didn't miss out on this, but also want to highlight that Team Rise here also playing with this Snorlax as their final pick. So interesting enough, we have not seen any Snorlaxes so far in the competition throughout the whole finals.
Yeah, we didn't really got to that stage where we run out of defenders to try to utilize,
to reach that point, like, okay, we need a Snorlax now.
Like, I felt like, the thing is, I made a list, right, of potential defenders, right? It was going to be like Lapras, Crustle, Trevor,
yeah, I ignored Snorlax.
Like seriously, Snorlax and Greedent was literally at the bottom of my list here of potentially being picked up here. So Snorlax being coming definitely puts it back on the ladder and back on the chopping block here. But of course, speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the second game of our best of 3 lower brackets, by the way. One of this team is definitely going to be either be sent home, or we might even see a potential Game 3. Will it be Team MOS walking away with a 2-0? Or Team Rise bringing things back and bringing life to the Indonesia side?
Oh yeah, all this will be answered very, very soon. The timer has begun over here. We're 9 minutes, 25 seconds here into the game, and we'll see what will transpire. Meanwhile, we're going to be looking at the laning phase over here. They are going to be running that Mimikyu from the side of Team MYS on the central area. And of course, we're going to have Espeon here running towards the bottom lane, putting a little pressure on the Snorlax.
Oh no!
Together with the Sylveon here. Will Ice be able to actually make it? Yes, he will. The damage output and follow-ups coming out from Team Rise will not be enough to actually clear him out. But no biggie, no problemo. They're going to be continuing on back with things. Meanwhile, Mimikyu is like, you guys look okay.
You know, I love what Ice did as well, because he understands towards that bottom side, it's not going to be it's not a lane at this time that was very easy to pick up his Sylveon. So he understands, okay, I can leave you alone for a couple seconds. Let me steal a couple of that wild Pokemon from the purple side. Although he only gets one, he's not very great cam clearer, let's be honest. But just enough to get some bonus EXP to share between the two sides.
Of course, the Snorlax is going to be in the hands of Ice. Oh, the Rock Tomb is out, but is the damage going to be enough? Over here, he's out to sleep in the midst of battle, but the damage output is going to be enough as it's going to be the Crossow
Can it be a trade?
Even before the Rock Tomb mentioned this, he was able to actually, just in case, try to be a little bit sneaky, try to make an escape. Rock Tomb once again here trying to chase out, but Foxy decides to actually make an escape here on the right side. It's going to be safe and sound. Luna seems like he's adamant from actually scanning down there just in case that's still going to decide to stick around and return back to the lane, which he will be. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, we do see a little bit of aggression by the Cleavable together with Lapras upon Blissey, as well as I think it is going to be the Garchomp here at top lane. Meanwhile, Altera family together with Sablus here on the central area, and just long-range commitments from team members of Team Rise.
I'm so concerned because the late game potential coming from Team Rise is absolutely solid. The scaling is great. The damage output they can actually dish out is absolutely phenomenal here, right? Now we got the goodbyes and we're still waiting out for that Garchomp to become in literally at level 7. But now the confrontation, the pressure, the rotation coming from the bottom side, they realize, okay, we cannot drag this game out for too long. We need to get some form of control. They got 1 KO, 2 KOs. Guess what? They want to try to get the third, and they will succeed in it. HT will not be satisfied for Scraps. He won again those KOs for himself, and will also, I believe, break the first goalpost 2 minutes, I guess less than 2 minutes into the game.
I don't think that's something that you would want at this point into the game, and you give all that to the Mimic himself, putting at level 8, clearing not only the Espeon but also the Blissey together with the Garchomp. Oh, that's going to be very, very punishing for Team Rise. Now Team MYS is going to be taking on this opportunity. We do have level 9 on the Mimikyu, level 8 on Lapras as well, meaning that he doesn't have to play around with that. Try to wave any more.
That is insane
stopping
damage.
that Snorlax from making away. The Snipe was not able to actually connect, hitting off on the Snorlax on your side to actually go up instead of going down. Even while the Snipe misses, despite Snorlax just sleeping in the grass. Regirock has a prayer. This is going to be the next objective that these guys are trying to chase out here. Ice marching forward, coming through in those less than half HP. But voice recovery coming on as well, and the Secure is going to be in the hands of Snorlax here on the Regirock, meaning that it's going to be amplification of defense, special defense for the side of Team MYS. But this is not stopping Team Rise from actually continuing on their assault upon them here at the bottom lane. So they're going out for the chase. All this damage output coming right, even from the Aspeon, still insufficient to clear out anyone from Team MYS.
The thing is, this is totally fine for them, right? Like they are fine with giving up the objective. It's just a Regirock anyway in the first place, right? They were a man disadvantage, and they're also a little bit prioritizing in that poking capabilities on the Inteleon. And the beauty about the Garchomp in this case here, he's just one of those few Pokemon where you can just really solo objective, and he just needed the farm. He finally got the Garchomp before getting that Regieleki when he was the goodbye. But now here's the competition from the bottom side. A couple of pokes here and there. XQ needs to keep delivering this damage to try to keep them in their place. He's being really nice, but the Happy Set comes in. Pretty great stuff. Force on the eject button as well. Now they're currently getting the defense buff on the goalpost as well. But will it still be enough? Unite moves are committed here. They managed to get all the way to the back line. There's no more form of escape for XQ here, and he will be fall and picked off.
Oh man, even all that, if you Unite has been committed as well. It was unfortunate Inteleon actually pops it out, but that still gets cleared out just before he's able to actually utilize it to its best abilities. Meanwhile, both sides decide to engage at the bottom lane, and Yambu trying to do a little bit of invasion here in a wild Pokemon area on the left side of the match, which is going to be on the side of Team Rise. But it seems that Team MYS is back for more. Look at this movements coming up from their team members at the current moment. Bottom lane is definitely the place to be at this current moment. Now this Rock Tomb for this Crossel is just annoying. From time to time, it's been screening out and separating team members from Team MYS, which sometimes forces their hand. So that's why they're actually having this really good gapping between one another, because they can't afford to actually all be trapped there. If not, you'll be forced to actually utilize your eject to actually make escape, or if you don't have any abilities, then you're going to be in trouble.
But like I said, just like the first game so far, Team RS is always being the one initiative for this. They don't want to give them any choice to decide or Team Rise. But I guess once they jump to the base, Rumble Ross also committed as well, but didn't get cancelled midway, but still decent amount of shielding will just keep it nice and well before the next big fight.
Oh, it's still not done yet. Of course, they're going to be screening out the team members from Team Rise on the left outpost side here, while they're carrying the Swablu and Altaria family on the bottom side here. Yet another Rock Tomb trying to screen off the team members here. And of course, a little bit of recovery. Meanwhile, a little bit scoring by Lapras on the top side. He's not able to actually make it in here. And opening here for the Aspeon to secure that last hit on Registeel. And of course, it is going to be the takedown on the Mimikyu as well. This is going to be the win that they're looking for. This application above attacking special attack is definitely what they are chasing out. Team Rise coming back from the ashes here. They're making a turnaround at this bottom lane, Leonard.
No, that is perfect. They got so much intel. Inteleon like XQ popping his Unite move and he spotted the whole area and realized, oh, okay, Lapras is still not around. It is a 5v4 and they're so close together. And best part, this Garchomp, Dev was able to get all the way to the backline on top of the Mimikyu, and that snipe shot absolutely insane, and the Rock Tomb to make things even more worse, as he will deny Ariel and his route of escapes, more KOs, more objective being secured, and literally having an absolute war. But what's even crazier, Flava? Before that big team fight, they secured the Registeel. That bonus damage and special attack buff is absolutely pivotal for these guys to really go for pickoffs.
Oh man, Team MYS, they need to regroup, they need to have a proper communication with one another, how they want to approach. Oh, Mimikyu is stuck! HD! The slide is not able. He managed to juke down here, but he's being chased by the village members of Team Rise, and it seems that they are able to actually clear him out here at the bottom lane. No assistance, no form of support coming up from the team members of Team MYS over there. Bodies dropping one by one by one, Leonard. What is happening here to Team MYS?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying, right? Is that scaling naturally by time? Time is literally on the hands of Team Rise as long as they play their cards, right? And they manage to do it as well in such a perfect manner. Look at the levels coming in for the rest of the squad. All three damage dealers are currently level 13, slowly making their way to get the enhanced moves from level 14. And that's where things gets a little bit very scary. Massive amount of damage. I'm concerned whether they can really withstand the damage or try to deliver those kind of damage, because you don't really have the best of dive, except for the Lapras Express. But then again, a beautiful initiation was able to catch two of the main people here, many of the cores, but they're now diving into the mix as well. They don't want the defenders. They want to bypass all the tanks, all the walls, as they go straight for the cores. 4 will fall, and guess what, Flava? Red cores are spawned!
Oh yeah, that's it. And of course, making it a 5v1 situation, the only one available here on side Team Rise is going to be the Crossel. Will the team members of Team Rise be able to actually make it in time here at the pit to actually provide any form of damage here? And it seems that's secure. It's going to be inside Team OS. All that build up by Team Rise going down the drain over here with that encounter just by the nick of time when Rayquaza actually appears here at the central area of the Thea Sky Ruins. And of course, rather going and fighting for scoring Team MYS, you know what? For them right now, they don't have to do any form of scoring. Let's go back to defense. 1 minute and 8 seconds on the clock. The points are still close, Leonard. There's still a possibility of a turnaround happening over here. But Yang going behind back lines, getting reduced movement speed due to the speed flux here from behind. Get chased down by Luna to get the AXQ. How did that miss? But anyway, still trying to go for a little bit of scoring possibly, or just trying to buy time for his teammates. Follow me being used up as well, getting chased, getting sandwiched between 3 Pokemons, and then they realize that we can't leave him alone. He has 46 points here. If he scores a little bit more, it's going to be even more troublesome for them. 35 seconds here on the clock.
Although yes, unfortunately, Flava did lose the Rayquaza shield. It's going to take some time before he dunked it at a huge amount of points, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the they're currently in leads until the points. They're playing full defense, all holding the line here like the Battle of Thermopylae here, denying any form of access or any potential back cap from the side of a Team Rise. All is lost. 10 seconds counting down. Team MYS still staying alive. 2 wins in a row in the lower brackets here as they make their way forward to go toe-to-toe with the one team here. Oh my god. I'm so baffled, man. It's like such literally all stars align. That's all I can really say. All stars align as the positioning as they really ran into the actual players, the actual Pokemon trainers they needed to target, the people that they really needed to control, to get on top on as well. Although yes, we slightly saw it a little bit too late as the Observer did pan down a little bit slightly from the central area to the bottom path, right? But from what we saw was the fact that Team MYS was given a golden opportunity to catch the Inteleon. The Crosser did what he did. He did what he has to. He's still an amazing defender. But like I said, they don't have to focus him. Yeah. They have the ability to just go all the way to the back line and just chase down XQ.
Oh yeah, they were adamant about it. They chased down the AXQ. Like, I remember when Indela AXQ was popping up with the Unite as well. He tried to make an escape all the way, and then he latched onto one of the walls. And it was not enough. Sylveon was still chasing him all the way to the end.
It's the worst possible time to actually be taken down, right? Like, literally,
they needed him there. They needed him.
No, like everyone fell. Flava. 4 people gone.
Yeah, that was.
Except the Crossel. everyone fell because of that huge panic, right? That unintentional force fight. I think even for Team MOS also was just a little bit surprised, like, oh, okay, maybe we can try to catch two of these guys and force a fight. That pressure was enough for them to really get those finishes. And it's like 1 minute and 40 seconds, by the way.
Oh man, yeah.
I saw it too late. I thought it was great. They managed to get a pick of 4 minutes. I wanted to go check the timer, what time it was.
Look at this. Look at this. Good sportsmanship coming up from both ends.
I mean, of course.
And look at Team MYS. It was not easy for them to just be happy and celebrating real hard. They understand that here at the competition, by them winning this series, they're sending Rise away from the competition.
I mean,
here
of
in
course.
26th place. Yeah, looking at the trade-offs coming from them, shaking hands and hugging each other, they're close friends. Although they are competitors here on at the Thea Skyro wins, but outside they're just close friends.
I mean, of course, they're all working in the same scene, right? In the same community. They're all not only are they friends, but they're also rivals as well. Respected rivals too. They have learned from each other. They have trained against each other, played against each other, and both of them are really elevating each other in the Southeast Asia scene here. Although yes, this is still the nature of the competition. There's always going to be a winner and someone's going to be the loser here, right? But regardless, no hard feelings between these two teams.
No hard feelings.
They
I agree.
absolutely respect each other for this kind of matchup. But that series alone, I think that last part, I think we need to see again in the replay.
I would love to
highlights,
actually see as well. I also want to highlight that Lapras also, I think with the clutch. I don't want to highlight so much about the idea when during the fight at Ridge Steel, but during the Rayquaza attempt at the bottom side as well when they were trying to run easy. But that basically the Lapras Express play coming on was just amazing coming on from the side of Team MYS.
I mean, of course.
Now the thing is, I think much respect. We should say this, but this could be a great opportunity for us to say congratulations to Team MYS for winning the series 2-0 against Team Rise at the lower bracket quarterfinals 1. And of course, for Team Rise, unfortunately, due to them losing out here at the lower bracket segment, they are eliminated from the competition on 5th and 6th place. But much kudos, not just from both of us, from everybody tuning in. Much respect to them. Indonesian fans, community should be very proud of their performance here in the competition at one of the highest levels we've seen so far.
Although I'm still a little bit not convinced, Flava. I do need to check out your pick rate. I want to check out the replay and the highlights because I really want to see what happened. Was it a play that was made? Was it a choice that they made? Or was it just coincidentally they ran into each other?
Yeah, yes. Was it like force or was it part of the plan that they needed to actually make all that to actually?
Okay, so this is really a fantastic fight. Take it into account. They spotted the Lapras dunking points, then they initiated the first fight, and they're also close for that contact play. Phenomenal, great. This is the part that really tipped the scales to give the necessary bonus leveling and EXP here.
Oh, this talk about making
but still so much damage.
Yeah, I mean he was. I think this is definitely an overextension. Not so much because everyone was just pivoted away from him anyway. So what was thinking about it? Okay, look at this encounter. I think that if we go back just a little bit, we'll probably see a little bit more as well. But man, AXQ, there was no way he was gonna make a run for it. Everybody was chasing him down over there towards the left side.
It was the replay wasn't really long enough to really dictate like, and the replay was towards the end of that
Exactly, yeah,
fight,
not
so
really, and how it.
It didn't really see how it all began, right? That kind of thing, but still, one around. Like, look at Ice. Also, he's just like.
Ice is like, whoo.
I mean, yeah, of course, relief, but like, also just lost. Like, what happened? Like I said, with the kind of lineup competition they have, and of course suddenly the huge lead that coming in from the side here with the competition they have for the side of Team Rise, it was gonna be a very it was a tightrope for the side of Team MYS, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Early game was pretty great, then suddenly mid game, that's when the scaling comes in, the levels are also piling on top of it as well. It was a real tightrope on how they really want to tackle or flip this Rayquaza. So like I said, I really want to see the replay to see how it all began, that kind of thing, right? Because if it could have been a choice where like they saw an opportunity to try to melt down a particular player, and when they jump onto the mid, at the same time, members of MYS is also, not to say nearby, they were just all there. You know? All there, you know. So
it's not like they were trying to get in position on approaching the Rayquaza. So all that was putting aside, it's like everybody's here too.
Yeah, like I said, that is a possible scenario. Or there also could be a scenario where, you know, they both have very similar ideas where they just wanted to try to do this long rotation for the bottom hemisphere of the map, try to get a really nice stick to the backline, because that would be something like what Team MRS would try to do with the kind of lineup that they have. They kind of try to do this flanking maneuver. But I also feel it's something that for the side here for Team Team Rise will do as well, because when it comes to flipping Rayquaza, sure, individual plays 1v1, they are great, they are confident with it, they feel great about it. But when it comes to flipping Rayquaza, they are a collective. They will group up when necessary and just really move in as a whole. But of course, with the update to the bracket and the ending of that series, Team Rise, we had to beat you guys to do such a great team, showing your strength and the Indonesia paralysis here. But W had to say goodbye as Team MOS will move up the ladder, waiting for their next opponents, which is going to be the winner of the matchup between Unite Holic and Team True Gravity. A matchup, by the way, Flava, we see two great stories here, right? A potential for the fact that Team MOS will be able to fight against Team True Gravity, but also at the same time, a revenge.
A rematch and a revenge match.
Exactly right.
Right.
An introduction and a revenge match. It's either one of the two that Team MOS is going to be experiencing here before moving up against Talent PH here.
Yeah, that's definitely something to look forward to. All this and more here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 Finals. Hopefully you guys are as excited as we are. Hopefully you guys are entertained with what has transpired so far, because we have more coming up for you, right? And of course, in a few short moments, we're going to be jumping and passing it by over to our amazing host at the main stage for the interview.
มาอยู่กับเพลเยอร์จาก MYS นะครับผู้ชนะในแมตช์ที่แล้วนั่นเอง
ใช่แล้ว
นะครับ
ค่ะ
นี่ก็คืออยู่กับทางด้านคุณ Danelie Foxy
Danelie Foxy from MYS may have a big round of applause
ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วย
นะคะ
กับชัยชนะที่พวกเขาเพิ่งได้รับ
ใช่
มา
they just won the last battle
นะครับโอเคเรามาเริ่มถามกันเลยดีกว่า
โอ
ค
เค
รับผมคุณ
ค่ะ
มิ้นครับคุณผู้ชมครับมาถามกันในคำถามแรกด้วยความที่วันนี้เราเห็นคาร์บิกอนนะครับแล้วอย่างที่บอกว่าในกติกาของ Global Band Pick เนี่ยเราจะได้เห็นตัวละครโปเกมอนที่เราไม่เคยเห็นในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้พวกเขาหยิบมาเล่นมีอะไรจะมาแชร์กับพวกเราไหมครับ
อ๋อโอเคค่ะ so we are going to do the usual interview the short interview about the winner from the last battle okay so the first question and I saw from the battle you have used the Snorlax yes and can you explain why you picked this character
our teammate Ice actually has specialty in such support tanks like this, so we don't mind giving him the tanks that he's good with compared to the meta tanks right now. Yeah.
โอเคเหมือนเขาก็บอกว่าก็มีผู้เล่นในทีมของเขาที่ค่อนข้างเชี่ยวชาญเรื่องตัวละครตัวนี้นะครับถึงแม้ว่าถ้าเทียบกับตัวละครแท้งตัวอื่นเนี่ยอาจจะไม่ได้เป็นตัวตึงขนาดนั้น แต่ว่าเขามั่นใจในผู้เล่นในทีมของเขาครับ
โอเคค่ะ
นะครับมาคำถามที่2ครับ
คำถามที่2มาค่ะ
นะครับเพราะเขาเนี่ยเคยเจอกับทีม Rise มาก่อนและรอบนี้พวกเขาชนะได้นะครับรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างครับ
Okay so we all know that you have been in the battle with Rise before but what do you think about the last battle do you satisfied with your performance
Overall, I'm very satisfied with my team's performance. We've beaten Rise on the group stage before, but due to how the bracket is formed, we weren't able to fight them one more time, and then we got an unfortunate loss against Talent, and we couldn't fight them again. But I'm very happy with the performance that we had just now.
โอเคค่ะ
ก็ค่อนข้างแฮปปี้เนาะก็เคยเจอมาแล้วแหละแต่ว่าก็มีพลาดกันบ้างแล้วกลับมาเจอใหม่แล้วสามารถคว้าชัยชนะมาได้
ใช่ตอนนี้ก็แฮปปี้เลยนะคะโอเคค่ะสุดท้ายค่ะ
ครับก็อยากฝากถึงครอบครัวแฟนๆแล้วก็คนที่ติดตามเชียร์ทีม MYS และคุณได้มี Foxy อยู่ครับ
โอเคค่ะ so one last thing do you have anything to share or to speak to your family and friends or your supporters
Thank you to all the people there watching for us and supporting for us. Although we are at the bottom of the mountain now, but we will reach the top soon.
อ๋อนะคะ
โอเคเขาบอกว่าตอนนี้ถึงแม้จะอยู่สายล่างนะแต่พวกเขาจะไปถึงด้านบนแน่นอน
ใช่แล้ว
และขอบคุณทุกคนที่ให้การสนับสนุนเสมอมาครับ
โอเคค่ะ Danelie Foxy ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยค่ะ
Thank you ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Congratulations ด้วยนะคะ
โอเคก็คือถึงแม้ว่าจะอยู่สายล่างนะคุณมิ้นนะแต่ว่าใจยังสู้อยู่แน่นอนนะครับสำหรับทางตัวของคุณDanelie Foxy และทีม MYS
ใช่แล้ว
ครับผมแน่จะมาจากเขาชอบมีคำพูดนี้เนี่ยนะแชมป์มาจากสายล่าง
ใช่
หรือเปล่า
เดี๋ยวสินะคะเดี๋ยวรอลุ้นให้เขาไปขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆก็แล้วกันนะคะอย่าลืมค่ะทางด้านนอกกิจกรรมนะคะมีอะไรบ้างคะพี่ซาน
ครับผมด้านนอกเนี่ยเราจะได้เจอกับอินฟลูเอนเซอร์นะครับก็คือของคุณชิคเก้นวีนะครับกับ JOP นะครับที่จะมาร่วมสนุกในบูธของบุรีรัมย์พรีวิ่งกาว ด้านนอกและมีกิจกรรมการแข่งขันทัวร์นาเมนต์ด้วยครับคุณมิมครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ so ladies and gentlemen and everyone who are now with us at True Icon Hall Icon Siam I would like to invite everyone to enjoy all the activities outside the event hall there will be a mini tournament and also will be an influencer that comes supporting us and join participating in this activity as well
และแน่นอนว่าเรามีถ่ายรูปกับน้องปิกาจู
อ๋อ
คุณ
ใช่
คุณมิมไปถ่ายไหมยังฮะ
ยังเลยค่ะเมื่อวานแถวยาว
น่ารักมาก
นะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้ต้องไม่พลาดแล้วนะคะ and do not forget to take a photo with Pikachu in front of the hall
เอาละครับและตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราก็พักเบรกกันสักครู่นะครับ
โอ
คุณ
เค
มิมครับ
ค่ะ
เพราะว่าในแมตช์ถัดไปครับเป็นการเจอกันระหว่างทางด้าน True Gravity นะครับเจอกับ Unite Holic นะครับคนที่ชนะจะขึ้นไปเจอกับ MYS ครับคุณ
โอ
มิม
เคค่ะน่าสนใจมากๆนะคะ so right now we are going to break for around 10 minutes and then we'll come back with another battle I'm sure it will be very very exciting
และก็เราพักกันเลยเดี๋ยวเจอกันครับผม
เจอกันค่ะ
Everyone young again, my favor. Everyone young again, come join. Everyone young again, my favor. Everyone young again, young again.
ครับมาครับ3 ปุ๋ยครับไฮโปไว้ไปเปิดครับอยู่ในมุกกลางไว้ก่อนไม่ให้ครับครับ Unbound. They're coming in with all aggression and all positioning as well. They think they have the advantage, especially since Blaster was fall, but he was able to respond and so he comes to the mix as well. But look at Mew, just couldn't find the necessary amount of opening. He just gone onto the leaf here, but will the damage be enough? Unfortunately, he couldn't do it as well. They managed to back off. Will fall. 3 members remain. Who secured the responsibility? It will be in the hands of Mew. They got it back.
It's not going to be battle ready for this next fight if one kicks off.
It's fine because now they're popping the Unite mode because they totally understand as they defend against the Regieleki. This is the prime time for them to really try to get this punish. They get a couple of pokes in here and they will succeed. 1 KO secure, make that 2 at the same time. Absolutely making use of the situation and they know for a fact once they secure the
Take quite a bit of damage there and the Reggie steal going to go in favor of MYS yet again. This Lapra is just trying to slide away but the rest of the team will pay the price.
Just really can't withstand the amount of damage. The moon, the favor that was supposed to come in to give them the sustain was just not there. And now 1 by 1, priority target has been set in stone here. And the rest of the squad will go for the rest of the pickers here. They will all fall like dominoes 1 by 1. And they try to defend this goalpost for as long as they can. Whatever they can actually in the first place while they wait for the rest of the reinforcement. But still another pickup and the priority target 5 on 1. There's no way you're going to be able to withstand that kind of damage.
This might just have to be a game-winning one, or if we can get the flank coming in from John, that might just be the play here, but it looks like Phantom Fire is connecting, no damage follow-up, the team is too far away. John coming in for the backstab, but beautiful jump coming in from HT, no connection onto the Delphox, but they've lost the Blastoise though, so maybe this is what Zora Tigers needs. They've used their Unites though, but can they deal with that damage? Horn Leech are going to completely whip. The Blissey's still hanging around for the team, they're still trying to go for the rip, but they can't. The Glaceon is gone, the Espeon is gone, it's just the 2 defenders and HT say, I don't care. Your healing means nothing. HT and the team is ready to go. Lapras Express committed. They're going straight for the Inteleon, forcing out the eject button though, but they're going to keep on going. Bliss Assist does connect, and they're going to be able to keep the Inteleon going, and Jump wants to help finish things up for the team. They do get 1 KO, 2 KOs, Mimikyu, as well as that Clefable will go down. Ice coming in from the back lines, but the team is not really in position. Phantom Forest, the bonus damage. Maybe this is what they need, but we're seeing the Leafeon jump on Nightmare. Foxy deletes him before any follow-up comes through. So hang on a minute though, the fight's still going on. They tried to go for ward, instead wanting to turn on to that Leafeon. They just don't have the connections though. So follow me. They're saying, Trovo, we are hungry. We need some experience. Give us experience.
Pretty great here, rolls able to get all the way to the back line. The position wasn't really that great. Even Nightmare and Foxy completed the ultimate to try to get close in the gaps here. They will succeed on both the Inteleon and the Venusaur, and they will get another one in the process. But it's not done yet, Danny. They want a couple of more. They're not satisfied with 3. They want to get 4, possibly a 5. Unfortunately, not enough. Burden Anger with a massive amount of damage to try to isolate the rest of the team. Unfortunately for the fact here, our dear friend Trevor will fall here, but the rest of the squad are very satisfied with that earlier engagement.
Tigers continue on with this as well, even forcing out the Unite onto Sabine, trying to dish out that damage. Lapras caught with the mean look, they will get it, then they also use the commitment. Trevenant unite there from the Blissey just to deal that extra damage, to zone them off the goal zone. Nightmare Fox, they're doing lots of damage. The AoE cancelling the score lines, and it looks like they might be losing some more Pokemon here, but they are still trying to defend. There's only so much you can do as a Mew and a Trevenant. These scores are going to finally go through. No, the constant solar beams. This next fight, that's what MYS want. They want to force out these unites if possible, force them out prematurely so that they lack these countermeasures. If a fight happens, they're going to come in this time. Trevenant doing so much. Phantom Forest on the whole team. They found the choke point, but do they have the damage? They've only lost the Trevenant Umbreon as well. Both defenders down on both sides, but Inteleon goes down as well as the Leafeon. Jong all on his own, isolated by MYS, and this might just be it. MYS going to be locking in their points for the game, not bothering with Rayquaza at all. And when
Level 11 at least at this point in the game, so they can actually have a really nice entry into that Rayquaza attempt later on as well. And this time, after getting themselves with that Crossel, they were also to get themselves with Hooper as well, committing Unite over here, coming from Inteleon as well. They sniped off on that Buzzwole, going for chase together with the Hydro Typhoon as well, committing on the top side. We do see this Dragonite going off on the chase, and unfortunately that...
Everyone, young gang, my neighbor. Everyone, young gang, come join. Everyone, young gang, my neighbor. Everyone, young gang, young gang.
Grab out of the berry, chasing on with more Moonlight there, Ricky Philbrook on the backhand. Now all this surprise from the Blastoise, but still not enough damage to clear out on the Buzzwole.
Typhoon connecting onto 3. Is this going to be enough? They will get the knockout onto Markon. Buzzwole is gone, and even though they have the Fable, the healing is just not enough from Nodizao. Is doing his best, but Glaceon gets set back to base by a big Hydro Pump, and just 1 second too long.
Oh, we're being served non-stop action here. Meanwhile, commits with the Unite as well. And she was going to be the one getting the last hit in with the Reggie. And of course, quite a little bit too close over here. They managed to actually make an escape with assistance coming on from Cooper, but gets waited off at one point. His commitment would happen in case, hitting up on 3.
Oh, the Hyper Beam!
Mercy, it's going to be losing out. For themselves. Meanwhile, they do an evasion here at the bottom goalpost. Catch themselves with Inteleon. That's going to be a huge win for themselves. And this time, with a bit of about from Hooper coming up from backline as well. Do we have assistance? Getting left as well. Dragonite tries to make an escape. Meanwhile, this DC Mark God pushing forward. Askeon gets himself with a counter here on the Lucario from the side of the arena.
They're still fighting in that bottom lane as well. Dragonite wanting to apply some pressure with that Hooper. Maybe steal away that Reggie steal. They can with the Hyper Beam, but the Wicked Blow. Oh, they've actually managed to get it there with the Wicked Blow. So thankfully for True Gravity, big mega loss, but I think for True Gravity, just take whatever you can get. Zesh, although, he does the KO! Snipe shot, Jukes can't get it. Just a tad, gonna connect on the person that he wanted to connect on. Dragonite still in that top lane, Psychic still being used, Bliss Assist as well. Lots of health being drained on that Trevenant Unites as well. He had managed to get the heal back up. Lucario going down, but Urshifu is also taken down on the side of True Gravity. Way at E-Arena looking to go for some backcaps, but because of this, two Pokemon are here. Is it time to rip for True Gravity? It looks like there is no one is here for E-Arena. They're just gonna go. They're just gonna go for a race. But can they afford to race? Dragonite has been knocked out. If you're E-Arena, you've got to go on defense. They're scoring in the base here. The True Gravity. They're starting to score 2, 4, 8, 7.
108 more to go over here. Do they have the points right now to actually go for even scoring? They don't have enough, Danny. 90%
does manage to get the throw there, and they actually managed to catch out the Zoroark and the Comfey. This was the thing I was worried about, Flava. I said from the get-go, there are a lot of bots coming in from the bottom side of the bush. They managed to catch out that Blastoise 3-man Typhoon. Teams coming in. Can they finish them off before the rest of the evolutions come in? They do get one so far, and it's going to be the support, so no more Moonlight, but here comes the Leafeon wanting to delete the Blastoise. Emerald 2-step committed. It's 1-1 so far. What's Mark God? Can he get him? Solar Blade being charged up, wanting to connect. They will finally come in with Melon on that Mammoth. They don't actually get them with the connection on those basic attacks. They do freeze out Lapras. Lapras is down. One of the defenders are gone. Blastoise is coming back, but there's no frontliner, and it's going to go towards the True Gravity.
The hyperspace portal, really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map. Really well done, coming in from Yang. But on the side of the Blastoise, unfortunately, he would not have the exact same assist or support timing with the hyperspace portal. Really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map. Really well done, coming in from Yang. But on the side of the Blastoise, unfortunately, he would not have the exact line who will join him at the Pokemon Center.
Oh, that's going to be a big way for them. They managed to clear out the Blastoise together with Dragonite. Meanwhile, here as well. Together with the Elder Gas, making it a 3-man takedown from the side of Team MYS, and they definitely have to do a bit this limit survivability hit. Commits together with Hydrogen and Blastoise holding it, but yet another Unite is going to be that Blastoise from Fuji, even if Blastoise not enough damage. Big connect, team coming on their side as well. Dimension clear out on the Zora, one of the main cores for himself. Rage Licky makes an entry, making it easy for them to actually clear out and destroy that goalpost. And this time, it's going to be a counter coming up from Team MYS. They cleared out the Grand Knight, going up a little bit. Elder gets cleared out here in the hands of 5 in the moment. Here comes the entry from the Umbreon as well, but it's not having the damage in any way, so he has to sustain all the damage on his own. Also commits, and he's not able to actually mitigate his fight. He's going to say, oh, here comes the inject together with the Hydro Typhoon, but there's no follow-up from teammates as well from the side of Team Rise, but they're going to be managing to get the Umbreon together with the Hooper. Right now, Blastoise trying to make an escape here on the downside. Meanwhile, looking on the right side as well, Zora trying to make a little bit of plays, but unfortunately gets traded off here, leaving this Buzzwole to get the Mew Unite anymore at this point. But team member Slowbro together with Sylveon is returning back into all the heated action. Lord Rayquaza at the current moment. Slowbro was not able to actually sustain all that damage coming from their side as well. Mew getting a 2
with the hyperspace portal, really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map. Really well done coming in from Yang, but on the side even the Blastoise, unfortunately he would not have the exact same assist or support timing with the hyperspace portal, really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map. Really well done coming in from Yang, but on the side even the Blastoise, unfortunately he would not have the exact will join him at the Pokemon Center.
Oh, that's going to be a big win for them. They managed to clear out the Blastoise together with Dragon and Meanwhile here as well. Together with the Elder Gas, making it a 3-man takedown from the side of Team MYS, and they definitely have to do a bit this limit survivability hit. Commits together with Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise holding it, but yet another Unite is going to be that Blastoise from Fuji, even if Blastoise not enough damage. Big connect, team cover on their side as well. Dimension clear out on the Zora, one of the main cores for himself. Rage Licky makes an entry, making it easy for them to actually clear out and destroy that goalpost. And this time, it's going to be a counter coming up from Team MYS. They cleared out the Grand Knight, going up a little bit. Elder gets cleared out here in the hands of 5 in the moment. Here comes the entry from the Umbreon as well, but it's not having the damage in any way, so he has to sustain all the damage on his own. Also commits, and is not able to actually mitigate his fight. He's going to say, oh, here comes the inject together with the Hydro Typhoon, but there's no follow-up from teammates as well from the side of Team Rise, but they're going to be managing to get the Umbreon together with the Hooper. Right now, Blastoise trying to make an escape here on the downside. Meanwhile, looking on the right side as well, Zora trying to make a little bit of plays, but Fuji gets traded off here, leaving this Buzzwole to get the Mew Unite anymore at this point. The team member Slowbro together with Sylveon is returning back into all the heated action. Lord Rayquaza at the current moment. Slowbro was not able to actually sustain all that damage coming from their side as well. Mew getting a 2-kill.
It's been really nice, but the 8% comes in. Pretty great stuff. Forcing the eject button as well. Now they're currently getting the defense buff from the goalpost as well. But will it still be enough? Unite moves are committed here. They managed to get all the way to the backline. There's no more form of escape for X2 here, and he will.
Here. And of course, meanwhile, a bit scored by Lapras on the top side. He's not able to actually make it here. And open here for the Aston to secure that last hit on Registeel. And of course, it is going to be the takedown on the Mimic Q. So this is going to be the win that they're looking for. This application above a second special.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Oh, wow.
Oh, sorry.
Look, we're both excited. No, we're really... Please.
Oh, no, I was just about to say the wait has been long, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for another round of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2024 for the lower bracket run. So we have seen some insane games. Of course, Danelie, by the way, I apologize. We were, like you said, both very excited.
You don't need to apologize.
But
it's fine.
But seriously, I guess you could say we're somewhat halfway through the entire thing now, in a way. And
we are almost at the halfway mark. This match in particular will be the halfway mark.
Oh, man, that's crazy, right?
Yes.
How far we come in such a short time. So much action in this very small time span as well. Great plays, great players, but also at the same time we also said goodbye to some of those great teams and some great players. But of course, you guys are still forever in our hearts. But let's quickly get back to the matter of hand, right? Our next series, Unite Holic versus Team True Gravity here.
Yes, I think this is a matchup that there are a lot of mixed opinions on some of these teams competing. Unite Holic, this is probably the favorites. Before the tournament even began, Unite Holics were arguably the favorites to win the entirety of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Now, they're in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, they have been slain and are pushed down and are on their last limb. There are some big teams down here. Now, some people I know would say it's just True Gravity, but I don't think it's a case of it's just True Gravity. So True Gravity, for anyone that doesn't know, this is the representative from India. And they have really proven themselves today, and not just today, but even yesterday. Even though they lost in their matchup yesterday, they showed a lot of promise, a lot of things that I didn't expect to come from the India region. They were very patient. India, I think a way I would describe India last year and maybe the year before that was that there was a lot of inexperience in some of their plays. Some things looked very scrappy, and their drafting, it was very personalized in that they didn't really focus on what was a tournament meta or a regional meta. They more so focused on their comfort picks. And there are pros and cons to drafting like this, but I feel like India over the years, they have developed pretty well internally as a region because they do struggle to find good scrims outside of India, and to reach this point and mostly off the backs of each other, this is quite surprising.
No, I totally agree with you because the way I see Team True Gravity right now, right, is literally a very sophisticated program, very quick to update to the latest meta composition, very quick to incorporate new policies and protocols to tackle this kind of competition against other teams here. However, this will be the first time I believe Team True Gravity will go head to head with Uniteholic here. So
it's not just the fact that it's their first matchup against Uniteholic, but it might also be the first time that they're going to be playing Uniteholic on even ping.
Right.
Ping has been one of the biggest issues for a lot of the Indian teams.
Correct.
Because their servers are quite far out. So we're from Malaysia, if anyone that's kind of wondering. And our servers, we get comfortable ping playing with each other and playing with Japan as well. We can still get green ping. But for the India region, even if they play within the Asia region, they are actually getting yellow ping most of the time.
Yep.
Or either them or their scrim partner gets yellow ping. So it's not an ideal scrim environment.
I mean, definitely for sure.
Yeah.
And can you imagine, even despite the pings, they can bring such great success, that kind of thing, right?
Oh, it's great success off the fact that they haven't had great scrims, but now they're like on even playing field with all these other competitors, and they're doing pretty well. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like how, you know, those gym trainers or those like marathon runners, how they train, they usually like wear like those weight vests, that kind of thing, just to try to increase their weight so they can actually build more stamina. Feels that kind of, the way you put it as well, it feels like we're slowly leading to that manner, right? Like True Gravity is currently been playing and being challenged with that kind of scenario and environment, and now when you suddenly come into an environment itself like this amazing tournament in Thailand where everything is ground zero for them. This is the part where they are able to show their true strength here. However, like I said, it is going to be a true test for them because, like I said, they are the team that's very quick to update and incorporate certain protocols against teams they have played against. Uniteholic is going to be the very first team. Sure, they watch the VODs, they research for sure, but like I said, some teams definitely prefer playing against a particular team than watching the VODs because sometimes seeing isn't really believing. You need to really experience it firsthand. They can really come up with ideas on how you want to play around it. Because the sense of pressure and the sense of how you're being tackled upon by that particular team in the game is very different compared to you watching it from the video itself.
And there are other aspects to this as well. So between the two of them, Uniteholic are definitely the much more
polished.
Not just polished, they have a lot of public data on their players and their teams. So in Japan, there are a lot of local tournaments where there's a lot of information out there on Uniteholic, the Pokemon that they play, the styles that they've incorporated, and even background history for the players. Like these players, Mame in particular, like he's been playing competitive Unite since the very beginning, so there's a lot of information out there. Whereas for True Gravity, yes, they've actually got 3 veterans, but they also have 2 new players on the roster. And because India had their league stage last year in December, there's no recent data on True Gravity. No one knows what True Gravity is playing on the latest patch. So they do have that level of anonymity that Uniteholic are just not going to be aware of certain Pokemon, certain styles, certain things that True Gravity have experimented with. The downside being that because True Gravity haven't revealed this to anything yet, assuming that they have that ace, we don't know if they've practiced it against any of these teams at ACL. Do they manage to practice with anyone in scrims? If they were trying to experiment with ABC Pokemon that they haven't revealed yet, because there have been a lot of discussions on whether there have been new Pokemon that have shown themselves in this new draft format, which regrettably I do think we're still running more or less the same Pokemon if you think about it.
I mean, that's relatively true as well, but there is that sense of comfort for some teams at the fact that, okay, I don't have to see this guy playing the exact same Pokemon in the next round, that kind of thing, right? Sure, you see in the first round, but you might not, there's a high chance you won't even see in the second round because of this current new role. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? Unite Holic, there is one edge that True Gravity, if they spotted it and researched enough, especially after yesterday's game.
I mean, they should have. Everyone was watching that game. Let's be
right?
realistic.
That's true, that's true.
It was MIS and Unite Holic, like the game to look at.
And I mean, not just that, even against Talent PS, there's also an additional fault, right? If True Gravity is able to pick up that very minor details, the fact that, yes, Unite Holic is a team that has a lot of policies, a lot of tactics, a lot of strategies already planned into your head, right? Sometimes having too many tactics may not be as healthy as you think, right? Something simplicity at its finest is sometimes even better. Take Team MOS for example. They didn't really think too much on conserving what kind of Pokemon they really wanted to go into the game. They just went all in with whatever they can get with their best and what they're most comfortable in. Compared to Team Unite Holic when they went against Talent PH, they did conserve some of their core defenders, for example. That was a little bit more obvious.
I think they actually did. So for Unite Holic in particular, I think Game 2 they were definitely keeping something for that Game 3. Like they definitely thought that they would be able to get away with Game 2. But then we saw the mishap happen and it ended up being a 2-0. So Unite Holic didn't get to reveal it.
Yes.
Look,
so that's why I'm saying it's something. It's not a very. I won't say it's a mistake. Oh, hello, my friend. It's good. Always great to see you. But it is something small that if True Gravity is able to pick it up and take advantage of, they may try to control the momentum of the series here.
Possibly. I want to see what's going to happen for this first kind of draft and what Pokemon will be prioritized for both of these teams. How much do they share in common with their pool of playable Pokemon? Because I do think Unite Holic, they can play a wide variety of Pokemon.
Correct.
Without a doubt. But True Gravity, we don't know the extent of their draft. But we are just going to show off some of these Unite Battle callouts. So let's learn something.
Oh yeah, it's...
I'm in the central area, they're invading my buff.
Don't throw lead.
Welcome, come back, can you heal me? Let's reset and take the fight again.
Yeah, sure.
We'll flip Rickover and secure, we'll win. Easy.
敵の構成ロングレンジだからこれオレンジいいよね。だからポジション取ろう。ポジション入れといたい。
ポーリー早く来て、ポーリー早く。なんで来ないのこれ。早く。
普通にどんだけ負け状況でも俺が絶対取ってやるから大丈夫マジで。安心していいよ。
Lagi kalah tapi nggak apa-apa udah mau Rayquaza jangan lupa setup duluan aja kita masih bisa menang sekarang.
Mulai dong setup middle lane sekarang gue bukain rumputnya gitu.
상대 못 들어오게 더 압박해. 네, 못 들어오게 해. 뭐 이렇게 할 것 같아요.
아 괜찮아. 우리는 밀리고 있지만 우리가 한타를 더 잘해. 우리 한타를 이기고 레크저를 먹으면 돼.
확실해?
확실한 것 같아.
그래, 알겠어. 열심히 할게.
ビッグズ湧いたよ。
オッケー。
手前の視界から取るわこれ。
オッケーナイス。
じゃあゴール。落ち着いて5人でいいよ。5人で落ち着いて。
ナイス。
もう3秒入った。勝ち。4引いてもう引いていい。
看我一下，我打这哈太阳。
我开了。
他的卢卡在后面，不用你，我可以。
看我，
你可以。
看我。哦。
Nice try.
I love it.
Oh man, comms.
Oh man, I love how Ice was just losing it. He was like, I can't do this.
You know, it's a very fresh view of it, right? Because it feels like at times he's usually like Ice like encouraging his teammates, right? It's like we can do it. I'm leading it. I'm gonna be setting things up for you. But so it's a very fresh view to see like Nightmew Foxy doing the thing instead. But of course,
I was looking at Jong, man. He was like to. In game, okay, everyone already knows what Jong is like as a player, but in game, he was so kind. He's like, it's okay, guys, I got this.
You know, it reminds me of my conversation with my mom. You know, sometimes, you know, Amma, Kanchana.
He picks up the slack, you know. All right, so let's introduce our two teams for this next upcoming matchup: True Gravity versus Unite Holic. We have Zeshol, Melon, Akul, Vulcan, and Duck. Whereas on the side of Unite Holic, we have Wafu, Betchin. Okay, we're gonna go straight to the team stats here.
But yeah, we have Betcha, DLR, Mame, Yupono, and of course Wafu as
Thanks,
their team
Leonard.
captain. No worries, I always have your back, lovely Danelie. But of course, speaking of which, this is going to be the team stats here for Team True Gravity. As they hold their own, they try to find a way to break the chink of the armor of Unite Holly. But very impressive stats coming out for them as well.
Very impressive stats, especially after their match against E Arena earlier today. So they did manage to finish that series 2-1. Now, they are moving in with a high, an emotional high. They just won their first series. They're now going up against a Goliath of a team in Unite Holic. I hope this mentality is going to be able to push things through for them because Unite Holic is a whole monster of their own.
Yes.
Now, there is a pretty big difference between the two teams when you look at their stats, okay? Because if you want to look at the averages, True Gravity have higher averages. But we have to remember the but here. Unite Holic stats might look a little bit low, and the reason for that was because of their day one performance. Game 3 against Team MYS. They went for a complete score comp. No fighting, no engagements, no skirmishes. Pick up them points and dunk them in the goal zones. So their stats might not look that great, but their portfolio, their play style, what they have shown us so far, they are a S-tier team.
I mean, definitely for sure. Even besides that day one performance, there's also the fact that they're very objective driven, right? They understand like, okay, we don't really have to take too much fights, especially with the composition they usually run as well. They really just somewhat understand, okay, even if things are not looking, if the team composition is more stronger than ours, more better team fight capability, they usually know how to just really like channel things out, right? Until the point where it requires to really flip that requires us. Like, although there were times where we usually Betch come to the lineup, right? Didn't really get to see much of his Baswell, unfortunately. Can't wait to see a lot more because his Baswell is absolutely insane. He also brought in he's one of his few favorite Pokemon, Season 1 favorite as well, Lucario, into the lineup as well. Here, and that's usually to go toe-to-toe with either another Baswell from the opponent's side, or there are times where they just really need a diving composition here, and it didn't really work out for them.
So game number 1. What is going to be the choice Pokemon for these teams? Like, what do you really think about when you're playing this draft mode and you're going into game number 1? Like, would you? I'm assuming. Let's pretend you're a player. Okay. What would be your mindset if you are drafting for game number 1? Like, what are the key factors that you're looking at?
For me, usually, depending on whose point of view, right? Like, if I'm standing in Team True Gravity's point of view, right, I would want to ensure that I will have a diving comp. And it doesn't have to be necessarily in the form of a speedster, but just a particular Pokemon that allows me to at least give some form of pressure to their backline. You give a little bit too much space to Unite Holic, and they just will really run it down for you in a very painful manner as well. But at the same time, you can't give that too much space in the sense, not because of backline damage, but you also need to keep an eye on where they are across the map here. Yeah. If they disappear, it's a very scary thing, that kind of thing.
Well, speaking of disappearing, it's going to be Urshifu and Clefable disappearing from the pool of pickable Pokemon for both of these teams. And Hooper instantly getting locked in by Team True Gravity. That's going to be a deny as well for Unite Holic, so they'll only be able to lock this in games 2 and 3 if it is not banned. But while that has happened, Leafeon and Umbreon are going to be the first 2 choices here for Unite Holic. A very strong duo and a very scary duo as well for the Japanese team. But True Gravity are going to be following up with the Dragonite and Inteleon. Great choice of attacker. Dragonite, I kind of have mixed feelings about this Pokemon, but Unite Holic are going for Pikachu and Cramorant.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to go back to the drawing board, right? Because Wafu also plays Cramorant at the same time. But then again, this is the kind of lineup where you also see him also playing the Inteleon or any other Pokemon as well. Pikachu also somewhat falls into a very similar category as well here. But who's going to be taking on the other position here? Especially for that Pikachu in particular here.
Well, I don't think it's a support. It's going to be Serena. Interesting decision here. So is it Mame Serena? Is it like who's going to be playing the Serena? Yubono? It's not Betchin, because Betchin's going to be heading into that top lane.
This is tough.
Oh, maybe it's Betchin actually.
Could be right. It feels that way, right? I kind of think to have it's better to have an all-rounder towards that top side as well. But then Serena is more. I feel like her utility just fits better as that kind of a very disruptive player, right? Somewhat similar to what a Cramorant can actually do. No, but actually not. Betchin will come in back with the Leafeon.
It is Mame. He's playing a signature Serena. Okay, so this man is going back to his roots, the Pokemon that made him famous.
So in other words, Betchin's going to be the central area in this case here. Batch into the center area.
It could be Mame for all you know, but if it's not, then does this mean Mame's playing this like support Serena? Is that what he's trying to do? Because normally Mame, he's either playing the defender for the team or support.
Oh no, I'm sorry. DLR can still go to the mid lane. He still can actually go in with the Cranberry as well. Leafeon in the lane itself is actually pretty disruptive against your opponent team, right? You're very quick.
Leafeon can go bottom, yes.
You're very quick to hit that level 4 to get a very powerful nuking ability like a Solar Blade and really pressure out the lane. Doesn't really necessarily have to be in the center area. Sure, having Leafeon in the center area really makes like rotation really great, but Cramram is just as disruptive with the twisters as well too.
I just want to know what the moveset is for this Cramorant because I really don't know. Because if it's anything like Cramorant we saw yesterday for Unite Holic, it was I think it was Dive Air Cutter. I think it was just the standard build for the Cramorant. So is this going to be the same thing here? Are we playing this like semi-support Cram? Like what is the play here for Unite Holic?
Surf, dive, both also pretty great. Hurricane to air slash.
Yeah, you never go. No, never.
No, the thing is, I want to see like, do they have enough damage, right? That kind of thing. Like
they do. So damage on the side of Unite Holic. Leafeon's great. Pikachu is great. Those are your two main damage dealers. Serena comes in with supplementary damage, and Cramorant can actually do reasonable damage too if he's running the Dive Air Cutter build.
Okay, so the thing is the reason why I asked whether do they have enough damage is mainly because of the fact that if they have enough damage, then that's where the control comes into the line. Sometimes Umbreon is great with the middle, I do agree, but you do need to be very disruptive because you are going up against a Dragon Knight, you're also going up against the Entalion as well. You really need to try to keep them in check. Hurricane into the service is also pretty great as well, and quite disruptive. That's 2, by the way, to really control someone else.
You know, I really want to talk about Unite Holic's draft, but it's just come to the point where their draft is just so crazy, so out there, and so wacky that I cannot imagine what is going through Mame's head. Like, what is he thinking to bring this draft into game number 1?
This is the part where we can really start saying like Chotomate, Chotomate, or the kind of situation. It really feels like a Chotomate situation, right?
Oh gosh.
But of course, the hands of Team True Gravity definitely sticking towards their roots as well. They're by far a little bit more comfortable.
Oh,
really
I like the draft for True Gravity. Like they've got a lot of good things going with their team.
And there's a lot of option for them to really tack around. You got that late game, you got that mid game transitioning as well. Early game might be a little bit slow since you do have both the Sobble and the Dragonair as well, as both Pokemon requires multiple evolutions here. A lot of EXP to really climb things up here, but with the Hoopa here, it's going to be able to help to secure a lot of the saves here if required as well.
It is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 between True Gravity and Unite Holic. This is going to be a pretty exciting one, and already we're going to be off to a quick start here as Yopono heads on over to Team True Gravity Central area, actually hoping to apply some pressure to this little Dratini on the side of True Gravity. The supports have actually left and decided to go top lane instead, wanting to pressure Mame on that Serena. Unfortunately, has no points to score, so will be going down as Wafu also has to back up on that Pikachu. In the meantime, though, down bottom, we saw a Slowbro getting eliminated. And again, Yopono still hanging around here in that central area, but he is being bullied out by a cool dragon, his little Dratini.
The thing is this, right? Here's the problem about when you have one of your supports to really, or at least one of your laners to try to invade, right? That just means you're subjecting to your other laners to be subjected to being bullied out because of the man disadvantage. However, in that lane itself, there's not a high pick-off rate here with that kind of composition. So that gives you enough confidence to say that, hey, even if I leave you alone, you're not going to be easily KO unless you really super overextend yourself here. However, unfortunately, not able to steal any of those small Pokemon, but still delayed enough.
Oh, they've actually managed to catch out the Hooper there. Solar Blade into the Electro Web. It was almost enough, but unfortunately, the Hyperspace Hole going to be saving the Hooper on the side of Team True Gravity, but Yopono going to continue with his nonsense in True Gravity's central area, just scouting by, thinking maybe he can steal something, but again, that's going to be another knockout, giving another knockout to that Dragonair, and Mame losing to Duck on the War Turtle. What is happening with this matchup?
This is why we see Blast as being one of the few top picks, right? You have a Water Gun, really great secure moves, great poking mechanism as well, pretty tanky too at the same time, and let's be honest, She's not really a Serena just yet, so it is still prime time for the Walter to go head-to-head with her, especially since he was initiating those pokes.
Betchin almost being taken down, just gets out of there and even uses a Leaf Blade. Beautiful double KO on the side of Uniteholic. It almost looked like it was going to be too bad, but with some fancy footwork and team coordination, getting those counter KOs and sending True Gravity back to their base. Gonna have to figure out another plan if they want to try and get some of those very tricky KOs. But we are seeing these two teams group up with 22 seconds left on the clock before we start seeing both of those Reggies spawning up in that top and bottom lane. Let's see who gets the advantage here, because at the moment, we're still seeing a 1 versus 1 matchup in that top lane with Mame going up against the Blastoise. Yupono continuing to waste the time of this Dragonair, slowing down its progress towards that Dragonite. They're going to go for the KO on the Umbreon instead, and they almost get it. The final basic attack connecting. And that should almost be enough time for this Dragonair to hit that Dragonite.
Sure, but now still able to achieve their objective to try to slow things down on this Dragonair, and also stole a couple of wild Pokemon away from, of course, courtesy of the Leafeon for sure. Betchin come to the line and try to see if he can try to pressure out the Blastoise out of the lane. But again, Reinforcer coming, double serve if I'm not mistaken, coming from both the Slowbro and the Blastoise. Absolutely relentless towards Betchin, but nice rotation coming into the rest of the team. Dragonair is no longer the Dragonair, as he will be finally fully evolved to that Dragonite for the side of Akul. Get a nice KO, secure the Regieleki. Now the top's going to be quite pressured out here.
Yep, Regieleki secured, now looking to try and get that bottom objective if possible. It's a Registeel, so it will be a attack and special attack bonus for Uniteholic if they do successfully get this. It's going to be a Pikachu and an Umbreon. They should be able to get this in time. But what's the plan here for Team True Gravity? All of their Pokemon have fully evolved, sitting at around level 8 or 9. They might consider trying to go for some pushes, but they could also just sit back, relax, focus on their late game. If you do the comparison between these two compositions, late game is massively in favor of True Gravity. They've got the best scaling Pokemon, they've got plenty of AoE crowd control, whereas for Uniteholic, their comp is all over the place. They've got damage. They don't really have a lot of CC outside of Serena and that Umbreon. It's mostly just damage. And look at this, they're even using the Gatling Gun missile on a DLR's Cramorant. They do get 1 KO, and they do get a second on that Dragonite. Actually landing onto Mame, and Talion gets stunned up and is KO'd. Must respect that Pikachu.
Now here's the thing, right? Like, for them, yes. If you look at the composition-wise, sure, by time, they should have the advantage. But when you incorporate playstyle, how you tackle the game, this is where Uniteholic is literally further asserting their dominance. Look at the Tesla level of wise. Slowly, they're not only ahead of it as well, but they're pressuring all across the map. I have never seen an Umbreon, player Yupono, diving so deep, denying wild Pokemon towards the side here of Team True Gravity as well here. It just shows the fact that they're very comfortable, very confident here, and this somewhat spreads out members of Team True Gravity. In other words, there's going to be a lot of pick-off fights here, a lot of catch here, where there will never be a full 5-man team fight for the side of Team True Gravity, unless they decide to abandon one of the pathways and group up to look for that big one. But don't worry, there is still the chance to flip recorder. There's still, although yes, the point differential is about maybe 100-point-ish, that kind of thing.
I don't know if the flip is viable against Uniteholic, unfortunately. Great score coming in from the Umbreon. And while that's all happening, we are seeing a skirmish happen in the top lane. Copying a very big snipe shot in the face, but slow beam, yes, they do connect onto that Pikachu. So goodbye, Pikachu. That should be Mame, but it looks like they almost catch the Dragonite, uniting just in time. Oh, he's actually managed to get out of there. Beautiful Unite coming from Hooper to actually save the Dragonite, but he came back instead. Okay, it's gone now. So pretty interesting moves coming in from both teams. Just lots of skirmishes for those main objectives. Pikachu, Thunderstorm, eliminating Inteleon, one of the squishiest Pokemon in the game. And Wafu is going to try to solo this Registeel. In both cases, this probably shouldn't work, but it's Wafu. Wafu does.
I mean, it would definitely work. But if you're asking whether is it like, you know, if efficient, if it's fast, I can tell you this is not that fast.
They brought Leafeon down there, so they should be able to at least duo this. They needed someone to cop the damage from that.
Because if not, that's going to take us such a long time. Ooh, good Thunder. Will be able to CC down, but that does mean that if someone reveal his location, but that's fine. Keeping the Cramorant alive, especially right before 1 minute away to the Rayquaza. Secure the Registeel, that's fine. A little bit slower than usual, but somewhat to be expected. Pikachu Wafu unfortunately gets caught up. The Hyper Beam absolutely significant, painful damage into the Dragon Dance. A couple of right clicks will be able to seal that Pikachu's face. So soft in the face of such an all-rounder as well.
So soft and also still leading in those points. But I am a little bit concerned here though, because that point gap is not very big between these two teams. It's just 48 points. Team True Gravity are within reach of overtaking Uniteholic, and I don't see a base race being viable for Uniteholic unless they do hang on to 50 points each and then they save this for the late game. But even then, you've got a Hooper, one of the best goal zone defenders in the game, and also can just stay in the central area if a team fight does break out. It's really going to come down to some quick thinking on Uniteholic, how they're going to guarantee this game, especially during those last 2 minutes. We do a bit of a choke point fight here, doing quite a bit of damage to the Slowbro, but remember, Slowbro, one of the tankiest defenders in the game, and with the reset, just comes back at full health.
Yeah, as long as the Hooper is still around, all these fights, it feels like it's going to be definitely in the hands of favoring the side here of Team True Gravity as well. As long as Zessel isn't really gotten caught, it gives him enough space to really go for those poke with those intelligent snipes. I think that's going to be totally fine for them.
Right, so a bit spread out here for Team True Gravity. They're not together, they're all over the place, just trying to figure out where they want to be. They've spotted out Wafu, and Umbreon's going to be showing himself, actually copying a very big snipe shot to the face as well at half health. Got to be so careful because there is no traditional support healer in this game. They actually have to reset by going back to base in this matchup, so if you get caught out by that Inteleon, you will have to just deal with it. Mame, though, hiding in that backline bush, wanting to come and actually backstab somebody if possible. Scouted out by that Hooper. Thunderstorm committed as well. But did he manage to catch the Inteleon? Super low. Hooper and Inteleon go down. A two-way backstab coming in from Uniteholic. And now it's time to try and go for this Rayquaza. The team's coming in though. Midnight Brands, Hydro Typhoon, Pokemon going down. DLR and Pikachu are out of this picture. Mame's still sticking around, and even a Solar Blade to commit. Dragonite's all on his own. Where's his teammates? Where's that Blastoise? They need to buy time for the team. Nupono wasting this Dragonite's time, and Mame coming into the fray as well. Solar Blade locks down that Dragonite. We still have Duck. We still have Hooper committing the Unite as well. He didn't even use the portal. The team is now flooding in. Uniteholic, I think they've just run out of juice.
Definitely for sure. No more Unite moves as well. They just need to try to get a couple of points in at the same time. And let's be honest, 25 seconds. And look, no one is stopping the Leafeon. They managed to secure the Rayquaza. This is totally fine. They have a fallback. They have a plan B. But now they just need to get a couple of points in at the same time. Success with a 100-pointer here. But what about the other side? Can they try to snipe it in? The Umbreon is trying to do his best to delay, but it's all too late. 100 points dies in. A possible another one as well, but it's still not gonna be enough. Team True Gravity, I can't believe it, managed to secure the first round.
They have probably done it here. We even have it showing up on the screen. True Gravity taking their first game off of Uniteholic. Not a result anybody anticipated. But I have to say, the draft coming out from Uniteholic, it was a head-scratcher. A lot of people probably looking at this thinking, what is this comp? What is the idea behind it? There's no support. It's an Umbreon, a lot of damage, not a lot of crowd control. If I honestly wish we could interview Mame right now and say, okay, Mame, spill the tea. What was the plan here?
It was pretty hard to tell. I think like what was really there was only I can say this, there was only two things in this game that was relatively hard for Uniteholic. One was the fact that they weren't as flexible because of the existence of Volker with the Hooper. Not able to do as much backcaps or anything, or even points, or try to hit from the backline, mainly because of the existence of the Hooper. Able to reset fights, able to just defend those goalposts if necessary, or bring in the necessary reinforcement. The second point would be the fact that just they didn't really have a dedicated supporter to try to wear out the damage that's being outputted from such a long-range sniper like Zessel playing the Inteleon here.
Yeah, this wasn't a Wish Umbreon either. I think
right? Yeah.
Yeah, if it was Wish, at least you would have had the sustain from Uniteholic. You can poke, you can prod, but at least you'd be able to have some kind of sustain if you do get hit by that snipe shot. Zeshal was a pretty big issue for Uniteholic. Every time they got hit by him, it was half their health gone. And without your classic healing support, you can't easily come back into these fights. I mean, we saw Yibono, he got hit by one in that late game during that 2-minute mark. He had to teleport back home to heal up. Otherwise, he would be walking around with the target on his head, basically telling Zeshal, come hit me again.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it, even towards the end of the fight for the records, that full 5-man team fight, yes, you got some really nice backstabs, right? Really great flanking maneuvers. You get rid of the Italian and one other core player, but you're committing. It was a very costly one, if I'm not mistaken, right? A lot of Unite moves was somewhat committed as well, and by the time they want to try to get out of the fight or fail to take another person down, because I remember the transitioning for us after taking down the Italian, after taking down Vulcan, they slowly shifted towards the Rayquaza pit, right? But this is them without really, like you said, out of juice here, and Duck was still around. So much CC, Hydro Typhoon. There's also Melon coming in to join the fray with his own personal serve as well.
The most important thing was Vulcan. You know, as soon as he popped the rings unbound, that was it. The team just came flooding in after their respawn
really
timers.
just cracked open.
Because again, you don't have a classic support that's going to give you the sustain. You're not running. I know some people are going to call this ridiculous, but you're not running potion on your team. So what do you have to reset if your team's not going to go back to base? Because they did try to rush the Rayquaza, but looking at the comp, right, this is not a comp on the side of Uniteholic where you say, oh, they could easily shred Rayquaza.
It feels like Uniteholic was hoping that Team True Gravity might be with this competition they have, allow them to get into their heads and be very aggressive about this. To try to allow them to try to even go for flanks or be proactive, but that didn't really happen. Team True Gravity was really level-headed, really calm, collected. They know their strengths, they know where they stand here, and they know the strength of their opponents, the pros and cons of Uniteholic's composition, and didn't really tackle them too much. They said, you know, it's fine. We're a great team fight, Unite move. We have so much control. We have backline posts. You guys got no heals. We don't even have the force of flight into you guys. Not at the current moment here. And they were at the head of points as well, but not making it towards the end.
Yeah. Game number 2. There's a lot to think about here for Uniteholic. So firstly, Gravity have already used Dragonite. Now, that is one of DLR's best Pokemon. He will have his eyes set on that for game number 2. The question I have here is Gravity going to consider banning the Dragonite, or do they have a solution for this Dragonite that could potentially happen? The only good news I can see here for Gravity is that Umbreon has already been chosen on Uniteholic, so that's not a Pokemon that they have to worry about anymore. Pikachu's not available. I don't think they care about Cramorant. That wasn't really something that was an issue for them.
Sure.
It was mostly the Umbreon. I'd say maybe even losing the Leafeon kind of hurt as well for Uniteholic, because they're not going to have that available for the next 1 to 2 games.
I mean, definitely for sure, but it's not really like a go-to for DLR. Sure, Leafeon is someone, he does pick out Leafeon. I think he has picked out, including
but he's
yesterday.
crammed this game.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying, right? So he has only, including yesterday, he has only picked out Leafeon 3 times. Most of the times, usually the Dragonite or his classic Dodrio here. And Dodrio is usually one of his few comfort breeds to go back to. Sure, you're not able to get the Leafeon, it's unfortunate, but it's not really a big loss for them either, right? Because they still have more core Pokemon that they can actually try to utilize. But first things first, there's going to be player stats for Melon here. It was such a fun round, really.
Well, if you say Melon, all I can think of is his Crystal in his matchup against E-Arena.
Right,
The number of Rock Tombs we saw this man land on E-Arena was bonkers. But also, the fact that he has added Mamoswine to his pool of playable Pokemon. Now, this might be something that could be pretty interesting. Uniteholic also like to run the Mamoswine, so possibly a Pokemon that these two teams will be fighting over for this next upcoming matchup. Slowbro and Blissey, I mean, everyone plays defenders, everyone plays supports, that's not really big of a deal. Other Pokemon that we are probably going to be seeing, Betchin. We know Betchin is a monster Sylveon. This is also another Pokemon he has had a lot of success on in the tournament and in the league stage.
Yes, definitely for sure.
And I don't think this was something that Gravity played in their previous matchup as well. I'm just going to have a quick look here. Yeah, so they did not play Sylveon. Of all the EVs available, True Gravity played Espeon, Leafeon, and Glaceon. They did not play the Sylveon.
But here's the interesting thing, right, Danny, is that the fact that there is a Sylveon in the hands of Akula, but that kind of thing. But it's not in the hands of Zeshal. But looking into the drafting wise, there is sometimes you can think of it from Uniteholic point of view, right? They don't really have to go for a really super diving composition, mainly because of the fact that Inteleon is no longer in the pool. They don't really have to commit too far to get really close to him.
And Hooper, they don't have to worry about Hooper, Blastoise, Slowbro, like they will get them. There's no way that they're going to be banned.
Exactly. So they don't really have to worry too much about like long range backline. Sure, there are still like crazy backline damage dealers like the Mew, for example, that's still in the pool. But looking from Zeshel's side, right, because he's gonna be the hyper carry for this side for the attacker role. Glaceon, Espeon, Ninetales, right? The kind of thing. Not maybe he can even try to pick up the Mew, but it is somewhat following. Is somewhat the stars are slowly aligning for the side where if DLR decides to go for the Dodrio, it wouldn't hurt either because he didn't really commit too far for an Inteleon. Sometimes it can be really difficult to get onto an Inteleon, but if a Glaceon, sure, annoying for some of your front lines and some of your Pokemon sets, Icicle Shot is a sure hit ability, but still within the range. And Dodrio doesn't really need to work too hard to really get on top of it.
Well,
or Lucario from Betchin.
Even if you're mentioning the Dodrio, Clefable is probably going to be in the books here for Gravity for their next upcoming support.
Ah, yes, I know.
So...
But I've seen teams like even in NA, they still run Drill Peck into a Gravity Clefable. So
it's not Drill Peck, so they'll definitely run Tri Attack. I don't think we've seen any Drill Pecks as of yet, but yeah, it's just very difficult for Dodrio to do what he really wants to do if there's a Clefable on the field. So I wouldn't be surprised actually if Unite Holic decide to ban the Clefable. Just ban Pokemon that's going to possibly shut down what they want to do for game number 2. I mean, the options are limitless here for Unite Holic.
Oh, yes.
I would not be surprised if they suddenly come out with the score comp for this game.
Yeah. The thing is just, right, the only thing that really hurts for Unite Holic is the fact that they have no access to Umbreon. That's the only thing that hurts. The Leafeon, sure, it was an okay loss. I wouldn't say it's like, oh, that's detrimental for them. No, that's not. That would have been the Umbreon. Like you said, still a lot of tools left in the toolbox for them to utilize and how they want to tackle the next round. The all-score team though, that one I agree might be possible because now it's their turn to pick up the Hooper. Unless on the side here for Team True Gravity, they ban the Hooper instead.
What if True Gravity goes for score comp? What if they decide to just pull off a total 360, look Unite Holic in the eyes and say, you think you can score comp? Think again.
Okay, let me break down on yesterday's scorecard, right? That only works because it's not a very simple composition to utilize that, remember? They had to set up a lot of conditioning before they even got to that phase, right? That kind of thing. They had to be in leads of points. They're also keeping them in check. They're also at the same time collecting a lot of points and ensuring that their opponents will be for a fact playing around the Rayquaza and will not scout out any further. They actually had to check out a lot of boxes against Team MOS to ensure that score comp really worked out. It's not something that any team can just like pick up and be like, woo! You know?
But there's the pressure for this next game for Unite Holic because they've already started going through their pool of playable Pokemon. They also, at the same time, don't want to use all their best ones for this next game.
Yes.
If you're True Gravity, you could just come in and surprise them. Play at 100% when Unite Holic might be saving 20% for that final third game and just surprise them. Because Unite Holic, they got 2-0'd yesterday.
Correct.
They were supposed to play 3 games. They thought they were going to get that second game, but just because of that one mishap in the Rayquaza pit, the game ended. They didn't get a chance to play that third game.
Honestly, to me, I think for the side of Unite Holic, give Betchin the Buzzword. Because there's really not, like we see Duck able to play the Buzzword, the kind of thing, but other than that, there's really not a lot of top laners that can really go toe-to-toe with the Buzzword. There's no more Blasters, by the way. They already utilized Blastoise for the first round. So there's no more Blasters for the top lane to go against the Buzzwole. I didn't see a Lucario or even a potential Lucario being picked up by True Gravity.
I mean, True Gravity were probably going to pick Buzzwole themselves this round and say
that's
that...
if they got the chance, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I think they do have the chance. Because True Gravity probably going to ban the Hooper from Unite Holic this year.
Yes.
Don't want to give that away to Mame at all. But for Unite Holic, what are you actually looking to ban? I might even argue banning Glaceon.
Yes. I was also thinking the same thing. Really. Because I think Betchin so far, yes, as strong as Buzzwole is, I think he's pretty comfortable going toe-to-toe with the Lucario in the top side, or opt to go for the Blastoise as well, if you choose to go for it as well. There's still the Umbreon in the pool if they choose to go for the Hoopa ban. But no, actually no, sorry. They cannot play the Umbreon. They already used the Umbreon already.
Yeah. Unite Holic get rid of Umbreon. They don't want to give that away to True Gravity and the same light ban. This respect. respect to True Gravity. They know what's up. They don't want to deal with Mame Sableye. So Uniteholic, I hope that was not what they wanted to do for this game. They're going to pick up the Trevenant to open things up. First pick. This is pretty surprising. Although Trevenant has been discussed to be a pretty good solution to Buzzball, but not in the solution where it beats the matchup, but he more so can match a Buzzball in that top lane matchup. Now, speaking of signature picks, we are going to be seeing two here. So Dragonite for DLR, and Betchin is going to be getting his Mew, taking it very seriously, whereas for Team True Gravity, they're going to go back and pick up their Glaceon. They had a lot of success with this so far, and they get that Buzzball matchup up top, and Sylveon's coming into the game.
I was about to say too.
So that must be Betchin's Pokemon.
Yes, Betchin's one is going to be the Sylveon, and the Mew will be in the hands of Wafu. Wafu is going to be able to have, and it's, by the way, one of his few and favorite most played Pokemon in his arsenal, so that's going to be the Mew. However, the side with Team True Gravity, they are coming with their strongest. Like I said, sometimes, like I said, it's great to be in a team like Uniteholic where you have a lot of tactics, a lot of things that's going on. But sometimes simplicity is best, just comes in with your best. Especially since Team True Gravity is already ahead of the curve. They have 1 point already. They just need to win this game, and they will be moving forward here. And Uniteholic, possibly, we might even say goodbye if the game doesn't go according to how they picture it or vision it. Team True Gravity throwing everything they got into this. And it's a very scary composition as well, Danny. A Rock Tomb into Stored Power and even Icicle Shot. So, by the way, it is a sure hit. There is no missing that ability at all. And then the Buzzwole for their top lane. A smackdown displacement, massive amount of damage. And if he gets on top of any of their backline attackers, that's it. That combo is going to pick you off. I agree. Mew is a very slippery Pokemon. Very hard to catch.
Very slippery, very hard to catch.
But there are times when you just can't evade it.
Buzzwole.
Yes.
That's it. You just get Buzzwoled. Oh man, this is going to be a really tough one. But I do think Uniteholic should pull this to a game number 3. They are taking this next game very seriously. They've got all their main Pokemon. They do have some left over for that next upcoming matchup, but they are taking this next game extremely seriously. But True Gravity, I do love the response. They're not wasting this round. They're going to give Uniteholic a run for their money and attempt to go for a 2-0, which I think is very possible. I kind of feel like Uniteholic, they underestimated True Gravity in game number 1, because looking at this composition, I think if they ran this against another team, like for example if they did this against Kabuchans or MYS in game number 1, they would never pick this for game number 1. Game 2, if they had a 1-game advantage, we did see this with MYS yesterday, sure, this could actually happen, but I really think they've underestimated True Gravity in this series, because they looked extremely disappointed after that loss.
No, this is what I'm saying, right? Is this very small things if Team True Gravity is able to just pick it up, right? They just decide, you know what, it's fine. We're just gonna go all in with this. Unquestionable as well. They're at their strongest, the momentum, the adrenaline is currently running for them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're finally into our second game, or potentially even the last game. If Uniteholic doesn't really get things back in hand, back in their control, then we might just be saying goodbye. And Kabuchan will no longer have their return revenge match as well.
I mean, Kabuchans is happy regardless of who they play against, because they're already in the grand finals. Well, let's have a look at how these lanes are going to go at the moment, shall we? So Duck is struggling a little bit in that top lane, but instead we're going to be seeing the Chansey trying to go for their own little stacks against that Hooper EV combination. Not the easiest combo, but at least for Vulcan, wasting those 2 berries. And look at this great cancel from Mame, going to stop Vulcan from getting that little eject pad out of there. So the Chansey will be going down, and it's going to be a matchup here. Sylveon up against Buzzwole. It can go either way, but we know Betchin, we've seen this man play Sylveon in the past. He really knows how to pilot this Pokemon. Extremely deadly Sylveon player.
And it hurts a lot. Calm-minded to the hyper voice as well. And the patches made it a lot more painful, more special attack stats as well. You really need to try to keep in check and invade, but of course a quick rotation coming in from Aku, but same goes for DLR. They want to try to secure the necessary EXP, and they will succeed. Buzzwole not able to hit that level 5, and will be even picked up in the process. But can these things be the same set as well as the double KO, and even a couple more points at the same time?
very unfortunate. Vulcan can barely do anything for his team here at all because he is just on the cusp of evolving at level 4. He is just looking for any scrap ounce of experience, and being a chansey, there's not really much you're going to be able to do, especially against all that burst damage that's going to be coming out from Uniteholic. So going to try and get to that level 4 as soon as possible. But Benchen so far doing a great job denying. Espeon though going to jump on out of there with that stored power, but Hooper going to catch out Zeshol. Zeshol does need to be careful. Again, Melon. Melon is a extremely scary Crustal. So many times have we seen this man get some fantastic rock tombs to cut Pokemon off, and he was able to successfully set things up for his team. But this game so far for Duck. Duck is struggling.
I mean, definitely for sure, right? It's in the face of the Sylveon, and that initial rotation really helped to set the bar between both of the sides to see who gets the advantage. And let's be honest, this is Benchen. He played, by the way, played most of the Basel in his entire lineup back in the regional stage. He understands those strengths and weaknesses of a Basel, and definitely know for a fact how to play around it, especially since right now he has that slight lead for as long as he can, actually.
Let's see if he can keep that lead for now. Duck going to be hiding in the bush. Maybe they can try and get an ambush on somebody that comes a little bit too close. They're going to show the Glaceon. Instead, they're going to go for the Altaria and Swablu instead. Locking the experience for those teammates. And Marmex jumping a little bit far forward. DLR's coming in on that Dragonite. Have caught out the Blissey yet again. That's going to be another KO, unfortunately, for Vulcan. Gone down multiple times this game, but let's be real, I'd rather lose the Blissey here than the Buzzwole or that Glaceon. But look at this though, fantastic pushback from that Trevenant, catching out that Crustal. Again, so many KOs going in favor of Uniteholic, and True Gravity, they are already at the 6-minute mark losing sight of this match.
Yeah, they're really trying to keep this control, although yes, there is some early advantage coming from Team True Gravity, but they also have their own early game composition to really deal with in this early phase here. However, Yopono, a little bit zoned out and isolated all alone and control. No assistance will be coming in, unfortunately, but that's still totally fine. The team needs to prioritize in trying to get rid of this Regieleki before the rest of the squad decides to come in and pile in the damage. Vulcan with the Blissey. It's not gonna be a very easy pickup for Mami here.
No,
a little bit tanky there.
Vulcan's been trying so hard this game to try and get as many stacks in as possible, but I have to say, Uniteholic, just props to them for doing so much to prevent Vulcan from getting whatever he needs to come online for this game number 2. But so far, again, macro game going to be in favor of Uniteholic. They're doing pretty well for levels. Level 10 on DLR on that Dragonite. They do continue to level up in terms of experience, trying to find as many wild Pokemon as possible. But for True Gravity, they are in recovery mode. All they need to do right now is play things safe, get experience wherever you can, and only fight in those fights where you can get an advantageous position. Almost catching out the Trevenant there, unfortunately, does get the disconnect. Trying to go onto Mew this time. Wafu being a nuisance on that Mew.
Yep. The real challenge here for the side here for Uniteholic will be the fact that how do they gonna get their hands on the Glaceon? Although yes, great coming with the Hornlings into the Phantom Forest as well, but then again, it's just Sally, not enough follow-up, and the Smackdown eject button into the Smackdown, into Benchen to get the 2K, forcing on another Unite move to try to disengage, but guess what? That Unite move can only last for so long, but they didn't manage to punish the Glaceon here, and now they're trying to return the favor. 3 members of Uniteholic will be KO'd here, but here comes the revenge here. Blood for the side here, as I like to call it as well, and they will be able to get the necessary trade-off here.
Yep, the Rings Unbound bringing in the team in to get those counter KOs onto True Gravity. It looked like that was going to be the momentum that they needed. Fighting for the Baltoy.
It's just random Baltoy just spinning.
It was just minding his own business. It's all good. Gonna sit back at home waiting to see who knocks him out.
Confidence coming from him as well.
For now. We've got a Regirock coming in though, and they're trying to finish this off with Wafu and this Dragonite, but they managed to get the buff with that Hyper Beam. The secure on this Pokemon is just too strong. And unfortunately, Espeon is not one of the best Pokemon in the matchup to try and get that last hit, especially with stored power. Great for those team fights, but if you're looking for the objectives, Hyper Beam, 10 out of 10, should get those objectives.
I mean, definitely right. If you're comparing between both the Crustle and the Blissey, there's no way they can really compare or even counteract. And the beauty about Dragonite as well, securing all this objective by himself, even with assistance, without or with assistance, still pretty solid by himself. He can just do it just as well, very similar to the Garchomp too. Regieleki is definitely going to be trying to pressuring out the top. That's just means the Basel will not be able to assist with the bottom lane. Means a form of aggression is going to be happening to that bottom side. But again, they managed to try to get the punish. Pop the fairy falling here. Hopefully it will be enough. He's trying to sustain, trying to live as long as he can, but just won. Unfortunate KO as he was all alone on the top side. But what about the bottom path on the other hand here?
Bottom path looks like they got the KO there onto the Mew with the Glaceon. All those Icicle Spears getting those connections off, but 1 versus 3, you're better off just backing off as that Glaceon. The catch-up is actually slowly happening here for True Gravity. They're not in a comfortable spot yet, but they are definitely feeling a lot better, especially up against what Uniteholic have because they catch that Hooper. I have to say, considering the early game that Duck had, he has done a great job coming back into this game, especially getting KOs on Pokemon such as Betchin and even DLR as well. I think if you're Uniteholic, you shouldn't be happy with how the game is currently going. They are not crushing the lanes. They are not controlling the entire map. They are not single-handedly winning all these objectives. If a 5-on-5 fight happens, it wouldn't easily go in favor of Uniteholic. They need to get those levels in, or they're gonna have to try and figure out a way to sneak on behind True Gravity and turn the numbers advantage in your favor. If anything, they need to get rid of Melon. Melon is a problem.
I totally agree with you, right? Because there's only 2 ways I can see that they can really try to combat this at the Ricardo pit, right? The fact that a frontal assault to melt all these front line, melt down Melon before get to the back line and zone them out, or get a flanking maneuver here because you don't really have the best diving team here, right? That kind of thing. You don't really have the necessary utility to enable your team to really dive so easily on top of that Glaceon. Even if you, sure, you got some gap closer with the Dragoness, but it's a very short distance. And let's be honest, Melon was there to disrupt you. You have the Bliss Assist to save the Glaceon as well. You have to really commit. It is literally a tactic and a plan.
What are you doing? You're a nuisance.
He's an absolute. I think even like besides being in the hands of Melon, I think Crustle herself is just such a phenomenal defender Pokemon in this entire series.
The team is split on the side of True Gravity. A lot of them are sitting in the top lane. We have the Espeon down bottom just waiting to see what has happened, and Duck is going to be guarding the northern section of that Rayquaza. Now, True Gravity, they are behind in points. They will either need to somehow get a back cap in, or they're going to have to win this fight and take the Rayquaza for themselves. Betchin's not with the team. Uniteholic are grouped up as 4, but if a fight does break out, they do have the Rings Unbound available on that Hooper. And for True Gravity, because they understand that they need this Rayquaza, they're going to start chipping away and force Uniteholic to fight into them. And already we do get it, but it looks like it's going to be Duck to start the fight.
He's alive!
The Phantom Forest connects as well. First Pokemon to go down is that Trevenant. Betchin trying to run away, but he's all alone. He's already committed the Unite as well. No more heals for you. It's 3 versus 4. Melon's going up against DLR. They know where the Dragonite is. Wafu is away from his team. Buzzball's coming in for him as well. Hooper sticking around, going to hang on to the Rings Unbound. 16 seconds for Betchin, 2 more seconds for Trevenant, but no Phantom Forest.
Still trying to go back and forth with a lot of these team fights as well. Nice, I mean, with a couple of hands here, decent amount of damage, but they didn't manage to lock them out. Again, caught all alone, smacked down left and forth. Again, Melon, such a nuisance, such a menace. So what, you pop the Unite move, oh, good save. And managed to keep him out of safe.
But it's the Rayquaza. This is the last chance. Uniteholic, if they can somehow get the steal onto the Rayquaza, this might just be the play. Betchin focusing on Pokemon instead, but it's the Glaceon on the side of True Gravity. They get the Rayquaza. They're ready to score. Betchin's trying to break these shields, but Duck is ready to throw hands as well. He wants to win this game. True Gravity are about to lock this series in 2-0 against Uniteholic.
I can't believe it. True Gravity coming in clutch. But of course, with that being said, with the lineup that they have, they absolutely smacked their way. Really the definition of wrestling their way to dominance, to victory, and to survival up the lower bracket ladder here. Such an achievement from these lads here, an absolute lad. Their countrymen, absolutely proud of them with pride and glory. But with that being said, Uniteholic, what a game, what a performance you have delivered us. You gave us such an amazing intro into this tournament since from day one. It's unfortunate to see you guys leave at this time.
I mean, I'm looking at True Gravity and I'm looking at this team in disbelief. True Gravity coming in out of nowhere. India's representative going deep in this lower bracket run, beating Uniteholic. Of all the teams to eliminate from the competition, they've beaten Uniteholic, thus turning the next matchup into Team MYS versus True Gravity.
This is insane, and it's definitely, and it's also for some fans and for some people, this is somewhat of an outcome which not many people could have foreseen as well. And this kind of scoreline in this kind of manner as well. Honestly, with the kind of lineup that Team True Gravity went in, they just didn't really think about it. They just said, we had an opportunity, we had a chance, just stick with it. Just pick all the strongest one to come into the line here, and then let's see how we can tackle it against Uniteholic here. But seriously, that buzzword, whether it's been slowed down, whether it's been pressured, it feel like it didn't get pressured enough, just still able to just scale so perfectly.
Duck, surprisingly, Duck was pressured that game. He did not have an easy laning stage. He was pressured constantly in that top lane during those first couple minutes. Betchin had a wonderful time up there, and we even saw a couple times Betchin actually beating Duck in that matchup.
Correct.
It was later in the game, after some good rotations from True Gravity, they were able to help Duck recover with some of those counter knockouts and those pushes. But it really came down to the Rayquaza fight. It was the execution that came in. Uniteholic, I don't know what happened with this team. They didn't collapse like they usually would in those team fights. Normally it's extremely coordinated. They're fine. But looking at this, they let True Gravity dictate where the fight was going to happen, how the fight was going to happen, because they started poking Rayquaza.
Yep. And the crazy thing about it as well, because of what their composition that they have, they didn't really have a lot of choices in terms of engagement here. It was not very flexible. You don't really have a dive. That's pretty much why you saw Yupono doing very drastic measures here. You saw him eject button in hopes to try to do the Horn Leech into the rest of his teammates. However, a very quick reaction.
It's a skill shot.
Yeah.
The Horn Leech on Trevenant, as much as I want to say it's a great ability, it is when it connects. But Horn Leech, if it misses, it's a massive move to win.
Well, you see, here's the funny thing. It did not miss. He couldn't even proc that out. He got reacted so quickly. Very fast hands. Very fast reaction coming from members of Team True Gravity. Sure, it was phenomenal that he was able to sustain long enough to drop in the Phantom Forest. We see Betchin coming from the top side. But the problem is, the rest of the team is at the bottom part of the Rayquaza pit. So even after the effects of the Phantom Forest, Betchin was still alone, subjected to 4 members of heavy damage dealers of Team True Gravity. His team was nowhere to back him up.
I mean, Betchin tried to come in the follow-up, but it was just such an awkward angle for the Phantom Forest. Top right corner of the Rayquaza pit, and Betchin had to spend so much time running that by the time he got there and started using his Hyper Voice, the knock-up already happened. It had finished, and he was being chased by 3 Pokémon.
Yeah.
And there's not much you can do as a Sylveon because he didn't have any teammates to fall back to. You're running just a Trevenant as your defender.
Correct.
You don't have anyone left to help you with any kind of counter initiation. There's no Hydro Typhoon waiting for you. There's no Portal waiting for you. It was just a mess. And I kind of wonder if the nerves started to get to Uniteholic here because they realized that firstly, they had to win this matchup, right?
Yes.
It was True Gravity that were the ones already ahead in the series 1-0. So Uniteholic had to win this matchup. And maybe it was a case of desperation where they started realizing this game is going to get out of control unless we do something quick.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, right? Sometimes, like the, I guess you could say the answer that some of this team has came to when you see this kind of drafting is just there's no need to think or regret or overthink it. Just come in with your strongest. Sure, you can try to ban, you can try to counter pick, but regardless, if we can secure some of these picks, because the most important thing when it comes to this kind of team battlers is to have multiple options. Sure, having great tactics will allow you to enable when you have multiple options and ways to engage into the round here. Something to fall back with, which is something we see in most teams, especially for Team MIS, right? You have that long range, you have that poke. At the same time, you also have this all-rounder tanky here. Basically, a composition that somewhat gives you some form of security or assurance. If any point of the game, if it didn't turn out well, there's still that Rayquaza to flip things around. But of course, with that being said, such an amazing series being happened between Uniteholic and Team True Gravity. But of course, Team True Gravity, understanding the gravity of the situation, pulls in their way and succeed as they move forward to go toe-to-toe with Team MYS.
And this is the next matchup coming right now. So True Gravity, after just playing that game, is going to get a 10-minute 15-minute break and then play up against one of the most aggressive teams to ever come from Asia. And I want to know, are they going to be able to deal with it?
This is going to be, I think it's when it comes to I guess you could say in a way when it comes to drafting, there's something very similar between both Team MOS and Team True Gravity. They don't really like beat around the bush. There's no need to think about something amazing or great. They just like, you know what, we come in with our best. If that didn't work out, it's fine. Our Pokemon pool is relatively significant and relatively large. We'll try to find a way to bring this up because it is still a best of 3. The game gets a lot more pressure for sure when your opponent has that 1 point already in the bag.
And I do want to remind all of our viewers as well, Team MYS and Team True Gravity, these are both the teams that came from round 1 of the losers bracket.
I know!
So, unfortunately, only one of them will make it through, but they have had a very long day already. Both teams already playing 2 best of 3s. This will be their 3rd best of 3 of the day. And after winning, whoever wins this matchup, they're going to be playing their 4th best of 3 right after this against Talon PH. And if and whoever it is, if it's MYS or True Gravity, if they beat Talon PH, they have one more series to play.
And that's the grand finals itself against Team Kabi-chan KS for sure here.
It's not just one series too. If they want to win it, they have to force the reset, and then they have to win the reset. That's a lot of Unite.
I know.
And it would be a brilliant story for either of these teams if they made it from round 1 of lower brackets and took the grand final. But before we do talk about our next matchup, we do have our interview with our winner. Let's see what True Gravity have to say after their spectacular win.
ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยค่ะ Big round applause. Now we are with the winner from the last battle, True Gravity, and this is Seesaw.
โอเคครับก็ไม่เป็นการเสียเวลานะครับเราสอบถามเขาเลยดีกว่าครับในแมตช์ที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยนะครับถือว่าช็อกแฟนๆทีเดียวเหมือนกันเพราะว่ายูไนเต็ดโฮลิกเนี่ยเป็นทีมที่คนติดตามและรู้จักค่อนข้างมากแต่พวกเขาสามารถโค่นด้วยสกอร์ 2-0 ใช่จริงๆนะครับอยากจะสอบถามความรู้สึกกับเขาว่ารู้สึกยังไงในแมตช์ที่ผ่านมา
โอเคค่ะ so we will do a short interview for you can save your time and you can take the rest after this. So the first question as we competed Unite Holic, which is quite a big team, are you feeling right now? Are you satisfied with the results?
I'm like actually very satisfied with the results because in the past ACL we couldn't do much of the things before we came last. So this time I think when I qualified for the ACL, I was really excited to play against Unite Holic and eventually win, you know. So it's very overwhelming for me.
โอเค
โอ้รู้สึกว่ามันล้นมากๆเลยความรู้สึกแบบนี้แล้วพวกเขาก็ฝ่าฟันผ่านการคัดเลือกเข้ามาถึงตรงนี้แล้วเขาก็รู้จักยูไนเต็ดโฮลิกเป็นอย่างดีนะครับแล้วสามารถเอาชนะได้ด้วยก็คือมันแบบมันฟีลมันดีสุดฟีลคู่สุด
เขาก็อยากจะเจอยูไนเต็ดโฮลิกนะคะแล้วพอชนะได้เนี่ยก็รู้สึกแบบตื้นตันเลยนะคะดีใจมากๆนะคะ
ผมแล้วก็
คำถามต่อไป
ใช่ครับผมก็ในแมตช์ต่อไปพวกเขาจะเจอกับทีม MYS ครับมีอะไรจะฝากบอกไปถึงทีม MYS ไหมครับ
อ๋อโอเคค่ะ so the next question as you are going to be in a battle with MYS, do you have something to say to them or how do you feeling right now about being in the competition?
I just want to say good luck to both of the teams. I think MYS is a much better team on paper in this ACL. I predicted that KS and MYS would be the first team to go grand finals, so it's going to be like well run for us and them as well.
โอเคโอ้
ตอบน่ารักมากเลยนะก็เหมือนมันว่าก็แน่นอนทั้งคู่เป็นทีมที่ดีแหละนะครับแต่ก็ขอให้ทีมที่สุดได้ไปต่อเนาะแล้วก็แน่นอนว่าทั้งคู่เนี่ยมีประสิทธิภาพมากพอในการไปสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลได้โอ้เรียกว่า respect ทาง
ตอบได้น่ารักมาก
ใช่นะครับแล้วคำถามสุดท้ายครับเมื่อพวกเขามาถึงขนาดนี้แล้วมั่นใจแค่ไหนครับว่าเขาเป็นแชมเปี้ยนในรายการนี้ของเราครับคุณมิมครับ
โอเคน่าสนใจมากๆนะคะ so the last question since you have come this far are you feeling confident or how are you feeling right now since you are closing to the champion?
I think so. My teammates and me, I think we are in the zone right now because we are playing continuously. So I think so we can do a much better performance than before.
โอเค
ก็เครื่องติดแล้ว
ใช่
เล่นมาต่อเนื่องมาเลยแล้วชนะมาด้วยต้องบอกว่าติดแล้วจริงๆนะครับและเชื่อว่าจะสามารถเป็นแชมเปี้ยนได้ด้วย
โอเค
นะครับผมเอาละครับก็เดี๋ยวให้คุณซีซอไปพักผ่อนนะครับผม
ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยค่ะ thank you
ซีซอจาก True Gravity นะครับจากประเทศอินเดีย
ใช่ค่ะ
คือต้องบอกกันเลยว่าทางประเทศอินเดียเนี่ยจริงๆเขาเล่นเกมมือถือค่อน อนข้างเยอะเลย
อ่า
นะครับแต่ตรงนี้มาถึงในทัวร์นาเมนต์ระดับนานาชาติ
ค่ะ
แล้วมาเป็นท็อป4ครับโอ้โหเก่งจริงๆ True Gravity
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ก็เป็นกำลังใจให้เขาด้วยแล้วกันนะคะ so ladies and gentlemen that was True Gravity representative from India so please support them until we are in the next competition as well and the next battle will be between True Gravity and MYS
ใช่ครับ แมตช์ถัดไปที่คุณผู้ชมกำลังจะได้รับชมหลังจากนี้นะครับ เป็นแมตช์ในการเจอกันระหว่างทีม MYS และ True Gravity นั่นเองครับ เดี๋ยวเราไปส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์บนโต๊ะของเรากันเลยเจอกันเลยครับ
Welcome back, trainers. What a day we've had so far. We've had some pretty exciting results, in particular our later series, as you can tell from that interview. Firstly, though, I want to welcome back Professor Flava.
Hello.
2-0. What did you expect that series to be?
I came to this desk confused, and because Unite Holic put on a really good show. I remember the opening just like it was just yesterday. It was actually yesterday. And I mean they beat MYS, and then they lost 2-0. It's not even like a 2-1 series, it's like 2-0 to True Gravity. So meaning that True Gravity is about to face a team that dropped them down to lower bracket.
Well, the sad thing, if you think about it, is that Unite Holic lost 2-0 twice.
Exactly,
First in
yeah,
the upper bracket,
yeah.
and now in the lower bracket. It was a devastating loss as well. Nope, I don't think anybody anticipated India being able to get a 2-0. 2-1 possibly. I think 2-1 probably made the most sense in this scenario, but 2-0, I think only maybe 1%, not even 1% of the population would have made that prediction. Maybe 0.01.
Yeah, I mean, we're not looking down Team True Gravity in any way. It's just that after looking at the performance, I mean, think about it this way. For me, the reasoning is because looking at the performance and how they managed to beat Team NYS 2-1 in that Best of 3 series yesterday in the opening upper bracket round 1 match, people had high hopes. I mean, it's a team that managed to drop down MYS.
Well, yeah, they dropped MYS, but at the same time, I mean, after I saw True Gravity play yesterday, I thought, hang on a minute, this team is legit. Because leading up until this point, the reason why there hasn't been a lot of positive perspectives on India as a region as a whole is that until today, or until ACL this year, India hasn't been able to have a decent finish in any of the international tournaments, right? They've been finishing towards the bottom, they've been trying to figure things out, and then now we finally have True Gravity coming into the tournament and actually fighting their way through the lower bracket and are now guaranteed 5th place prize.
Guaranteed 4th.
Is it 4th here? If they lose here?
Yes, if they lose here, they're 4th. If they anyone who wins is minimum top 3 by being in lower bracket finals.
So we're already looking at big prize money for these teams. 4th is 7,500, I think.
If I'm not
3rd is
mistaken, I may
10,000.
have to check back again. Yeah, so minimum 7,500 USD.
Yeah, so these teams right now, MYS and True Gravity, confirmed 7,500 if they drop this series.
Yes.
But if they win, guaranteed 10K.
Yeah, and I think achievement-wise, by just being here in the top 4, speaks volumes. It shows that they are here to play. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is what's coming up next. As mentioned before, you're looking at Team MYS from Malaysia, Singapore, from Southeast Asia League, 3rd place winners, up against Team True Gravity, the champions from the India League. And of course, by being here itself at the lower bracket semi-finals, they have guaranteed a minimum top 4 for these 2 teams. Coming up now, we have looked some stats for Team MYS. I think we're seeing more or less the standard that we've seen what they have to offer from the Open to the Regionals to here at the ACL Finals. No surprise in Biggie here. I still remember, now I'm curious. Remember when we talked about, when we were together, when we were talking about the numbers that Team True Gravity has to offer, and it's actually bigger.
Big, yeah. Okay, I did explain this. Their numbers were bigger because MYS's numbers were pulled down because of the scoring strat.
Yeah,
not just the Hoopa, it was the scoring strat from Unite Holic. So MYS's stats are all over the place. But True Gravity stats, they're true stats. They're real stats.
True stats.
Look, I've renamed True Gravity to True Giga Chats with how well they have played this weekend.
Yes. Yeah, and of course, before we look at the stats as well, we are currently looking at Team MYS themselves. They've had a long day. Started off, I think Team True Gravity, same goes to them as well. I believe that they did start at round number 1 as well. So these guys, they fought 1 best of 3 in the upper bracket yesterday. they have fought 2 best of 3s today, which was round 1 lower bracket and round 1, and then as well as the quarterfinals and lower bracket. And this is going to be their 4th best of 3 here in the competition. Wow, and yeah, this is the numbers as well. Yes, you're right. I think both of them went beyond 200,000 here in average when it comes to damage dealt and taken. Slightly less when it comes to recovery here for Team True Gravity compared to the 90k on Team MYS.
I mean, it's just a small difference between these two teams.
Very small.
I'm excited. I think this matchup will go for all 3 games. It's going to be ruthless. It's going to be fierce. And we're going to be seeing these teams really play their hearts out. I mean, they played a lot of Unite, and I think I mentioned this yesterday. Players, teams, competitors, if they were given the option to either keep playing their games or to come into a match cold, most of them would want to actually come into a game after playing a match.
That's true.
Because their head is in the game.
Yeah, they already had that momentum. They have the adrenalines running, and they are still looking fresh after finishing up that match. And they just want to continue that momentum that they recently had together with the opponent. So I would assume that Team True Gravity has it better because they're just coming out after completing their series up against Team Uniteholic just a while ago. And I think for Team MYS, they are pretty surprised. I think that everybody was anticipating this revenge match between Team MYS up against Team Uniteholic after what transpired in upper bracket round number 1. But this time about, I think Team MYS going up against Team Gravity, I'm not sure whether they are prepared. You see, I'm not sure whether they've done a research on what they're about to go up against.
Well, I'm pretty sure MYS was expecting Uniteholic to be in this matchup. So for True Gravity to sort of come in out of nowhere, I wonder if MYS are prepared. How much information do they have on True Gravity? Because all they have is everything that has happened today. Any of the matches before this were all outdated last year. Old patch wouldn't be as viable as fresh, new information.
Exactly.
Also curious to know if these teams have scrimmed with each other at all. If they managed to get a few games in just to get a feel. But yeah, I think this one's going to be a super fun one. I hope everyone tuning into the broadcast is going to enjoy this. India going through a fantastic run today. Whereas for MYS, the Malaysian-Singapore team, they're looking for revenge. They are upset that they are down here in this lower bracket. They want to make it to that grand final, and they're fighting tooth and nail down here. But do they have the fire to beat True Gravity? Because with the way that True Gravity is playing, they are playing with... I'm not sure what feeling I feel when I look at this team. They are fighting with such a passion. You can see it in their games. In particular, look, I'm going to say Melon. Again, Melon is fighting with such a passion in these games, and he's so on point as well whenever he gets his Crustal. I actually don't think you can give Crustal to True Gravity.
I think usually if you look at it in a different perspective, it's very rare for you to ban a Crustal. Is it really a priority to a point where you would allow the other meta bans that we usually see? Like, is it really to a point where you can't allow...
In rare cases.
In both games? Is it really that much of a factor that you want to ban it out?
I'm
it could
not
possibly...
sure.
If it really is, that means that it has come to a point in the eyes of Team MYS that we need to ban it. We don't care with the others. I think they can grab anything but not allow the Crustal.
We also don't know who gets first pick. So for these two teams, I think it's a coin flip on who gets first pick for the first game, and then second game, loser can decide if they want first pick or second pick.
Which is a very high chance. It's definitely going to be first pick.
If it's based on the stage setup, MYS is going to get first pick for this round. If it's based on this, I could be wrong.
Based on seedings.
I mean, we haven't got information of who gets first pick.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. I think we'll just wait for that. But before all that as well, looking at both of these two teams, I guess both of them are just upset that they get dropped in the first round of the upper bracket. Both of them looks hungry for this win. I believe that, being realistic, I think that MYS is definitely the favorite here to actually win because of how big of a name.
Standard favorites, I think.
Standard favorites.
Just going off of history, I think yes, there's going to be a lot of people that would think MYS would win. But True Gravity,
they're like...
I'm actually going to give this matchup 55 to 45. 55 MYS, 45 True Gravity. I actually think this series is going to be much closer than a lot of people are anticipating.
I've always loved an underdog story. I've always loved a Cinderella story where you crawled your way, but if True Gravity actually wins this best of 3 series against Team NYS. Forget about the one they won against United Holly, but if they win against Team NYS, right? They've definitely made a name for themselves here by being top 3 here in Asia. And at the same time as well, everyone watching this live stream, everybody tuning in, everybody at the venue, and everybody who's competing in the competitive scene of Pokemon is definitely going to be paying close attention to this scene, even more than they should be after this, most definitely. And I think that they have already surprised a lot of the other teams with just being here right now. And as mentioned before, I like the numbers that you show, and I think you're giving a little bit of room for Team MYS. And there's a good reason behind it as well, because looking at Team MYS's accomplishments and performance for the longest time since the start of the circuit for Pokemon Unite, obviously people are just going to give them a little bit more confidence compared to Team True Gravity. But I would love to see True Gravity just, surprise all of us in many ways here in this series.
So, what are we believing in here? Are we believing in the Crustal? Are we believing in the Mew? Are we believing in a Zoroark? Are we believing in a Buzzwole? There are so many things to consider for game number 1, since everything is on the table.
Oh yes, game number 1. We saw the patterns of how MYS approaches this, and how most teams approach this is that they're gonna go hard in game number 1. They're not gonna because they understand the importance of winning game number 1. The mental pressure you can put upon your opponents, because they need to win that game number 2 with having a disadvantage when it comes to having lesser Pokemons to choose from, and at the same time as well, the inability to actually win that game number 1 with somewhat your best or second best lineup when you can bring to the table.
So a couple things to sort of consider going into this first matchup. So just a trend that we have been noticing from the teams, the second pick team will always or typically will ban that Umbreon. Don't want to be giving away Umbreon in that first pick phase for the first pick team. The other team, we've been getting a variety of bans. We've been getting things such as Buzzwole. We have been getting signature bans. Would not be surprised if we see a Mew ban.
We've seen Inteleon ban.
Inteleon ban. Blastoise, no, we haven't seen Blastoise bans. Clefable is another popular Pokemon that we're seeing banned. Hooper, I think Hooper might be... We could be looking at Hooper,
Team True Gravity.
Hooper and Umbreon bans, possibly, for these first 2 bans.
Both teams actually played them, but I think that I'll be most scared of the Hooper coming up from Team MYS side. Probably a good ban coming up from them here. Also,
actually, I'm going to take that back. True Gravity, if they get first pick, they might ban something like the Leafeon, because we saw this ban first when they played up against E-Arena. And if you're True Gravity and you've seen the way that Team MYS play, Team MYS, game number 1, typically run evolutions. They try to rush you with all the EVs, the level 4 power spikes. They try to beat you down in the first 5 minutes, and then they try to take over the game.
Of their aggressive game.
So, is that something that True Gravity is also considering? Are they also thinking about MYS possibly playing at that speed with that selection of Pokemon?
And I do see that Team True Gravity is not really their playing style to actually run evolutions, even if they're in their game 1 to game 2. And when they were forced into game 3, then they actually forced those kind of patterns before. So it's definitely not something that they would run, possibly something that they want to prevent that from happening in this game number 1. It will give the momentum that Team MYS is definitely looking for, but the issue is, if the thing about True Gravity, if they're going up against Team MYS, is that there's so much options to play with. We know that Team MYS has a lot of comfort picks, the scariness of them actually running Pokemons like the Zoroark, as you mentioned, and they've run that together with a Comfey before. Even if you give them the chance to actually run a Dodrio, they can run a Mach at the same time as well. If that is not scary enough, I mean, like, even having a Zoroark in their hands could be devastating for their opponents. There's so many to choose from. Can Team Gravity actually offer the same kind of fear that what Team NYS can actually bring here to the table?
Yeah.
We will know.
All right, so just for anyone tuning into the broadcast, welcome to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 Finals. We are here for match 12 of the entire tournament, Team MYS versus True Gravity. Winner of this matchup will be playing in the lower bracket final against Talon PH for a chance to be one of the finalists in the tournament, and they will have to play up against Cubby Chance.
Oh,
Now, being
yes.
the lower bracket team, this lower bracket team will have to win 2 best-of-3s to win the tournament. Now, firstly, let's find out who between Team MYS and True Gravity will be playing against Talon PH next. There's everything on the line for these teams right now, and Buzzwall is going to be the choice band here for MYS, and Umbreon is going to be the band here for Team True Gravity. So MYS wanting to make sure that Yemu has a favorable top lane, and True Gravity not wanting to deal with Umbreon at all.
Oh yeah, we do foresee that the Umbreon is going to be one of the top Manosphere from one of the sides, and since it's going to be first pick here coming up from Team MYS, they're not going to allow that to happen. But of course, this is the opportunity for them to actually grab themselves with Hoopa here as the first pick. Team 2 Gravity responds back with an Inteleon as well as a Blastoise. Now, Inteleon, Danny, has been one of the highest win rate Pokemons here in the Pokemon Unite ACL Finals. Great offensive ability, has amazing mobility at the same time as well, and of course you pair her up together with a Blastoise. It looks like Team Gravity is here to win, as they are also bringing up that Slowbro together with Dragonite here for this draft in game number 1. Team MYS, of course, Nightmew Foxy to make it into a win. That's going to be in his hands, and they did run this before, the Snorlax and Mimikyu for Team MYS.
And it looks like Blissey is going to be rounding out the draft here for Team True Gravity. So trying to decide whether they wanted that Clefable sustain or if they want the Bliss Assist instead. And it looks like Bliss Assist is the priority because there is not a lot of AoE on the side of MYS. It's actually more so burst. So the Bliss Assist will come in handy in case anyone for True Gravity gets sniped upon by MYS. But we have the drafts finalized for both of these teams. And just looking at what we have here, MYS probably saving the evolutions for much later on. They have put their players on their best Pokemon. Nightmew Foxy going to be playing his signature Mew. And then, of course, HT going to be playing that Mimikyu. Yemu is going to provide support on... Ice will provide support on his Snorlax. And Yemu is going to be that annoying frontline that True Gravity is going to have to deal with. Now, a couple things to note with some of these teams. You're looking at a lot of control on the side of Team True Gravity. You've got a Slowbro and a Blastoise for that team fight control. But at the same time, for MYS, you've got Lapras, who has area control with the Ice Beam and the Lapras Express. And let's not forget Ice's Snorlax. He pulled out that Snorlax and was able to beat Rise with it with those back-to-back stuns.
Oh, yes.
I actually think True Gravity, if they didn't pay attention to Ice in that previous matchup, they're going to be in for a rude awakening when they see his Snorlax, because he is famous for his Snorlax.
That's a funny thing. Like they didn't use this Snorlax card during the regionals, but managed to pull it off here at the ACL final. So
it's an ice special.
Yeah, it's an ice special. I mean, we haven't seen it in a while. It's so nice, so refreshing to see it. Both of them being played out here for day number 2. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, ready to jump straight into the game here. The game has begun. 10 minutes on the clock, and respective team members of Team MYS on the purple side and Team True Gravity on the orange side have taken the places here on the laning phase. Oh,
Double invade.
Double invade here coming off our side. Oh, we do see it's going to be the Snorlax together with Hoopa from the side of Team MYS, putting a little bit of pressure here on the Chansey, and I believe that he's going to get taken down here in the hands of Ice's Snorlax.
This is the issue with Dragonite. Dragonite needs to have a very clean central lane because he can very easily get bullied out by a duo such as Hoopa and Snorlax. And because MYS have gone for very independent, very soloable side laners in the Mew and the Lapras, they're free to do this to slow down the progress of that Dragonite and to cause some issues with those rotations. They're basically just following the Dragonair at this point, saying that, okay, wherever you go, will be here as well.
Exactly. Even when the Dragonair actually went straight to the bottom lane. So instead of going into the central area, which he knows is actually currently being invaded, he went straight to the bottom lane and just putting pressure over there because they know that it's actually being cleared out. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, we're seeing on the Team 2 Gravity side is going to be the Squirtle together with this Blissey, having a duo up against Lapras and the Hoopa.
This is a really tough lane matchup actually for True Gravity in that top lane. Lapras by itself, very great at poke. Unfortunately for the Squirtle,
But doesn't have good secure, unfortunately.
it's. I mean, if it's a level ahead of the War Turtle, Lapras, like there's no way Lapras gets KO'd, but it can poke back the War Turtle. War Turtle's going to have to be the one to sort of sit back. We'll leave those guys to solo in that top lane because everyone else is busy in that central area and scoring points actually. So far, MYS just grouping up together, trying to get all of that experience in the middle lane though. So who's going to get all of the Swablu and Altaria? We've got Night Mew Foxy here as well, just saving his Electro Ball. Will end up getting it here though. We do have the Dragonair sticking around and we do have the Slowbro. It's going to be Surf for Slowbro this game, not the Scold. So coming in with the CC control.
Oh, they have to get the Surf because you can also shove away the opponents away from a hyperspace pull for that Hoopa as well. So it could be something that can actually be utilized at a very crucial time. Meanwhile, here comes entry from the Snorlax as well. Goes for a little bit micro point scoring on the side, but it's going to be returning back to the Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Center and be meeting Miss Joy in a few short moments, returning back into the fray. Meanwhile, here bottom lane looks a little bit interesting, and we do see 3, or should I say 4 Pokemons here from the time Team MYS, meaning leaving this Lapras, having the lane all to himself, defending against this Blissey as well as the Blastoise.
Yeah, I do like what Vulcan is doing. So he's just annoying Yamu, threatening the score, just so that he's able to give that freedom of farm in the top lane for that Blastoise. So level 7 for that Blastoise is good to go. He doesn't have a Hydro Typhoon yet, but as long as he's hit his peak in terms of stats, that's really what you want here for Team True Gravity. Both top and bottom Regis have come into this game, and it looks like the top objective is going to be what everyone is looking at for that moment. Who's going to get the Regieleki, and who's going to start things, who's going to be reacting. Dragonite going to be starting things off, trying to go on top of the Mew, and beautiful 3-man surf by Duck. Oh, what a Blastoise.
Oh man, look at that. Raido coming in, and of course pair that up together with the Snipes coming up from behind. But meanwhile, here comes Snorlax from behind, managed to actually body slam in hitting off the Blissey together with the internal skin outside from the fray. Meanwhile, the escape with the Surf is going to be on the Blastoise. Attention is going to be an objective, which is going to be the Regieleki here at the top lane, leaving the Reggie at the bottom lane all alone to itself with nobody committing to it. Meanwhile, screening off the team members from Team MY is going to be the Blastoise appear together with Hydro Pump. What's going to be? Mew is going to be getting lost hands on Reggie, and here comes the pursuit, pushing the Snorlax away. Ice gets cleared out the hands of the Dragonite, and of course going up for more. Yet another sub being utilized here. Hoopa managed to make instant escape with very low HP at the same time as well. And this is going to be enough to actually clear yet the Mimikyu together with the Lapras away from the lanes.
And I think at this point, MYS, they were thinking of trying to push this Regieleki, but it's better be safe than sorry. Back on out. Duck has been a menace on that Blastoise. The number of times he's able to connect on multiple Pokemon with those Surfs and be able to lock them down and set them up for his teammate. Absolutely beautiful play coming out from this man. But at the same time, though, Ice quietly playing an important role for his team as well. He's done such a great job at zoning this Inteleon. He's been utilizing these bushes and these heavy slams to actually gap close onto Inteleon to prevent him from taking these objectives with those snipe shots. And he's going to do it again, utilizing these bushes. Who is he going to jump on? Who does he want to yawn?
Oh yeah, and of course I also want to highlight this idea that for Team True Gravity, both the Blastoise as well as the Slowbro is actually running the Surf. So basically they kind of have an idea on how to actually counter the Hyperspace Hole coming up from the Hoopa as well. Oh, look at Ice sniping out that last hit in from the Altaria. And of course coming on the Tencent here at the bottom lane. Of course, a little bit speeding here. Body slam once again. He knows it doesn't have the damage output to clear out on anyone at the moment, but it's okay. It's just Ice doing Ice things at the moment. But of course, this next objective is going to be huge, Danny. It's a Registeel.
It's a Registeel, and we only have 3 Pokemon here for both teams. Inteleon sitting on the side. Bliss Assist connecting, and Hoopa's the one. Gets the last hit on the Registeel. We do have the Slow Beam, though, connecting onto HT. That Mimikyu just about to go down. Shedinja Doll keeping him alive, but no, he does go down. Just not enough time for the Mimikyu to get out. But look at this, though. Night Mew Foxy coming in to clean up for the team. There's no Blissey. We've got Ice nearby. Zashol popping the Unite, but they've caught out the Dragonite here. Akkul's not going to be able to move. Ice says, come here. I want you.
That last hit, it was just a basic attack coming up from the Hoopa and makes it secure in between the Hyper Beams, in between the Surfs, in between all that being offered by Team True Gravity. Team MYS is doing the plays right now. Of course, here comes a reset coming up from both ends, getting on the yet another Altaria here at the bottom lane. Both sides have its own fair share of range attacks over here. You have the Mew with the Solar Beam. You also have the Electro Beam. Basically, you have the Electro Ball just in case we're secure. You also have all the snipes action happening out from Team True Gravity side from the Inteleon. So much things happening on the front lines as well as the back lines here, Danny. Of course, top lane is definitely where our next extension should be. Hydro Pump being committed, but of course gets cleared down here and being sandwiched between three. And I don't think you're able to actually stop the destruction of this goalpost at the top side from Team True Gravity side.
Very big overdunk as well. So the point lead is going to be in favor of MYS, 160 points to 49. And we do have another minute to go before Rayquaza hits the field. Yololee being taken by MYS. True Gravity going to have to spend some time to deal with that, send someone back, get rid of the Yololee, don't let it score because we do know that someone can always score in those sneaky points. But what is the play here left for both of these teams? Just secure your levels. Ice being a nuisance, just actually assisting Foxy and HT, but I think Ice might have stuck around a little bit too long. Doesn't want to pop the Unite to keep himself. He's like, it's okay guys, let me go. As long as you get out, it's okay. We wait for the Rayquaza fight. That's the most important thing here for both of these teams. Do not force any premature unites.
Oh yes, because we're really 20 seconds away. Basically ample amount of time for them to actually
Reggie
secure this
Rockbuff.
final Reggie before the appearance of Rayquaza here at the map itself. Riding up the serve, it's going to be the Slowbro hitting up on tree. Is the damage going to be on? Dragonite is going to be the one sniping Reggie Rock. That's going to be defense and special defense for the team members for a small period of time right now. Of course, disengagement coming up from both ends. They have to be ready. Now, right now, the burden, the responsibility of actually clearing out this Rayquaza is going to be in the hands of Team True Gravity as they're lacking in terms of points. 111 to be exact. The difference between both teams when it comes to points, leaning more towards Team MYS at this current moment. So what is going to be the most optimal approach to this, Danny?
For True Gravity, firstly, they're the ones that's going to have to try and find an opening to either go for that back cap or to take the Rayquaza for themselves. It's not going to be easy. They do have the crowd control, but one of the big things would be to catch out HT like this. Slow beam and the Inteleon unite as well. 18 seconds off the map. I think this is when you start to panic as MYS. Buy some time, do what you can, and you can see Ice right now committing his unite as well, causing stuns, using stutters, slowing them down. Don't give them that opening. Bliss Assist being used on the Inteleon, but Inteleon gets picked off, so that's going to be wasted. But it's not over as of yet. We still have the two defenders and the supports left on the side of MYS. Maybe they can try and go for a steal. It's so low. Ice, no. Dragonite securing it with the Hyper Beam. And with only two Pokemon on the field, MYS, this is going to be a difficult defense, but True Gravity may have broken through and will be getting their first win of this best of 3 series.
Oh man, you're going to be seeing a number of hundreds here being scored in the faces of Team MYS here, but there's still 38 seconds here on the clock. What are the options that Team MYS has? As at the moment, they don't have any form of shields to actually do any form of scoring. They don't even have much points to turn over around whatever that is being offered here by Team True Gravity at this current moment. The difference is 100. My apologies. It is currently 265 points in between them, leaning more towards the side of Team True Gravity, the Indonesia League champions over here, and down goes once again. Another member, 2 members in fact. Oh, that's going to be a trade-off here. They managed to clear out on the Blissey from the side of Team True Gravity. Team RS still holding on as much as possible, but I believe the game is over, Danny, for this game number 1.
Gravity are on fire today. They are playing with momentum. It is in their favor. They're 1 game over Team MYS and are 1 game away from beating them and securing top 3 at the tournament at the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. It's all smiles. The team is feeling so happy, but MYS, they played some of the best Pokémon, some of their signature choices in this first matchup, and they have dropped game number 1 versus True Gravity.
Wow. I don't know what to say. I mean, I couldn't believe that during that whole scenario, during the Rayquaza attempt, during that 2-minute mark, when they caught Mimikyu all alone at the bottom lane, Slowbro committing, that was it. That was big.
The fact that they got HT there, that was arguably the game-winning play for True Gravity. Because if it's not for HT, MYS are actually not that scary of a team, right? Because the majority of their damage, it's coming from Foxy, there's some coming from Yamu. HT is there to threaten Zeshol. His job is to jump on Zeshol and even in some cases, even jump onto Vulcan and just quickly pop them before they're able to do anything. So to remove the threat of HT, they now don't have to worry about a Mimikyu jumping onto their attacker and their support. They only have to deal with Foxy, who there's only so much a Mew can do to try and cut into the backlines to get those backline attackers.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was an uphill battle. If Yamu was playing something else, if he was playing the Blastos, for example, I think this game would have looked a lot more different. But because you're on the Lapras, you're more of that utility style top laner, creating openings with the water pulses and the ice beam. Not so much there to be a heavy hitter.
Exactly. It's a different way of how to play in, and I don't think it's the one that actually works out well for this game number one. I want to highlight, I do wonder how the comms was, because for the side of Team Tubergadi, I think when Melon catch Mimikyu, and so they were like, guys, I caught it. Like, who did you caught? I mean, like, it's Mimic. Legit, come on. Out of anyone you've ever caught here on the front lines, it had to be HT, and man, that must have hurt. And creating a 5v4 situation in Rayquaza pit is not something that Team MYS wants. And it's not that they're leading into like a big significant amount of levels compared to the opponent itself. So in that sense, I think there was a very high chance, very low chance for Team MYS to actually secure that Rayquaza at that point. Of course, you have to go up against this Dragonite's Hyper Beam in the face to Rayquaza as well to go in for secure. And that is just insane, Danny. I could just imagine people watching this match, like Team True Gravity, after winning 2-0 against Team Unite Holic, and then now winning this game number one against Team MYS with, I dare say, we all dare say that has to be one of the winning lineups for Team MYS. They ran the Hoopa, they ran the Mew. Oh man, oh man.
Ice and Snorlax, like these are Pokemon that MYS are known for.
Oh yeah.
So for MYS to make this comeback happen, they need to win the next 2 games back to back. Now, I guess there is some good news in this. We are looking at a few strong Pokemon now not being available anymore for True Gravity. So some of the big ones being the Dragonite. I'm actually quite surprised the Dragonite worked really well here for True Gravity because it was constantly securing objectives for the team. MYS, to be fair, they didn't really have that many Pokemon that could contest the Dragonite for out-securing. It really was just Foxy, right? Foxy's Mew was the only one. But if you compare a Mew and a Dragonite, perfect case scenario, it's always going to be the Dragonite to get the secure.
Yeah.
And then you're also having to deal with the Blastoise. And if you want to try and solo somebody or you want to burst somebody down, you also have to be aware that there could be a Blissicist coming your way. So lots of big Pokemon off the table now for Game 2 for True Gravity, but there are still other Pokemon that they're really good at.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options. With just the with the completion of game number one, there's still a lot of good options available out there. Both of the team has not picked like really good support like that Clefable here, which is still an open options. We haven't seen any Buzzwoles being picked up by any of them as well. They can still utilize Pokemon like Venusaur. Still many options. I think game number 2 is still okay for both sides, even for Team MYS, despite them utilizing some, I dare say, one of the best that they have to offer here in the competition.
But they still have plenty other Pokemon.
Plenty other Pokemons, and it's Team MYS anyways. So right now, Team True Gravity, they are at a very, very comfortable position, securing that game number 1, meaning that you can set yourself for victory now or later. But Team MYS, they don't have a choice. As you mentioned just now, they have to win back-to-back. They have to win this game number 2, which means that Team True Gravity has options. It's either they play it cool for this game number 2, let you fully utilize your best, or should I say second best, whatever best it may be for this game number 2, wither you down, and then we're going to go all in for this game number 3.
I want to talk about what I think probably went right in this game. I do think the double central area invade that came in from Yang and Ice, definitely something that they're going to have to explore for game number 2. I do like that. A lot of teams don't really expect the central area invade. It's not a common occurrence. It happens every now and again.
And since the enemy is running a Dragonite anyway, so that you want to slow down the progress of the Dratini to the Dragonair to the Dragonite. So it's the play that they approached it well.
I'm sensing a Sableye.
Yes, I want to.
My Sableye sensors are tingling here.
They have not run that yet. So far, I think people were expecting it.
They ran it once.
Just once.
Just once. But outside of that, yes, we didn't see any more Sableye. And I'm kind of curious to know if this is something that NYS are now going to have to discuss, because I think they need the element of surprise for match 2. I don't think NYS are going back to the evolution strat. I do think something new is coming out and they're going to try and go for a surprise onto True Gravity, because this draft, very predictable. If you've played NYS, if you're someone that watches NYS, and
This
you
is
look at these
NYS
Pokemon,
draft.
This is classic NYS.
You look at this as like you don't see any other teams like, not saying no other teams would run this, but you see this, you kind of know it's NYS.
It would be predictable, yeah. So for True Gravity, like they probably expected all these Pokemon, or at least most of them, to come out in round number 1. So they came up with their own solutions in their draft. But I feel like you've got to come out with something special for game number 2.
MYS, they still have not ran. I don't mind if they ran evolutions as well. Probably like Pokemon's like either Leafeon, or I think priority goes to either that Glaceon.
I think Foxy might be playing one of the evolutions today.
Glaceon.
It's not Glaceon. I think he's normally playing Sylveon.
Oh, playing Sylveon.
Sylveon, and then in rare cases, I know in the league stage he played Espeon, Stored Power Espeon. But I don't think they'll put him on Espeon. I think if they can get their hands on Inteleon, because Inteleon is not playable for the next round for True Gravity, probably going to be Foxy Inteleon.
If they get to ban, Umbreon is still available as well, so you can't ban both. So let's assume that
Umbreon should be banned by the second pick team, unless they don't,
so
want
that should
Umbreon
be
to
Team
get
True Gravity, correct? Yeah. Yeah, so TG.
Yes. Yeah, True Gravity will ban it. Because True Gravity banned it game 1. Yes.
Yeah, so basically now Team RS has options. They could either go for, like, it depends whatever the ban may be. If they feel that Umbreon is being banned, then basically Inteleon could be an option as well. They have so much. I mean, like, since they ran the Lapras, they can still run Blastoise for themselves.
They could. I'm just thinking, is there a Pokemon that hasn't been played yet?
That's
that
one I
might
want to
be
see.
An X Factor. I've heard multiple Pokemon.
That's one. I don't know whether is this a time they could run a Scyther. Now, no. They did try and run this. It did work out for them. It's a big risk.
I think you wait and see what the opening drafts is. You have, like, Umbreon has to be banned if you want Scyther. Umbreon has to be banned.
Well, not an opening draft, but probably somewhere along the lines. It could be one of the things that NYS can skip. They have ran it before.
There are several things that cannot be on the field if you want to play Scyther. Obviously, it's anything with hard crowd control. So the good news is that they don't have to worry about Slowbro.
No Slowbros.
Blastoise is not going to be an option. But Clefable is still in the pool. Umbreon is still in the pool. These are two Pokemon that can really throw a Scyther off. If neither of these Pokemon appear on True Gravity's side, HT Scyther can be a viable option. There is one other thing that they have to be careful of, and that's if True Gravity pick up Glaceon. Glaceon also shreds Scyther because of the lock-on Icicle Spears. So if the stars align, none of these Pokemon make an appearance in this next upcoming game, HT Scyther is a viable option.
Exactly. I think this is just also one of many as well. If I were to throw in others, they HT can also play a mean sort of work for themselves. You see this being run.
Same thing with Zoro. I think Zoro and Scyther, they are pretty similar in what Pokemon you want and don't want to appear. Although I think after seeing HT's Zoro, was it HT? I mean, I've seen HT play Zoro in pretty uncomfortable matchups before, and he somehow still manages to find those openings. I think it is possible. But I kind of feel like we're going to be seeing a new pick again for HT, just like how we saw that Delphox. If anything, I don't think I'd mind him playing Delphox if Clefable is going to be chosen for True Gravity. Because, again, I'm going to mention this, I'm 100% certain nobody in these scrims at ACL have been scrimming against Delphox.
Yeah.
Even in pubs, nobody's picking
It's
Delphox.
a very situational kind of thing. It used to be a situational kind of thing at the same time as well. Because
it was the meta in ACL back in the day. It was one of the most picked Pokemon because
the main highlights were healing.
It was the defender meta back then.
Yes, the defender meta.
So it was one of the main reasons why Delphox was so popular back then. So for Delphox to come back, it's almost kind of ironic. Like we're back at ACL.
We're back in ACL 2023.
But to not see Delphox, pretty surprising.
We've seen, I mean, it's not Team MYS. I really want to talk about it. I mean, we saw a double Blaziken been run before as well, but it's not really Team MYS kind of thing. I'm just trying to play around with what they have ran before worked out for them. Basically, even for Team MYS, they have ran. There's also options of them actually running Urshifu, which is something they've run for.
Let's see these bans. I want to see. depending on the bans, we might catch a glimpse of what's going to happen. So
Gravity.
Buzzwall for MYS,
Umbreon, of
Respect
course.
ban for Duck, and Umbreon again. So no Ice Umbreon. Okay, so standard bans just like game 1. And Clefable is going to go on the side of Team MYS. So they're going to deny this from True Gravity. This could lead into a HT, Zoro, or Scyther. It's still a little bit early. Duck is going to be picking up his classic Crustle. This is actually a Pokemon you'd have to worry about as well as a Zoro and Scyther. If you get caught in that X-Scissor, bye-bye. Might be Foxy and Teleon, okay. Ice will be playing that Trevenant. This is not really something Yemu plays unless he has to, but what is that top lane matchup? Glaceon and Leafeon for Team True Gravity, okay. So we've got the lock-on Icicle Spears for Akul. We have the Solar Blade here for the Leafeon, and Scyther is coming here for Team MYS. But we still have last pick for True Gravity.
Oh, wow.
What is this last pick going to be?
Team True Gravity, depending on what they have, okay, since they have a Cider and Team MYS, we talked a little bit about how Glaceon could also be potentially a counter.
It's a Goodra!
It's a Goodra.
Oh, okay. Goodra on the side of Team True Gravity. Interesting matchup so far. I want to see... I'm assuming this is going to be Yemu Blastoise. I don't think you'd put Ice on Blastoise for this game. Because your matchup is going to be up against a Goodra. Pretty fine. I don't see Yemu struggling in that matchup at all. Central lane matchups could be a little bit iffy. I think it's going to depend on this first engagement with these two central laners, if they hit the same lanes, and if Icicle Spears lock onto HT and there's no body blocks.
Yeah, and of course HT, it goes both ways as well. HT can go crazy and also slice and dice through the Leafeon together with Glaceon because they're kind of soft. And basically, it all boils down to who starts off the initiation. The thing about Glaceon is also,
Okay,
it takes a bit of time to execute.
Hold on, I'm hyped because I just realized this is a Duck Goodra. Duck, so far, I'm going to praise this man. This man knows something. He is a freaking good top laner from India. Duck, if you hear this, you're great. But I'm interested to see if this man can make Goodra look good. Because up until this point, I think there's been a lot of discussions on Goodra. Some people saying it's been over buffed, it's great, why are people not picking it? Maybe Duck knows the answer. Duck Goodra, let's
Duck,
go.
if you are hearing this, maybe the marshals needs to head over to the team and check because they're not supposed to hear it anyways. But it's interesting enough that being the response to what Team MYS has to offer here. If we look at the draft right now, it's insane because Scyther, given the space, given the levels, because he's going to be amplifying because he's running through the middle, right, the central area. So this is going to be quite scary. And I think that HG is going to be surprising everyone, show everyone how capable Scyther is in a game, especially being a glass cannon Scyther here in this game. I feel like I get it, like Glaceon also could also be a counter,
Whoa,
but it takes a little bit of time before that actually happens.
So close for Foxy. If he didn't have the eject button, that would have been curtains for him. Trying to get the counter KO. The EV is burning, but we'll just get onto the goal zone. So thankfully the regen is going to be able to keep that EV going. But these lanes, MYS, when this team is backed into a corner, if there's one thing that they do really well, it's the fact that they get really aggressive. And we're starting to see this with the lane. They're pushing really hard in this bottom lane, but maybe a little bit too hard here because Ice going to be eliminated by this Leafeon Crustle combo. Scyther's down here, so maybe looking to try and go for a punish if someone oversteps their boundaries. HT is waiting. We've got the Spell Blues coming in as well. Looking to get the KO here onto Melon. Just a little bit more. Can't quite finish off this Crustle. The last basic attack will connect. And now HT has to back off. Don't want to get anywhere near Zershol. A Solar Blade can cut down a Scyther.
Oh, smart play. Because the moment, I think when Dweeble went all the way down inside, I think he freaked out. Was like, oh no, it's a Leafeon. And you can always imagine like the amount of damage output you can actually come out from this Pokemon itself. The Solar Blade and all this. And we're Cider, we're taking to the bottom lane. Quite unfortunately, he can only get on the Dweeble and not the Leafeon. That would have been a much bigger win for him. But I would guess that HT will just take that. And of course, the Dweeble has become Crustle here at the bottom lane. Going back into a duo, this could be an opportunity for Cider to actually rotate to the top lane instead, but gotta be careful from Glaceon from time to time as well. So rather than going to the top, sticking around in the middle area a little bit, of assistance here from a teammate because you can't afford to actually go all alone here, especially when you do see this rotation by the Eldegoss together with Glaceon in central area.
Yeah, and we are seeing icy wind on the Glaceon this game, so not going to be the Icicle Spears. An equally deadly move, especially if it locks on to HT's Scyther. They're going to try and pressure up this top lane here, trying to slow down Yemi with these basic attacks on that Eldegoss. But look at this, though, body blocks coming in from the Clefable. You're not taking my teammate, buddy. We're all grouped up and we're ready to go. But Zeshul has other plans, hiding in that bush, maybe looking to surprise in that top lane, and HT has just left. So we could be seeing a disaster up here as this Leafeon comes in. The Solar Blade does connect, and they do end up getting Foxy on that Inteleon. First KO, looking to get another one here onto the Clefable. Yang just wasting time, gonna steal those citrus berries away. He knows he's donezo's here, so...
Yeah, he tried to grab both of the citrus berry over there, but then because of the speed flux, you're not on your side, buddy. So that means that, of course, the Horn Leech here driving the Swablu together with Altarius here and getting all to himself. And the next objective is definitely going to be on his Reggie still here at the bottom line. It is going to be a 3-man movement here coming from the side of Team NYS. A little bit too late there from Team True Gravity. Depletion by the Eldegoss together with this Leafeon on that follow-up. But it's okay. This Reggie Lecky is marching its way through the top lane, pushing and keeping at bay the Clefable together with the Blastoise, handling that Reggie.
Yeah, the game is still pretty even so far, so even though True Gravity were able to get those knockouts in the top lane, NYS were able to compensate with that bottom Reggie. The Reggie Alecki is being dealt with, and they're just going to continue on focusing on those levels. Of course, HT on that Scyther, trying to find opportunities to get those quick little KOs, but it's so difficult with the rotations of True Gravity. They're always moving together as a group. They're almost never alone. If he can find somebody alone, knowing HT, he will jump on top of them. They're going to start trying to go onto Duck here, who I believe has gone for Muddy Water for his build. So he's got the damage reduction. It's going to be AoE and very spammable as well. Something you're going to have to worry about as this game goes later and later. But again, I'm curious to see what the idea is behind this Gudra. Is it just to be that very annoying front line that's never going to disappear? Is there something Duck knows that we don't?
Yeah, and also I just want to highlight on this Crustle Malin. He's been forcing so much ejects, being forced out of the opponents right here, and that's something huge, you know, because you want to save that for a rainy day, but by just expanding that route to, gotta be careful. It seems that Leafeon decides to disengage from here, away from the range what Inteleon has to offer. That Horn Leech drive, this time Ice does not have his attack anymore. We saw it being used just a while ago. Of course, Clefable providing a little bit of regeneration of here for his side. Another Rock Tomb being dropped, but this time was not able to actually put this Trevenant in place. Gotta be careful from time to time. We know how devastating it could be in the hands of Team True Gravity. Now, the point difference is not that big. Meanwhile, it does seem there's going to be a commitment over here. Clefable running
the
between
Horn
the two
Leech, double Horn Leech! Oh, they managed to get it, and the Phantom Forest. They do get the Cotton Cloud crash off on this Eldegoss. Nobody's KO'd as of yet, but some big moves have been committed by both sides here, Flava. Still got the Hydro Typhoon available. Gudra's trying to come into the fight from the backlines, actually finding the Trevenant, so it's a fight of the defenders in that lane, whereas the Leafeon trying to provide support as well. Duck is backing off, feeling a little uncomfortable, but Night Mew Foxy says no. Gudra, go back to base. The fight continues though. We've still got some Unites ready to go if they need to use it. They're going to try and start burning down this Red Ice. It's not an attack or defensive buff. Tree does go down though, so Ice is going to be out of the picture. And Inteleon securing the buff for the team. But NYS, do they want to fight into this? They're thinking about it, hoping to bait True Gravity. They're playing patiently. Do they fall for this trap? No, they don't.
But the thing is, despite it being 3v3 situation and Kurumum, but Clefable is heavily buffed right now. You have ample amount of regeneration can take it up, but let's not risk it. But look at this Inteleon charging up that snipe shots over here. Now Gudra, he has a good taste of how much damage that could actually feel. And of course, as usual, Malin is just being a nuisance here with those Rock Tombs from time to time. A lot of pressure, but not much difference between them, Danny. The timer is 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock at the current moment. It's only a 4-point difference, so micro points could just make a difference over here as well. It is team that Team MYS is putting on the pressure. Pedal to the metal here at the bottom lane this time. Yang getting screened out by this Rock Tomb. Solar Break, being used out by Leafeon as well. Damage is not good enough. Eldegoss is the first one getting taken down as well, and they managed to chase down the Glaceon from the side with Team 2 Gravity.
Duck tried to go onto the Clefable as well, but with the follow me, he's like, I don't care if you're going to try and come for me. I've got the shields. I can dash out of the way as well. Crystal goes down with no melon. They don't have any more frontline. Duck is too wounded to fight. Hiding in the bush, going to try and heal up with his passive, but MYS, this commitment for this bottom tier 1 goal zone, it's finally going to pay off, meaning there's no more speed flux for that next bottom Reggie that does decide to spawn. Now, meanwhile, we do still have that top Reggie Alecki for anyone to take if they want to. We've got 45 seconds to go before Rayquaza hits the field, and if you're True Gravity, ideally you try and take this away from MYS so that they have to deal with it, and you have a little bit more free time to just get that last minute experience farm before you have to go for the major objective.
And of course, before all that as well, Reggie Alecki has been cleared out here on top lane by the hands of Team True Gravity. That is going to marching through the top lane, which is going to occupy 2 to 3 Pokemons from Team MYS to fend it off. And there is a little bit time here to actually go for that Reggie objective in the bottom. Meanwhile, so the Horn leads together with Hammer in the face. Mala decides to disengage and make an escape here together with the Gudra towards the right side. But I believe they can actually still sustain a little bit more damage, but just have to be careful. And while all this is happening, Glaceon together with Leafeon, a duo combo, manages to actually get that objective on that Regis, and just in the nick of time, Rayquaza has appeared here in the central area of the Thea Sky Ruins. Now, of course, looking forward to see what the outcome will be here. Team MYS currently has more points than what Team True Gravity has to offer at this current moment. Reminds me of the scenario that actually happened earlier on, but then Team True Gravity managed to make it a turnaround by clearing off the Team M and Team MYS before this. Will it be the same outcome? What will be the point of entry for these two teams in the next few seconds?
Some big rotations. So we have True Gravity coming in from the top side of the Rayquaza pit, but unfortunately for this Leafeon, Zeshal wanted to go for a backstab, but was spotted out by that Blastoise, and we got a team fight breaking out here as True Gravity realizing the situation. They need this Rayquaza getting lifted up by the Whirlwind as well, and it looks like it's going to be MYS to get the Rayquaza for themselves. 3 Pokemon down for True Gravity. It's down to the Glaceon and the Gudra. Gudra just gets eliminated by Night Mew Foxy. And this might just be it for game number 2. MYS looking to tie this series and bring it to a game number 3. They don't want to be taken 2-0. They're here to revenge for their first round in the ACL.
Oh man, look at this. It seems that this is not the outcome that Team True Gravity is looking forward to. A little bit different than what game 1 was. But of course, Team MYS, they're at a very comfortable position at this current moment. 33 seconds on the clock, and they have more than 300 plus points difference between 340, my apologies, 356 points difference compared to what Team True Gravity has to offer at this current moment as well. And with more scoring, 100 points here in the hands of this Clefable. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this game number 2 for this lower bracket semi-finals.
We're going to a game 3, folks. MYS are kicking, they're fighting, and especially with how things went for game number 2, they're showing that they have plenty left in this series. They're not out of gas, they're not out of juice, they're just getting warmed up and they're just getting started. And True Gravity, I hope they're ready for this, because down to this final game, this game 3, all the cards are now on the table.
Oh yes.
Whatever's hiding in your pocket, it's time to bring it out now. You have to come in with the surprise. You have to guarantee top 3. I think one of the worst ways to exit a tournament is to play your match and to not give it your all. Because you're going to walk away and say, what if I tried harder? And you knew you could try harder.
Yeah.
So for game 3, I hope we see these two teams go flat out, all out, show us everything.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that HT has just proven itself to be a remarkable side to play over there. Look at that 3 KO streak, knockdowns at the end. I don't think he actually had a great run. During the early stages of the match, he did manage to get 1 picked off, and that was only on the dribble before he even went into a cross-haul, and he got later on in mid-game, just 1. I mean, you were expecting HT to just snowball over, but since he had a really good play during that Rayquaza pit attempt, he managed to actually get 3 Pokemon from inside the Team True Gravity, which accelerates his performance here in this game itself. It's a little bit too much. I think Team True Gravity really didn't anticipate it. Also, props to Yenmu for actually scouting out the backup coming on from Zaxel here during that attempt as well. That was just amazing.
I
It
thought
could have
that
been
was
a different
big.
outcome.
I thought that was big. I don't think people realize how important vision is in a game of Pokemon Unite.
Mhm.
To know where someone is going to come from, if you can scout out the opposing attackers trying to go for that backstab, firstly, your teammates can rotate into a safer position, or your top laner, such as Yamu, can flush them out. That's what he did. He showed himself. He told Zeshal, I'm here, bro. If you want to do anything, you've got to deal with me first.
Exactly.
Forced Zeshal to have to go for Leaf Blade over the right-hand side wall of the Rayquaza pit, and that's when the fight kicked off.
Yeah, and beyond all that as well, it's not just so much about vision, but at the same time as well, most of the time, I say that's like 90% of the time, the ones who actually try to go for backcaps, the ones who actually try to rotate from behind, are usually some of the cores for the team in terms of how they want to have their opponent trying to make. Looking at Pokemons like Blastoise, who want to have a really good set from behind, which catches people by surprise, wants to do for sets with Surf and more. And in this situation, is what happens to be the Leafeon, because it's very much predictable. If you go head to head, it is something to be expected from the Leafeon, but if you catch it from back, you can actually backcap towards Pokemons like, especially since the enemy from NYS, they also have the Inteleon in their hands as well. So if they can actually clear that out real early, that's going to be a big win for them. Proceeding forward to the team fight they're about to have at the Rayquaza pit.
So we're just going to look at these highlights as we prepare for this last upcoming game in the series, best of 3. It's 1-1. And again, we're seeing both teams play some of their best Pokemon out there.
Yeah.
So we have to keep in mind that there's going to be no more Glaceon anymore on the side of True Gravity. There's no more Leafeon. There's no more Crustle for Melon. I actually think that's going to be a major factor for this team going into game number 3. Eldegoss, maybe not so much of an issue. They still have options when it comes to support. The Goodra, I think Duck has got something up his sleeve. I think he's hiding something from us. He decided, I'm going to play Goodra this game. If it doesn't work out, it's fine. We've got game number 3. Goodra this game, I still kind of scratching my head as to what they were hoping to achieve with the Goodra. Goodra is not your classic defender. It's not really that great at zoning. It doesn't have a lot of disables. It's not sitting on a massive Unite like Hydro Typhoon. It's mostly there for slows to reduce your damage output, but that's kind of it. And absorb damage for free, I suppose, because you also have the healing in the bush. But it's not your classic top laner that you would ideally want. If anything, I'm kind of looking at Goodra and I'm like, why are teams maybe not experimenting this as their secondary support if you want to have someone do that kind of thing? But then again, there are plenty of other options for secondary supports.
Yeah, and I think that the whole idea is that I didn't mind it so much, because if they picked the Goodra for here, and knowing that they have options on how to play out this series since they have the first game win, I would assume that they are okay. If they win against with the Goodra, it's great, and this could leave them with better options on how they can approach this game number 3.
You know, I'm kind of the opinion that I feel a meta that Goodra would have thrived in would have actually been the defender meta, where defenders were a big priority amongst teams, and most of the defenders are melee. So Goodra would be able to just sit around in the middle of these team fights, constantly throwing out these muddy waters, throwing out those power whips as well, being able to sustain by itself in the bush. Like, I think that's an environment where Goodra would really be able to thrive. But with the number of long-range snipers and attackers that we're having to deal with in the meta, and even Scyther, like just that burst damage can really surprise a Goodra when you're not expecting it. Yeah, it's just really not. It's not the meta for Goodra as buffed as he is.
I think that's also why we haven't been seeing much of Goodra being offered here. Even in an open, even the regionals, and coming here to the ACL, we've seen a few people do try to run it. It's still very iffy. It doesn't run quite well. Probably like you mentioned, it's not one of the top meta picks, I would say, for any situations at this current moment, because it's not the meta that people have been running recently as well.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. I mean, it did okay in that top lane, right? We didn't see Goodra struggle. He still managed to get his levels. He was there fighting against Yamu, but he wasn't like a Buzzwell. Like, you kind of want a top laner to beat down the other top laner, or to slow them down, or to prevent them from doing their thing. Goodra kind of doesn't do that, weirdly enough. So, yeah, no more Goodra, unfortunately, but we are getting a game 3 in just a second. And of course, our players right now, they're kind of discussing, okay, guys, what do we do for game 3? What are our options? What are Pokemon that we want to get our hands on? And knowing NYS at this point, they've religiously banned Buzzwole non-stop. And I think they have to keep doing that. Do not give Duck Buzzwole. But
yeah, and since Team MYS, Team True Gravity is going to be the one having first pick, first pick this time around as well. So we'll see. I guess you're gonna keep running it out, and I guess for Team True Gravity, they're still gonna continue on banning that Umbreon for this game, third game as well.
So second pick will go to MYS this matchup.
Yes. So
I'm just thinking here. MYS. I'm just thinking. Does MYS want to give away Umbreon? I don't think so. You can't. I wouldn't. I would not.
So if that's
give
the
this
case,
to Melon, because Melon would be playing it.
if that's the case, then there is an opportunity for Team True Gravity to just basically they don't have to ban it, and they can actually grab Buzzwole for themselves. It's still available.
For True Gravity?
For True Gravity, yeah.
No, knowing MYS will be banned. They would not give away Buzzwole. I just don't see them giving that away to Duck. I think you have to respect Duck. He's earned my respect at this point. I think a lot of other players are starting to realize how great of a player Duck is. So I would probably continue to ban the Buzzwole.
Yeah, so basically Umbreon is still going to be open, because if Team True Gravity doesn't want to secure Umbreon for themselves, then they have to ban it to prevent Team MYS from actually grabbing it at the current moment.
I'm just thinking for MYS, what are they looking at to play this next game? And is it something that they wouldn't mind Umbreon? Like, is there ever a case that you would want to let the opponents have Umbreon? I think in a lot of cases probably not, because Umbreon is just too versatile, fits in too many compositions. I'd rather give something away, such as, hang on, let me see. So they have played Blissey and Eldegoss. So Clefable or Hooper is going to go in the way of True Gravity next.
Still available, yes.
Yeah.
Because MYS has already run the Clefable and Hooper.
This might be the Delphox game again.
For
HT.
MYS?
Yes, I think this might be, because the last two supports left for True Gravity, if we're going for classic supports, is either the Hooper or Clefable. And knowing that these are some of the biggest healing supports in the game, you'd pick the Delphox. Otherwise, True Gravity can throw a wrench into the works and pick a Comfey +1. But we haven't seen True Gravity pop off with any central laners so far that would benefit from a Comfey. Do they pick Dodrio at all, True Gravity?
No.
I don't think they have,
It's not a thing, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not something that we could really see here. I think True Gravity are hiding something. Like, even we don't know what this is.
I believe that this conversation happened not yesterday, but actually 2 days ago, when we actually had our discussion and rehearsals about the whole idea of this Delphox thing. Because remember, when we have a small amount of supports here in the game, if we're forced in a situation where the only supports available are only the healers, meaning that Delphox could be a pick for the opponents, because you know it's coming. It's either that, or if your opponent kind of have a good read that they know that we don't have an option, you could just run a no healing support strat and just go in for
Look, MYS have run no healer strats before, so it is an option. And Sableye is in the pool. It has not been a Pokemon that True Gravity has banned. I think, did they actually? I didn't write the bans down.
No, it didn't.
They didn't ban it against Unite Holic, right?
No, it wasn't.
I don't think they did. Yeah.
Not to a point where I think they had much more bigger priority bans other than Sableye. But then Sableye, we've seen Sableye being utilized in regionals by Team MYS. It was scary. It was scary. So MYS, this could potentially be an option for them. I don't foresee them running I don't see them running things like Eldegoss support for their end. Usually they'll just go Hooper, Clefable, Sableye.
Slowbro ban.
Okay, by Team True Gravity.
I'm just thinking. So Umbreon will go through into True Gravity because they should be getting first pick unless they prior support. So Umbreon's going to go to True Gravity. This will be Melon's Pokemon. But what does MYS get in return? They're going to be getting Espeon for Nightmew, Foxy, and Yang is going to be getting the Eldegoss. Quite surprising that they didn't try to go for the Blissey. I'm kind of wondering, why did they go for Eldegoss here and not Blissey? Hooper is in the pool and Sylveon for True Gravity. So they've got their attacker. Lucario's coming into the pool for Yamu. Or is this Ice? Wait a minute, there's a Wigglytuff.
Yes, they
Hold on.
Oh, man.
But hang on, what is HT's Pokemon? Unless HT is playing Lucario. I don't think so, and I don't think it's Espeon, because HT, I could not see this man playing Espeon. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Wiggly, Eldegoss.
Ice. What are you doing here,
I
Ice?
thought if they wonder, okay, look at this. They picked 5th pick Zoroark. I thought they were gonna run Zoroark Comfort.
I don't know. The last Wiggly game that I saw was Rise, and it didn't work out. I think it was game 2 against Talent PH in the Southeast Asia League Stage Finals.
That's like so long ago.
But hang on, this is Ice. Is this double central area invade again with Yang and Ice? Are they going in as Eldegoss and Wiggly, going to bully the Urshifu in the central lane? Possibly. But if you're True Gravity, you've got to look at this and you've got to say, like, this is definitely coming. Like, we're going to have our supports here. We've got Melon, we've got Vulcan, we can protect Aqua.
Lapras holding on that top lane as usual and can actually defend it while one goes rotate. Lapras is a great defender, so it should be okay.
I want to know, is this rollout Wiggly or is this Sing Wiggly time? What is Ice cooking? This man is cooking something. You don't pick Wiggly in a game-deciding game 3 where you are on the brink of elimination for no reason. We were talking about ace cards and this might just be it. Ice, what are you cooking, brother?
I know that we're talking out of pocket, but I didn't expect such a pocket pick coming out from them. This is, yeah, I think Team MYS did caught us by surprise here. Very curious to see how they're going to be running this draft that they've already just made against Team True Gravity. But of course, the draft is complete, Danny. Either way, they have to run this, and very curious to see what the outcome will be, and especially in the first few minutes of the game, how the invasion will be, who will be invading and which areas, who's going to come out on top here during the early segments. I do foresee, basically both sides, they don't, everything is early game. They don't have, none of them have any form of double evolutions. Team True Gravity running double evolutions for it there, and Team MYS has the Espeon in their hands as well, together with the Zoroarks and evolution. This is going to be coming hot and fast for this game number 3.
Okay, we are not getting any central area invades at all, so we're going to be seeing Ice heading into that bottom lane to assist his teammates. I'm just trying to look at this comp here for MYS, and I'm trying to think of all the benefits. Like, one of the benefits, if this is Sing Wigglytuff, Sing Wigglytuff is going to power up Espeon because it does lower special defense. But I'm not sure if it's enough to really make Nightmew Foxy that much scary. We are going to get the level 4 on the Wiggly, so we're going to find out what this is for Ice in just a second. But yeah, it's Wiggly Espeon in that bottom lane. What's the build, Ice? I don't know if I saw Sing. I don't think I saw Sing. Or maybe I'm tripping. I didn't have enough coffee yet. We'll find out in just a second. But I will have to say, if I'm going to critique these two teams, I'm a bit worried about the secure ability on MYS, because secure is in favor of True Gravity because they simply have Urshifu.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, the Lucario can kind of do it, but more reliably it's the Urshifu.
I mean, Espeon can do it as well.
Sing.
If they can actually run this.
Okay. So Ice is running Sing Wigglytuff to actually boost Foxy, and also the Sing can provide some assistance for the team. Pretty interesting choice here for Ice.
Could be a good set as well, so this is definitely something that they might want to consider at the same time as well. Yamu charging up over here, coming from behind as well. Got to be careful. They are providing it, but does manage to actually make an escape. It's going to be the Lapras over here. Running this Water Pulse.
Yep, it's Water Pulse.
Yeah.
Yep. So the slow is pretty helpful in those fights, and also the sustain is pretty handy too. It's very annoying for HT, because HT doesn't want to be hit by those multiple Water Pulses. But Ice, just being a nuisance in that bottom lane, is going to go steal some berries, and it's like, no berries for you. You can't keep those berries for team fights. I'm going to eat all those berries. I'm playing the pink Snorlax, the one that sings. Although he might get KO'd here. He's going to try and run away.
Oh man, Wiggly manages to actually escape all that. Forces the eject as well. It's okay. Managed to escape in between 3 Pokemons on the side of Team True Gravity. Both going to engage. Meanwhile, one of them, Urshifu, decides to actually rotate to a stop lane. Gets a little bit of farming for himself over here. Now looking at the main course, we do see 2 of them getting a level 7, which is going to be the Espeon together with the Zoroark on the side of Team MYS. Meanwhile, for Lapras together with the Urshifu for the side of Team True Gravity.
Yeah, these eject buttons coming in very clutch here for MYS. We've seen multiple be used to escape some of those moves and to survive. Ice as well as Yemu on the screen. But True Gravity, they're doing pretty well in the lanes. They're not ahead by any means, but they are keeping up in terms of levels. They're not being bullied in these side lanes. They're just kind of enjoying life, waiting for those first major Reggies to pop up on the screen. Registeel is the priority target here for MYS. Now for True Gravity, they are slowly moving their Pokemon down. Urshifu might come a little bit late to this party and maybe too much damage. Nightmare Foxy securing that Registeel for the team. But for True Gravity, though, they are still grouped up in that bottom lane. Do they really want to fight into MYS here?
Not now, especially since Team MYS have just grabbed themselves with a Registeel buff. So I guess now is definitely not a good time for them to engage in any way. If anyone wants to bring in the pain, it has to be Team MYS at this current moment, as they do have the advantage. Now, there's a lot of EOS points scattered around on the map because people not finding the opportunity to actually score any of them right now. So most of them has loads and loads to hold, so there's going to be much longer animation time. This will require a really good team fight to clear out a number of Pokemons from the opponent side before they can actually get some good scoring upon their faces. Of course, people are just rotating up to the top lane at this current moment. 4 of the team members coming up from Team MYS up against 3 from the side of Team True Gravity currently and itself, and they're definitely going to pay attention closely to this Regieleki. Now this is definitely going to be giving them a sort of mean look here, holding the Wigglytuff in position. He may be looking cute right now. Gotta be careful, might just have a lot to offer in this private engagement. Now it's a 3v3 situation. Zoroark leaving a half HP at the moment. Same utilized, holding 2 of them in position, but not enough to actually hold them in their ground for them to actually go for a save right now, making the 4v4 situation. Jumping in on the inside as well. It's gonna be Urshifu securing the last hit on Regieleki, but Hooper gets rid off here in hands of the Espeon at the same time in the top lane as well.
So the Regieleki going in favor of True Gravity, but they did lose one of their Pokemon in the process, unfortunately. But this push is going to continue on. Urshifu looking to actually annoy this Eldegoss and send him back to base with a Unite and a Wicked Blow combo. Very big overdunk there as well for True Gravity. But HD coming in, just cleaning up that Umbreon, as well as the Lapras. MYS, they actually want to continue fighting, even though things didn't look good for them. Akul trying to get away with the Throat Chop, going to be charging up the Wicked Blow as well. No KOs, dishing out a little bit of damage, but HT might have overstayed his bounds here. Needs to get out of here. Just a bit of a stagger. He tried to illusion out, but no, finished off by the Hooper.
Oh man, oh man. I think that was a huge win from True Gravity. They were able to actually dish out all the points they've been holding on for the longest time as well, with the assistance of that Regieleki, and of course that huge win of actually clearing out that Zoroark on the side of Team MYS. Although Team MYS, they did manage to actually clear out the Umbreon just a while ago itself, and this time it's going to be a big buff for Team True Gravity as they secured that Registeel in the bottom lane. It's going to be tag and special tech buff for a period of time for the whole team. And meanwhile, while all that is happening in the bottom lane, this creates an option for Team MYS to do a little bit of point dunking in the faces of Team True Gravity at the top goalpost. By the time they manage to actually return back to the lanes, it's a little bit too late as they have disengaged and gotten back to the respective lanes. Meanwhile, here in the bottom lane, Wigglytuff together with Eldegoss trying to make an escape. Zero commits as well together with Unite and Bound, being chased down by the Espeon. The damage output is insufficient to take out anyone, Danny.
Yeah. Ice just pops the Unite. It's a reset. Rings Unbound. What is that? I don't know what that move is. I mean, it's a pretty big get out of jail for free card there for MYS. So no fight breaks out at all. No loss for anybody. No big commitments aside from those 1 big Unites. Yeah, both teams are just going to have to wait until the Rayquaza up until this point. But hang on a minute, though. We are seeing a big group up here from MYS, and the portal has just closed, and they lost the Hooper. Just about to lose the Umbreon as well. It's going to try and come back to stop these scores, but just gets deleted by HD. They're not going to let them stop him at all, and they're going to continue with this as well because they know that they're taking that Regieleki. So we're seeing another 14-point dunk by the Zoro, and HT gets caught there by the Ice Beam. This Hooper, he's got support with the Eldegoss though, so this Cotton Spore, is it going to be enough for HT to run on out of here? This Eldegoss might have to give himself away. Oh, the Urshifu Unite disjointed. None for you, they say. HT is going to be laughing to the bank with that one. But it might come at the cost of that tier 1 goal zone.
Oh man, so much action happening here in the bottom lane itself. HT coming close to actually TP back to base, but was stopped in his tracks as well. Of course, that created an opening for Team True Gravity to destroy that goalpost at the bottom side from Team MYS. We're just moments away. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the deciding match in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. We'll get to know who will be the winner, who's going to continue to crawl to the lower bracket, to the lower bracket finals up against Talent PH, and who will be eliminated in 4th place. Goodbye here. Oh, they
Melon.
spotted up the Umbreon and decides to actually go back to the portal. He's able to actually do so. No one has any form of abilities that can actually shove him away from that portal. Meanwhile, here it seems that all eyes is going to be on the central area as Rayquaza has appeared.
206 to
4 points.
202. We are so close in this matchup, so it's going to come down to this, folks. But at the moment, if MYS don't score, they're going to drop this series to True Gravity. They managed to catch up the Umbreon. They're going to try and use the portal to get him out. They will successfully get him out. No knockoffs, but I actually see Nightmare Foxy getting thrown up and deleted. 20 seconds off the board. Didn't even get to use the sidekicks. Now Ice trying to run away with his teammate Yemu. They're trying to back on out of here. We still see Yang doing his best on the Eldegoss, but again, it's just an Eldegoss. I think we're running out of juice here for MYS. 3 down, it's HT and Yemu. Can these two players somehow save the game? Can they maybe steal the Rayquaza? Can they buy some time? They're coming in. They want to get those last hits. They're trying to delay it as long as possible. Do not give them an opportunity. And that's going to be it. Team True Gravity. They get the Rayquaza. There's no HT. There's no Yemu. It's down to the supports. 206. Can they break their shields? Can they score their points? I think that's going to happen, Flava, but we still have 50 seconds to go. Can MYS somehow turn this around?
Danny can't believe them saying this, but Team True Gravity is doing it. They're dunking on the points currently 694 to 222, 202 on Team MYS side. Now, despite Malak holding on to this, gets sandwiched by between the Eldegoss, the Espeon together with the Lucario, but that's not going to be enough. Here comes the Hooper doing a little bit dunking, despite it being only 5 points. Multiplied by 2, making it into a 10 at this current moment. Urshifu, even if you get stopped in your track, not going to be doing much. There is a 50 there in the hands of Wing. Oh, but gets kicked off here in the hands as well. And Urshifu gets on this Zoroark, especially with the Unite as well. The follow-up is not done yet. Here, holding on as much as possible. But I do believe, even if they have all 5 team members to actually do for the scoring, they don't have enough being whole here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is it. Your winner here for the lower bracket semifinals. It is going to be Team True Gravity.
What a match, folks. We've just seen 2 amazing teams. We see someone about to collapse on this side of Team
Look
True
at their
Gravity.
expressions, Danny.
Look, I would be ecstatic. I know everyone tuning into this broadcast. I mean, this result is amazing as is. We had a great series between these two teams. It was not a fluke. It wasn't luck. It was hard work. It's all the effort these two teams have put into the entire tournament. And it all came down to this, that final game. And for True Gravity, the Cinderella story for this team continues. Round 1, lower bracket team playing in the lower bracket finals against Talon PH next.
Oh, yes. Which means that it is going to be 3 countries left here in the competition. Of course, before we go all that, we do see both teams trying good sportsmanship and actually giving face bumps and shaking hands between one another. What a series, Danny. Right here, Team True Gravity winning that game number 1. And of course, Team MYS forcing the game number 3 for winning that game number 2. With Team True Gravity securing this series by winning this game number 3. The India League champions proving themselves ready to be here. And not only that, they've secured themselves a spot in the lower bracket finals, securing being part of the top 3 here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals.
Man, Team True Gravity, they are on fire. I kind of want this team to have a break because they've just played 2 crazy series. 2 crazy series. I want them to just have a break, a bit of a breather before we jump into the winners bracket final. But I do believe we are going to play that game before we jump into that break. But True Gravity, I think this was a team that no one would have expected to make it this far in the tournament. They're guaranteed top 3. And this is, to this date, the best performance from an Indian team in Pokemon Unite ever. And this might just mark the beginning of India's dominance in Pokemon Unite.
Oh, yes. And of course, they actually have played. They will be playing the most amount of series here so far at the competition. They played 1 upper bracket match, which they lost early on yesterday. And today they have played 3 in the lower bracket. And they still have another waiting for them later on up against Team Talon PH in the lower bracket finals. Just one more team that they have to defeat. And one of them will be making it to the grand finals, going up against their opponent, which is Team Kabi-chan's.
I do want to quickly mention that the team that True Gravity will be playing against, Talent PH have beaten Team NYS before in the regional qualifiers.
Yes.
And Talent PH have also beaten Unite Holic before. Is True Gravity ready for this next matchup against Talent? Because I think Talent is a whole different beast compared to these two teams that True Gravity has just played against.
Talking about that as well, but the thing about Team True Gravity is that they beat MYS and they also beat Unite Holic with the current format. And it's a little bit different than what Talent PH had to go through.
Talent beat MYS with the standard format.
It was that format, yeah.
But
They beat,
but Talent beat Unite Holic in the current format.
yeah.
So if we wanted to go based on the team's performance against each other, NYS lost to Unite Holic, and then for Unite Holic to lose to Talent PH, I think it would make sense to just automatically assume that of these three teams, Talent PH is probably the better team.
Yeah, and of course you have to remember that Talent PH, they have not been competing in any matches so far throughout the whole day. They've had good amount of rest. Meanwhile, Team True Gravity have played 3 best of 3s today.
Yes.
And they're like, okay, we're done with one.
No, we're just warmed up, guys.
It's like, we're good. I mean, like, can we start it now? And Talent PH is like, oh, we're setting up. Can you guys
Give us 5 minutes.
give us
Need to
5
get our
minutes.
devices ready.
Let's get started and all that. But Team True Gravity, we did had a short conversation about this, that they are. I'm guessing that it's better if you just continue playing rather than having a rest.
So the general consensus for players, if given the option, like if they can just keep playing throughout the day, like they'd rather keep playing.
Yeah, might as well.
I'm kind of wondering what's the plan here for Talent. Like, what did they do leading up to this matchup? Because of course they knew it would take quite a while for their game to kick in. Have they been? Maybe they've been pubbing all day, or maybe they've been scrimming some of the teams that have been knocked out. Like, I'm kind of curious to know like what Talent has sort of done today leading up to this game. I don't expect them to just like sit there and just watch all the game and not play at all. I definitely think there's some kind of warm up involved.
It could be possibly one of the strategies is like, hey, we have been observing, and I believe that Team True Gravity has shown all the cards. I would say, if not all, probably like 90% of the cards already. I don't think they kept any since they went through some monsters here in the bracket. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, before all that, this is the updated bracket. Of course, one of the main highlights is the lower bracket because we are running the whole lower bracket all the way up to the grand finals here. Now, looking at this, Team True Gravity, they start off the day beating E Arena 2-1. They beat Unite Holic 2-0. And just a while ago, they beat Team MYS 2-1, and here they are in the lower bracket finals, and they need to beat Talent PH to make it to the grand finals. It is a battle between the Filipino champions up against the India champions.
I don't know who's gonna win.
Yeah, I can't tell anymore.
I don't think anyone knows anymore. We just sit here and we expect nothing, and we just enjoy ourselves some good Pokemon Unite.
I thought you were gonna throw in some numbers. Any more 55-45s here, or or is it like a 50-50?
Look, I think truthfully there is some kind of statistic. Again, I would probably put it 55-45. Still a slight advantage to Talent PH because I still think it is the stronger team compared to MYS and Unite Holic.
Oh man, this is definitely going to be a crazy one. And I believe that we're very much entertained over here. I believe that this new format challenges some of the top favorites out there. And to see this could be potentially unlocking the potentials of these underdog teams to perform well. I think this puts some of the teams that, if you look at teams like Team MYS, if you look at some of the big teams like Unite Holic and all this, it's not that they're not great teams, but this is also opportunity for teams who play in this format to see who better adapts to it and they execute it better than the other team itself. Yeah, and basically this is not like the usual ACL we've seen in the past itself. So definitely something that we've truly enjoyed and brings a new breather into the competition of Pokemon Unite.
I just want this game to begin.
Oh yeah, we've been saying that for every single series.
Yes. No, because look, let's be realistic. We all just want to see the game start. But I do think we are going to be getting an interview with True Gravity again. We kind of need to know what they have to say.
Oh yeah, curious to see how the
Is there
responses.
anything new to say? Like they're just happy, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I believe that they are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pass it back over to the host at the main stage and hear what the interview is all about.
Round of applause
ขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยครับ โอ้โห เก่งจริงๆ และตอนนี้
เก่งจริงๆนะคะ
เราอยู่กับคุณดัก
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and right now we are with Doug from True Gravity the winner from the last battle
โอ้โห เรียกว่าไฟแรงไฟติดจริงๆ คุณผู้ชมครับ ชนะมาอย่างต่อเนื่องใน lower bracket นะครับ
ใช่แล้
ก็
ว
มา
ค่ะ
ถึงแบบโอ้โห หลายแมตช์ติดๆกัน
เรียกได้ว่าเขาเพอร์ฟอร์มดีมากจริงๆนะ
ใช่ครับ เอาละครับ เรามาถามคุณดักกันเลยดีกว่า
ค่ะ
นะครับคำถามแรกครับ จริงๆ เนี่ย ทีมเขาได้ฉายา Clutch God แล้วนะ เหมือนว่าเป็นทีมที่เล่นหน้าไฟเล็กควอซ่าได้เก่งมากๆ นะครับ ตรงนี้เนี่ยอยากจะฝากคุณมิ้มถามฮะว่าพวกเขามีการพูดคุยกันอย่างไรในการเล่นได้ดีขนาดนี้ในควอซ่า
Okay ค่ะ so my co-host just said that right now we are calling you Crush God so can you tell the story about your Crush game the plan and everything
Crush?
yes yeah the record was a Crush
Very close, yeah.
So last game, like we wanted to engage first because we were in good position to engage against MYS into the third game. So we just directly went in with I went with the Lapras Salt and Ushu went in with the Ush World. So it worked out.
โอเคฮะก็เหมือนว่าตรงหน้าไฟตรงนั้นก็มีการสื่อสารที่ดีแหละนะครับผมแล้วก็ไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกันว่าเขาจะยังไงแต่สุดท้ายแล้วพวกเขาทำได้
นะคะดูเขาแบบ ค่อนข้างแบบเครื่องติดอยู่เหมือนกันนะตอนนี้นะคะ
โอเคงั้นคำถามที่2เลยนะครับคุณมิมครับอยากจะถามว่าภายในทีมของคุณเนี่ยอยากจะยกเครดิตให้ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมกับความดีงามตรงนี้
Okay so from the beginning until now do you want to especially give credit to someone in your team or the whole team
I would especially like to credit my whole team because everyone is performing exceptionally well and they all are like coordinating well with each other and are like good friends. So a big round of applause for my whole team.
โอเคขอเสียงปรบมือให้ด้วยนะคะ
คุณดักก็บอกว่าต้องยกให้เครดิตให้ทั้งทีมเลยนะคุณมิมเนาะเพราะว่าเล่นได้ดีมากๆแล้วก็เขาเป็นเพื่อนที่ดีจริงๆ
นะคะแล้วก็ทุกอย่างเนี่ยเป็นไปตามแผนนะคะเขาก็อยากจะขอแบบส่งกำลังใจให้กับทั้งทีมด้วยนะคะ So are you satisfied with the result?
Yes, first India was like we were planning to get a good position in ACL, but now we plan for that trophy there.
โอเคค่ะ
ตอนนี้เขามองที่ถ้วยรางวัลใหญ่แล้วแชมเปี้ยนของการแข่งขันของเราด้วยเองครับ
ตอนแรกเลยบอกว่าอยากจะได้แค่ good position นะคะตอนนี้นี่มองเล็งไปที่ถ้วยแล้วนี่
สุดยอดมากๆนะครับ
มาคำถามต่อไปค่ะ
ครับแน่นอนว่าพวกเขาจะต้องไปเจอกับทีมที่เคยส่งเข้ามาสายล่างนะครับทารอน PH ในรอบต่อไปหลังจากนี้คุณผู้ชมครับอยากจะถามอีกครั้งนึงว่าเจอครั้งรอบนี้เนี่ยมั่นใจกว่าเดิมมากน้อยแค่ไหนฮะ
โอเคค่ะ because the next match you are going to be in a battle with Talon PH so how do you feel more confident
Let's bring it on Thailand Esports
อะไรนะคะ
Sorry
Bring it on Bring it on
Bring it on Bring it
Bring
on
it
Talon
on
โอ้ว้าว
เจอเลยบอกหนูเจอเลยนะครับผม
เดี๋ยวเจอกันนะคะ Okay so lastly do you have something to say because we are now broadcasting live and everyone worldwide can see this
I would like to thank all my Indian fans there cheering me thank you for boosting our confidence and keep supporting us till the finals Thank you
โอเคขอเสียงปรบมือคุณดักหน่อยครับ
เย้นะคะ thank you so much
โอเค
นะคะ
thank you
เดี๋ยวไปพักก่อนนะคะ
ใช่ครับ
เดี๋ยวต้องเจอศึกหนักต่ออีกนะคะ
อ๋อคุณมิ้ม คือชนะมาต่อเนื่องเลยนะแล้ว
เครื่องมันร้อนอ่ะอยากจะบอกเลยนะคะ
ใช่ครับเมื่อกี้เขาก็ขอบคุณทางแฟนๆ และก็ทุกคนที่ให้การสนับสนุนเข้ามาโดยตลอดนะครับแล้วก็เขาทำได้ดีที่สุดนะครับและตอนนี้ครับเดี๋ยวพวกเขาจะต้องไปเจอกับทารอน PH ในรอบถัดไป
And another battle is very interesting. They have been in a battle once, but let's see how are they going to be performing in the next battle between True Gravity and Talon PH.
โอเคแมตช์ถัดไป on fire แน่นอนครับผม
ใช่ค่ะ
แล้วเราไปดูในเกมกันเลย
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2024. Joining together with me, my name is Flava, together my good buddy over here, Leonard, Yololee, and of course, hopefully you guys are very much entertained. I am. Are you?
What?
Are you entertained?
I mean, of course I'm entertained. Like, look at all these games. Look at all the surprises as well that's happening. Like, seriously, anyone who actually had any pre-prediction, I'm pretty sure someone had a prediction. Even once the bracket came out from day number 1, I'm pretty sure people had prediction. But guess what? Whatever you guys initially had, throw it out the window. It's completely, they literally not only did Team True Gravity flip the Rayquaza, they also flipped the table. That's literally the whole chessboard, the game board is completely changed at this moment here.
Anything that's to flip, yeah, they flip everything. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In a few short moments, we're going to be indulging ourselves in the lower bracket final featuring two amazing teams. Of course, it is going to be Team Talent PH, hailing from the upper bracket finals. Fortunately, they actually lost against their opponents, which is Team Kabichans, which so happens to be the only series that they actually lost here in the purpose of the competition, and they are going to be going up against Team True Gravity. Now, Team True Gravity, I don't know what to call them anymore. They deserve some sort of a title because they slayed some amazing teams here. They slayed off the Thailand champions, E-Arena, in round number 1. They slayed Japan's Unite Holic. They slayed the Malaysia-Singapore team MOIS just a while ago in the lower bracket semifinals, and they are here in the top 3 together with Talent PH. So it's a battle between the Philippine champions up against the India champions now.
The thing is this, right? Like, I think people somewhat slightly forgotten as well of the fact that some of these players, at least 3 members of the side here for Team True Gravity, has an insane amount of experience, a competitive experience here in the Pokemon Unite scene for the India side here. Ever since Pokemon Unite started out, we talk about Zestral, we talk about Vulcan, we talk about Akul, right? These guys has been in the scene for a relatively long time. Sure, they have 2 new players, which is Duck and Melon here, and been a really great addition here. Melon in the hands with the Crossel in hand, an absolute monster, and so disruptive with it as well, to really set things up for their backline damage to really deal the numbers here. But at the same time, while we're talking about a little bit about stats here, I also like to remind everyone as well, this is not only the match to decide who's going to be going forward to the grand finals here.
Yep.
This is literally, we're seeing the end of the line here. The light at the end of the tunnel is just this close for both of these 2 teams. But at the same time, it is a revenge match for Team True Gravity, because it was Talent PH was the very team that actually sent them all the way down to the lower brackets here. And now they are reunited for one last brawl here to really truly decide who is deserving to go to that grand finals.
And you have to remember, during their engagement in the upper bracket, round 1, match number 2 for yesterday itself, Talent PH won 2-1 against Team True Gravity. Now, will it be the same outcome? Will it be a win for Team Talent PH again? Or will Team True Gravity be able to actually get the revenge they so much wanted? And it took a lot of effort for Team True Gravity to actually get to where they are over here, since they got knocked out so early on. So they had to fight every single match since the morning up all the way down. So we had this short conversation in an interview as well that basically Team True Gravity has been sitting there at the same spot on the stage since morning. I mean, they were like, they were like, do we have to go? No, you guys are good. I mean, like, see, you guys are playing next. And it's like, oh, okay, all right. And then they were sitting there. So basically, if they keep winning, they might just be sitting there at the same spot all the way to the grand finals. But Talent PH, now this is a different beast altogether. Now, being the Filipino champions, I've seen them perform. They had quite a very strong run in the open qualifiers. They had a very interesting run during the regionals as well. And we know how strong they are. Is it going to be enough for Team True Gravity to topple them over?
The thing is, it's pretty difficult as well, right? Because, like I said, that first series that they had in the upper bracket was pretty much their first time battling against each other. Because I like to use the term, which is sometimes experiencing it is the best way to really learn from your loss, right? Because let's be honest, the greatest teacher is failure. You know, the kind of thing. You don't learn when you win, you learn when you lose. So, especially since with the additional extra lifeline being sent to the lower bracket, you could possibly say there is a lot of opportunity for Team True Gravity to really prep themselves as they will potentially go up against Talent PH. While at the same time, although it has been a long run for them throughout towards this day as well, I see it from a different perspective. I see the fact that they are currently really warmed up, and winning against such top tier teams from the other regions is not only a fantastic thing for them, but it's a real confidence builder and bolstering their momentum as well here. So I could say right now, at this very moment, this is currently the strongest Team True Gravity is currently at the moment. They're currently at their peak in terms of, I guess you could say, in terms of morale, in terms of mentality, very warmed up, I said, in terms of physical wise as well. However, for Talent PH, there is also, although they didn't get to play any games today, this will be their first game, but they have been sitting at the sideline watching. We're
Yeah.
talking about like 4 series that have been watching. Games being outputted by Team True Gravity here. That's a lot of intel here. And
A lot of intel.
And let's be honest, knowing their team captain RBX, very quick to analyze each of those series here.
Oh,
feels
yes.
like he has photogenic memory. I know he might tell me I'm exaggerating, but it feels like he has that photogenic memory. Very quick to analyze on the spot and straight away tell his team, all right, this is what we should look out for. This is what we should try to avoid for. This is their playstyle. This is the habit they try. Let's see how we can play around this here. Now it feels like this series between both True Gravity and Talent PH will come down to who's able to pick up that really minor habit here and try to capitalize on that habit.
Yeah, and I'm also curious to see how they actually approach this game. Drafts has never been more exciting.
Oh yeah.
It has never been more exciting, and this is not even an understatement. Like, we've seen some interesting picks so far. We see that both team has a lot to offer when it comes to pocket picks. They're also very comfortable with all the metas that's been picked out as well. They're not scared to bring out some risky picks as well for their drafts. I believe there's some that just didn't work out for them, especially when it comes to the Kudra we saw earlier on. But that's okay. I think just a bit iffy over there, and I think they have a good plan at hand. Probably something that we will never know, or probably if we have a much more closer conversation together with them, we might know better about this. But both teams looks solid. Now, one team has a lot of intel on the other because they've had a lot of time to observe, and I understand the conversations. Like, one team has hands-on experience. Like, hey, I've been in the heat of the battle, warmed up. It's not even warmed up. They're like burning. They're like burning up. They're way far away from warming up, man. I mean, like,
The adrenaline is very high.
They're hitting it very hard. I think they're trying to set a record here for the most amount of series being played here in the Pokémon Unite in the Champions League. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, before all that, let's have a look at this special debate video.
Hi, I'm Talon RBX from Talon PH. Our team journey is very good because there's a new player in our team and he's really good. The journey is pretty good, starting from the qualifiers to regionals. So after practice, we set up a meeting. We talk to each other how bad you are or how good you are and how can we improve to bring our potential. The strength of our team is, I think, reading our opponents. We don't trust the meta. We trust the comfort zone. If we just play it right, then our only competition is ourselves.
Oh yeah, they don't trust the meta, they trust their comfort zone. Very, very bold and convincing words right there coming from RBX. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the team stats for Team Talent PH, the Filipino champions here, leading up to the lower bracket finals. And of course, as you guys remember, they have only played 3 series so far, which was all of them were all yesterday in the upper bracket. They ran away from the first round to the semifinals and making it to the finals. But unfortunately, they actually lost out to Team Kabi-chans in the final set, and here they are at the lower bracket finals, and these are the team members over here, and I believe that they are raring to go. I mean, like, they need to warm themselves. Look at this guy. They're excited. I mean, oh, come on, man. Come on.
LeBron, an absolute lad. Really fun to see him. And I think that's the real beauty about Philippine players, right? Having this really positive mental attitude despite in whatever stage of the game, right? Whether they're winning or whether they're losing, they're still always very cheery, always very jolly. Never really affected by how the game outcome really is. So I think that's actually a really great advantage that Talent PH really have. However, here this is going to be the team stats for Team True Gravity. Of course, the numbers doesn't really do them justice, but also at the same time, numbers are relatively high because I think they are the team that has been through one of the most series that we have seen here in this competition as well. Very flexible. I think the team has pretty much went through all 3 games here. And utilize and really showcasing India's capabilities here, their professional strength in Pokemon Unite scene with the Pokemon pool that they have and utilize here.
Oh yeah, and also very curious. In all honesty, I'm not so familiar with how big the Pokemon Unite community in Indonesia is, but in Philippines they are looking very healthy, very active. They have a very strong bond between one another, and I believe that this is a clash of giants here happening at the ACL finals. Curious to see who will come out on top as well. A lot of teams here a lot of individuals here who's tuning in to the live stream, also cheering on physically at the venue as well, cheering on for their favorite teams here. Show your love, show your support for these 2 teams. They were really hard They worked really, really hard to actually make their way here to the lower bracket finals, and they really, really need all the support that you can actually get. Oh yeah, and of course these guys, of course we do see that a little bit fresh looking here from Team Talent PH because they've had plenty of rest. They had the opportunity to sit down and observe for quite the longest time, but Team True Gravity, they have, as mentioned before, they have been sitting down at the same seat the whole day, and so I guess they're
really.
just so used to the whole thing here, how to approach things as well.
But here's the best part, right? It's because they have been playing for so many series in a row that allowed them to really try a few compositions that they had, right? This, of course, on such a competitive level, on such high-stake games in each of those series against top-tier teams, they somewhat figure out like, okay, what really works with our composition, like which actually worked out, even despite not able to utilize some of the meta Pokémon or comfort Pokémon that they usually have on their toolbox here. Whereas so Talent PH, here's a very interesting thing, right? Talent PH has always been playing, I know they say in their interviews, they say they like to go for the comfort picks, but ironically, their comfort pick is also one of the few meta picks here.
I wanted to talk about that too. I was like, we don't play the meta, and then look at them, but they are picking metas. But
it just works, right? That kind of thing.
I'm guessing so as well. Yeah, they were not scared to run some really interesting picks too. I remember there was the one when they fought against Kabi-chans, although results-wise it didn't side towards them, but they have ran. I remember it was the Umbreon Pikachu together with Mimikyu for themselves in that match against Kabi-chans. They also went up against the match against Team Unite Holic in the upper bracket as well, where they actually ran the Dodrio, which is not so favorable somehow here in the finals so far.
It was a general idea, and the thing is I wouldn't say it wasn't favorable. I just felt like it was Dodrio is the kind of interesting pick, right? It's a very on and off kind of Pokemon where you can try to utilize it and sometimes you can't. And depending on the composition and situation, of course, you can actually do really big damage. Whether it's in terms of by picking off, by getting takedowns of KOs, or just really bad capping, right? And most importantly, he's really great at getting towards that back, like a really great diver. But Team True Gravity, after playing against it, I think they just need to remember for the fact that Talent PH is very flexible when it comes to composition, right? They definitely do favor the double ball composition when they run the Inteleon with the Glaceon, but also at the same time, they're not really restricted with just that composition alone. They like that contact play, they bring in both the Buzzwole, but also they say that the Leafeon and the Venusaur, although at times it does depend. Doesn't necessarily have to be the Battle Dance Venusaur. There are times they also bring in the Solar Beam Venusaur. If the composition, yeah, they did.
Oh.
If they didn't require, and they actually use this composition against Team True Gravity in the upper brackets day one.
Oh yeah, but I think that didn't favor, but I am looking at it as well, but I think unfortunately that one didn't favor to them. I remember they were actually running the Crustle together with the Clefable and the Buzzwole for that game, and of course they are running double Solars, so you have like Solar Blade and Solar Beam coming off for the Venusaur, but that did side with Team Red. The only game that Team Red did manage to actually grab from that series against Team Talent Esports. Now for this game, both teams, I can say this, that Talent Esports, so far they have not been playing any really out of pockets. Any Pokemons that they pick has all been either meta, or should I say some of the top Pokemons that Pokemon has to offer at this current one.
We need to stick to what they said. It's not meta, it's their comfort Pokemon.
I don't know, man.
Everything is a comfort Pokemon.
Even I can say that too, man.
No, that's why I can somewhat understand like Danelie's concern, right? Because she also did mention yesterday as well, not the craziest amount of Pokemon pool that we've seen throughout this entire regional stage as well, coming out from Talent PH. But maybe because of the fact that they might actually hold a couple of more. Because remember, each of these players has a very in-depth background inside the Pokemon Unite scene. Whether is it tied to their current roles or their previous roles here. But of course, so far, we didn't really see a lot out of Pokemon coming out from Talent PH. They have been sticking to what they've been really comfortable with. But at the same time, it has been giving them great success so far.
Yes, that's true. I'm guessing that they can just stick to their guns on this. It doesn't matter with this called.
No harm, really.
And no harm, really. If it works, it works, I guess. And Talent should just keep doing what they do best over here. I mean, they've already won against True Gravity before as well, so I'm guessing that they've already had a good feel on how True Gravity plays. It's not like they have just been observing. They do have hands-on experience on how to tackle and also win over True Gravity in the upper bracket series itself. But I'm just saying that I think after what True Gravity has gone through, the whole day here leading up to now, I'm guessing that Talent BH is fighting against a different beast altogether right now in this lower bracket finals. And I believe that, just like what Danny mentioned just now, I can't wait. I wish draft begins right now. So like I mean, back then we used to say like, oh, I hope that draft begins now. Like right now, I'm so excited for the drafts, especially when we get to the next one and the next one, especially game 2, game 3, especially when they have limitations in regards to what they can pick.
Don't get me wrong, I'm totally on board with you guys, right? Like, I really want the draft to start right now, but you also need to give the players some credit, right? Like, they really need to think, you know? Really need to plan things out, because this is not an upper bracket anymore. There is no more extra life here.
No more life.
It's literally you either go in hard or sadly you have to be going home here. But of course, speaking of drafting, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally here in the lower bracket finals, and the team this is the series to decide who's gonna go to the grand final here. The last spot is awaiting its challenger here to go toe-to-toe with Team Kabi-chan. And to start things off, Talent PH will have the priority band. They will start things off with the Buswell and Umbrum. Both of these two bands has been one of the few go-to highest priority for a lot of good reasons here.
TTG, they might just be going with the Talent here. It's would want this for them before that, but instead, they are going to be running this Blissey together with the Blastoise in hand. I guess I don't mind it if they didn't want it, but speaking too soon here, Talent BH is going to be in strong. If you don't want it, I guess we're going to be securing ourselves this Inteleon together with his Clayful. Looking solid, let's put it this way. I think Team Talent BH is looking very solid with the first 3 picks. Team True Gravity follows up. Their responses would be this Glaceon and Lapras, but for Talent BH, we've seen this before. The Crustle and the Venusaur.
This is going to be in the hands of our dear friend Synced as well with the Venusaur. Very interestingly, right? Sure. Currently, at the current, if we just look at attackers alone, Talent PH definitely outraged them for sure, being talented with the snipe shots. Solar Beam, if he chooses to go for it, and definitely is going to be that Solar Beam. I don't think he's going to be running that Petal Dance because there's a lot of range poke damage, especially from the Glaceon, which, by the way, the Glaceon, it is one of the few classics for some of these players here. But what I'm really concerned is the fact that Team True Gravity decided to let that Inteleon slide through. First pick, by the way, was on the side here for Talent PH, and they decided to lock in that Slow Bro first here. By the way, still a top contender for defenders. Great in his own right, decent amount of CC with the 7. They choose what to go for it as well. Slow Beam is always a fantastic thing, just in case if any potential divers were to come off in the hands of Team True Gravity here. But this time, what's really interesting is the fact that instead of actually picking a speedster diver, they decided to go in with a little bit more higher mobility and hopefully able to pick up as a package deal as he delivers them all the way to the back line as they locked in that Lapras for the Lapras Express.
Yeah, but I think that execution-wise is not easy because you have to commit a Unite to actually get that. And is it really a good backline Pokemon? Not really, I would say. Playing a lot of Lapras, you have to wait for Unite for you to actually make that happen as well. You have to make sure that it counts when you utilize it. It's kind of tough. I think this is going to be a great opening for a Solar Beam Venusaur for sure. As long as he had as long as he has good positioning, it's still not a great idea to just rely on Lapras Unite for you to just back him, you know. And I think that as a point of entry, the thing about Lapras Unite is as well, you can easily detect it because it's not like you're jumping from the tall grass or anything. You literally have to go through it. People would anticipate that happening, and usually if that really was the case, it will be a eject Bulbasaur together with Solar Beam. I'll say.
And here's the real concern, right? The fact that we have Sync being the Bulbasaur in the central lane, right? It just means that he's literally a prime target for invasion here. Bulbasaur in the central lane is going to be definitely a little bit more slow. You can pressure him enough, he's going to be quite hard, and I don't think we're going to be seeing much rotation. However, there is the problem of if any of the support in any of the lane were to dedicate to try to invade here, that would just subject to your top or bottom path here to be bullied out, as you will have the disadvantage. Particularly here where finally we get the Crustle here. And thankfully, no Rock Tombs. But of course, not really the best time as he was able to hit level 4 before that Squirtle.
And of course, the thing continues as well. We do see rotation coming from Glaceon towards the top lane. It's going up against this Ivysaur at level 5 at this current moment. Glaceon still has it better. Quite familiar with this Ivysaur. Razorleaf doesn't really do much at this current moment. Throws in an asset, so I guess it's not playing Giga Drain. It is going to, very high chance it's going to be a Solar Beam if that's going to be the next skill pick at level 6. Very curious to see what the outcome will be here. In the meantime, Ivysaur together with Glaceon decides to go to the central area here. They are getting themselves ready for the pop-up for the Altera together with Swablues. And meanwhile, at top lane over here, it is going to be this Blissey going up together with this Crossel going up against the people. So yeah, so this is going to be tough.
It is not easy. Both Squirtle and Blissey is really not enough to really melt away this Clefable, especially with that Moonlight. That's just so much healing coming out for them. And just in case they know for the fact they can't really melt down the Crossel either way, that's going to allow them to do a little bit of babysitting. Just to ensure no invasion is going to be happening so much. But there was no much invasion in the first place as well. So this Bulbasaur will think that's going to be able to get that Venusaur out, and he's been absolutely having a thrill. Now we see a little bit of contention here, or maybe a really better trade that's going to be happening for both sides. Interesting thing as well, if I'm not mistaken, is that the Icy Wind?
Yes, it's an Icy Wind right here as well.
Interesting.
I just want to apologize because I saw that the Clefable had like the skirt, so I was like, that looks like a Blissey. There's another Blissey on the other side. It's like, oh, actually, I just have
holograms, isn't it?
No, I did. Yeah. So it's the set, right? So it's like, okay, now I have to look at their ears. Yeah, look at them. They're both having skirts. So yeah, so
I mean, you gotta look good, especially if this is the lower bracket finals. Right?
Okay, you can look good anyway. Oh, but holding a telekinesis hitting over there. Snipe shot did not manage to connect, but they do have a nice damage output here to actually lock down on that Blissey. Meanwhile, pushing forward here, the goalpost holding out in place. The Lapras, but they don't have the damage here to actually clear him out. They tried to go for a little bit more scaring, but the pressure and also the solid defense coming out from this Lapras together with the Sylveon as well. So pulling back this. Oh, quite unfortunate. Was not able to actually get the shields in by being inside the goalpost. Lapras gets taken out.
Oh, it's so annoying, right? Telekinesis into the gravity as well, on top of a Lapras who doesn't really have the best of mobility. It just hurt. Verdant Anger to try to secure the Regice, and they will get it. Now they got the objective, now they got that nice bonus buff. They're planning to dive into it. Unite moves has been completed as well. And Team True Gravity, understanding the great strength and positioning and the paralysis of their scaling, decides to respect and just surrender in that first goal post. That, let's be honest, if they do take that fight, sure, they can try to get the trade, but it may not be in the best of their interest here. So good call coming in for True Gravity, just letting it go.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna commit anything, especially when you have a Clefable with the regen buff from the Regice as well. Of course, our next intention is definitely going to be in the top lane, where this is going to be the next objective, the Regieleki. We'll see which one of the two teams. Will it be Team True Gravity secure for themselves, since Talent PH did manage to actually get the Regice at the bottom lane. Now, of course, both teams are trying to get themselves in position, meanwhile giving a little bit of position for the Slowbro, who's all the way downtown here, making his way towards the top lane. It is a 5v4 situation at this current moment, but Slowbro has made his way all the way to the top lane, providing a little bit of assistance. It's going to be a Surf here to drive the team members. Oh, look at the Solar Beam connect, despite being very durable, very tanky. That Blastoise is getting quite a big hit there from the Solar Beam from that Venusaur.
Yeah, but then again, they still need to respect it is still a Blaster with a Hydro Typhoon here. A very strong team fight Unite ability. He serves in a pretty great positioning, but they all were able to get out of it just in time. It was only going to be the Crosser who gets caught into that Unite move, but it's still totally fine. Big damage. They dived into the mix. Can they try to get the Italian? No! He barely get out of the situation alive, and Dylan will be fine to fight for another round. However, Regieleki is still going to be the secure inside of a Team True Gravity here, and a lot of stats that's going to be coming in for the Lapras. As the more points he put in, the more tanky he is going to get due to that item.
Oh man, I saw when the replay is coming out as well. Oh, they got the whole as usual. Man, it's very annoying, this telekinesis. Whenever he's talking about the top lane during the Regi, man, like Venusaur, I get his idea. He wanted to use that Solar Beam on the Regieleki, but his timing was a little bit too early. So Blissey managed to actually get the last hit in and then secure the Regi for the side of Team True Gravity just a while ago. Meanwhile here, a bit scoring from the side of Clefable. That's not a Blissey anymore here. Grabs himself with that bridge, tries to make an escape away from that Speed Flux from the side of Team True Gravity over here. But Venusaur, we missed out on this, but didn't manage to actually get his hands on that Sylveon. He's going to be away for the next 2 seconds here on the map. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, it's going to be yet another Regi. It's going to be a Regice once again. This time about, does not seem that there's going to be any team members from Team True Gravity that's going to commit or try to contest this away from Team Talent PH. And while all that is happening, a little bit of point dunking here by this Blissey together with the Lapras as well. Meanwhile, here in the top lane, Crossel trying to screen out these two Pokemons, the Blastoise, together with the Glaceon. Oh, look at this, the Lapras Express bringing with team members. Gotta navigate it well so they don't hit the walls.
Not able to isolate, to find any individual, like separate targets here. But then again, oh, Verdant Anger. Not only did he deny Zestel as well, but that's still a lot of damage. Very Frolic also coming to the top to try to mitigate some of it, but still big damage coming from the Hyper Voice. Can he try to get the final pickup? And he will succeed! I can't believe what a turnaround as he tried to get for that defense. However, a couple of KOs are going to be happening on the other side.
Oh,
and Zestel
he's going to pick
getting
up all those points.
a lot of points into it. He's going to be throwing in a couple of them more because he knows for the fact he got the intel. Everyone is currently having a party in that top path.
Oh man, I can't believe it. Venusaur committed with the Unite and still not able to clear the silver, but instead he gets picked off here in front of his own goalpost, despite getting himself with the shields from the post as well. It was still not enough to chase himself. Meanwhile, here at top lane, Daengsang looking a little bit crispy. It's a 4v4 situation. Seems that even the Hydro Typhoon be committed by the Blastoise, but who's going to get last damage? It is going to be the slow bro from the side of Talent PH instead, despite the commitment coming up from the side of Team True Gravity. And of course, marching forward, pulling back that Blastoise away, and seizes him way down south to the left side of the map. And of course, Reggie has made his entry into the goalpost, finding out the best way to approach this. They have time to dunk, and it's going to be huge 50 here by the Crossel. 192 to 193, Leonard. And we're only 20 seconds away from the appearance of Rayquaza here on the map. This is definitely the closest we've seen.
No, now here's the real problem, right? There is 3 members on the side of a Talent PH who has a lot of points, 50 to 40 points, right? There's only going to be the Glacier with the 50 points. Sure, that's 100 points in. That's a fact. That's definitely for the fact there. Although yes, Talent PH is still a little bit pressured despite the very minor digit of a differential here of the scoreline. Well, look at that. They have the range paralysis. It feels like they're getting outgunned in this situation. Positioning is somewhat key here for Team True Gravity if they really want to try to get on top of them, but they do need the intel. Look at the crosser. Really keep your eye on him because no one is really scanning out the top part of the hemisphere of the map here. So no one knows exactly whether this potential backline flank could potentially come in. But he still needs his team to bait out these members, try to reel them in, but eventually the Blastoise does make the rotation, spots him out,
Sylveon
and the entire plan has been disrupted.
Sylveon's making his move. He's making an entry here into the goalpost, doing a little bit scoring. Meanwhile, Crossel holding up the top. That's not where it should be, and it does that. It's going to be a 48 points being scored here, making Team True Gravity in lead. And it comes off points. 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. What's the point of entry here? Coming up from both ends, jumping up from behind. Oh, here comes the hole. Hitting up, they got it. Coming up against us, they managed to clear out on the Blissey. Chasing up for more, and this time about driving up with the Surf as well. Blastoise does not have the Unite. Oh, Solar Beam in the face! And that's going to be Blastoise down, making it a 5v3 situation. Siding towards the Team Talon PH. Sylveon pops up the Unite as well. Here comes in Talon, sniping off a little bit, coming off the Rayquaza. They have to get this for themselves if they want to be scoring up some points on the side of Team True Gravity. Meanwhile, the cavalry has arrived. Glaceon has returned back into the fray. What is going to be the outcome here? Coming up from behind as well. Sync one as well, getting hit from behind. Is it happening?
Oh no, it's been stolen away!
All that effort coming up from Talent PH, Team True Gravity. The Blissey once again being a cutie and a nuisance here to the enemy. And they're going to be going for more and more and more scorings here in the face of Team Talent PH.
I can't believe they really buy their time with this as well. And they always, right before the record of it, they keep backcapping. They keep ensuring that no matter how small the differential in points, they still want to ensure that they had the lead, because all they had to do really is just to really choke them out of options here and really pressure them for their Rayquaza. But what's even amazing is the fact that at that very last point, a great Rayquaza steal for the side here of Blissey. None other than Blissey, by the way.
I can't believe that. You know how so many times this guy is Vulcan. You are one cheeky and cutie Blissey here in this game. Like, out of everyone, it's not like Blissey has a great secure anyways. You know, so Blissey on the Regis, Blissey on the Regieleki, and Blissey on the Rayquaza. He's MVP.
This is really amazing because you're seeing a lot of top picks coming in from Talent PH, very strong picks, that kind of thing. And the crazy thing about it now the opportunity for them to secure the intelligence on the side of Team True Gravity is definitely going to be working them in their favor. Glacier is one of the few go-to picks as well. But the same thing applies to the side here with Talent PH. I think the next round, if given the opportunity, Glacier is still going to go back into the hands of Sync for sure. However, in this game, really, I feel like you just got to give your... I tip my hat to Zessel as well. He really ensured that all the cards are in their favor here. Despite, like I said, despite the point differential, he still ensured that point-wise, they will be the one in terms of control. Really force them to the decision where, hey, you want to go to our goal post, you can, and we will hit you from the back line. You want to do Rayquaza, we're still also going to be nearby. Although yes, they did get a couple of a great secure and a great takedowns and secure for some of the members here on Team True Gravity, but the time interval to try to get back into the Rayquaza was just too short for them. Or I guess you could say it was too long, because by the time they decided to go for Rayquaza, most of the members already respawned and back and fresh for the fight. But still, Vulcan with the steal though, that is. That was absolutely insane here. But interestingly, with Sing going in with the sludge bomb, right? But I guess I can somewhat understand, right? Because there's really not much contact play coming from the side here or Team True Gravity composition as well, right? Like, not really big damage contact. Sure, Lapras can get pretty close, but it's not really insane amount of damage, right? So when with the sludge bomb, it's damage over time, but most importantly, there's also that slow as well, which should help them try to chase down some of this player once they really get on top of them. But in terms of control of momentum of the round, it just was in the hands of Team True Gravity, especially towards the end there for sure.
I wasn't favoring the positioning at all. I think what Talent BH did was, I understand in their position they're already having the advantage of numbers because they've already cleared out a few members from Team True Gravity, but because of that they got a little bit too comfortable with their situation, and then they kind of disregard their positioning. I was wondering why was Synquan all the way on the right side, on the right down side of Rayquaza when he himself is literally a range Pokemon to begin with. He's actually playing with the Acid, playing out with the Solar Beam, and he was literally just there. And the thing is, Glaceon, when he arrived, he was like, hey, like, Venusaur is here!
Yeah, but this was really a play.
This was definitely a play. Look at that. So
this really like changed the momentum of the round as they really just got a lot of points into it as well. Like sure, Regieleki, you managed to steal, you managed to secure and steal the Regieleki for their side here, but there's still not enough points to really tip the scales. And at the same time, there were still more points being dunked by Zessel as well. Great fight, but they managed to get all the way to the backline, and it's just so disruptive. All three members perfectly line up into Zessel.
I think this is look at the Venusaur, right? So he's really his position over there. He's going all the way right. He knows that if the team members from Team True Gravity were to come in, he's gonna be the first guy that they're gonna meet. It's like, and you don't want to meet. Basically, you don't want to meet. No, you for the opponents, they're like, we would love to meet you because you're quite fragile. Being Venusaur running, you're not running Petal Dance anyways. You're not running Giga Drain, so basically you don't have sustain. And really fragile. You're literally a glass cannon over there. So.
It was very situational because you see a lot of some of the members was also somewhat positioned to the right side of the map. So I think he still wanted to stay within range to somewhat support, but also at the same time, there's also the pressure.
Body blocking?
Yeah, I mean, at least quite close, right? But that Rayquaza fight, I feel that there's a lot of factors that really pressured Talent BH, right? Like they were down in points, they also needed to secure the Rayquaza, and members of coming from the side here for Team True Gravity just are responding eventually as well. So. In that split second of a decision, I guess you could say that Solar Beam was timed maybe less than a second late. Really less than a second late.
Earlier on, it was too early. This time, it was too late.
Like, can you imagine, right? It did enough damage up to the point where an Egg Bomb was enough to secure. That's just possibly how low that Rayquaza was.
Actually, the timing for the Solar Beam, yes, I have to agree with you. Earlier on, during the Regieleki, it was too early. And then during the Rayquaza, it's a little bit too late. But
yeah, you really can't blame him for that. Seriously, like it's those kind of situations where you just really can't tell, right? Everyone was out of Unite moves. Massive fights was pretty much happening between across the board here. But then again, this is really not the end, right? There's still the second game here, still the best of 3 Flava. However, it was an unfortunate one. They couldn't win it out with the Intelligence in their hands here. Now the Intelligence is going to be falling back into the hands here of Team True Gravity, unless they have something else to say about here. But there's too much Pokemon that's currently a threat in the hands of members of Team True Gravity. However, Zessel, player stats here, absolutely phenomenal here.
Oh wow! I mean, he's a phenomenal player. We've seen some great plays being played by him together with the team as well. Team True Gravity. I do see this pattern, and I can finally say this after witnessing all the matches from TTG,
right?
From start to finish, they have this pattern where they always win game 1, against all their opponents, meaning that it's something normal. And the only time when they actually won 2-0 is actually against Team Unite Holic, right? But whenever they have a 2-1 series, yeah, so game number 1 they win, game number 2 they will lose out, and then game number 3 they make it a win for themselves as well. And they have always secured this one themselves.
Ironically, shit, correct me if I'm wrong, right? Ironically, I think it was only against Talent PH in that 2-1 where they didn't actually win the first round.
Yes, exactly. they were the only kryptonite in the upper bracket. So Talent Esports, yeah, so this is not the same pattern that we see in the upper bracket, but in the lower bracket so far today, like I said, different beasts altogether. Like this time, Team True Gravity, they're on the right foot, winning the game number 1, and we've emphasized on the importance of winning game number 1 in this current format. You somewhat use some of your comfort Pokemons, not meta, and so I guess this is definitely something that now this is going to be very, very troublesome for Team Talent BH. I guess if we follow patterns, I'm guessing TTG will struggle. They have not really gotten a really good time in game number 2, except for that match against Team Unite Holic.
The thing is, the thing is this, right? I think it's pretty great, right? Because like initially I was finding it quite curious on why he actually went for the ISO, but I guess it's mainly because of the fact that he just needs some form of disengagement away from the crosser, right? You get Rock Tomb, sure you get eject button, but what if but Rock Tomb is such a low cooldown, right? That kind of thing. So you get Rock Tomb again, then what happens then, right? So I see Win with the additional dash just give you some form of security and also still does pretty great damage as well. Giga Drain, that one is actually a pretty not picking up Giga Drain is still somewhat of a questionable thing for me, but I can somewhat understand because think of it this way, right? Sure, you are doing Giga Drain, but you're doing a Giga Drain into such range, like really painful range damage, right? Like Hyper Voice, Icy Wind.
And you don't have the mobility from Pedal Dance anyway, so basically you being close enough to create that situation, running a Solar Beam, is kind of tough.
Yeah, it's true. Understandable, right? So, but either way, it was such a well played for the first game itself. Now, second games come to the mix. A lot of things is on the line. Team True Gravity, of course, has one game and 1 point in the bag as it is. Still, once again, with that win, is still bolstering their confidence here. Their momentum seems unrelenting here at this point. Flava here can't be stopped. I dare say, unstoppable at this moment here. There was a Talent player tried to upher and tried to stop this momentum, but just failed to do so. They still have one more chance and try to bring this into a game 3. If not, another team will be denied and knocked away by the hands of Team True Gravity.
Oh yeah, and I think that they have already slayed most of the countries actually participating here in the competition. Will Philippines be another one in their books, or knowing Team Talent PH and how strong they can be, will they be able to actually make it a win here for this game number 2 and force that game number 3 upon Team True Gravity? They've done this before, they have won before, and I believe that they should be able to actually do so here in this game number 2. Now I'm curious to see what they will draft out here, and I believe that the players are all ready. You can clearly see that they are all written back to their respective positions. They're getting ready to jump into the lobby and into the drafts in a few short moments. So get excited, everyone. If you guys are tuning in the live stream, show your support for which team you are rooting for. If you're rooting for Team True Gravity, the representatives from the India Regional Champions, or you're rooting out for the Talent PH, which is the Filipino champions.
And it's been such a crazy ride for these guys here. But now here's the grand plan right now. When we go to the draft, what will be the next wave for them to really tackle here? Hoopa, by the way, Hoopa is still in the pool. I don't think both of these teams hasn't really utilized the Hoopa in the hands of both Vulcan and on the side here of KY too here. So maybe the Hoopa might actually play a very key role in terms of trying to really secure for them, right? Then again, there is still a lot of, they still need to figure out how they want to deal with this backline damage dealers. There's still the Bustle here. I would have loved to have LeBron with the Bustle in his hands. That should be able to try to make things a lot more easier and be very disruptive as much as possible. But the real question is whether Team True Gravity is going to let that Bustle through. So far, they have been very favorable with the Umbreon brand so far.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
and still gonna stick with it, by the way.
Stick with it, by the way. But they banned the slow bro, meaning that potentially. Oh, so because Talent PH gets first pick, so I guess they're gonna get their hands on the bus pool this time about.
This is the one. LeBron smiles across the boards here for sure. Definitely going to be very satisfied with this one with the Basel. However, what's going to be the next pair here? Clefable would have been great, but they don't really have the Clefable. The Clefable was actually used in the last round.
Yeah, it was by Thailand BH, yeah.
So the next best support for healing will be in the hands of the Elder Gods.
Yeah, so they paired up Elder Gods together with the Trevenant as well. I think this is a great pairing altogether. Team True Gravity, they will be the ones securing this Intelon for themselves. And this time, they're also running the Crustles for the draft and this Dragonite.
Masquerada.
Masquerada, this didn't appear the whole finals, right?
I mean, yeah, it did appear in the finals.
Finals.
Right?
It did appear in the regionals
for sure.
Twice. I forgot whether it's East Asia or Southeast Asia over here, but Sylveon is naming again. Team True, that's something that we don't know here. Now, Team True Gravity, they are running this weekly. Now, I believe that this is the second time?
The second one. The first one was in the hands of literally just now Team MYS. Ice actually picked up the Wigglytuff for him to try to utilize. And although, I mean, of course, it's not the first time here. We had one more Wigglytuff actually back in the regional stage as well. But there is a really good reason why we see the Wigglytuff here right now. Think of it this way, right? Yeah, sure, Wigglytuff has been out of the meta for quite some time. But the patch recently actually give it a really nice buff to its Dazzling Gleams here. It's a lot more of a better secure move, and Sing is also a lot more better. And guess what? There is no Umbreon here, so there's really nothing they can really do about it against that Sing here.
Oh yeah.
Gives him a decent amount of secure, a lot of shields to really go through with it on top of the Crustle. But by the way, nothing can really stop his track to really dash into their back line here.
I think the same could also be applied to their opponents, because at this point in South, Team True Gravity, do they really have any good CCs for their end at this current moment? I don't think so. So I guess that it's not really one of the things that needed to pay attention to. But we'll see the outcome here for this game. It does seem that the draft is complete, ladies and gentlemen, for this game number 2. And hopefully you guys are getting excited, because this is going to be quite a battle itself. Now, just a recap to everyone that Team Talent PH needs to win this game number 2 to force a key number 3 here in this series itself. If Team True Gravity actually wins this game number 2, meaning that they'll win the series by winning 2-0 against Team Talent BH, then it will not be a game 3 itself. Now the game is underway, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump straight to it, and Pokemons are going to be going straight into their respective lanes right now. Of course, we do anticipate it's going to be the Yasunar going off at the central area, getting some levels for himself, so he can actually get online real fast here for the whole team. And after a while, it's going to be rotating either top or bottom lane to provide some sort of resistance to further amplify the progression here in the game. Meanwhile, here is going to be the Elder Gods together with the Buzzwole at the top lane for the side. Team Talent putting on the pressure here, forcing the Dweeble, forcing him to actually use the eject, but still insufficient to actually stop him from getting taken down here in the hands of Team Talent BH. It's a strong start here for the Philippines champions.
You know, the thing is not thinking about how the Wigglytuff is going to be playing. Right? It's definitely going to be playing alongside with the Dragonite, and it feels like, I won't say it's a direct counter, but it can be quite useful for the Buzzwole, because with the Sing itself, right, long enough, not only will you slow the movement speed, by the way, good catch, decent amount of damage, however the Buzzwole gets relatively down low and slow, and unbelievably, Dwebble will be able to get the finishing off not just on 1, but 2 KOs here. Absolutely great.
Managed to even punish his arm and the Elder Gods as well, so this is going to be quite troublesome for the side of Team Talent BH. Team True Gravity getting back the revenge they very much deserve from the takedown in top lane. I guess revenge is served there for their end. Meanwhile, a little bit opening for team members of Team Talent BH to do a little bit scoring here by RBX together with Leonard on the Sylveon and together with that Farouq. It's not much that you can actually do to them at this current moment. They're just going to keep dunking and dunking and dunking.
I mean, definitely for sure. It's definitely pretty hard, especially now you're facing not just the Sylveon, but even the Trevenant at the same time. There's a lot of control, especially with our dear friend who's not really the talent just yet, so not really much or crazy big damage. But anyway, Crustle coming in, try to zone them out, try to give the impression that the fact that there might be a rotation. However, Vulcan, that roaming towards the central area, spotted out the Dragonair, spotted out the Trevenant here as they prepare for the central area skirmish.
Oh yeah, they decide to engage instead of using the Hooper over here. Sylveon getting low on HP, trying to make an escape over here with Hammer latching on the Wigglytuff, but decide to actually make an escape. Sing has been utilized as well, but almost trying to go for dash prepare. Oh, that's going to here in hands of the Masquerada. Despite low on HP, Trevenant make his escape towards the left side. Being chased down from behind, but Hooper also disengages at the same time as well. Masquerada tried to go in for a little bit scoring, but unfortunately Hooper has made his way back to the lower lane. goalpost here. And of course, we do see 4-man rotations at the bottom lane, looking very, very active here from the side of Talent PH. Meanwhile, we do have the Dragonite providing a little bit of assistance here for the Crossel at the top lane, because they know that this is going to be one of the high times where the Altaria and the Swablues are going to be appearing in virtual moments. I do believe that most of them are being taken in the hands of Team Talent PH just a while ago. Still 0 points here for the side of Team True Gravity, but it's still in the early stages of the game, as we have just concluded 3 minutes in and 7 more minutes to go.
Coming in from the range, trying to sneak in, trying to secure one of the objectives towards the top side here. The rest of the team are also in the same mind here. A little bit split in terms of resources here. 3 members on top for both sides and 2 heading to the bottom. However, a quick rotation coming in for the Miascarada. A lot of pocket damage from the snipe shots here. Really painful as well. Not much way for them to really sustain from all this kind of damage that's just coming for the Elder Gods. But now who will be able to secure a great dive? Snipe shot will be able to secure the Regieleki, but they want to try to get a couple of more here. They got, not only did they lose the Regieleki, they're also losing members in the process, but they were able to get counter KO.
Of course, and try to shove away all the team members from Team Television away from the goalpost over here. And of course, Regieleki has already made its entry. This would be a great opening for them to actually do a little bit of scoring for the side of Team True Gravity. Jumping off as the clear on the cross together with the Buzzball over here on their end. And of course, this time about, they are going to be trying to actually go for a little bit more, destroying the goalpost from the side of Talent PH at the top lane. Meanwhile, here, attention from the bottom lane, the Hooper together with the Wigglytuff up against the Trevenant. Vulcan putting a little bit of pressure over here, trying to get experience. He will be able to actually get that. Wow.
Now, here's the interesting thing. Once the Wigglytuff actually, with the Sing, by the way, gets that 4th note, you're not only going to be able to put someone to sleep, but also at the same time, if you're also able to reduce like defense and special defense of that particular Pokemon within that Sing range. But of course, it's only for like 1.5 seconds. But hey, you know, when in the face of a Dragonite Hyper Beam, that's a lot, man.
Yeah, we're going to take it. Seeking half his performance over here. Woodhammer was not able to connect. Together with the Horn Leech as well. It's going to be secure coming off from the Dragonite from the side of Team True Gravity. And of course, jumping in on the side as well. Commits with the Unite from the Delon. But the Delon's going to be one getting secure here in the hands of the Sylveon as well. Together with the Wigglytuff, making it 2 KOs straight here in the hands of Team Talent PH. Leaves up quite an opening here for Hooper on the top left side to do a little bit of scoring for the side of Team True Gravity. Meanwhile, Team Talent PH keeps forcing, putting on all this aggression in the bottom lane. Lord Sentinel throwing in bodies, triple, 4, quadruple bodies being thrown over here, and here comes a turnaround from Team True Gravity, making it a full-on close one team fight over here, except for that Trevenant Leonard.
Yeah, Rumble Rouser just absolutely solid. There's really no way for them to really melt down such a beefy frontliner as well, and also a great controller and goal defender here. And once again, yes, they get a couple of points in, but it will cost them as they will lose their 2nd or 1st goal post at the bottom side. Now trying to secure a couple of more objectives as they're trying to make their way back to the Regieleki. And of course, as we all know, the beautiful Dragonite, very great in securing all its objective, even without supports.
I think that's a bad call from Talent PH. I think they that huge overextension, I do hope that will not cost them this game, because they were such on a good roll over there. They should know that by the time they actually reach the tier 2 goalposts on the bottom side of Team T Gravity, they have the ability to just throw on bodies for constant knockdowns from time to time. So basically, that was just a big loss from them. They lost 4 or 5 team members. If you include together with Trevin, that was actually taken down earlier on. That was a full-on team wipe already, and that's definitely going to be very, very costly, because they could just snowball. Instead, they overextended even more. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, you do see the Sing coming on from the Wigglytuff, trying to actually make an escape over here. We do see a little bit of vision being provided by the Crosser at the same time as well. Here comes the drive, and here's the opening up at the same time. Even though with Hammer as well, it's still going to be enough. And Bounce being opened up at the same time as well. In Talon this time, going off for the snipes. Is it going to be enough? Buzzwell's going to be the one taking out on the Crosser. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Hooper clearing on the Buzzwell here at this point as well. Hooper gets cleared out in return. It has a Trevenant. Sylveon also making some plays and clearing out on the Wigglytuff at the same time as well. And of course, Inteleon clearing off on that Trevenant. Multiple Pokemons being down here, coming up from both ends, Leonard. But still, no point of scoring here.
It's so hard for them to really get on top of the Inteleon. There's always going to be someone there to really back them up, and especially since you have this 2 supported lineup, Hooper resets any single time. 5K is a little bit dicey. You get the sign-on for the bonus heals and shields from the Wigglytuff as well to keep the rest of their members alive.
Oh, they're sleep!
They're sleep for a couple seconds. And they steal it with the Hyper Beam!
Wow! Secure the Regis! That's gonna hurt! They did most of the damage, and here comes the Dragonite, Just getting that secure with the Hyper Beam, Leonard. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah. The crazy thing about it is that I'm really concerned. Sure, they have the damage, but will it be really enough? The Italian is still untouched and unfazed throughout most of these fights as well here. I have never really seen anyone who was able to really get on top of him and do really significant amount of damage. There's just so many layers that Talent PH
He was
really
cleared
needs to
just
peel
now
through.
anyways by Trevenant.
Yeah.
Just during that big encounter. But
Yeah.
other than that, you're right. Yeah, none of that so far.
But still though, we're slowly coming into the 2 minute marker here. And Team True Gravity still has control, not only in the pace of the round, but in terms of points as well. Backcapping also going to be pretty difficult since
that's
we already
nice.
have their necessary goalkeepers, their guardians here to ensure none of that will ever happen in the first place here.
Exactly, yeah. And the current moment, what Thailand is going to do, he's going to do what's best, which is just to snipe from time to time as well. Now, Team True Gravity, they don't have to go for the Rayquaza. All they have to do is screen off. They have to fan off these team members from Team Talent PH to take down the Rayquaza or do any form of scoring, anything beyond right now 61 points, so basically anything beyond 30 points at this current moment.
Big damage, was able to pop in with the Hoop Sunbound here. Phantom Force, absolutely phenomenal as well, completely isolated, but the same goes for the Trevenant. Remove one of the frontliner and controller, but there's still the Bustle in play, but keeps getting zoned out by both the Hooper and the Italian as well. Pops in the double team. Will it be enough to divert and cause confusion? Not enough, as they want to try to get a couple of balls, but the Bustle still lives, still strong. LeBron, but Zessel is such a threat, such a menace, and there's not enough time left on the clock.
Oh yeah, the 50 seconds on the clock at the current moment, but they're also chasing down on this Dragon Knight at the
Gotta
same
get
time
him
as
up.
well. There is time, 45 seconds here on the clock. Both teams are losing out 2 team members, but the longest period is definitely 18 seconds there on the Elder Gods. This could be the opening that Team Talent PH is definitely looking for, but of course, they're getting pressure here. Buzzwole getting lowered here, speed. LeBron trying to make a save, but unfortunately, gets picked off the hands of that Dragon Knight. Getting lowered HP. Are they able to actually secure this Rayquaza? Are we able to reset his HP? Sylveon making an entry over here. Who's going to get the secure?
No,
it will be in hands of Team True Gravity, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe that is it. 50 seconds on the clock with 3 members down on the side of Talent PH. Team Tirgani is making plays here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2024, slaying teams after teams after teams, and they've made their way to the Grand Finals.
Revenge could not be more sweeter here.
Oh.
Not only did they battle it out through the lower brackets, the longest run that any team has ever faced or battled in this ACL Finals, but also the icing on the cake, the revenge match against Talent PH truly showed them who is deserving. But of course, with that being said, such a phenomenal performance coming from Talent PH, really showing us the creativity and the innovation. Their energy and their positivity will not be forgotten, and of course, well deserved and well respected for. But then again, such an achievement for Team True Gravity here, showing India's paralysis in the Pokemon Unite esports scene, totally making their countrymen proud. But now it is the time, Flava, as they prepare for the potential grand finals against Team Kapi-chans here, who has been comfortably watching all of this action happening before them on their high iron throne.
Yeah, and before I also want to talk further about this, let's start with saying congratulations to Team True Gravity. They have made a long journey. They have crawled,
strides,
literally. They did a military crawl through the lower bracket after getting stomped by Team Talent PH at the upper bracket round number 1. They start off their journey today at round number 1 of lower bracket, went through the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and winning their revenge match, a clean 2-0 against Talent PH, and now they've made it to the grand finals. And secondly, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I believe that Team Talent PH deserves a big round of applause. Being here as the Philippines champion, they have definitely made their community, made their country proud by being top 3 here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 Finals. We have to give them some love. They are a very respectable bunch, and most definitely, we're definitely going to be seeing more of them. Now, Team True Gravity, continuing back together with them, is that they have been slaying teams, Leonard.
I know.
They slay.
I know.
They slay the home ground champions. They slay the Japan's Unite Holic. They slay Team Malaysia and Singapore. And here they are slaying the Philippine representatives.
But the thing is, it's so hard. Like, with the competition that was being run by Talent Page in this round as well, there was just really no one that can really get on top of Zessel. Sure, you have a speedster like Mioscarada. Double team is, of course, don't get me wrong, it's always fun to watch and everything, but he just really couldn't get it because there's just too much save. You have the Wiggle guitar with the recital notes, there's also a great control coming from the Sing, there's also the Hyperspace Polo if it's necessary, but at the same time, at the pace of the round as well, Duck has been literally ensuring that, hey, you want to try to go towards my teammate Zessel, that's not going to happen because I am currently gunning for your team members here. So there's really not much of an opening for the side here for Talent Page to really try to get through their defense stage. Sure, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
There were some really great rounds. There's some really great catch coming in from both RBX and LeBron here. Definitely for a fact. And Dylan coming in with the follow-up damage is absolutely significant. But towards the very end of the Rayquaza pit, even you saw it itself, and I think we can see it through the replay as well, Zessel was really just untouched. Very comfortable. Just sniping from a distance, just poking it out here, and just biding the time here. And let's be honest, this is an Inteleon, by the way.
Yeah.
In the hands of such an amazing player like Zessel here, he's been having an absolute ball, just making things so hard and so painful as they try to take that Rayquaza.
I think I still remember his positioning during that Rayquaza pit as well. He's in a very, very comfortable position. He had covers on the top side, his covers on the bottom side. It does not require him to actually do any form of movement at all. Even if anything, he still has his eject during that period of time. So he was actually free hitting the whole time as well. And the thing about Talent is they were on their dancing shoes.
Yep.
They have to juke things out. They have to ensure they don't get hit by the snipes. They want to make a point of entry here. If they're able to juke out a flu and actually engage with the team members from Team True Gravity in a much more better manner, then I think that's going to be a win for them. But it's tough because Inteleon has been right there all that while. You're literally trying to enter a fortress there with professional sniper being hired from the other end, so it's going to be a very, very problematic situation for them as well. Wow.
There's a lot of saves and a lot of heals and shields coming from the side here of their team. This double support lineup, right? It's really horrifying here because we're not talking about like a Clefable or anything, right? We're talking about the weekly time, right? You got a really great securable with the damage.
I want to give credit to him.
You have Sing, who can be quite disruptive depending on how many notes, I guess, the fourth note, right? If
Yeah,
you
the
can
fourth note.
you can get the fourth note, that's pretty great. And remember, they don't really have an Italian on that team on the side of a Talent Page. Their line of composition, sure, you got some range damage, but
they don't have. Yeah,
it's not really a long range.
It's just a mid-range Pokemon.
Correct.
That's all.
So in other words, you're always going to be within the range of Sing here. There's going to be a lot of contact play where both the Wigglytuff and the Dragonite can really thrive. And if it gets too dicey, Hoopa comes in with the Hyperspace Pole. But I also believe the Hoopa also had the Resident Guard item as well. So when he popped that ultimate, that additional shield just makes him an absolutely frontline tanky support as well. So hard. We even saw it jump into the front line too to really be that additional layer. There's just so much things they need to peel through it, and they just didn't have the necessary damage to do it.
Okay, I'm glad that we're also witnessing on the highlights here, but of course we're beginning with
this is the first game.
Yeah, this is the first game here. We're seeing this, sort of thing. I think this was quite a big upset because Team Talent BH already was they were on a great
let me
foot.
see the snipes.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, look at all this is happening. Like we're just standing there. Oh man, it's a position. I think in the worst positioning, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the Inteleon, but I guess like Venusaur has it even worse. But also looking at the second game, I think this is what we're very curious about as well, and see how things actually happen. I think Masquerada as well, they had a great idea of how to actually play it, but then still, you can't beat what Inteleon has to offer for this game because he's having an amazing time. The only time you can actually catch on Inteleon if he actually pushes forward and actually makes any form of mistake, which is something very minimal happening here for the side of Team True Gravity. Now, I think this is doing bottom segment. I think we missed out a little bit here. I think before this particular segment happened, it was actually the Wigglytuff doing the Sing and hitting out on the buzz wall together. If it's not this one, it should be the next Reggie attack going off at the bottom, which Dragonite actually sniped it out.
Oh yeah, that way we definitely saw it for sure. But the problem was really is just the fact that, don't get me wrong, Masquerada is great, but I felt there were a lot more. There were other solutions for divers to really get into it. Talent PH, let's be honest, they may not have the craziest Pokemon pool compared to some of the other teams that we've seen, but there's still a lot of option for them to go for here. I'm just really surprised we just didn't see that actually.
And okay, this is
I mean,
the one that we're heading for.
fresh
Look at
coming from
Italian.
Sid, right?
He doesn't have to change his position. He's been staying in that area, on the right area, for the longest time here. He doesn't have to shift his position so much. Only at this point he's forced to move just a little bit, just in case. But at this point, there's no more Trevenant. So basically, they only lost out on the Crossel and the basically the Hooper together with the weekly top. But still, no answers there for the Italian for the side of Team True Gravity.
No, but you see, here's the thing, right? Sure, you're getting KOs, you're getting pickoffs, but Zessel is still piling on the damage uninterrupted here. And the only time we ever saw the Wiggly Top actually fell, which you saw in the highlights, was when he overextended himself. And you saw the Hoopa positioning, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, Resonant Guard pops in the ultimate. He suddenly becomes the tankiest guy in the round as a support is absolutely phenomenal. And I think we've seen a lot of Resonant Guard Hoopas as well in the other regions too. So I think it's a really nice pickup for sure, especially in this really tight spot here to really just keep on adding those layers necessary for the squad. However, still such a great run for Talent PH here. It was been a great uphill climb, but now unfortunately it is time for them to rest as we currently watch the final series potentially that we have here. It's going to be in the grand finals, Team Kabichan versus Team True Gravity.
Yeah, and if I was Kabichan's, I'll be very concerned. I'll be scared. Just a little bit, I guess. I'm just watching True Gravity just stomping off all these teams in lower bracket.
Right.
Who are these guys? Look at that. They are crushing it in lower bracket. Okay, Team Kabichan's, now they've had a pretty good run. They have not lost a single series in the upper bracket. They beat some monsters there in the upper bracket, making their way here to the competition itself. They beat out Team, I think I remember this one is... I think Kabichan's, they beat up E-Arena, which is the Thailand champions. Yeah, they also beat Team Rise, and they also beat Thailand Esports in the upper bracket finals.
Of course.
And here they are at the throne for the longest time. They have not played a single series so far, and they're about to go up against a team which has fought 1, 2, 3, 4 best of 3 series today. And if you add up together with the match that they actually fought yesterday, 5 best of 3 series in total, and they're about to jump into their 6th here in total later on after this. But of course, guys, ladies and gentlemen, remember, here at the grand finals, the team that goes to the that flows from the upper bracket, which is Team Kabichan's from Japan, they are only required to actually win 1 best of 3 series to become the winner and champion for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. Whereas Team True Gravity, as they hail from the lower bracket finals, they are required to become the champion. They're required to win the first best of 3 series and then force a grand finals reset. Now, of course, this reset only happens if the champion of the lower bracket finals, which is Team True Gravity, wins that game, the first best of 3 series.
I mean, definitely for sure. And just looking back from the journey that they have, ever since being sent to the bottom, to the lower bracket by the hands of Talent PH, such a phenomenal journey. Sure, hard fought one, definitely for sure, but it feels like it's the culmination to this very moment, right? They work hard, they outmaneuver, outwitted their opponents here, learn, but at the same time also learn from their opponent teams here on what kind of potential composition, what kind of play style they can try to utilize, and hopefully with all these additional tools they have managed to incorporate from besting all of these great teams, hopefully it will be enough to go toe-to-toe with Team Kabichan here in the grand finals. It's such a, and the crazy thing about this as well, Flava, it's such a great story for both Kabichans and also for Team True Gravity. Team True Gravity coming in very strong here from the series here with the team that they have. But at the same time, Kabichan started off the regional stage with not much, actually not even not much, barely any competitive background at all. A very relatively new team. We were questioning it. We were wondering where do they truly stand. And look at them now.
They are standing in the grand finals.
Absolutely with their wings nice and soaring through the skies here. But of course, still one more challenge for both of these two teams. There only one shall rise and rule, and only one shall fall.
Yeah, it is going to be the final series here in the competition. Later on in a few short moments, I do believe that we will be witnessing the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Team Kabichan's, Team KS from the winner for the upper bracket finals, up against Team True Gravity from the lower bracket finals. And this is definitely going to be a series you don't one to miss, as the winner and champion for this year will become the winner and champion for the Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals, and also getting themselves with a whopping $40,000 prize pool for themselves. Of course, thanks so much to our production team as well. It sounds like they can't even happen. But of course, by just being here in the grand final, both teams have secured a minimum of $20,000, being in second place. 10,000 USD in third place over there should be for team Talent PH, yeah, for them to actually get third place. 7,500 USD should be in the hands of team MYS. We also have the 4,000 USD for the 5th and 6th place
teams,
winners.
yes.
Yeah, that is going to be Unite Holly together with Team Rise. And of course, last but not least, 1,500 USDs for 7th place for Team E Arena and Team Sora Tigers Gaming.
Honestly, yes, monetary prize is always great, but the fact that these teams are able to showcase to represent their region and to showcase the countrymen, it's been such an honor for these guys and great pride. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to give a massive shout out to our official partner for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. We are currently supported by Ice Esports 5G and Twitch, and sponsored by You Treasure and Republic of Gamers. Seriously, you guys, thank you wholeheartedly for giving such an opportunity for not just the viewers, the talents, but the players to showcase their abilities on such a grand stage here at the Iconium at Thailand, Bangkok.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Without their support and without their partners together with these amazing entities and parties, we're not able to actually have all these amazing actions just for you here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals. And of course, in a few short moments before we kickstart with our grand finals, I'm so excited. I do hope that they get to actually interview both teams before they start and see how things are. And oh man, we've seen a lot of upset. We've seen a lot of exciting stuff happening over here. Who doesn't love a good Cinderella story? And that Cinderella story at this current moment is going to be Team True Gravity and of course Team KS. They are soaring through the upper bracket, and they're definitely looking to just have a clean victory here at the ACL finals and not letting Team True Gravity continue their rampage, their stoppage here in the competition.
I mean, battle-hardened team against Team Kampuchea, who has had a flawless run for these ACL finals. It is definitely going to be a fantastic game to watch here. And the crazy thing about it as well, we're talking about this is no longer a battle between Brain versus Brawn. This is just all-out brawls between such two Goliaths of a team here. Team True Gravity definitely trying to secure themselves for the grand finals to represent India. At the same time, Kampuchea also showing the fact that we are the newest and possibly greatest talent that Japan has ever produced here. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we're going to be taking quite the long break as our players need to prepare for the one final battle. So don't go away for too long, because more Pokemon Unite ACL battles will be coming to you guys right after this. See you later, Pokemon trainers.
Rayquaza getting stealed by the enemy.
Just Slowbro stealing the Rayquaza last hit.
僕はレックーザのラストヒットのタイミングでマオクシーユナイトもう相手全員落ちていて5対1でマオクシーのユナイトでレックーザを捉えたことです。
大会でなんか私らが使っていてグラスミキサーを取ってしまってそれで勝って勝ってたから良かったんですけどその試合の後はちょっとみんなで笑ってました。
สำหรับผมคือเล่นเป็นตัวที่ไม่น่าจะลัดเล็กได้แต่ว่าดันลัดได้ครับชนะแต้มเดียวครับ
My best memory was from last year's ACL where we fought T2. We got 2-0 but we came back with a 3-0. But with the power of trust, we won.
For me, it was we were practicing and Foxy got a new cable to minimize his lag, and he's still the person that lags the most among all of us.
저는 일단은 요번에 ACL 예선이 제일 기억에 남았던 것 같아요. 네.
저도 이번에 ACL 예선하면서 저희가 마지막 스테이지는 3등을 했지만 저희가 조 1등을 했기 때문에 그때가 제일 기억에 남습니다.
1年目の WCS ですね、そのロンドンの行われたやつなんですけど、やっぱりその初めての国際戦っていうのもあって、その今までランクマッチとかで一緒に遊んでた、海外の選手と実際にこう会って話せるっていうのがまず一つすごい思い出に残っているのと、あとはそうですね、初海外だったので僕的にその初めて自分が海外に行ったっていうのでかなりそれも踏まえて 思い出にすごく残ってるのがそうですね1年目の WCS ですね。
それも日本代表決定戦の時にあったんですけど、海流構成使っててこっちが海流ってラストヒットがめっちゃ強いポケモンなんですね。で絶対取れるなって場面で打つよって DLR 選手からコールがあったんですけど、打つよが破壊光線じゃなくてユナイトでどっか違う方向に飛んでったっていうのが一番笑いました。
กดดันและตื่นเต้นครับ
รู้สึกประหม่านิดหน่อยครับก่อนจะแข่งอะไรประมาณนี้ครับพี่
I mean, it's my first time. I feel pretty good, like representing my country at this stage, at this level.
This is also my first time for representing India or anything big like in LAN or something. So there will be little bit nervousness, I guess.
その1戦目がやっぱ僕たちがすごくライバル視してる MIS っていうチームなんですけど、正直、決勝で当たりたかったなっていう気持ちがあるぐらいちょっとライバル視してるチームと初戦で当たるっていうことなんで、すごく緊張もありつつちょっとワクワクがすごく強いですね。もう1戦目からちょっと一番強いところと自分たちが一番強いと思ってるチームと戦えるっていうことですごいワクワクしてます。
Yeah, we're feeling good. We're trying our best to prepare for the tournament and hope that we can be in our best condition, give our best performance, give it a great show.
For me, I think I'm just nervous. Maybe it's like the third time, but I'm still nervous in the States. Yeah.
지금 기분 상당히 좋습니다.
저희가 그 작년에 한국이 이 아시아 챔피언스 대회를 진출을 못했었는데 저희가 처음으로 먼저 진출해봐서 기분 좋고 이런 큰 무대를 경험하게 돼서 정말 좋습니다.
初めて海外に来たということもあってすごいワクワクしています。
初めての海外で緊張とかもしたんですけど、オフラインで大会出れるっていう経験も初めてなので頑張ろうって気持ちでいっぱいです。
I'm super excited and also nervous because we're gonna play tomorrow.
I'm excited also to compete with other Asia teams.
I feel excited. We're ready to win.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling very excited for the main event. My expectations are top 2 if not first.
Everyone young again, my favorite. Everyone young again, come join. Everyone young again, my favorite. Everyone young again.
Back off, Wolves will fall. 3 members remain. Who secured the required leader? It will be in the hands of Mew. They got it back. Zora Tigers is a little bit fast on the up there, but woo!
Foxy
Big
coming
damage,
in.
yeah.
Gets the snipe, but he will get counter KO'd. What a setup coming in from them. Thankfully able to just waltz on out of their Glaceon though, trying to dish out some damage onto that Blissey. There's the fireworks connecting onto that Glaceon, and they managed to pop him down. And the Trevenant as well. There's not much you can do. There's no recovery for you. It's not going to be battle ready for this next fight if one kicks off.
It's fine because now they're popping the Unite mode because they totally understand as they defend against the Regieleki. This is the prime time for them to really try to get this punish. They get a couple of pokes in here and they will succeed. 1 KO secure, make that 2 at the same time. Absolutely making use of the situation, and they know for a fact once they secure the
Take quite a bit of damage there, and the Reggie steal gonna go in favor of MYS yet again. This Lapra is just trying to slide away, but the rest of the team will pay the price.
They just really can't withstand the amount of damage. The Clefable that was supposed to come in to give them the sustain was just not there. And now 1 by 1, priority target has been set in stone here, and the rest of the squad will go for the rest of the pickers here. They will all fall like dominoes 1 by 1 as they try to defend this goalpost for as long as they can, and whatever they can actually in the first place here, while they wait for the rest of the reinforcement. But still another pick-off and the priority target 5-on-1. There's no way you're going to be able to withstand that kind of damage.
This might just have to be a game-winning one, or if we can get the flank coming in from Jong, that might just be the play here, but it looks like Phantom Fire is connecting. No damage fall off. The team is too far away. Jong coming in for the backstab, but beautiful jump coming in from HT. No connection onto the Delphox, but they've lost the Blastoise though, so maybe this is what Zora Tigers needs. They've used their Unites though, but can they deal with that damage? Hornleech are going to completely whip. The Blissey's still hanging around for the team. They're still trying to go for the rip, but they can't. The Glaceon is gone. The Espeon is gone. It's just the 2 defenders, and HT say, I don't care. Your healing means nothing. The game is still relatively early, but we are getting a bit of a jump here. It's actually going to be play rough on this. Mimikyu instantly taking out both Inteleon and T, and the team is ready to go. Lapras Express committed. They're going straight for the Inteleon, forcing out the eject button though, but they're going to keep on going. Bliss Assist does connect, and they're going to be able to keep the Inteleon going, and Jong wants to help finish things up for the team. They do get 1 KO, 2 KOs Mimikyu, as well as that Clefable go down. Ice coming in from the back line, but the team is not really in position. Phantom Forest, the bonus damage. Maybe this is what they need, but we're seeing the Leafeon jump on Nightmare. Foxy deletes him before any follow-up comes through. But hang on a minute though, the fight's still going on. They tried to go for ward instead, wanting to turn onto that Leafeon. They just don't have the connections though. The follow me, they're saying, Chobo, we are hungry, we need some experience, give us experience.
Pretty great, he rolls able to get all the way to the back line. The position wasn't really that great. Even Nightmare Foxy completing the ultimate, just try to get close in the gaps here. They will succeed on both the Inteleon and the Venusaur, and they will get another one in the process. But it's not done yet, Danny. They want a couple of more. They're not satisfied with 3. They want to get 4, possibly a 5. Unfortunately, not enough. Burden Anger with a massive amount of damage to try to isolate the rest of the team. Unfortunately for the Swags here, our dear friend Trevor will fall here, but the rest of the squad are very satisfied with that earlier engagement.
Tigers continue on with this as well, even forcing out the Unite onto Sabine, trying to dish out that damage. Lapras caught with the beam, look, they will get it, and they also use the commitment. Unite there from the Blissey just to deal that extra damage, to zone them off the goal zone. Nightmare Fox, they're doing lots of damage. The AoE cancelling the score lines, and it looks like they might be losing some more Pokemon here, but they are still trying to defend. There's only so much you can do as a Mew and a Trevenant. These scores are going to finally go through. No, the constant solar beams. This next fight, that's what MYS want. They want to force out these Unites if possible, force them out prematurely so that they lack these countermeasures. If a fight happens, they're going to come in this time. Trevenant healing so much. Phantom Forest on the whole team. They found the choke point, but do they have the damage? They've only lost the Trevenant Umbreon as well. Both defenders down on both sides, but Inteleon goes down as well as the Leafeon. Jong all on his own, isolated by MYS, and this might just be it. MYS going to be locking in their points for the game, not bothering with Rayquaza at all. And we're seeing quite a lot of pressure being applied by Team True Gravity, pushing E-Arena back and actually committing to think about things. I have to say, by the way, we've got Stealth Rock coming in for that crowd score. That was definitely a bit of a surprise. And the Inteleon knocks out that Dodrio, and now we're going to be seeing a big push coming in from True Gravity, wanting to break that goal zone. It's just a Glaceon and the Slowbro. They catch up, the Glaceon just walks out of there, out of range. No snipe shots for you.
Level 11 at least at this point in the game, so they can actually have a really nice entry into that Rayquaza attempt later on as well. And this time, after getting themselves with that Crossel, they will also get themselves with Hooper as well, committing Unite over here, coming from Inteleon as well. They sniped off on that Buzzwole, going for chase together with the Hydro Typhoon as well, committing on the top side. We do see this Dragonite going off on the chase, and unfortunately, damage output is still insufficient to actually clear him out as well. And the chase still continues here, blocking out on the Glaceon's path on the clock here. But aside is E-Arena's Glaceon.
Melon pulling off some fantastic rock tunes for the team. Triple Trample coming in though, but it looks like Dodrio may have been caught trying to go for that Inteleon in the back lines, and he will actually get him. Inteleon is gone for True Gravity, trying to go for another one. Dragonite's been picked off as well. E-Arena turning things around, even though True Gravity had a fantastic fight leading up to the 2-minute mark. They've used a lot of...
Yeah, the only ones available right now is going to be that Dragonite. The only one that can actually rely on the Unite move, and the opponent themselves, they are having a 4v5 situation for a moment. It's who's going to be getting the skirt here? It is going to be
True Gravity!
True Gravity! They do have the bomb at this current moment, and they are currently leading into the tries to actually go back to the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they managed to secure on the Inteleon, waiting for more. This time, going to be in our front line, going to be Blastoise, grab out of the berry. He's going to be more Moonlight there, but to go for the back end. Now, all the Surf Ride from the Blastoise, but it's still not enough damage to clear out on the Buzzwole.
Typhoon connecting onto 3. Is this going to be enough? They will get the knockout onto Markon. Buzzwole is gone. And even though they have the Clefable, the healing is just not enough from Nodizao. Is doing his best, but Glaceon gets set back to base by a big Hydro Pump, and Drew 1 second too long.
Oh, we're being served knocks off action here. Meanwhile, commits with the Unite as well. And Urshima's going to be the one getting the last hit in with the Reggie. And of course, quite a little bit too close over here. They managed to actually make an escape with assistance coming up from Hooper, but gets rated off at one point. His commitment would happen in the face, hitting up a tree.
Oh, the Hyper Beam!
It's going to be losing out. for themselves. Meanwhile, they do an evasion here at the bottom goalpost. Catch themselves with Teller. That's going to be a huge win for themselves. And this time, bit of above for Hooper. Coming up from the backline as well. Did you have assistance? Getting it up as well. Dragon Knight tries to make an escape. Meanwhile, this DC Mark God pushing forward to their hand. Don't play the way they want it. Throwing bodies over here is going to be the slow pro. But unfortunately, they immediately got themselves with Estel, which is going to be one of the main Pokemon here from the side. And of course, chasing out, running it down. Of course, not going to be allowing this. Espion gets himself with a counter here on the Lucario from the side of E-Arena.
They're still fighting in that bottom lane as well. Dragonite wanting to apply some pressure with that Hooper, maybe steal away that Registeel. They can with the Hyper Beam, but the Wicked Blow. Oh, they've actually managed to get it there with the Wicked Blow. So thankfully for True Gravity, big mega loss, but I think for True Gravity, just take whatever you can get. Zesh, although, he got the KO. Snipe shot, Jukes can't get it. Just a tad, gonna connect on the person that he wanted to connect on. Dragonite still in that top lane. Psychic still there being used. Bliss Assist as well. Lots of health being drained on that Trevenant. Unites as well. He managed to get the heal back up. Lucario going down. The Urshifu is also taken down on the side of True Gravity. And E-Arena looking to go for some backcasts, but because of this, 2 Pokemon are here. Is it time to rip for True Gravity? It looks like there is. No one is here for E-Arena. They're just gonna go. They're just gonna go for a race. But can they afford to race? Dragonite has been knocked out. If you're E-Arena, you've got to go on defense. They're scoring in the base here. The True Gravity, they're starting to score 2-4-8-7.
108 more to go over here. Do they have the points right now to actually go for even scoring? They don't have enough, Danny. 90%.
Does manage to get the throw there, and they actually managed to catch out the Zoroark and the Comfey. This was the thing I was worried about, Flava. I said from the get-go, there are a lot of somebody that's going to be able to provide those heals. They do have the Emerald 2-step. It does not get the KO onto that Blastoise. They do finally pop that Hydro Typhoon, but everyone just leaves. They don't care at all. So there's no more counter initiation. True Gravity say this is time to go. We get the Blastoise. We want the Lapras as well. And we have the Mammoth trying to push him back. They don't quite get him, throws him back, and they will finally get both of the defenders. Took a while for Lapras. Coming in from the bottom side of the bush, they managed to catch out that Blastoise. 3-man Typhoon. Teams coming in. Can they finish them off before the rest of the evolutions come in? They do get one so far, and it's going to be the support, so no more Moonlight, but here comes the Leafeon, wanting to delete the Blastoise. Emerald 2-step committed. It's 1-1 so far. Smart God, can he get him? Solar Blade being charged up, wanting to connect. They will finally come in with Melon on that Mammoth Swan. They don't actually get them with the connection on those basic attacks. They do freeze out Lapras. Lapras is down. One of the defenders are gone. Blastoise is coming back, but there's no frontliner, and it's gonna go towards the True Gravity.
The hyperspace portal really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map. Really well done coming in from Yang, but on the side even the Blastoise, unfortunately he would not have the exact same assist or support timing with the hyperspace portal. Really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map. Really well done coming in from Yang, but on the side even the Blastoise, unfortunately he would not have the exact like will join him at the Pokemon Center.
Oh, that's going to be a big win for them. They managed to clear out the Blastoise together with Dragonite. Meanwhile here at the
No,
as well.
HD.
Together with the Eldegoss, making it a 3-man takedown from the side of Team MYS, and they are definitely have to do a bit disadvantage for a little bit survivability. Hits, commits again with Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise, holding it, but yet another United is going to be that Blastoise. Unfortunately, even the Blastoise, not enough damage. Big connect, team coming from their side as well. They managed to clear out only Zorua, one of the main cores for himself. Rage Licky makes an entry. It's easy for them to actually clear out and destroy that goalpost. And this time, it's going to be a counter coming up from Team MYS. They cleared out the Grand Knight, going up a little bit. Eldegoss gets cleared out here in the hands of 5 at the moment. Here comes the entry from the Umbreon as well. But it's not having the damage in any way, so he has to sustain all the damage on his own. Also submit, and he's not able to actually escape this fight. He's going to say, oh, here comes the eject together with the Hydro Typhoon, but there's no follow-up coming from teammates as well. From the side of Team Rise, but they're going to be managing to get the Umbreon together with the Hooper. Right now, Blastoise trying to make an escape here on the downside. Meanwhile, looking on the right side as well, Zora trying to make a little bit of plays, but unfortunately gets traded off here, leaving this Buzzwole to get the new Knight anymore at this point. But team member Slowbro together with Sylveon is returning back into all the needed action. Lord Quasar at the current moment, Slowbro was not able to actually sustain all the damage coming from their side as well. Mew getting a 2-kill.
7, but now the competition, keep the pressure, the rotation coming from the bottom side. They realize, okay, we cannot drag this game out for too long. We need to get some form of control. They got 1 KO, 2 KOs. Guess what? They want to try to get the third. Their play is being really nice, but the heavy set comes in. Pretty great stuff. Also the eject button as well. Now they're currently getting the defense buff on the goalpost as well. But will it still be enough? Unite moves are committed here. They managed to get all the way to the back line. There's no more form of escape for Axel here, and he will
here.
And of course, recovery. Meanwhile, a bit scored by Lapras on the top side. He's probably able to actually make it in here. And open here for the Aston to secure that last hit on Reggie Steele. And of course, it is going to be the takedown on the Mimic. Well, this is going to be the win that we're looking for. This application bomb, a second special attack is definitely what.
Dev was all able to get all the way to the back line on top of the DBQ. And that snipe shot absolutely insane. And the rock took to make things even more worse. As he will then not really have the best of the dime, except for the Lapras Express. But then again, a beautiful initiation was able to catch two of the main people here, made it the cause. But they're now diving into the mix as well. They don't want the defenders. They want to bypass all the tanks, all the walls, as they go straight for the cause. 4 will fall against
Team Rise is going to be the Crossel. Will the team members of Team Rise be able to actually make it in time here at the pit to actually provide any form of damage here? And it seems as secure. It's going to be inside Team OS. Oh, that build up by Team Rise.
Mansion almost being taken down, just gets out of there and even uses a Leaf Blade. Beautiful double KO and that Umbreon. It's mostly just, it's just damage. And look at this, they're even using the Gatling Cock missile on a DLR's Reverend. They do get one tier and they do get a second on that Dragonite. Actually landing onto Mame and Talion out by that Hooper. Thunderstorm committed as well. Did he manage to catch the Inteleon? Super low. Hooper and Inteleon go down. A two-way backstab coming in from Unite Holic. And now it's time to try and go for this Rayquaza. The team's coming in though. Midnight Rams, Hydro Typhoon, Pokemon going down. DLR and Pikachu are out of this picture. Mame's still sticking around and even a Solar Blade to commit. Dragonite's all on his own. Where's his teammates? Where's that Blastoise? They need to buy time for the team. Yupono wasting this Dragonite's time. And Mame coming into the spray as well. Solar Blade locks down that Dragonite. We still have Duck. We still have Hooper committing the Unite as well. He didn't even use the portal. The team is now flooding in. Unite Holic, I think they just ran out of juice.
25 seconds, and look, no one is stopping the Leafeon. They managed to secure the Rayquaza. This is totally fine.
Out Zeshol. Zeshol does need to be careful. Again, Melon. Melon is a extremely scary Frostal. So
Get their hand on the Glaceon. On the Raid coming with the Holly into the Phantom Forest as well. But then again, it's just Sally, not enough follow-up. And the Smackdown eject button into the Smackdown, into Betches not in 2K. Forcing on another Unite move. They try to disengage, but guess what? That Unite move can only last for so long. But they didn't manage to punish the Glaceon here, and now they're trying to return the favor. 3 members of Unite Holly will be KO'd here, but here comes the Revenge. But just one unfortunate KO as he was all alone on the top side. But what about the bottom half?
Bottom half looks like they got the KO there onto the force Unite Holic to fight into them. And already we do get it, but it looks like it's going to be Duck to start the fight.
Oh, he's alive!
The Forest connects as well. First Pokemon to go down is that Revenant. Benji trying to run away, but he's all alone. He's already committed the Unite as well. No more heals for you. It's 3 versus 4. Melon's going up against DLR. They know where the Dragonite is. Wafu is away from his team. Buzzball's coming in for him as well. Koopa's sticking around, going to hang on to the rings on bound. 16 seconds for Benji. 2 more seconds for Trevenant, but no Phantom Forest.
Still trying to go back and forth with the long team fight as well. Nice, I mean, with a couple of hands here. Decent amount of damage, but they didn't manage to lock them out. Again, caught all alone. Smackdown left and forth. Again, Melon, such a nuisance, such a menace. So what? You pop the Unite move. Oh, good save. Managed to
From Team MY is going to be the blast off to be together with Hydro Pump. What's going to be? Mew is going to be getting those hits ready. And here comes a pursuit, pushing the Snorlax away. Ice gets cleared out in the hands of Dragonite. And going up for more. Yet another slipping flies here. Hooper managing to
We have 3 Pokemon here for both teams. Inteleon sitting on the side. Bliss Assist connecting, and Hooper's the one. The last hit on the Reggie Steele. We do have the Slow Beam though connecting onto HD. That Mimikyu just about to go down. Shedinja Doll keeping him alive, but no, he does go down. Just not enough time for the Mimikyu to get out. But look at this though, Nightmare Foxy coming in to clean up for the team. There's no Blissey. We've got Ice nearby. Zeshol popping the Unite, but they've caught out the Dragonite here. Akhl's not going to be able to move. Ice says, come here. I want you. Don't let it control, but one of the big things would be to catch out HD like this. Slow Beam and the Inteleon Unite as well. 18 seconds off the map. I think this is when you start to panic as MYS. Buy some time, do what you can, and you can see Ice right now committing his Unite as well, causing stuns, using stutters, slowing them down. Don't give them that opening. Bliss Assist being used on the Inteleon, but Inteleon gets picked off, so that's going to be wasted. But it's not over as of yet. We still have the 2 defenders and the supports left on the side of MYS. Maybe they can try and go for a steal. It's so low. Ice, no. Dragonite securing it with the Hyper Beam. And with only 2 pot as well, Duck is backing off, feeling a little uncomfortable, but Nightmare Foxy says no.
The snipe.
Gudra, go back to base. The fight.
The pressure. Battle to the metal here at the bottom lane this time. Yang getting screened out by this Rock Tomb. Solar Break, big used up by Leonard as well. Damage up is not good enough. Oh, Elton doesn't do the first one, gets taken down himself, and they managed to chase down on Glaceon for the side with Team 2 Gravity.
Duck tried to go onto the Clefable as well, but with the follow me, he's like, I don't care if you're going to try and come for me. I'm top side of the Rayquaza pit, but unfortunately for Miss Leafeon, Zeshul wanted to go for a backstab, but was spotted out by that Blastoise. And we got a team fight breaking out here as True Gravity realizing the situation. They need this Rayquaza getting lifted up by the Whirlwind as well, and it looks like it's going to be MYS to get the Rayquaza for themselves. 3, but this push is going to continue on. Urshifu looking to actually annoy this Eldegoss and send them back to base with a Unite and a Wicked Blow. As the Lapras, MYS, they actually want to continue fighting, even though things didn't look good for them. Akul trying to get away with the Throat Chop, going to be charging up the Wicked Blow as well. No KOs, dishing out a little bit of damage, but HT might have overstayed his bounds here. Needs to get out of here. Just a bit of a stagger. He waited until the Rayquaza up until this point, but hang on a minute though. We are seeing a big group up here from MYS, and the portal has just closed, and they lost the Hooper, just about to lose the Umbreon as well. It's going to try and come back to stop these scores, but just gets deleted by HD.
Good, especially this is the lower bracket ones.
Okay, you can look good anyway. Oh, but holding a telekinesis, hitting over there. Snipe shot did not manage to connect, but they do have a nice damage output here to actually knock down on that Blissey. Meanwhile, pushing forward here, the goalpost holding out in place. The Lapras, but they don't have the damage here to actually clear him out. They tried to go for a little bit more scaring, but the pressure, also the solid defense coming out from this Lapras together with the Sylveon as well. Team pulling back this. Oh, quite unfortunate. Was not able to actually get the shields in by being inside.
He serves in a pretty great position, but they all were able to get out of it just in time. It was only going to be the crosser who gets caught into that Unite move, but it's still totally fine. Big damage. They dived into the base. Can they try to get the Italian? No! He barely... Again. Oh, Verdant Anger. Not only did he deny Zeshul as well, but that's still a lot of damage. Very Falling also coming to the top, trying to mitigate some of it, but still big damage coming from the Hyper Voice. Can he try to get the final pick up? And he will succeed! I can't believe what?
Despite getting himself with the shields from the post as well, it was still not enough to chase himself. Meanwhile, here at top 8, DXR looking a little bit crispy. It's a 4v4 situation. Seems like even the Hyper Typhoon was committed by the Blastoise, but who's going to get last opportunity? It is going to be the Slow Bro from the side of Talent PH instead, despite the commitment coming up from the side of Team True Gravity. And for marching forward, pulling back that Blastoise away, and seizes him way down south to the left side of the map. And of course, points, 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock. What's the point of entry here? Coming up from both ends, jumping up from behind. Oh, here comes the hole, hitting up, they got it! Coming up against us, they managed to clear out on the Blissey, chasing up for more, and this time about driving up with the Surf as well. Blastoise does not have to unite. Oh, Solar Beam in the face! And that's going to be Blastoise down, making it a 5v3 situation, siding towards the Team Talon behave. Sylveon pops up the Unite as well. Here comes in Talon, sniping up a little bit, coming off the Rayquaza. They have to get this for themselves if they want to be scoring up some points on the side of Team True Gravity. Meanwhile, the cavalry has arrived. Glaceon and Tristan back into the fray. What is going to be the outcome here? Coming up from behind as well. Sync one as well, getting hit from behind. Is it happening?
Oh no, it's been stolen away!
All that effort.
Long enough. Not only will you slow the movement speed, by the way, good catch, decent amount of damage, however the boss will get relatively down low and slow. And unbelievably, Dwebble will be able to get the finishing off knots to prepare for the central area skirmish.
Oh yeah, they decide to engage instead of using like the Hooper over here. Sylveon getting low on HP, trying to make an escape over here with Hammer latching on the weak stuff, but decide to actually make an escape. Sting has been utilized as well, but almost trying to go for dash repair. Oh, that's going to secure here. Enhancing the mask.
From all these kind of damage that's coming for the Eldegoss, but now who will be able to secure a great dive? Snipeshot will be able to secure the Regieleki, but they want to try to get a couple of more here. They got, not only did they lose the Regieleki, they're also losing members in the process, but they will
wave on the goalpost over here. And of course, Regieleki has already made its entry. This would be a great opening for them to actually do a little bit of scoring on the side of Team True Gravity. Jumping on to clear out the cross together with the Buzzball.
Hey, you know, when in the face of a Dragonite Hyper Beam, that's a lot, man.
Yeah, there you go. We're going to take it. Oh, seeking off his performance over here. Woodhammer was not able to connect. Together with the Horn Leech as well. It's going to be secure coming up from the Dragonite from the side of Team True Gravity. And of course, jumping in on the side as well. Commits with the Unite from the Delon. But the Delon's going to be one getting secure hit in the hands of the Sylveon as well. Do a little bit scoring for the side of Team True Gravity. Meanwhile, Team Telephage keeps forcing, putting on all this aggression in the bottom lane. Lord Sentinel throwing in bodies, triple, 4, quadruple bodies being thrown over here, and here comes the turnaround from T2 Gravity.
Make an escape over here. We do see a little bit of vision being provided by the cross at the same time as well. Here comes the drive, and here's the opening
So
up at the
much
same
damage!
time. Even though doing hammer as well, it's still going to be enough. And bounce being opened up at the same time as well. Italian this time, going up on the slides. Is it going to be enough? Buzzwell's going to be the one taking out on the crossel. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Hooper getting on the Buzzwell here at this point as well. Hooper gets carried on in return. It has a Trevenant. Sylveon also making some plays and clearing out on the Wigglytuff at the same time as well. And of course, Italian getting up on that Trevenant.
For the bonus heals and shields from the Wigglytuff as well to keep the rest of their members alive.
Oh, they're asleep.
They're asleep for a couple
What was the
seconds.
damage?
And they
the
steal it
section
with the hype!
Beyond, right now 61 points, so basically everything's on 30 points at this current moment.
Big damage was able to pop in with the hoops unbound here. Phantom Boy is absolutely phenomenal as well, completely isolated, but the same goes for the Trevenant. Remove one of the frontliner edge controller, but there's still the Bustle in play, but keeps getting zoned out by both the Hooper and the Italian as well. Pops in the double team. Will it be enough to divert and cause confusion? Not enough, as they want to try to get a couple of...
This could be the opening that the Italian PH is definitely looking for, but of course, they're getting pressure here. Buzzwell getting low in his speed. LeBron trying to make a save, unfortunately, gets picked off the hands of that Dragon Knight. Getting low in HP, are they able to actually secure this Rayquaza? Are we able to reset his HP? Sylveon making an entry over here. Who's gonna get the secure?
Maybe they want to punish Zora. Zora thinking that they've gone, they have stuck around though, and half health Regieleki still standing, Psychic still there being committed as well. They're gonna insta-KO onto the Sylveon. That's not what you want, but look at that. MYS gonna counter-KO on that Blastoise. They have forced the Regieleki and will chase them. The animation does not finish, but they do get the commitment onto the Espeon.
Oh, don't get me wrong. The combination coming in from both the crossers does hit on, but great rapid spin into the backline, really bothering them all for the rest of the team. Beautiful timing with a 3-minute item to really set things up as they really stretch them all one by one.
Zora Tigers, they have backed up a little bit. Dodrio is not there with the team, actually wanting to bring it, wanting to punish that Leafeon in the top lane, but Espeon gets the secure onto that Registeel, meaning the attack buff is going to go in favor of Zora Tigers. That's a 1-to-1 so far. Crustle and Slowbro off the field, but look at the Sylveon just melting Sabine. I'm the better Eevee, he says, and Foxy looking to
Win condition for them to flip this game. Hooper unbound. They're coming in with all aggression and all positioning as well. They think they have the advantage, especially since Blastoise was fall, but he was able to respond until he comes in the mix as well. But look at Mew, just couldn't find the necessary amount of opening. He just gone onto the leaf here, but will the damage be enough? Unfortunately, he couldn't do it as well. They managed to back off. Full fall. 3 members remain. Who secured the responsibility? It will be in the hands of Mew. They got it back. And Zora Tigers is a little bit fast on the up there, but
Foxy
big
coming
damage.
in.
Yeah.
Gets the snipe, but he will get counter KO'd. What a setup coming in from them. Thankfully able to just waltz on out of their Glaceon though, trying to dish out some damage onto that Blissey. There's the fireworks connecting onto that Glaceon, and they managed to pop him down, and the Trevenant as well. There's not much he can do. There's no recovery for you. He's not going to be battle ready for this next fight if one kicks off.
It's fine because now they pop in the Unite mode because they totally understand as they defend against the Regieleki. This is the prime time for them to really try to get this punish. To get a couple of pokes in here, and they will succeed. One KO secure, make that two at the same time. Absolutely making use of the situation, and they know for a fact once they secure the
Quite a bit of damage there, and the Registeel going to go in favor of MYS yet again. This Lapras just trying to slide away, but the rest of the team will pay the price.
They just really can't withstand the amount of damage. The moon, the favor that was supposed to come in to give them the sustain was just not there. And now 1 by 1, priority target has been set in stone here. And the rest of the squad will go for the rest of the pickers here. They will all fall like dominoes 1 by 1. And as they try to defend this goal post for as long as they can, and whatever they can actually in the first place here, while they wait for the rest of the reinforcements. But still another pick off and the priority target 5-on-1. There's no way you're going to be able to withstand that kind of damage.
Might just have to be a game-winning one, or if we can get the flank coming in from John, that might just be the play here, but it looks like Phantom Fire is connecting. No damage fall off. The team is too far away. John coming in for the backstab, but beautiful jump coming in from HT. No connection onto the Delphox, but they've lost the Blastoise though, so maybe this is what Zora Tigers needs. They use their Unites though, but can they deal with that damage? Hornleech going to completely whip. The Blissey's still hanging around for the team. They're still trying to go for the rip, but they can't. The Glaceon is gone. The Espeon is gone. It's just the two defenders, and HT say, I don't care. Your healing means nothing. The game is still relatively early, but we are getting a bit of a jump here. It's actually going to be play rough on this Mimikyu. Instantly taking out both Inteleon and TNT, and the team is ready to go. Lapras Express committed. They're going straight for the Inteleon, forcing out the eject button though, but they're going to keep on going. Bliss Assist does connect, and they're going to be able to keep the Inteleon going, and Jong wants to help finish things up for the team. They do get 1 KO, 2 KOs, Mimikyu, as well as that Clefable go down. Ice coming in from the backline, but the team is not really in position. Phantom Forest, the bonus damage, maybe this is what they need, but we're seeing the Leafeon jump on Nightmare. Foxy deletes him before any follow-up comes through. But hang on a minute though, the fight's still going on. They tried to go for ward instead, wanting to turn onto that Leafeon. They just don't have the connections though. The follow me, they're saying, Chobo, we are hungry, we need some experience, give us experience.
Pretty great, he rolls, able to get all the way to the back line. The position wasn't really that great. Even Nightmare and Foxy completing the ultimate, just try to get close in the gaps here. They will succeed on both the Inteleon and the Venusaur, and they will get another one in the process. But it's not done yet, Danny. They want a couple of more. They're not satisfied with 3. They want to get 4, possibly a 5. Unfortunately, not enough. Burden Anger with a massive amount of damage to try to isolate the rest of the team. Unfortunately for this fact here, our dear friend Trevor will fall here, but the rest of the squad are very satisfied with that earlier engagement.
Tigers continue on with this as well, even forcing out the Unite onto Sabine, trying to dish out that damage. Lapras caught with the mean look, they will get it, then they also use the commitment. Unite there from the Blissey just to deal that extra damage, to zone them off the goal zone. Nightmare Foxy doing lots of damage, the AoE cancelling the score lines, and it looks like they might be losing some more Pokemon here, but they are still trying to defend. There's only so much you can do as a Mew and a Trevenant. These scores are going to finally go through. No, the constant solar beams. This next fight, that's what MYS want. They want to force out these Unites if possible, force them out prematurely so that they lack these countermeasures. If a fight happens, they're going to come in this time. Trevenant healing so much. Phantom Forest on the whole team. They found the choke point, but do they have the damage? They've only lost the Trevenant Umbreon as well. Both defenders down on both sides, but Inteleon goes down as well as the Leafeon. Jong all on his own, isolated by MYS, and this might just be it. MYS going to be locking in their points for the game, not bothering with Rayquaza at all. And we're seeing quite a lot of pressure being applied by Team True Gravity, pushing E-Arena back and actually catching to think about things. I have to say, by the way, we've got Stealth Rock coming in for that Crustle. That was definitely a bit of a surprise. And Inteleon knocks out that Dodrio, and now we're going to be seeing a big push coming in from True Gravity, wanting to break that goal zone. It's just the Glaceon and the Slowbro. They catch up. The Glaceon just walks out of there, out of range. No snipe shots for you.
Level 11 at least at this point in the game, so they can actually have a really nice entry into that Rayquaza attempt later on as well. And this time, after getting themselves with that Crustle, they will also get themselves with Hoopa as well, committing Unite over here, coming from Inteleon as well, being sniped off on that Buzzwole. Going for Case together with the Hydro Typhoon as well, committing on the top side. We do see this Dragonite going up on the chase. Unfortunately, the damage output is still insufficient to actually clear him out as well. And the chase still continues here, blocking out on the Glaceon's path on the clock here. But aside as E-Arena's Glaceon.
Melon pulling off some fantastic rock teams for the team. Triple Trample coming in though, but it looks like Dodrio may have been caught trying to go for that Inteleon in the back lines, and he will actually get him. Inteleon is gone for True Gravity, trying to go for another one. Dragonite's been picked off as well. E-Arena turning things around, even though True Gravity had a fantastic fight leading up to the 2-minute mark. They've used a lot of...
Yep, the only ones available right now is going to be that Dragonite. The only one that can actually rely on the Unite move, and the opponent themselves, they are having a 4v5 situation per moment. And so who's going to be getting the secure here? It is going to be
True Gravity!
True Gravity! They do have the buff at this current moment, and they are currently leading into the side to actually go back to the Pokemon Center. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they managed to secure on the Inteleon, going up for more. This time, going to be in our front line, going to be the Blastoise, grab up of the berry. She's going to be more Moonlight there, but to for the back end. Now all the Surprise from the Blastoise, but still not enough damage to clear out on the Buzzwole.
Typhoon connecting onto 3. Is this going to be enough? They will get the knockout onto Markon. Buzzwole is gone. And even though they have the Clefable, the healing is just not enough from Nodizao. Is doing his best, but Glaceon gets sent back to base by a big Hydro Pump, and Drew 1 second too long.
Oh, we're being served non-stop action here. Meanwhile, comes with the Unite as well. And Oshima's going to be the one getting the last hit in with the Reggie. And of course, quite a little bit too close over here. They managed to actually make an escape with assistance coming on from Hoopa, but gets rated off at one point. His commitment would happen in the face, hitting up a tree.
Oh, the Hyper Beam!
It's going to be losing out
for themselves. Meanwhile, they do an evading here at the bottom goalpost. Gets themselves with Teller. That's going to be a huge win for themselves. And this time, a bit of above from Hooper. Coming up from backline as well. Do we have assistance? Getting themselves as well. Dragon Knight tries to make an escape. Meanwhile, DC Mark God pushing forward to their hand. Don't play the way they want it. Throwing bodies over here is going to be the slow rope. But unfortunately, they immediately got themselves with SPL, which is going to be one of the main Pokemons here from the side.
Dragon Knight!
And of course, chasing out, running it down. Of course, not going to be allowing this. Aspion gets himself with a counter here on the Lucario from the side of the arena.
They're still fighting in that bottom lane as well. Dragonite wanting to apply some pressure with that Hooper, maybe steal away that Registeel. They can with the Hyper Beam, but the Wicked Blow. Oh, they've actually managed to get it there with the Wicked Blow. So thankfully for True Gravity, big mega loss, but I think with True Gravity, just take whatever you can get. Zash, although, oh, he got the KO. Slap shot, Jukes can't get it. Just a tad, gonna connect on the person that he wanted to connect on. Dragonite still in that top lane. Psychic still being used. Blizz Assist as well. Lots of health being drained on that Trevenant Unites as well. He had managed to get the heal back up. Lucario going down. The Urshifu is also taken down on the side of True Gravity. And E-Arena looking to go for some backcasts, but because of this, two Pokemon are here. Is it time to rip for True Gravity? It looks like there is. No one is here for E-Arena. They're just gonna go. They're just gonna go for a race. But can they afford to race? Dragonite has been knocked out. If you're E-Arena, you've got to go on defense. They're scoring in the base here. The True Gravity, they're starting to score 2-4-8-7.
108 more to go over here. Do they have the points right now to actually go for even scoring? They don't have enough, Daddy. 90%.
Does manage to get the throw there, and they actually managed to catch out the Zoroark and the Comfey. This was the thing I was worried about, Flava. I said from the get-go, there are a lot of somebody that's going to be able to provide those heals. They do have the Emerald two-step. It does not get the KO onto that Blastoise. They do finally pop that Hydro Typhoon, but everyone just leaves. They don't care at all. So there's no more counter initiation. True Gravity say this is time to go. We get the Blastoise. We want the Lapras as well. And we have the Mammoth to push him back. They don't quite get him. Throws him back, and they will finally get both of the defenders. Took a while for Lapras. Coming in from the bottom side of the bush, they managed to catch out that Blastoise. 3-man Typhoon. Teams coming in. Can they finish him off before the rest of the evolutions come in? They do get one so far, and it's going to be the support. So no more Moonlight, but here comes the Leafeon wanting to delete the Blastoise. Emerald two-step committed. It's 1-1 so far. Wants Mark God. Can he get him? Solar Blade being charged up, wanting to connect. They will finally come in with Melon on that Mammoth Swine. They don't actually get them with the connection on those basic attacks. They do freeze that Lapras. Lapras is down. One of the defenders are gone. Blastoise is coming back, but there's no frontliner, and it's gonna go towards the True Gravity.
With the hyperspace follow, really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map. Really well done coming in from Yang, but on the side of the Blastoise, unfortunately, he would not have the exact same assist or support. I mean, with the hyperspace follow, really keeping an eye on what's happening across the map. Really well done coming in from Yang, but on the side of the Blastoise, unfortunately, he would not have the exact like pull joining at the Pokemon Center.
Oh, that's going to be a big win for the Dimension here and the Blastoise together. We're going to be here as well. Get to the Eldegoss, making it a 3-man takedown from the side of Team MYS, and they definitely have to do the biggest skill which way of limit survivability. Hits, commits again with Hyper Typhoon from Blastoise, holding it. Yet another United is going to be that Blastoise pushing into the Blastoise, not enough damage. Being connected, coming from their side as well. They make some clear out on the Zoroark, one of them calls for himself. Breaking makes an entry. Easy for them to actually clear out and destroy that goalpost. And this time, it's going to be coming up to Team MYS. Cleared out the Grand Knight, way up a little bit. Eldegoss gets cleared out here in the hands of 5 at the moment. It comes to enemies on the Umbreon form, but it's not having the damage in any way, so he has to receive all the damage on his own. Also, and he's not able to actually escape his fight. He's going to say, oh, he comes in together with a Hydro Typhoon, but he's not more welcome from teammates as well from the side of Team Rise. But they're going to be managing to get the Umbreon together with the Hooper. Right now, Blastoise trying to make an escape here on the downside. Meanwhile, looking on the right side as well, Zoroark trying to take a little bit of place, but Fuji gets hit off here, leaving this Buzzwole to get the few like anymore at this point. The team members Slowbro together with Sylveon is getting back to all the unit actions. Lord of Ways are at the current moment. Slowbro was not able to actually sustain all the damage coming from their side as well. Mew getting a TQ
7, but now the competition, the pressure, the rotation coming from the bottom side, they realize, okay, we cannot drag this game out for too long. We need to get some form of control. They got 1 KO, 2 KOs. Guess what? They want to try to get the third in their place. He's being really nice, but the heavy set comes in. Really great stuff. Was on the eject button as well. Now they're currently getting the defense back from the goal post as well. But will this still be enough? Unite moves are committed here. They managed to get all the way to the back line. There's no more form of escape for X2 here, and he will.
Here. And of course, recovery. Meanwhile, a little bit scored by Lapras on the top side. He's not able to actually make it in here. And open here for the Aston to secure that last hit on Registeel. And of course, it is going to be the takedown on the Mimic. Well, this is going to be the win that we're looking for. This application above a second special attack is definitely what
That was all, of course, able to get all the way to the back line on top of the BBQ. And that snipe shot, absolutely insane. And the rock top to make things even more worse. As he will deny, you don't really have the best of dive, except for the Lapras Express. But then again, a beautiful initiation was able to catch 2 of the main people here, made it the cause. But they're now diving into the mix as well. They don't want the defenders. They want to bypass all the tanks, all the walls, as they go straight for the cause. 4 will fall.
Again, Team Rise is going to be the Crossel. Will the team members of Team Rise be able to actually make it in time here at the pit to actually provide any form of damage here? And it seems that's secure. It's going to be inside Team Rise. All that build up by Team Rise.
Mansion almost being taken down, just gets out of there and even uses a Leaf Blade. Beautiful double KO on that Umbreon. It's mostly just, it's just damage. And look at this, they're even using the Gatling Cock missile on a DLR's Cramorant. They do get 1 KO and they do get a second on that Dragonite. Actually landing onto Mame. Inteleon out by that Hooper. Thunderstorm committed as well. But did he manage to catch the Inteleon? Super low. Hooper and Inteleon go down. A two-way backstab coming in from Unite Holic. And now it's time to try and go for this Rayquaza. The team's coming in though. Midnight Friends, Hydro Typhoon, Pokemon going down. DLR and Pikachu are out of this picture. Mame's still sticking around and even a Solar Blade to commit. Dragonite's all on his own. Where's his teammates? Where's that Blastoise? They need to buy time for the team. Yukano wasting this Dragonite's time. And Mame coming into the fray as well. Solar Blade locks down that Dragonite. We still have Duck. We still have Hooper committing the Unite as well. He didn't even use the portal. The team is now flooding in. Unite Holic, I think they've just run out of juice.
25 seconds. And look, no one is stopping the Leafeon. They managed to secure the Rayquaza. This is totally fine.
Zeshol does need to be careful. Again, Melon. Melon is an extremely scary Frostal. So
get their hands on the Glaceon. Although yes, great coming with the Hollies, into the Phantom Forest as well. But then again, it's just Sally, not enough follow-up. And the Smackdown eject button into the Smackdown, into Betcha to try to get the 2K. Forcing another Unite move to try to disengage. But guess what? That Unite move can only last for so long. But they didn't manage to punish the Glaceon here. And now they're trying to return the favor. 3 members of Unite Holly will be KO'd here. But here comes the Rip Hand. But just one unfortunate KO as he was all alone on the top side. But what about the bottom half on the other hand here?
Bottom half looks like they got the KO there onto the force Unite Holic to fight into them. And already we do get it, but it looks like it's going to be Duck to start the fight.
Oh, he's alive!
The Forest connects as well. First Pokemon to go down is that Revenant. Betcha trying to run away, but he's all alone. He's already committed the Unite as well. No more heals for you. It's 3 versus 4. Melon's going up against DLR. They know where the Dragonite is. Wafu is away from his team. Buzzwall's coming in for him as well. Hooper's sticking around, going to hang on to the rings unbound. 16 seconds for Betcha, 2 more seconds for Trevenant, but no Phantom Forest.
Still trying to go back and forth with a lot of these team fights as well. Nice, I mean, with a couple of hands here. Decent amount of damage, but they didn't manage to lock them out. Again, caught all alone. Smackdown left and forth. Again, Melon, such a nuisance, such a menace. So what? You pop the Unite move. Oh, good save. And managed to keep it.
From Team MY is going to be the Blast Off here together with Hydro Pump. What's going to be? Mew is going to be getting L's hands on Reggie. And here comes the pursuit, pushing the Snorlax away. Ice gets cleared out the hands of the Dragonite. And of course, going up for more. Yet another sub being utilized here. Hooper managed to make it.
We have 3 Pokemon here for both teams. And Inteleon sitting on the side. Bliss Assist connecting, and Hooper's the one. The last hit on the Reggie Steel. We do have the Slow Beam though connecting onto HD. That Mimikyu just about to go down. Shedinja Doll keeping him alive, but no, he does go down. Just not enough time for the Mimikyu to get out. But look at this though, Nightmare Foxy coming in to clean up for the team. There's no Bliss here. We've got Ice nearby. Zeshol pumping the Unite, but they've caught out the Dragonite here. Akbal's not going to be able to move. Ice says, come here. I want you. Don't under control, but one of the big things would be to catch out HT like this. Slow beam and the Inteleon unite as well. 18 seconds off the map. I think this is when you start to panic as MYS. Buy some time, do what you can, and you can see Ice right now committing his unite as well, causing stuns, using stutters, slowing them down. Don't give them that opening. Bliss assist being used on the Inteleon, but Inteleon gets picked off, so that's going to be wasted. But it's not over as of yet. We still have the two defenders and the supports left on the side of MYS. Maybe they can try and go for a steal. It's so low. Ice, no. Dragonite securing it with the Hyper Beam. And with only 2 points as well, Buck is backing off, feeling a little uncomfortable, but Nightmute Foxy says no. Gudra, go back to base.
The pressure. Battle to the battle here at the bottom lane this time. Yang getting speed now by this Rock Tomb. Solar Ray, big use now by Vulcan. Jump not good enough. Oh, Elton got the first one, gets it on the floor, and eventually chased down the Glaceon from the side with T2 Gravity.
Dad tried to go onto the Clefable as well, but with the follow me, he's like, I don't care if you're going to try and help me at the top side of the Rayquaza pit. But unfortunately for the Sleepy, Zeshul wanted to go for a backstab, but was spotted out by that Blastoise. And we got a team fight breaking out here as True Gravity realizing the situation. They need this Rayquaza getting lifted up by the Whirlwind as well. And it looks like it's going to be MYS to get the Rayquaza for themselves. 3, but this push is going to continue on Urshifu, looking to actually annoy this Eldegoss and send him back to base with a Unite and a Wicked Blow call. As the Lapras, MYS, they actually want to continue fighting, even though things didn't look good for them. Akul trying to get away with the Throat Chop, going to be charging up the Wicked Blow as well. No KOs, dishing out a little bit of damage, but HT might have overstayed his bounds here. Needs to get out of here. Just a bit of a stagger. He wait until the Rayquaza up again.
Everyone, young again. My favorite. Everyone, young again. Come join. Everyone, young again. My favorite. Everyone, young again. Young again.
เอาเลยครับ สวัสดีครับทุกคน
สวัสดีค่ะ นะคะจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยอยากจะบอกว่าตอนช่วงนี้เนี่ยทุกคนรู้สึกตื่นเต้นเป็นพิเศษรวมถึงเรา2คนด้วยเหมือนกันนะคะแล้วก็ช่วงนี้เนี่ยจริงๆแล้วไม่ได้มีแค่เรา2คนด้วยนะที่จะออกมาพบปะแล้วก็ต้อนรับทุกท่านค่ะ
ถูกต้องครับเดี๋ยวเราก็ขอเชิญกับอินฟลูเอนเซอร์ของเราได้เลยครับคุณ JOP และ Chicken V
เฮ้เชิญเลยค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
ขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยครับ
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดี SV ครับสวัสดีคุณ JOP ครับผมสวัสดีครับ
ได้ข่าวว่าทั้งสองท่านเนี่ยมาร่วมงานกับเราตั้งแต่ตอนช่วงบ่ายๆแล้วนะเป็นยังไงบ้างคะบรรยากาศทางด้านนอก
น้องๆเราเขาเรียกอะไรนะ
โปเกมอนเทรนเนอร์
น่ารักมากครับผมน่ารักเป็นกันเองมากครับ
นะคะแล้วทางด้านนอกเนี่ยวันนี้เนี่ยตอนบรรยากาศคึกคักแค่ไหนอะไรยังไงคะเพราะเอาจริงๆแล้วเราสองคนเนี่ยรับหน้าที่อยู่กันบนเวทีจริงๆกันซะส่วนใหญ่อะเนาะ
ครับผม
ก็ข้างนอกเรียกว่าคนมาถ่ายรูปกับปิกาจูน้อยเยอะมากนะครับ
คิดมาก
ผมก็แบบรอนานเหมือนกันกว่าจะได้ถ่ายนะ
อยู่ยาวเลยนะครับผม
ฮอตจริงนะคะ
แล้วพูดถึงการแข่งขันครับคุณมิ้มครับผมแอดกับทางตัวของคุณ JOP ครับมีทีมไหนเชียร์เป็นพิเศษไหมการแข่งขันตรงนี้ได้ยินได้ดูมาบ้างไหมฮะก่อนหน้านี้ฮะ
ดูครับนั่งดูอยู่ตลอดเลย
โอ้แล้วมีทีมไหนแบบวางไว้ยังว่าเชียร์
สำหรับผมนะเมื่อกี้เลยโอ้โหทีมจากอินเดียโหดมากครับ
ทูกราฟิตี้ใช่ไหม
โอ้โหเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์เขาแบบสุดยอดเลยนะ
ลาร์ดออบเจกตีฟโหดมากฮะ
ผมก็ถ้าน้องเชียร์อินเดียแล้วผมก็ญี่ปุ่นเลย
KS
เลยครับในดวงใจ
ใช่เพราะว่าทีมนี้เขาบอกว่ามาเพื่อเป็นแชมป์
ใช่นะคะ
มาเพื่อชนะเหมือนกัน
นะคะเราก็ได้เห็นฝีไม้ลายมือนะคะจริงๆเมื่อวานเนี่ย KS นี่ก็เดือดไม่แพ้กันเลยนะอย่างวันนี้หลายคนเนี่ยก็อาจจะได้เห็นฝีมือของทาง True Gravity ซะส่วนใหญ่จริงๆ KS เมื่อวานนี่ก็เรียกได้ว่าแบบโอ้โหเข้มเหมือนกัน
คือเขาไปรอข้างบนแล้วเรียบร้อย
ใช่แล้ว
นะครับผมแล้วทีนี้ครับอยากจะให้ทาง SV ครับผม Chicken V ฮะฝากเชิญชวนแฟนๆที่อยู่ด้านนอกเข้ามาดูการแข่งขันรอบชิงชนะเลิศสุดเดือดของเราในเวทีกันหน่อยฮะ
ใครที่เดินผ่านไปผ่านมาครับข้างนอกเข้ามาแล้วเขาจะชิงกันแล้ว
มาแล้ว
อีกนิดนึงก็คือรถพุ่มพวงนะ
โอ้โหมานะฮะผมไม่หิวเฉาก๊วยเลยเลยครับผม
นึกถึงรถถีบ
แล้วให้ทางคุณ JLP ครับจัดสักหน่อยฮะ
ครับผมก็ใครที่นั่งอยู่ข้างนอกนะครับงานแข่งรอบชิงใกล้จะเริ่มแล้วนะครับเรียนเชิญครับเรียนเชิญเข้ามาครับเข้ามา
ใครที่นั่งอยู่ข้างนอกนะก็ให้เชิญเข้ามานั่งข้างในนะครับโอ้ยนะคะก็เรียนเชิญเข้ามานะคะ
ใช่ครับผมเพราะว่าการแข่งขันตรงนี้นะฮะบอกเลยว่าดุเด็ดเผ็ดมันพิเศษครับ
เดี๋ยวพี่ทั้งสองคนก็จะอยู่ด้วย
ใช่ครับอยู่จนจบเลยครับ
อยู่จนจบนะคะเพราะว่าจะรอลุ้นรางวัลด้วยกัน
โอ้โหแล้วใครไม่อยากไปบ้าง
ใครจะไม่อยากไปนะคะ
นั่นแหละครับแต่อย่างไรก็ดีครับกติกาครั้งนี้พิเศษสุดๆเลยครับเพราะว่าเป็นการแข่งขันแบบ Global Band Pick นะครับซึ่งปกติโปเกมอนยูไนท์เนี่ยไม่ได้แข่งนะครับและที่สำคัญเลยคือการแข่งขันตรงนี้นะครับสายบนเนี่ยจะได้มีสิทธิพิเศษในการแพ้ได้1 ครั้ง
ใช่นะคะโอเคเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตทักทายเป็นภาษาอังกฤษบ้างแล้วกันเนาะ
เนื่องจาก
วันนี้เนี่ยเรามีทีมแข่งขันมาจากหลากหลายประเทศนะคะ so everyone ladies and gentlemen if you hear my announcement right now at this moment at True Icon Hall 7th floor of Icon Siam please be invited to join at the event hall right now because right now is the time for the grand finals of Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 and this time is the hottest time that you all can be participating here inside the event hall
นั่นแหละครับผมการแข่งขันสุดมันตอนนี้กำลังจะใกล้เริ่มต้นขึ้นแล้วนะครับก็ต้องขอบคุณทาง SV Chicken V นะครับและก็คุณ JLP มากๆเลยครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ please give a big round of applause to these two influencers
ขอบคุณมากเลยครับผม
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ
เอาละครับตอนนี้ก็กำลังจะเป็นช่วงเวลาถัดไปครับคุณมิ้นครับ
เอาละค่ะทุกท่านค่ะ ladies and gentlemen and this is the perfect moment for everyone to witness and enjoy Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 in the grand finals
การแข่งขันที่มาแบบแสนยาวนานเลยนะครับระหว่างด้านทีม True Gravity นะครับกับทีมคาบิจังนั่นเองครับต้องบอกเลยว่าสนุกสุดมาแน่นอนและตอนนี้เราไปรู้จักกับทีมคาบิจัง
เชิญค่ะ
Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster, harder, higher, go.
And right now is the Kabijang team and the lineups are Coco Atta, I Am Tomato, Romu Vitopo Nodawajiro and Slime
นั่นเลยครับไลน์อัพของคาบิจังคือโคโคอัตตา I am Tomato โรมูวิชอโปโนดาวาจิโรสลามและซึ่งทีมนี้ผ่านเข้ามาจากการแค่มาจากสายบนนั่นเองและเอาชนะทารอน PS และเข้ามาสู่รอบนี้ได้และนี่คือคาบิจัง
ขอเสียงประมือดังๆเลยค่ะ Round applause โอ้โหนะคะดูฟอร์มแล้วก็มีความมั่นใจนะคะในสีหน้านะคะ Thank you so much นะคะ
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณนะคะโอเคค่ะ You may now be stand by at the desk นะคะ
โอเคเดี๋ยวก็ไปให้ทางนักกีฬาได้เตรียมตัวสแตนบายรอเข้าแข่งขันนะครับผม
โอเคค่ะ stand by at one side first
โอเค
ค่ะและพร้อมแล้วใช่ไหมคะที่จะพบกับอีกหนึ่งทีมที่จะเข้ามาร่วมในการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้
นั่นแหละครับตอนนี้ถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วครับเราไปรู้จักกับผู้ครองอันดับหนึ่งของภูมิภาคอินเดียนั่นคือทีม True Gravity
And this is True Gravity, ladies and gentlemen. The lineup of Volcan, Akul, Melon, Ciso, and Duck.
และนี่คือไลน์อัพของพวกเขาครับ Volcan, Akul, Melon, Ciso และ Duck ซึ่งเป็นตัวแทนทีมจากอินเดียนะครับที่ได้เข้ามาแข่งขันจากสายล่างชนะมาหลายแมตช์ติดต่อกันและคว้าโอกาสแก้ตัวและมาถึงรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลและนี่คือทีม True Gravity
True Gravity is the team that made through this round from the lower bracket competition and they seized the opportunity to make this round
สุดยอดมากเลยครับเพราะว่าพวกเขาอยู่สายล่างครับแล้วชนะมาติดต่อกันจนถึงรอบชิงได้ครับ
เอาละค่ะ ladies and gentlemen please give a big round of applause to True Gravity
เอาเสียงปรบมือหน่อยครับโอ้โหไฟลุกจริงๆคุณมิ้ม
เอาละค่ะเดี๋ยวเราเดินมาทางประมาณทางด้านตรงกลางสักนิดหน่อยนะคะเพราะว่าก่อนที่แข่งขันเนี่ยอยากจะขอเวลาสั้นๆนะคะถามถึงความรู้สึกก่อนที่เขาจะเข้าสู่ช่วงของการแข่งขันละกันนะคะเอาเป็นว่า ladies and gentlemen before going in the battleship I would like to take some few minutes asking about the feeling of these two competitors Kabijans and True Gravities โอเคเอาไปที่ทีมไหนก่อนดีคะพี่ซันคะ
เราไปที่คาบิจังก่อนไหมครับ
โอเคค่ะโอเค may I have one team major member to talk โอเคเชิญค่ะตรงนี้เลยไหมคะได้เลยนะคะตรงนี้ละกันโอเค so the first question
โอเคคำถามแรกนะครับเราจะถามว่าพวกเขาเตรียมพร้อมมากน้อยแค่ไหนเกี่ยวกับการเข้ามาในรอบชิงชนะเลิศตรงนี้ฮะ
Okay so the first question I would like to ask is how much well prepared you have been in this grand finals
いよいよグランドファイナルですね準備はバッチリですか100% prepared
โอ้โห
เตรียมตัวมา 100% ความมั่นใจนะครับครับและคำถามที่2ครับผมคุณจะสามารถเอาชนะฝ่ายตรงข้ามได้อย่างไรครับ
Okay but this question is without not like leaking information too much but I would like to know how would you strategy to defeat the competitor the enemy team
はい、ネタバレしなくてもいいんですけれども相手チームにどのような戦略で勝っていこうと思っていますかWe'll be moving forward, pushing forward, and we'll be playing aggressively.
มาแบบดุดันและไปข้างหน้าล้วน
ๆอยากดูเลยทันทีนะคะ
นะดุเดือดแน่นอนนะครับ
อยากจะชมแล้วเนี่ย
มีอีกหนึ่งคำถามครับคุณมิ้นครับอยากจะถามว่าอยากจะพูดหรือจะบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆของพวกเขาที่คอยติดตามหรือเชียร์หรือไม่ฮะ
Okay and before going to the battle do you have something to say to your fans
はい、それでは試合前にファンの皆さんに対してカメラに向かって一言お願いします。
we will definitely win and become Asia champions. So please support us. Thank you.
โอ้โหขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆเลยค่ะ
ให้กับคาบิจังครับขอบคุณครับ
ค่ะ
เอาละครับและตอนนี้เราก็ต้องไปพูดคุยกับทาง True Gravity ครับตัวแทนจากประเทศอินเดียครับคุณมิมครับ
โอเคค่ะเชิญเลยค่ะอ่ะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตมาทางด้านนี้ละกันนะคะ
ได้เลยครับ
So I will ask the same question that we did ask with the Kabijans. So the first question is how well you think you've been prepared for this grand finals?
I think we have come a long way. We have defeated every team, I think, in the loser brackets. It's like the group of death we have cleared. So we are pretty prepared for Kabichan. We don't expect any random plays. We'll catch up to them and we'll try our best to win.
โอเคค่ะ
ก็คือเขาบอกเขาผ่านมาทุกอย่างแล้วนะ
ใช่
บทพิสูจน์ต่างๆนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นกรุ๊ปอัปเดตไม่ว่าจะเป็นโลว์แบรเกตเขาผ่านหมดแล้ว
ใช่
นะครับแล้วเขาจะใส่ทุกอย่างที่มีแน่นอนฮะ
นี่นะคะมาแบบตอนแรกไม่ได้คาดหวังอะไรมากนะคะ ตอนนี้นี่ก็คือมีความมั่นใจนะคะ เตรียมความพร้อมมาอย่างเต็มที่นะคะ
ใช่ครับ
โอเค so the next question without divulging too much information on strategy but how would you think you will defeat the enemy team?
We will give our best. Kabichan is a very quiet team. We haven't seen them make any. We haven't seen any like the talks, anything. They're a very quiet team. So we'll see. We'll try our best.
โอเค
โอเคครับก็เหมือนว่าด้วยความที่ทีมของเขาเนี่ยมาแบบเงียบๆแต่เขาฟาดเรียบหมดเลย นะครับคือด้วยความที่ว่าหลายๆทีมเนี่ยอาจจะไม่รู้จักเขาดีพอ
ค่ะ
แต่วันนี้เดี๋ยวพวกคุณได้รู้จักแน่นอนนะ
นี่นะคะแล้วคาบิจังเนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างเป็นทีมที่เรียกได้ว่าแบบ
เต็งแชมป์นะ
ใช่ใช่นะคะแต่ยังไงเขาก็จะพยายาม try our best นะคะก็คือทำให้ดีที่สุดแล้วกันนะคะ
ครับ
so
ผม
the last thing I would like you to say something to your fans that have been supporting
Cheer for us, guys. We have come a long way from the losers bracket. Group of death. We will win for sure.
โอเค
We have cleared every team.
True Gravity ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆเลยค่ะ
Thank you
Thank you so
Welcome.
much
เอาเลยครับ โอ้โหฮะคือก็ต้องบอกว่าพวกเขาก็พร้อมกันแล้วครับคุณมิมครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ก็คิดว่าตอนนี้ทุกคนก็พร้อมแล้วเช่นเดียวกันนะคะ Are you ready
พร้อมหรือยังครับ
ถามใหม่ขอเสียงอีกที
โอเค ตอนนี้พวกคุณพร้อมกับการดูรอบชิงแกรนด์ฟิแนลแล้วหรือยัง
นี่มันต้องอย่างนี้
สุดยอดมากครับเอาละครับตรงนี้เดี๋ยวนักกีฬาก็ขอเชิญนักกีฬาเตรียมตัวเข้าประจำที่เลยครับคุณมิมครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ แล้วเดี๋ยวเราจะขอส่งต่อนะคะ หน้าที่นี้ให้กับแคสเตอร์แล้วกันค่ะ
เอาละครับผมไปดูกันเลยครับในรอบแกรนด์ฟิแนล
A grand finals for us all to enjoy. Every single human being offline and online. Interested to find out who will be have their names inscribed next to those legendary names in the Pokemon Unite ACL history here. 5 new champions shall be crowned here in the final chapter of the Pokemon Unite ACL book here. Pokemon Unite has done as well, Danelie, but I can tell you this, I can strongly believe Kabi-chan and True Gravity is going to treat us very well with a fantastic grand finals to remember.
I expect a really exciting grand finals. And I think most importantly, the question on everyone's mind is history going to be made today? Because already we're looking at a very packed history book, in particular for the India region. Actually, this is the most successful run an Indian team has ever had in a Pokemon Unite tournament, an international Pokemon Unite tournament. And the question we all have on our minds is, are they going to take the throne? Are they going to take the crown? Are they going to be the first champions of what I would argue, a tier 1 tournament? They are so close. They have one opponent left. But I have to say, their road to get here, it wasn't a fluke, it wasn't simple, it wasn't easy. They have played so many matches today. They have played 4 best of 3s. 3 of them, I believe, back to back. Now playing another best of 3. They did have a 40-minute break. I do believe this is for the players to have their lunch, to just have a moment to sort of relax, because if True Gravity had to continue playing against Kabuchans immediately in the grand finals after the lower brackets, and they somehow managed to win that, I think that would have been a grand feat in itself, but they did deserve to have that break. Speaking of our two grand finalists though, Leonard, let's introduce them. Starting off with our first grand finalist coming in from the upper bracket, we have Kabuchans.
And of course, Team Kabuchan, you guys are wondering who they are, and you still don't know. I can't believe you don't, but these are the players. Nano Wajiro, Kokoda, Vitopo, Rom, and I Am Tomato. And while we're still currently on the topic of I Am Tomato, an absolutely insane defender so far. A very massive pull, very flexible with the defender role. Didn't really feel so restricted in regardless of what Pokemon defender he was being selected or will, I guess you could say, given or entrusted to utilize in each of their series and compositions.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things with Kabuchan is that this is one of the newest teams to come out of Japan. They have so much potential. I'm really excited to see this team actually participate in AOS Cup later this year against some of the other regions, because playing in Asia, we kind of have our own thing going on, but international, going over an ocean, that's a different story. But so let's talk about our underdogs here. We have Team True Gravity, the team from Indonesia, the underdogs. Let's introduce them, Leonard.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have Vulcan, Akul, Melon, Zesul, and Duck. And let's be honest here, we know at least 3 of those players. Zesul, Vulcan, and Akul come from a very strong competitive background when it comes to the Pokemon Unite scene.
They've been around for ages.
Veterans at this point here, from back in 2022, right? But Duck and Melon, relatively new into the competitive scene, just really joined into this roster and has been given in quite strides and ways in their respective roles as they climb up through this lower bracket here. You could not ask for a more physical proof than this run that True Gravity has been showing to us in this lower bracket.
Yeah, and they have been making the most of this lower bracket run momentum because after each and every win, that they just seem to celebrate even harder and harder. And I really am curious to know what were the team's true expectations coming into the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024? Like, did they ever expect to make it to the grand finals to begin with?
I mean, it is definitely a plan, right? It's definitely the goal, right?
It's the dream, like the ultimate goal, sure.
Of course, because like when you have a team, instantly that should have been the goal. That is going to be the long run. It's the matter of how are they going to get there. They already had their beginning, and they're slowly building up towards it. When it was and it all started back in the ACL India Open as well, and the Championship Series for the India side here. Now this is the final step here to really showcase to the world in a Tier 1 tournament in the ACL here. If they can get Grand Champions, that's a big step. That's a very massive lead. But even if they don't, second place against such phenomenal Tier 1 teams in their respective region in the Asia scene is still a very phenomenal feat. Sure, it may not be 3 steps forward, but it's still a step forward regardless.
Yes, so what is going to happen in this upcoming matchup? I know we're all waiting with bated breath that these players get ready to jump into the draft. Now, I do want to remind all of our viewers, we are still playing the single draft for the grand final. And unlike last year, for last year's ACL finals, it was a best of 5 grand final, no reset. But for this year, it is slightly different. We have a best of 3 grand final, but there is a chance for reset. So for the reset to happen, it would have to be True Gravity to win the first best of 3 to force the reset. And then there's going to be another best of 3 where we determine who is going to be the champion. And it's a big ask, but True Gravity, they have proved a lot of people wrong thus far, and they're about to put India on the map.
I mean, it should have been on the map in the first place, but
It should have.
But this is going to be a very grand statement, right? That kind of thing. And in the India scene, right, we don't really have a lot of esport like visual opportunities, but at the same time, there's just so many great talents there, great opportunity to really scout these out. I think it'll be a fantastic ground for Pokemon Unite talents to really start showing more of themselves besides just Team True Gravity.
There's a lot here on the line for both of these teams. Let's talk about some of the Pokemon that we could be looking at for game number 1 for both of these teams. A comparison between their play styles, what they love to pick. There are going to be a lot of similarities with the standard picks, but let's talk about the the strange one from Kabi-chan's. This first pick, Blaziken, that they love to go for in all of their first games.
The thing is, I think it somewhat makes sense, right? Because remember, Kabi-chan is just one of those teams. They even mention themselves in the interview, right? They don't really have like anything like crazy. There's not like a lot of tactics or policy they really set for themselves.
Well, I mean, Blaziken is the craziest thing to come out from Kabi-chan's,
I mean,
right?
yeah, definitely for sure. But it is also, it's not like they picked it up kind of thing. It's one of their few go-tos initially for the side for Vitoko. But like I said, very straightforward team here. They have already a final goal because they know for a fact the game is definitely going to drag out to that 10 minutes. It's always going to end up towards that requires pin, right? So they always build around the composition on how well can we secure it, how strong is our team fight capabilities as well. All that matters is just trying to sustain. They have early game composition, they have also late game scaling ones as well. Blaziken coming into the mix just someone fits in some of those scenarios, especially going against a team who also has very similar ideas as they also like to scale towards that late game by bringing in an additional multi-evolution Pokemon.
Yeah, and most importantly for this matchup, this is the first time both of these teams are meeting each other in person. We don't know what the situation is for scrims. Maybe they did scrim each other leading up to the tournament, as most competitors do when they meet. But if they haven't, this is going to be a first for everybody.
Yes, definitely for sure. I'm actually really having a quite the ball, right? Like, think of it this way, right? Kabi-chan is unlike their senior Unite Holly, right? Not as polished like a weapon, like a rapier. That will be the weapon representative coming from the side here for Unite Holly. But for Saya Kabi-chan, they're like a great sword. May not have the highest accuracy, but they have one of the unmatched strengths and brute force capable on their side here. And since they I like the term simplicity at its finest, focusing around the pit, having multiple options and strong teamfight capabilities, this is gonna be quite a threat to face. However, this is where True Gravity comes in, right? They have been warmed up. They went through multiple teams, got a lot of intel, got a lot of first-hand experience on what kind of composition that's potentially thrown at them. Someone mentally prepped them for going against Team Kabi-chan.
Okay, I have
a
question.
Oh, question. All right.
Is there a chance that Blaziken may be banned here by Team True Gravity? Because Kabi-chans have done this in every single game one, I believe. No one has banned it, no one has picked it from them, so it has been a free pick for this team. Do you think True Gravity, they're going to pick up on this and say, maybe it's the Blaziken that's the issue here? So at the moment, it looks like Leafeon's going to be hovered over by Kabi-chan's, and Team True Gravity going to go back for the classic Umbreon ban, as I do believe it's going to be first pick for Kabi-chan's, and yes, it is. Inteleon going in the way of Kabi-chan's.
The thing is, you really need to prepare for the fact that Kabi-chan is definitely going to see starting things strong here. With both the Leafeon and Umbreon, definitely one of the few go-to priority bans so far to this entire series. Starting things off with the Inteleon. They somewhat secured that back line here. But what's about the remaining? And like you mentioned, not playing around, not waiting out for the Buzzwole, they decide to bring in the Blaziken here to really the scale alongside with the Inteleon. However, this time, they do not really have the Blaster to really pair alongside with them, as they will prioritize in getting that Crustle for themselves here.
Oh, pretty interesting choice here. And whoa, look at the choice of Pokemon. Alrighty, so we do have a full draft here for both of these teams. Inteleon, Crustle, Blaziken, Blissey, and Venusaur going up against that Clefable, Blastoise, Sylveon, Slowbro. And we're looking for the last pick here for Team True Gravity. What is it going to be for their central lane? It's going to be the Glaceon. This is a Pokemon that we have seen True Gravity have a lot of success with as well. Game number 1 is set. We're going to have our players switch their Pokemon, but looking at this, it's standard across the board. Nothing crazy.
This is so amazing, but I am a little bit concerned because I am told it's definitely going to be running that Crustle. I did mention a few times, I'm still going to say it again. An absolutely insane Crustle defender player, absolutely unhinged. Definitely fantastic for really setting things up. Late game scaling wise, you see the hands here of Team Kabi-chan absolutely solid for that one. But then again, you can't really like sub out Glaceon, because Glaceon, I believe Glaceon is the only EV evolution Pokemon who has really great late game scaling as well, compared to the side here of like other EV evolution Pokemon that we have, like the Espeon or Sylveon. Sure, you got some really great damage coming in from the Hyper Voice, and of course a lot of frontal. If they want to assert their dominance, I think it's really possible for them. But really, Danny, like let's just take a step back from all this, right? Seriously, like take a moment to really like compose themselves, right? Like put yourself, like everyone seriously online and offline, put yourself in the shoes of these human beings. Controller and console at their fingertips, doing what they have been doing countless times at this point here, right? But this time, we're all here to witness They make personal history and game history. This is exactly what the Pokemon Unite ACL is all about, Danny. And we're finally getting ready to go into our very first round.
You know what? I actually
Right.
am a little bit worried about here.
Okay.
I feel like Team True Gravity, I think they let Kabi-chans have their best Pokemon, or what they preferred, right? I
Okay.
think they've given them their preferred Pokemon on purpose. And it makes me think that maybe they're playing some mind games here, because we've seen True Gravity just give away their opponent's signature Pokemon. Like, sure, they could have counterpicked, but they'd rather just say, that's fine, we'll fight into you because we got what we wanted. And remember as well, Dragonite has not been chosen at all, and it looks like they're going to be saving it in their back pocket for Team True Gravity. Now the thing is, Kabi-chans can also play that Dragonite. It's been a very popular choice in Japan. But let's jump into this game here, folks. Game 1 of the grand final against Kabi-chans and True Gravity. Who's going to be taking this first game, and are we possibly looking at a reset?
This is really hard to tell, and and that is a question that I even am finding it really hard to decide. Both teams have so much potential, so much strength, but of course, look at it, a very instant dive trying to secure as many of these fruits. We'll try to eject by the outer safety, but will not find a chance. But guess what? This Torchic, literally, although yes, Torchic going to the central area is prime target for some invasion, but they're not really cutting around because they also have a couple of Pokemon they really want to try to get focused and prioritize those EXP. None can really find the time to really spare to really try to go for the invasion, just in case allowing this Grotto to really get bullied out of the lane. They need to contest for that EXP and levels.
I do like the choice for Icy Wind here on this Glaceon as well.
Yes.
You're going to have some movement around this Crystal as well as that Blaziken if you do get dove upon. So very safe choice here on the side of True Gravity. Lanes so far are not looking too bad for either side. Not really looking at any lane crushers yet, because Blaziken still not fully online. Vitopo's just trying to get up to that Blaziken before he's going to go absolutely ham. But I hope True Gravity are aware of this, that this is how Kabi-chans like to play. They can be a little bit passive in those lanes, but once Vitopo is ready to go, I hope your central laner is ready to match him. Now, his matchup is going to be up against that Glaceon, and he might actually be a really good way to keep this Blaziken in check, because teams that have gone up against Kabi-chan up until now, game number 1, we haven't seen anyone comfortably be able to deal with that Blaziken. We haven't seen any central area invades. We haven't seen this Pokemon dominated. Let's see if the solution is here for True Gravity.
But look at the levels, Danelie. Like, we're talking about like just the central area, the only one level 7, whereas the bottom part, the central area, are already matching in such a high level stakes here. Both level 7s here, while the rest of the team are trying to find a way to catch things up. Duck, not to worry, still 1 level away before he gets to that Blastoise as well. But then Ivysaur really slowed down here. But I guess, you know, that's what happens when you're going up against a Waterloo. So one of the best Water Gun, one of the best secure moves on those wild Pokemons here. Sure, Razor Leaf is pretty great, but with all this rotation coming in from the Glaceon here, he isn't really able to find that opportunity. But then again, was able to get a nice on top of the Vitopo here, and even forced out the eject, but a defensive one, but also pressure them enough with the Rock Tomb alone.
Perfect timing there from Tomato, possibly saving his teammate there for Topo. He is going to be pressured by Zeshol a little bit by that Sylveon. Just going to chip him away. No full commitment. It's just a Sylveon. But that's already one movement coming up from Kabi-chans just being denied. But also for True Gravity, if they got that KO, I think that actually would have been the momentum that they're looking for. Remember, True Gravity, they are popping off on momentum today after all of these wins. Objective-wise though, Kabi-chans, they've got their eyes set on getting the experience. They have that Regirock buff, so they're going to have that for at least this part of the game. But up top though, there is a fight for that Regieleki, and this is where True Gravity is going to fully commit for this objective. They're pushing away this Venusaur and Blissey. The team is still in that bottom lane, but if they can get the steal here by Kata, that would be fantastic. But no, it's actually going to be the Clefable to get that final hit on the Regieleki.
Yeah, it's relatively challenging as well, right? You're going up against both the Blastoise and the Glaceon. Basically 3 versus 2 for that Regieleki. If they manage to get it, of course, that will be a very massive bonus. But even if they don't, not really a lot of loss to them, because their goal is just to get those levels. keep up with the race. They're all late. They're really great scaling Pokemon. Just try to get as much level as possible before you get to the requirement. Look at it. We're already 5 minutes in, and Blaziken and the Talon is already level 10.
I have to say, this is probably the slowest we've actually seen Kabi-chans play in their series thus far. We're so used to seeing them diving on top of their opponents, but they're playing defense this game. They're trying to make sure that True Gravity, their rotations are effectively blocked. But the same thing's happening here for Kabi-chans, right? They're focusing on their macro, trying to get this experience and hoping to get into this late game. If they find an opening, though, surely Kabi-chans will try to make that play happen. But at the same time, they can't afford to make those mistakes. They're going up against a lineup that will be really deadly, especially once Rayquaza hits that field.
The thing is, I totally understand why they're not really engaging as much as possible, because you are still going to be fighting into both the Clefable and the Hydro Typhoon, a very massive team fight, Unite move control ability as well, which can be quite disruptive, especially for an all-rounder like Blaziken, who doesn't really like to be disrupted. A Hydro Typhoon into a Gravity, even the Blaziken was going to have a really hard time, but at the same time, leveling is a little bit of a priority here because it's all about the scaling, right? It's really all about the blow. Do not, like you said, do not want to take any chances here. Don't want to take any necessary risks unless an opportunity does arise. A little bit of overextension maybe, or desperation, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that kind of desperation just yet until that Rayquaza bit. Still got a couple of more minutes left to go, but look at this. Blaziken is just one of those few all-rounders falling into the similar category where handling objectives like Reggie is totally fine for the set, but nice catch to secure the Reggie roll, and that bonus buff actually is elevating some of the team members to the top buff to give them the necessary durability as they gear for this couple skirmish.
This was a 4v4 as well, as we are looking at 2 Pokemon in that bottom lane, and without the Clefable, you've run out of sustain here for True Gravity. Now keep in mind it's 2 defenders and the Glaceon. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull anything off here. They do surf into the majority of Kabi-chans, but the last hit for the Yololee, who's going to be able to get it? It's a Blissey of all Pokemon! And now it's going to be Kabi-chans turning onto True Gravity. 3 Pokemon knocked out. They've got 2 more. The Snapshot connecting onto that Sylveon. This Yololee will go into that goal zone, and we've got some free points being scored by Kabi-chans. It's just Vulcan left.
Oh, it's so much damage. Now finally Kabi-chans grouping up as a group of 5 here. Just insane amount of damage. Sure, you got the Hydro Typhoon, sure, you got the Moonlight, but you cannot withstand against that kind of damage. Rock Tomb into the Verdant Angle. Nice timing to try to force the Blaziken back, but that's not really going to be stopping out there from Vitobo, isn't it? Not enough follow-up or not enough control here.
The efficiency for those goal scores as well. Kabi-chans are taking this game 100% serious. They're not falling for that trap that a lot of other teams competing today did. So we are at the 3-minute mark here, folks. 1 more minute to go before Rayquaza hits that field. So these teams are going to try and get as much experience as possible. And if you're Kabi-chans, you're going to want to try to force out some premature Unite moves here. We do see Vitopo being caught there by the Surf, but it's just the Blastoise and a Clefable. There's not really too much threat here for that Blaziken. Glaceon, though, will be making that appearance. I'm going to be doing a little bit there to the Blissey. Not so much to threaten the Blissey's knockout, but it's a race here for this experience. I have to say, the invades coming out from Kabi-chans really trying to starve out True Gravity.
Look at that, they even drew like a, I guess you could say like a very virtual line across the central area. Right? They're like, you can't cross this line. This is our territory. This is ours for the taking here. 20 seconds before the Rayquaza spawns in as well. But remember, Kabi-chan is in full control, not in terms of score, not just in terms of AOS energy score, levels, but also positioning-wise. Trying to get as much intel as much as possible, but also not too far with the goalpost to really try to defend it and try to defend against backcappers.
Yep, so very big level gap between these 2 teams. We're looking at 2 level 13s on the side of Kabi-chans and just the Glaceon for True Gravity. So with only 70 points in their pockets, it's up to True Gravity to somehow figure out if they can get these back caps in, if they're maybe going to be able to just go for a Rayquaza rip. We're seeing Kabi-chans spread out at the moment, trying to guard for any back caps, but they are closing in on to the Indians. And there's an immediate knockout onto the Blaziken. Vitopo falling into that trap, and look at this, they've actually managed to catch Tomato and the support in a small choke point. But Duck, he's gone in deep. He's already used his Unite move. There's not going to be no more Blastoise. 4v4. The fight continues though. This Sylveon barely surviving, just able to dash on out of there. And so far, Kokoda, he's trying to hang in there for his team. We do see the Inteleon extremely low. He's going to have to try and recoup with this support if necessary. But Kakata, he's keeping Melon at bay. Glaceon's going to have to go for that reset. And True Gravity, this game isn't over yet.
Of course, a couple of more points being dunked on the top side as well. And it will be enough to actually excel across them now. They want to try to second the Rayquaza, and of course they will. With the Unite move still in the hands of Vitopo, he's going to be an absolute brawl. There's nothing that can really slow him down. There's no slow beam, there's no Hydro Typhoon.
They need the shields.
They're currently at the mercy of members of Team Kabi-chan as they make their way with the Rayquaza shields and the points. Guess what? You may have a slight lead initially, but we will bounce back in a very significant manner.
Oh, what quick thinking coming in from Kabi-chan's. Yes, they saw the slow road coming in with the 80-point back cap, but they said, it's all right. All 5 of us here at the Rayquaza pit, we are certain that we are going to be able to lock this objective down. They take it, they wipe True Gravity, and they lock in Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Kabi-chan's, they're not here to play.
I mean, of course, not for this round, not at this stage of the competition. This is the very series that will determine who is really the strongest in the Asia scene. But let's be honest here, Danelie, right? Like, even yes, it was a fantastic catch on Vitopo, right? You really nailed him with the slow beam here, really removed him from the variables here. But what happened afterwards as they were really chasing them down in such close quarter? Really not. Sadly, they don't really have someone similar to a Crossel to try to lock them down in place to prevent certain escapes. However, while they're trying to chase them down, that's when you see Rom. Remember, Kabi-chan's composition isn't solely dependent on one player alone, one Pokemon trainer alone. Everyone is a damage dealer. Kokoda is doing great damage. Vitopo is there as well as the all-rounder, but Rom is still the main target with the Inteleon. Do you know how much damage he did to the side here? For the side here of both Vulcan and Malin, instantly have to back off and pop the Unite move, one right click, and instantly they just back off. They're like, okay, we can't do anything about it. Vulcan, although very wise to go for the dunk, for the points at the bottom path, and even for Malin going to the top side. But then again, it's just so much commitment, and they just couldn't remove as much players as much as possible. Maybe if they manage to catch maybe 2 or 3 more players, then they might have a little bit more control of that pit.
Maybe Vitopo was the trap all along. They said True Gravity, Vitopo might be a Blaziken. Come for me, but leave Rom alone. There's a reason why there was multiple praising threads online of Rom's Inteleon yesterday. He plays this Pokemon so amazingly. But the good news for True Gravity, we have to also look at this from True Gravity's perspective. They don't have to deal with this Inteleon anymore. They're going to have to look at other options for Rom's Pokemon. Also not having to worry so much about the Venusaur as well as the Blaziken. And I think getting rid of Tomato's Crustle, they got to be pretty happy with that. Although being 1 game down in a best-of-3 series and being a grand final series, the pressure is now on for True Gravity to turn things on its head for game number 2. If they want that reset, they're going to have to win these next 2 games back to back.
The thing is, here's the interesting factor, right? Now, they of course hope to win out with one of their best backline damage dealer, which is the Glacier. And by the way, ironically, Glacier is also one of the few metas currently in this series and this competition recently, or this season as well. But since they couldn't succeed with the Glaceon, now it's going to be there to have their hands on the Inteleon here. So now this is going to be the real question, right? Will it be a ban option for the side here from Kabi-chan? Because I believe Team True Gravity still might actually still keep with the Umbreon ban for a fact and for sure. But what about Team Kabi-chan here? They have no access to the Inteleon, but that doesn't mean they cannot ban it out for the side of Team True Gravity.
I don't think Inteleon is going to be the issue for Kabi-chan's. I think if anything, your priority bans, it's going to be the usual supports. Otherwise, I prioritize going for a ban on Duck. I really think Duck is still a key player for True Gravity when you're trying to find those openings for the team. So in particular, you're not going to give Duck that Buzzwole at all. I think that has to be an automatic ban. If you really wanted to, I suppose you could even consider going for a Crustle ban for Duck as well. But the options are kind of open, right? Because we've seen both Melon and Duck play that Crustle, depending on what the team's needs are. Unless True Gravity have something that they haven't shown yet that they're going to bring out in game number 2. I'd love to see it. And I think they might have to bring it out now because it is starting to get dangerous.
Because of the thing, I feel like even if they do bring the Crustle, there's also still the hands of the Trouden for themselves.
Dragonite might be a highly contested Pokemon for this next game as well because it is available for both teams and it has been pretty successful for both Kabi-chans and in particular for True Gravity today. So Dragonite could be a very highly contested Pokemon.
That is true, but the thing is, it doesn't really scream to me as like Like when I see Dragonite Shield, it's strong, that kind of thing. Basically, it's also strong, but it doesn't really scream in my face where like I have to get rid of him, that kind of thing.
They won't ban it, but somebody's going to get the first pick.
yeah.
So who would be prioritizing the Dragonite? Is it worth being first pick for True Gravity because they get first pick? They will have the option to choose either first pick or last pick after losing this set.
Right.
And then for Kabi-chans, they only get second choice. So if Dragonite is still available after the initial pick from True Gravity, then it can be Dragonite alongside that second pick for Kabi-chans.
The thing is when it comes to the side here for Kabi-chan, when it comes down to picking or selecting Dragonite, you only ever see them really picking up Dragonite when majority of their composition doesn't really require too much EXP. For example, if they were to run if Ron were to run his go-to Mew or Espeon,
I think it's quite likely. I think in game number 2 because all of your resource-intensive Pokemon have already been used in game number 1 here for Kabi-chans. Like Mew sounds like a great choice. We didn't see True Gravity running Mew, so it would not be a contested Pokemon at all.
I mean, definitely for sure, right? It's like that's what I'm saying, right? This is the kind of research, like very small things. It's not maybe significant, but just small enough to know for the fact that if you know that a certain team doesn't run a certain Pokemon, then you don't really have to worry about it, right? That kind of thing. You can try to isolate and try to remove as many variables. Something like what you mentioned literally just now about targeting Duck, particularly because there's not a really significant defender Pokemon in Duck's hand here. Sure, you can bring in the Lapras, you can bring in the Gudra, definitely for sure. But when he has Crustle, it's a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, and then I guess we also have that one pick that we haven't seen today.
Okay,
Akul's Dodrio. So he's played the Dodrio once,
I agree.
and it was not the best Dodrio. But just to know that Akul can play it, and what Dodrio can bring to the table, I kind of feel like that chaos, that craziness, and that pressure that a Dodrio brings, it could be something that would really throw Kabi-chans off. Just because Dodrio, at the moment, it's not a super popular pick. It does require a lot of setup. We've been seeing teams draft it in either second and third games after certain Pokemon have already been banned out from their opponent's pool. But is this the game to bring it in? I don't think so, because a lot of the counters, quote-unquote counters to Dodrio, have not been played by Kabi-chans yet.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was also want to bring up. If you really want to bring in the Dodrio for Akul to really pick it up here, you need to set up that composition. You really need to get that really last hit in. However, Kabi-chan, like I said, all depends on the bans, right? That kind of thing. If they were to let, I can guarantee this for sure, if they do not ban the Leaf Field, it might be an option for True Gravity to really try to pick it up. But of course, like you said, this depends on the composition coming in, because there are a few counters still left on the pool side here. Dragonite sounds great, but honestly, what I really wanted to see is, because unfortunately, because they don't have Crustle, if they don't have Crustle, so I don't think we'll be able to see the Chandelure here, because there's still a few options for them to really pick up here. Or could we possibly see the Zoroark though? If the ban for the Umbreon coming from the side here, where True Gravity still maintains, Speedster's options is suddenly coming to the side for Team Kabi-chan, because there's no Blastoise. Sure, you can bring in the Crustle, you can bring in the Trevenant, but I believe since they couldn't take the Crustle, but Kabi-chan still can take the Trevenant away from them, including the Blastoise here. Really great walls for backline composition, but also at the same time, you can really set up for your Speedsters.
I suspect the two bans to be Buzzwole and Umbreon as per usual. I think teams have now just figured out that Umbreon and Buzzwole, these are the default bans nowadays. But it'll be great, because firstly, Kabi-chans, they don't want to give that away to Duck. They do not get first pick, and knowing True Gravity, they will pick that Buzzwole for Duck if it's available. But as for True Gravity, what are they willing to give away to Kabi-chans? And what do they want to do for this next matchup? Because after seeing how well Kabi-chans played in that first game, and these were some of the best Pokemon that True Gravity have, how are you going to approach this next game?
Well, like
it was. I'm not sure about you. Did you feel like that was a very peaceful early game from both teams? Like, we didn't see a lot of knockouts. We saw a couple skirmishes, but everyone ended up just backing out.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? I think the impression, like, just like you said, you were like surprised that you didn't see as much aggression coming from Kabi-chan, right? Even this kind of late game scaling composition, right? I think it was the same applied for True Gravity. I think they already somewhat suspected that we might be getting a lot of early game aggression, so they wanted to play around with reacting with the slow beam and also with that Hydro Typhoon, especially since that Blastoise already hit level 8 and level 9. At that stage, he would have already had the Unite move. But what happened was, like you said, a very quiet game. Couple of skirmishes, sure. to try to get some control for the goalpost and for objective, yes, that's understandable. But nothing too crazy that was really happening. Not too much over diving, except that one time for the Clefable that early round. That one was a really crazy dive, and that was, I believe, it was in the hands of, yes, actually by True Gravity. They were the one who initiated that really crazy dive.
Yeah, they just wanted to score some points. We see it all the time with the supports. But I definitely see that that True Gravity, they are looking a little bit shaken, especially after that first match.
It's a very change of pace, right? It's like, it feels suddenly like...
The atmosphere is different.
It's like when you somewhat like mentally prepare yourself, that kind of thing. It's like, okay, prepare for a storm. But it's just all sun and rainbow, so kind of thing, like nothing happened. So now, maybe the mentality is a little bit shaken, but I still think they're, knowing the members of Team Gravity, True Gravity, they will still be a calm and collected mentality as they really get ready for this second game. Yes, we did say it's going to be a quiet default ban for the side here for both teams, Buzzwole and Umbreon. But I still think there is a possibility that they actually might just end up banning the Inteleon entirely, because that comfortability of the idea where you don't really have to be poked too much, because let's be honest, sure, Inteleon is just one of those really crazy high damage in the long range. Like when it comes to range, Inteleon is really unmatched here at this grade, and the game will always end up going to that recourse a bit. If you can try to remove as many variables as possible, I think it's really possible for them. But this does depend on who gets the first pick, right? That kind of thing. If I'm calling it here right, and now, if Kabichan has first pick, they'll ban an Inteleon and they'll try to swap it the Buzzwole if they can. That's what I feel.
I think Buzzwole stays banned. I think they let Inteleon through, and I think Kabichan's might lock in Hooper first. Hooper has also been a priority for a lot of these teams, and Kabichan's they do enjoy that Hooper or Clef if they can get it, because they know that Clef is going to be available because True Gravity have also played that.
Right? Yeah.
Yep. So and Blissey as well. Like I think it really depends on what they're going to get. If Kabichan's can somehow get Dragonite, then Blissey might be an option. But I do think Clef is the preferable one here
of
for
course,
Kabichan's.
if I'm not mistaken, like, Blissey has already been played by Kabichan on the first round, right, as well?
Yes, they already used.
Yeah, so not really much support left. There's still the Elder Gods, but of course Clef is going to be somewhat of the go-to, right? And Team Gravity, they can't really get it. Oh, they went, instead of banning the Umbreon, they went to ban the Clef.
So this means Umbreon is available for True Gravity to get first, and that's going to be the play here. So True Gravity locking in the Umbreon for Melon. They're going to have to figure out what to do next, because they've just given away Buzzwole to Kabichan's. They can pick this up. They're going to go for Zoro Mew for their first two picks. What is this madness?
No, this is what I'm telling you right now. Prepare for that aggression, you guys. True Gravity.
They've just given away Dragonite.
And I feel
And
maybe
Espeon. Espeon is one of the most annoying Pokemon to go against as a Zoro. It's one of the biggest complaints I've been hearing from players. Espeon is such a pain as Zoro. And there we go. They got True Gravity just got their dream team. These are Pokemon that True Gravity want.
Yeah, it really gravitates to exactly the ideal composition they really want to try to go for as well. Now the last call for it. You can't, like, okay,
Sylveon.
Going for the Sylveon for the Fairy Falling, right? At least give that some flexibility, right? At least look on the bright side, right, Danelie. It is, their hyper carry is gonna be quite the contact play, right? Now there's gonna be at least now this whole game is gonna be transitioning on how Kokoda gonna be playing around with that Zoroark. The early game aggression that True Gravity might have anticipated for the first round can now begin here in the second one. And like I told you, right, like, Inteleon is something that Kabichan really wanted to remove in the first game. But what I didn't anticipate was getting rid of the Clefable. But I think it somewhat works out in their favor as well, because since they're going with this all melee lineup for the side of a True Gravity, you just don't want to give too much sustainability to the side of Team Kabichan.
It's not just that too. Like, one of the major benefits of Clefable that has been the biggest thing that's driving this Pokemon is how it is so good in those very long team standoffs where you're around the Rayquaza pit and you have your ranged attackers just like throwing moves, pokes, just slowly chipping away at your opponents, forcing out all the sustain from the supports. One of the things that Blissey's not going to be able to do is keep up with a Clefable in the healing department. So the fight goes long enough, Clefable's keeping the team popped up, but your Blissey's going to start running out of those eggs. So to get rid of that, what we're looking at here for True Gravity is that they're saying, we're going to fight into you and you're going to run out of juice.
Yeah, definitely for sure. They are absolutely happy with this frontal confrontation, but that's only towards the late game, right? That kind of thing, as they really prep for that Dragonite. This early game macro decision coming from the hands of Kokoda will somewhat decide how the pace of the game is going. Like, if he does enough damage with the Zoroark alongside with the Comfey, alongside with Wajiro, if they do just enough damage, enough pressure, enough control of points, I think even with the Bustle in the hands of True Gravity, would not be able to withstand the kind of damage coming out, right? Because remember, Zoroark, if Zoroark really gets online, that burst damage is still insane.
That shouldn't happen because Blissey, to a certain degree, blocks what a Zoro does, which is just 100 to 0 Pokemon. So the Bliss Assist, the fact that Bliss Assist exists, it is going to be a huge threat to Vitopo in every single fight. But if the Bliss Assist gets whiffed, then that's when Zoro really pops off. It's going to come down to these two teams. Is it going to be a 2-0 grand final here, Leonard? Or are we looking at a Game 3 and a potential reset? Let's find out.
It's so hard to say, right? Because like it feels like the stars are aligning with the composition that Team True Gravity has, right? Bustle's great for displacement. You got the Umbreon. It feels like very dangerous territory. It feels like every field, every territory that this Zoroark is going to be entering is full of landmines. There's so many ways to displace him, so many ways to control him or interrupt him as well. And talk about the amount of sustain coming from two all-rounders. Sure, you can do a lot of damage, you can burst it down, but Bliss Assist can save anyone. But then again, that is the sole weakness about Bliss Assist, right? It is only that Unite mode is more of a targeted skill. So in other words, you can really only save that one person alone. So knowing playing
Vulcan.
Yeah.
Vulcan has popped off today. I trust this man to get the Bliss Assist.
But I also at the same time trust in Kokoda to know how to tackle or play around that Bliss Assist. But this game, relatively hard. If you can actually force out some really good mean looks before the actual big fight, I think that can be quite helpful for the frontal, at least confrontation.
Look, I actually think these mean looks are nasty against Kabi-chan because you're running Comfey. It's not a standard support that's going to save you. Comfey only gives you healing on one Pokemon. If that Pokemon gets knocked out, your Comfey gets dropped.
I'll be definitely sure.
You're going to go down as well.
It's a buy one, free one deal.
It is a buy one, free one deal. So Zoro is going to apply some pressure onto Vulcan on that Blissey and will get the KO in the process. Mean look does connect, but Dragon is still busy trying to finish up that central area farm and actually is going to get that stolen. Oh no, that's not what you want as that Dragonair, but Vitopo stuck around for a little bit too long with the Buzzwole committing, but no, they did not get Vitopo. The man gets away scot-free. And these are the plays that you want to make happen as that Zoro. Slip in, slip out, force the attention away so that your side lanes are opened up.
Man, this is crazy. Malon, of course, getting ready to rotate around because I think after clearly seeing what's been happening for the past 2 minutes of the round, everyone needs to really group up. Everyone needs to getting ready to reinforce to try to get this punish. Don't give enough openings to allow team members or at least to allow the Zoroark to really get this engine running. Don't play around his tempo. Don't play around his. Don't play at the palm of his hand. Don't play by his tunes. Try to deny him as much as possible. Just stick together. Just to the necessary amount of damage. Great reinforcement coming in. A great rotation coming in from the Espionage to try to get this pick up. But then again, nice timing with the Doctor Pursuit. Should keep him alive and away from the rest of the squad.
If Zeshol wasn't there, Vitopo absolutely would have tried to go for the dive there onto Doug. So this Espeon is keeping this Zoro in check as long as he's there. Looks like both of the Reggies are on the field here, folks. So it's going to be time for these teams to go for those big fights. And up top, we are still seeing this here with Vitopo applying a lot of pressure onto Duck. We also have Vulcan sticking around on the goal zone. And here comes that Dragonite. All it takes is one Hyper Beam, but he actually deletes 2 Pokemon. Both Duck and Vulcan. And Vitopo gets out scot-free as well. What a play coming out from the Zoroark.
Unbelievable. The Unama really keeping him alive by a slimmer of HP, and he still managed to get the pick up on Duck. But
and he gets the Espeon in the top lane as well.
I can't believe it. Just bouncing back and forth. And it's managed to... who's going to be able to secure? Oh no, it's in the hands of the side of Kabi-chan. So that damage buff is still going to be implemented to the top side to the hand of Vitopo. This buff is going to be really great to help us secure all this dish out of damage.
Look at that level advantage.
It's massive. It's insane. He's level 10, by the way, and he's still shredding all these players.
This is how you want to play Zoro. You pop off, you get a huge level advantage, and you threaten everybody on the map. The fact that Comfey used the Unite there was able to keep Vitopo topped up and also prevented Dragonite and Buzzwole from even thinking about turning onto him. If you're True Gravity, you got to slow things down a little bit. The fact that they're showing their face of Vitopo as being this relentless, this confident, they need to come back, get those levels. One of the things that you have to worry about with Azora is that his early game might be a menace, but as the game gets later and later, he turns more and more into that glass cannon. And with these really big Pokemon that go into the late game, Dragonite and Buzzwole, they become much more threatening the later the game goes. So they got to slow things down, let Vitopo do his thing, but still at the same time for True Gravity, keep your macro up. Make sure you are tied in levels going into that late game.
Yeah, I mean, of course, first I'd like to apologize. I thought it was Kokoda playing the Zora, but it's actually still in the hands of Vitopo. But anyway, back to the matter of hand. Back and forth. You know who's going to be on top of the lead when it comes to range damage as well. But against Psychic Solaire. But then again, they took each other out at the same time. What a way to go down, but guess what? Without the defender of the first goalpost, more points being dunked in. They're trying to set up the foundation here. And guess what? No Blissey for the Blizzard's support. Damage coming in, fully committed. But the Comfy, another 1-0, keeping Vitopo alive and well. They got out of that situation, not just with the KO. They got the points, they got the goalpost, and on top of that, another KO on their support for an additional bonus. Vitopo on an absolute roll. He's level 12, by the way, Danelie. And we still have 4 minutes into the round. This guy is going to get that level 14 before Rayquaza, and he got another one again.
Yep, he's managed to get Vulcan yet again, and True Gravity, they are being corralled onto their side lanes. They can't even go into the central area and feel safe. Where can they go to get this experience? The fact that they're being choked out in all these wild Pokemon and experience, this is going to prevent True Gravity from finding any way to equalize the game. They are so afraid because of how fast Vitopo is moving in this matchup. And they thought that Umbreon was going to be enough to control him, but unfortunately for Melon, he's just not able to find those openings to catch Vitopo. And in the times that we have seen him get that mean look, the team is just not in position to follow up. And again, Vulcan just going to be absolutely destroyed by Vitopo.
Priority targeting. There is no sign of hesitation coming in from Vitopo. He understands once team members of True Gravity really grouped up in unison as a collective, even he will have a hard time despite this high levels that he has.
These levels, the level
dude, look, do you know all these engagements so far has always been like this 2v3, but great coming with the mean look, was able to get this really beautiful KO on Kokoda as the Sylveon. Now a quick disengagement, but guess what? Objectives are being secured. They can't get a couple more, they want to try to achieve it, but look who's coming in. The blood is in the water and the sharks are the Sharpedo is coming in from the backline. Vitopo shows himself with a brush, dives all the way to the backline, has to eject by the out to safety. They play around the defense of the first goal post, but that will do nothing to save you from the claws and the clutches of the shadow Pokemon.
Oh, Vitopo, he's a menace this game, and he doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon. Actually going to be running onto the goal zone as he gets staggered. But the thing is, can Vitopo get taken out? It doesn't look like they have enough juice. It's actually the Comfey that actually hops off instead to be the priority target. But wait a minute, True Gravity, they are upset. They want Vitopo, but they can't get him instead. They're going to have to settle with the two supports, the Comfey and the Slowbro.
A salute to both Comfey and Slowbro as each player
fainting for the cause.
Taking, like, literally giving up their lives for this. Absolutely well team coordination.
With how this game is going so far for Gabi-chan, this seems to be the play. If Vitopo is at threat, if he's under threat, you have to, whatever it is, the only person that cannot faint is Vitopo. We've hit the late game, folks. It is time. Can True Gravity turn this around and tie this series 1-1, or will it be a 2-0 grand final victory? Vitopo sharking his way around, trying to find Vulcan. He has single-handedly shut down this Blissey every single time, and True Gravity haven't been able to do anything about it. Duck going into that top lane looking to score those 100 points, but look at this though, Vitopo, he's sneaking into True Gravity, trying to find that opening, but the mean look keeping him under wraps. Vulcan, do not show your face.
I thought he saw him for a second there too. A little, maybe about a meter, one step forward, and possibly he might be on the list of the chopping block.
Vitopo.
So elusive.
Oh, I can't breathe. This matchup is insane. Level 15 Zoroark still hunting, looking for his prey, but who is he going to jump on next? He really wants Vulcan. That's the only person that he wants. Maybe the Umbreon. In the meantime, though, we do have a back cap, 96 points, but Vulcan is gone again. This Blissey just doesn't get to play the game. Umbreon even committing the Unite as well, but Vitopo is left unchecked, It's going to be the Sylveon to finish off Melon here, trying to go for the Jukes, but the Hyper Voice finishes him off. Looks like Duck, though, getting a KO himself instead, and the fight continues. Duck has got to buy some time, throw Vitopo around, do whatever you can, keep wrestling, do not go down, but the Buzz Ball is out of the picture. Now Akul being spotted out by Tomato. I think this man, he is afraid. He's got his Unite. He's actually going to commit it to go towards that central area. He has to somehow meet up with his team. Blissey's coming back into the fray, though. We have a Bliss Assist available, but if you lose the Dragonite, that's all your firepower out of this game. No more Dragonite for 30 seconds. We've got 10 seconds to go, Leonard, and Kabi-chans, they're about to do it. I think we found our champions for 2024.
It's Team Kabi-chan, ladies and gentlemen, in such a phenomenal manner, showing the paralysis of Vitopo with the Zoroark in hand. Your grand champion for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champion League 2024 is Team Kabi-chans. What a journey for these guys. Started off new from the regional stage, and look at where they are now. The world sees them. We see them for who they are, and what an amazing team.
That was a phenomenal performance coming out Vitopo. You thought that man could play Blaziken. He says, have you seen my Zoroark? Brilliant play, but he made so many moves, and he effectively dismantled the entire team of True Gravity. Vulcan just wasn't allowed to play the game. As soon as Vitopo saw him, just back to base.
You know the craziest part about it? There's three craziest things, right? Like I mentioned, early game macro players' decision will dictate how this game is, right? There is no hesitation. There was no doubt. He got the intel. He saw an opportunity. I don't even think he got the full intel either, right? He just spot 3 people, and he just like, I'm not sure where's the other 2 players, the other 2 team members, but I'm going in. I have the burst, I have the damage. We'll keep hitting them as much as possible. Avoid the team fights, avoid the CCs. And even Vulcan, who was right next to Duck, by the way, right next to the Bustle, all he could do was just watch. He fell so fast, and he just couldn't really do or say anything about it. And what's even crazier, towards the records a bit, he was being very, not to say passive, he was being elusive. Trying to keep himself hidden, trying to see where's the prime time, who's an easy picking. But guess what? He engaged 2 times which somewhat decided the game. The first time was when the Bustle went for the first goal post dunk. He tried to sneak in the 100 points. He did get the 100 points in, but that resulted in the whole team shifting to the top side because he dived in the first time. Umbreon had to commit all mean look at skills to slowly migrate to the top. The second time was the Dragonite, and when that Dragonite tried to dunk that 48 points, slow beam on top of Vulcan, and that was pretty much it.
Poor Vulcan. This man just did not get to play the game at all. And I think if anything, he might be seeing Zoroark in his dreams for the next couple days. Might hate that Pokemon for quite a bit. But look, Vitopo did the right thing for his team for this match in particular. They wanted to take the crown, no risks. I have to say though, props to him for playing Zoro in a really tough environment. A lot of other players, if they played up against this lineup of Pokemon, I don't think they would have found the same number of opportunities that Vitopo did.
That's what I'm saying, right? There was so much heavy lifting for Vitopo in that round. Literally, they didn't even give them the time or space. This is what I'm saying, right? This is the definition of trying to be aggressive. When you have an early game call, you have to be aggressive. You need to put it down to the ground for good. And this is literally the definition here. Some people, I know some teams and some people realize, okay, how do you put it down? I think we pressure them enough. But for Vitopo point of view, it's like, nope, it's never enough. I want them 6 feet under the ground until the point where they can't even show their face. They see my teammate, I want them running. I want them running for the trees, running for the hills until we are given the title of Grand Champions. However, still a very phenomenal game coming in from True Gravity. I think even with that composition alone, it will against other teams with that kind of composition, there will be greater success. But Vitopo with the Zoroark, that really changed the team. Really changed the terms. There are so many Pokemon that can really disrupt the Zoroark, but guess what? He just says, I like the challenge. I love it.
Like the challenge. He loves the thrill of the race. But here is our final bracket for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. We started day 1 with all 8 teams in the upper bracket, finding our first grand finalist in Kabi-chans, taking a 2-0 victory off of Talon PH. And then the rest of the teams had to fight the lower bracket gauntlet. And of all the teams in the lower bracket, it was true gravity to make it through to challenge our first grand finalist. And what a dream run as well for this team. They went all the way from the first round of the lower bracket all the way to the grand finals. Back to back to back victories for this team.
Seriously, you gotta give a raise to Victor because that man, that player, I fear no one. But that player in my lobby against me,
oh man,
it scares me. Okay, that Vitopo is it's like every
he's a monster.
Every member did their job, but I think there was no player who gave me such a threat just from watching his game than Vitopo with that Zoroark. I don't think that any player who outline, whether it's in terms of Buzzword or Zoroark or any other Pokemon, I don't think I feel this terrified and respectful at the same time for such a skill level coming from that one player alone.
Well, maybe we see a lot more Zoroarks in some of our ranked matches. As some people are going to have a renewed, a renewed perspective. But don't expect all of them to play like Vitopo. You don't keep your expectations that high. But
let's be honest, if every player can play like Vitopo, I don't even know how this competition
I don't know if I play ranked
go.
anymore. I might be one of the few players to revive standard matches. But what a weekend here, Leonard. We started from months of these teams going through their individual qualifiers to come into the league stage, to play the league stage and to qualify for the finals, and then of course playing out the finals until we found our champion. I'm actually really glad that we got to see these teams play because now I'm getting very excited for the World Championships. I do believe a lot of the teams that are playing here, they should be sticking together. I hope they're ready for those qualifiers because it's coming right up. It's coming eventually, actually. It has to be soon because if they don't do it soon, I don't know when they're going to qualify for Honolulu.
Yeah.
But the teams that qualified for the finals in ACL, I definitely expect a lot of them to stick together because for them to make it this far, you're doing something right.
Honestly, I feel any teams that's currently inside this ACL shouldn't do self-improvement, get stronger, and I believe you will get stronger and better as time passes by. But seriously, don't change your roster. I think you guys have been great, phenomenal.
Keep working at it.
Yeah, really keep working at it. You guys have something really beautiful and something amazing. Stick to it. Don't give up just yet here. But let's be honest, right? Comparing to last year or the past few ACL, Pokemon Unite has never felt this good so far. And this doesn't just apply to ACL. There's so many other Pokemon Unite series that's happening in the other regions as well. NAEUIC is currently on the way. Recently, NAEU also just finished the AOS Cup as well. Really great teams. Even Luminosity, who was previously the champions, had a really tough run towards their very end as well.
Okay, come on. Technically, it's the beginning of the season. We all know that the first season,
I know.
The first matches, they're kind of a little bit funky because everyone's just coming out of hibernation. But we will start to see some more stability from these teams as the season progresses.
Of course.
But I am really, really excited to see who's going to be all of the representatives going to Honolulu later this year. But I want to know what's happening with Asia, right? Like, what's happening with the Asia scene? How many slots are we going to get? What regions are going to qualify? What's happening with us? Okay, because everyone over in the West, they've got everything going. Everything's already started.
Like schedule-wise especially,
exactly.
right?
And then for us, we're just like, hello?
No, I feel like this is the part where, like, seriously, I feel this is going to be the year.
That Asia will win.
Yeah, Asia
is
not just only going to be recognized. I'm not just talking about Korea, Japan. I'm also looking at other regions. India. Look at Team True Gravity, right? Look at Philippines right now. Look at MYSG here. Everyone is currently on the rise, answering the call, answering the challenge that's being outposed by the current strongest team here in the Pokemon Unite. Let's be honest, guys. Get ready. There's a lot of great teams still coming in who's currently here and still on the way.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited, but we are going to have to bring things to a close, unfortunately. So first, we want to say thank you all so much for following the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. But we are going to be having our trophy ceremony with our champions, Kabuchan, after a relentless weekend. They absolutely deserve it. Let's see what's going to be happening.
โอ้โห
แสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับ
เป็นยังไงนะคะ เรียกได้ว่าการแข่งขันเนี่ยแต่ละแมตช์เนี่ยดุเดือดแต่มาจนถึงสุดท้ายเนี่ยเราก็ได้เห็นนะคะว่าใครจะเป็นแชมป์ที่แท้จริงค่ะ
ถูกต้องเลยนะครับดังนั้นพวกเราก็จะมาพูดคุยกับพวกเขาสักเล็กน้อยนะครับกับสิ่งต่างๆที่เกิดขึ้นในการแข่งขันทั้งทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ครับคุณมิมครับ
Yes and right now we all know who is the champion of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024, and right now we are all the team members, and I have to say this is their very first stage outside the country too. Let's see if they are feeling excited or nervous, or they feel very confident right now. Okay, so what should I interview first? Okay, hi. So how are you feeling right now?
おめでとうございます。お気持ちをお聞かせください。
とっても嬉しいです
I'm extremely happy.
โอเคนะคะ
รู้สึกดีใจมากๆนะครับดีใจมากๆครับ
And you?
めちゃくちゃ嬉しいです
I'm super happy too.
โอเค
ดีใจสุดๆไปเลยนะครับ
นะคะ And you? What about your feeling right now?
お気持ちいかがですか
ガチで嬉しいです
Super happy too.
อ๋อดีใจแน่
รู้สึกดีมากๆ
เป็นเราก็ดีใจนะคะ
ต้องดีใจแน่นอน
โอเคเดี๋ยวเราถามเพิ่มอีกสักนิดนึงดีไหม
ได้ครับ
Okay, so the next one, how you feeling right now, or if you have anything to say to your fan or your supporters?
はい、応援してくださったファンの皆さん、観客の皆さんに一言お願いします。
はい、カビちゃんズ応援してくださった皆様本当にありがとうございます。これからも頑張りますので応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for everyone who supported us, believe in us. Without you, we couldn't do, win this tournament. So please continue to support us. Thank you very much.
แฟ
ก็ขอบคุณ
นะคะ
ที่เชื่อมั่นในพวกเขาแล้วก็สนับสนุนพวกเขามาตลอดถ้าไม่มีพวกคุณก็เป็นพวกเขาวันนี้
นี่ก็ขอบคุณที่ได้การสนับสนุนมาอย่างนี้นั่นเอง
ครับ
นะคะ
จริงๆผมก็มีอะไรอยากจะถามเหมือนกัน
อ๋อเหรอ
นะครับก็อยากจะถามว่าเขาฝึกซ้อมมันมากแค่ไหนจนกว่าจะมาถึงจุดนี้ได้ครับคุณมิ้นครับ
Okay, so one last question. He asked like, how long have you been prepared for this tournament?
はい、この大会に向けて皆さんどのくらい準備してきたんですか
3ヶ月くらいです
About 3 months.
About 3 months.
3 เดือน
3 เดือนเท่านั้นนะคะได้เป็นแชมป์
เวอร์มาก
นะเก่งมาก
เก่งมากนะครับ
เก่งมากนะคะอ่ะแล้วก็ basic question just how you feel right now
最後に、今どんなお気持ちですか
はちゃめちゃに気持ちいいです
I'm feeling great.
อ๋อ
รู้สึกเจ๋งไปเลยนะครับ
นะคะ
โอ้โหเอาละครับก็ต้องขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับทางคาปิใจอีกครั้งหนึงด้วยครับนี่
round of applause โอเค
โอเค
ค่ะ
ครับผม
เดี๋ยวเรากลับไปตรงกลางเวทีสักนิดหนึ่งนะคะ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวเราจะใช้พื้นที่ตรงนี้นะคะให้ทางผู้บริหารของเรานะคะมาร่วมแสดงความยินดี
ใช่ครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
ครับ
เอาละค่ะ แล้วก็ในโอกาสต่อไปนี้นะคะ เดี๋ยวเราจะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญนะคะ ทางผู้บริหารของทาง AIS นะคะ
ครับ
ขอเรียนเชิญคุณปริทัศน์พกวณิช Game Business Development Manager จากทาง AIS ค่ะ เรียนเชิญค่ะ
ขอเรียนเชิญเลยครับแล้วขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
โอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวจะขอเรียนเชิญมอบแหวนนะคะ ให้กับทางแชมป์ของเราค่ะ เรียนเชิญแหวนเลยค่ะ to all of you ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยได้ไหมคะ
โอ้โหสุดยอดมากๆเลยครับ อันนี้เรียกว่าเป็นแหวนเพชรจาก You Treasure เลยนะครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
สวยงามมากๆครับ
show in case you receive it can you show it out a bit for everyone all the audience to see the prize you have just received
หรือใครอยากจะใส่เลยก็ได้นะครับ อยากจะสวมเลยก็ได้นะครับ
โอเคค่ะ โอเคขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆ big round applause please to congratulations
สำหรับผู้ชนะของทัวร์นาเมนต์ของเราครับคาบิจังนั่นเองครับ
เอาละค่ะ และในโอกาสนี้นะคะ ก็ต้องขอบคุณคุณปริทัศน์พกวณิช Game Business Development Manager จากทาง AIS ด้วยค่ะ ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะคะ ขอบพระคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับ
เอาละค่ะ และนอกจากนี้ค่ะพี่ซันคะ
แน่นอน
เรายังมีผู้สนับสนุนอีกนะคะ
ใช่
คืออะไรคะ
แน่นอนครับว่าเหล่าแชมป์ทั้งหลายทุกคนตรงนี้นะครับจะได้รับโทรศัพท์มือถือ ASUS ROG Phone นะครับก็ต้องขอบพระคุณครับ ASUS ROG Phone มาณที่นี้ด้วยนะครับและขอเสียงปรบมือให้ทางตัว ASUS ด้วยครับ
Big round applause please to ASUS ROG Phone because they are going to give ASUS ROG Phone to all the winners of the PU ACL 2024 thank you so much
แน่นอนฮะว่าได้กันคนละเครื่องเลยนะค
ใช่
รับผม
แล้วค่ะ และในโอกาสต่อไปนะคะเราก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งส่วนนะคะที่เรียกได้ว่าสำคัญมากที่สุดนะคะเพราะว่าเราจะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญผู้บริหารจากทาง TPC ค่ะขอเรียนเชิญคุณเคนจิโร่อิโตะ The Pokemon Company CBO ขึ้นมาบนเวทีในโอกาสนี้ค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen I would like to take this advantage to invite Mr. Kenjiro Ito The Pokemon Company CBO on the stage please give a big round of hands
ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับคุณเคนจิโร่ด้วยครับ
แล้วค่ะผู้บริหารก็อยู่กับเราด้วยนะคะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวจะมีผู้แปลนะคะกิตติมศักดิ์มาร่วมด้วยกับเราค่ะนะคะเอาละค่ะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวในโอกาสนี้จะขอให้ทางผู้บริหารนะคะมอบโล่นะคะพี่สัน
ครับ
ค่ะเรียนเชิญนะคะเดี๋ยวทางโม่ท่านหลักนะคะ
นี่ครับเป็นถ้วยรางวัลของการแข่งขันของเรานะครับ
and now Mr. Kenjiro Ito will present this trophy award to the winning team Kabijang ladies and gentlemen please give a big round of applause
นะครับขอเสียงปรบมือกับคาบิจังด้วยนะครับเอาละครับผู้ชนะในทัวร์นาเมนต์ของเรานั่นก็คือทีมคาบิจังแชมเปี้ยนการแข่งขันโปเกมอนยูไนต์เอเชียแชมเปี้ยนลีก 2024
ด้านหน้าเลยค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen คาบิจัง
ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆกับคาบิจังเรียกว่าแสดงศักยภาพได้อย่างยอดเยี่ยมในการแข่งขันใน Upper Bracket สายบน และตอนนี้พวกเขาก็ได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนของรายการของเรา
ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้กับคาบิจังอีกทีหนึ่งค่ะ ตัวแทนจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นนะคะแชมเปี้ยนของโปเกมอนยูไนต์เอเชียแชมเปี้ยนลีก 2024 แสดงความยินดีด้วยจริงๆค่ะ
โอ้เป็นภาพความประทับใจของพวกเขาที่ฝ่าฟันมาอย่างยาวนานครับคุณผู้ชมครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะเอาละค่ะเดี๋ยวให้ช่างภาพถ่ายภาพสักนิดนึงนะคะ May I have all the press and ladies and gentlemen to take this photo shoot โอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆได้ถ่ายภาพพักผ่อนกันทางด้านหลังนะคะอาจจะขอถ่ายภาพนิดหนึ่งโอเค and photo shoot please
株式会社ポケモンの伊藤と申します
Hello everyone, this is Kenjiro Ito from the Pokémon Company.
ค่ะแล้วก็ผู้บริหารเอจะขออนุญาตใช้โอกาสนี้ในการกล่าวสปีชด้วยนะคะสวัสดีครับทุกคนผมอิโตะเคนจิโร่จาก The Pokemon Company
今回優勝したカビちゃんズの皆さんそして関係者の皆様本当に優勝おめでとうございますまた残念ながら今回参加されましたがこの頂点には至らなかった最後まで戦い抜いたインド代表の皆さんそして各エリアの代表の皆様本当にお疲れ様でした
Congratulations to Team Kabichanzu from East Asia Japan region and all the supporters for winning the championships. I would also like to thank all the players who unfortunately did not make it to the top this time.
ค่ะก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีกับทีมคาบิจังนะคะจากภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกแล้วก็ประเทศญี่ปุ่นนะคะรวมถึงกองเชียร์ของทีมนี้ค่ะที่สามารถคว้าตำแหน่งชนะเลิศในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ได้และนอกจากนั้นแล้วผมก็อยากจะขอบคุณผู้เล่นทุกคนที่มาเข้าร่วมการแข่งขันแม้ว่าครั้งนี้อาจจะไปไม่ถึงเป้าหมายที่ตั้งไว้
この大会を通じてチームワークを持って戦い抜いた皆さんの熱い戦いに本当に感動しました
I was impressed by the passion of everyone who came together as a team to compete throughout the tournament.
ผมปรับปลื้มในความตั้งใจของทุกคนในทีมที่เข้าแข่งขันร่วมกันมาตลอดรายการ
去年の11月から始まったこのアジアチャンピオンズリーグですが、延べ1000チームを超えるチームが参加してこのファイナルを8チームをもって迎えました
The Asia Champions League started in November last year and about 1,000 teams participated across all regional qualifiers to decide the final 8.
Asia Champions League เริ่มต้นในเดือนพฤศจิกายนปีที่แล้วค่ะโดยมีทีมร่วมกว่า 1,000 ทีมเข้าแข่งขันในรายการคัดเลือกระดับภูมิภาคเพื่อเฟ้นหาทีมที่แกร่งที่สุด 8 ทีม
そして大会を通じて アジアナンバーワンを決めるこの大会、本当にアジアナンバーワンにふさわしい戦いを見ることができました。本当にありがとうございます。
This made for exciting battles worthy of deciding the number one team in Asia.
และนั่นทำให้การต่อสู้เพื่อหาทีมอันดับหนึ่งแห่งเอเชียเข้มข้นขึ้นไปอีก
ポケモンユナイトはこの7月で3周年を迎えます。これからもより多くの皆さんにゲームを楽しんでいただけるようにアップデートを重ねていきますので、どうぞご期待ください。
This July will mark the third anniversary of Pokémon Unite. We will work hard to keep rebuilding the game, so please look forward to future updates.
เดือนกรกฎาคมนี้จะครบรอบ 3 ปีที่เกม Pokémon Unite พวกเราจะทำงานให้หนักขึ้นเพื่อพัฒนาเกมต่อไปดังนั้นช่วยติดตามอัปเดตของเกมในอนาคตด้วยครับ
そしてポケモンユナイトはこの本日をもちましてアジアチャンピオンズリーグを終え、そして次はいよいよワールドチャンピオンシップスで世界の頂点をみんなが目指していただきます。そして今年のワールドチャンピオンシップの本会場はハワイです。
On the tournament scene, the Asia Champions League is now over, and the battle of the top of the world begins next with the World Championships. And the venue for this year's main event is Hawaii.
ตอนนี้ม่านของการแข่งขันในรายการ Asia Champions League ก็ได้ปิดลงแล้วแต่การแข่งขันเพื่อเฟ้นหาอันดับหนึ่งของโลกกำลังจะเริ่มขึ้นกันต่อในรายการ World Championships และงานในปีนี้จะจัดขึ้นที่ฮาวาย
今年のワールドチャンピオンシップスを目指すアジアの予選はこのような大会フォーマットになります。アジアの予選は3月以降に開催され、地域ごとに予選を行い、それぞれの代表チームがワールドチャンピオンシップに招待されます。
This year's Asian qualifiers will follow this format. Big Asian qualifiers will be held from March onward, with tournaments held in each region to decide which representative teams will be invited to the World Championships.
การแข่งขันรอบคัดเลือกภูมิภาคอาเซียนจะใช้กฎการแข่งขันตามนี้ครับการแข่งขันรอบคัดเลือกภูมิภาคอาเซียนจะจัดขึ้นตั้งแต่ช่วงมีนาคมเป็นต้นไปซึ่งการแข่งขันจะถูกจัดขึ้นในแต่ละภูมิภาคเพื่อเฟ้นหาตัวแทนเพื่อเข้าไปแข่งขันในรายการ World Championships
皆さんのチャレンジをたくさんのチャレンジをお待ちしています。ぜひハワイでお会いしましょう。
Good luck everyone and see you in Hawaii.
ขอให้ทุกคนโชคดีแล้วเจอกันที่ฮาวายค่ะ
แล้วไปเจอกันที่ฮาวายครับ
แม่
สุดยอดจริง
ๆตื่นเต้นเลยนะคะเอาละค่ะและต่อจากนี้นะคะก็อยากจะขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆนะคะให้กับทาง TPC อีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะและ Pokémon Unite ค่ะ
ขอเสียงปรบมือกับคุณเคนจิโร่อิโตะด้วยครับ
ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยค่ะ Thank you so much ขอบคุณมากนะคะโอเคค่ะเอาละค่ะและเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะเราก็จะขอพักเวทีสักครู่นะคะเพื่อที่จะให้น้องๆเนี่ยได้พักเหนื่อยจากการแข่งขันเมื่อสักครู่ที่ดุเดือดกันอย่างไม่แพ้คนดูเลยดีกว่านะคะ
สนุกมากจริงๆครับแล้วก็เราขออนุญาตส่งหน้าที่ต่อให้กับทางแคสเตอร์ของเราได้เลยครับ
เชิญค่ะ
Hello everyone, welcome back to the desk. And yes, we've just received the information right now on what's happening with the World Championship qualifications for Asia. I know a lot of us have been waiting to find out how many spots do we have because we've seen a couple of things and I think some of the things we've seen online not 100% correct, but let's show you the invitations for Asia because I think looking at the number of spots, it might surprise a number of you once you see them. If you didn't see it on the screen just now because it was available on the main stage on that main screen, but before we show that graphic, we have 13 slots for Asia going to Hawaii this year. And we do have a number of regions as well. So the regions are going to be, the regions will be split into several. Japan, Korea, and India will have their own separate leagues. We have Asia Pacific East, and then we'll have Asia Pacific West. Leonard, do you want to introduce the seedings for the first three regions?
I mean, of course. So starting things off with the first three regions, of course, we have Japan, Korea and India. Japan, having the fact they have 3 teams, 3 seedings for the side for Japan. Korea will be 1, and India will also be 1 as well.
Yes, and the most important thing as well is that the travel awards, how are they going to be allocated? So for Japan, the top 2 teams will be getting the travel award to Hawaii. Korea, because there's only invite, there's only going to be 1 travel award, and the same thing with India, because it's only 1 invite, there's going to be a single travel award. Moving on to Asia Pacific East, we have technically 3 qualifiers here. The first one is the Philippines. There'll be 2 spots for the Filipinos, but only 1 team is going to be getting a travel award. Taiwan and Hong Kong will be getting 1 delegated slot, meaning they'll also be getting that travel award. And lastly, we have a last chance qualifier, which is going to be 1 slot, and it's also going to be a travel award. To wrap things up here, we have Asia Pacific West, Leonard, and we've got 4 regions lined up in this one. Indonesia will be getting a single invite for the region, which will also be a travel award. Malaysia, Singapore will be getting an invite. Thailand will be getting an invite. And then we have a last chance qualifier for Asia Pacific West, which will also be a single invite. So here is the graphic. Take your pictures, mark your calendars. Qualifiers will be kicking off starting from March onwards. We do not have hard dates as of yet, but make sure you're following all of the official Pokemon Unite socials for the update once we do get the hard dates and when registration opens for all of our competing teams. Good luck to all of our teams competing. It's going to be a really exciting one this year for the World Championships.
I mean, definitely for sure. And of course, this is going to be the final ranking to literally showcase the journey for some of the team have. We had our top 8 teams. This is where they currently stand in this year Asia Champions League. Of course, our champions, we have Team KS, followed by our second place Team True Gravity, Talent PH in 3rd, Team MOS in 4th, Unite Calling in 5th, Rise in that 5th, and then in that 6th, sorry. And the 7th and 8th place will be Zoro Tigers and E Arena. We'd like to once again give a big shout out and really heartfelt thanks to our official partner for the Pokemon Unite ACL 2024. We are currently supported by Ace Esports 5G and Twitch, and sponsored by U Treasures and Republic of Gamers here. Danny, we have such a beautiful roadmap ahead of us here for the WCS 2020, for the World Championship Series here. And I know you say it's somewhere in terms of March. We don't really have any specific dates so far, but if we're talking about March, we're talking about literally in 2 to 3 weeks time.
2-3 weeks time, could be 4 weeks. we don't know the dates, unfortunately. So make sure, as I said before, follow the socials for Pokemon Unite. There will be announcements on registrations. There'll be a link provided as well.
Gotta keep up
to
date.
Starting from today, if you haven't found a team and are thinking of competing, you might want to start looking for a team right now. But I think that's going to be it for this year's Pokemon Unite Asia Championships. Leonard, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you.
Pleasure's all mine.
Do you have any final words before we close out the show?
Well, of course, I mean, first things first, I'd like to give a big shout out to our amazing producers and our production teams, Flava and Promisties, who's currently not here with us at this current moment. Great people to cast with as well. Danelie, of course, it's been an absolute pleasure. But also loving our amazing fans and viewers to support your favorite team throughout their journey from literally January as well. But for the India side, we'll be back in December, of course. But you have been with us throughout the entire journey until this very end. Of course, it is not the end for us. We still have the WCS and can't wait to see you all back there once again.
Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast, Pokemon trainers. We hope you have a wonderful rest of your week, and hopefully we'll see you all very soon for the next Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
smoke like the police. On the road like a roly-poly. Leave them ghost, leave them holy. Tougher than a dreadlock with some gold teeth. And I'm running this shit like I'm bored. Woo. Killing this shit like I'm more. Woo. Feeling myself like I'm porn. Popping it back like it's corn. Yeah, you can afford.